Zhou Yu was also extremely anxious. This situation was completely beyond his expectations and utterly baffling. Chapter 339. The Highest Level of Treatment. At the gates of Mingxing County, all the soldiers looked at each other in confusion. The white horse ridden by young General Lin was dragging an old huntsman, swaying back and forth as it trotted towards them. What should they do? Who was this old man? Although they were completely clueless about the situation, since he was riding back on Linji's horse, he must not be an enemy. Under the command of Captain Wu, 2 soldiers immediately stepped forward and escorted Uncle Sangba into the city. As soon as he dismounted, someone led him to the top of the city wall. Upon seeing this, Yu Yin and Zhou Yu couldn't help but demand, "Who exactly are you? Why did you return on the young general's horse?" Uncle Sangba was clearly intimidated by the aggressive manner of the 2 men, but he still couldn't help but repeat, "Hurry and save Brother Lin. He's in danger." Upon hearing this, the 2 men were even more bewildered. What exactly happened? Where is young General Lin? Why did we see him walk into the Hun's army? Brother Lin saved me, even risking his life to exchange for a hostage. Uncle Sangba, with his extremely poor command of the Central Plains language, recounted everything that had just happened to the 2 men. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu looked at each other in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. How could this be? Please, I know you don't believe me, but Brother Lin is your general. You must save him no matter what. Uncle Sangba's tone was urgent, almost to the point of kneeling before them. Zhou Yu found this very strange. Uncle, even if young General Lin traded his life for your freedom, you two had no prior connection. Why are you so concerned about his safety? One was a Central Plains man, the other a Hun's. To be fair, it seemed strange that the Hun's army would use a Hun's man to threaten Lin Ji into surrender. Brother Lin once saved my son's life, and now he's saved mine. Uncle Sangba sighed helplessly. I will remember Brother Lin's great kindness for the rest of my life. I truly have no way to repay it. Saved your son's life? Wait, could you be the old man who delivers wool to us every month? Yu Yin suddenly realized. He had once discreetly asked Linji about this. Indeed, some of the people in the northern border regions raise cattle and sheep. But in recent years, due to frequent warfare, the people's lives have been miserable. Even raising livestock could result in them being stolen by foreign tribes. Over time, people in the northern border regions haven't raised cattle or sheep for nearly 2 or 3 years. Yet, in recent times, the textile factory in Mingxing County hasn't stopped working. Wool was delivered continuously. At the time, he found it very strange. It was only later that he learned Linji had found someone in the Hun's tribe to help transport the wool. Yes, yes. Uncle Sangba nodded repeatedly. All right, we understand. Someone, take Uncle Sangba to rest somewhere. The rest is up to us. We will definitely rescue young General Lin. You absolutely must not abandon him. Uncle Sangba looked back 3 steps at a time, his eyes filled with worry. After he left, Yu Yin couldn't help but say, I finally understand why the young general saved this old man. Without his help, our soldiers in the barracks wouldn't be wearing woolen sweaters. In other words, Uncle Sangba has inadvertently greatly enhanced the combat power of the entire northern border region. So, to some extent, it is entirely reasonable for the Hun's leader and Nurachi to consider him a traitor. So, what should we do now? Young General Lin saved him, and now he's been captured. How can we rescue him? Zhou Yu was like an ant on a hot pan. If the enemy were bandits, they wouldn't need to hesitate. The 2 of them leading 5,000 men each would be enough to sweep away all the bandits in the northern border region. Even the Huns. Even if they had 2,000 or 3,000 men, they had a way to form a death squad to rescue him. But the problem now was the enemy's 100,000-strong army. Even if they selected all the elite soldiers from the entire northern border region, it would be of no help. Don't rush. Yu Yin furrowed his brow. Do you think the young general is the kind of person who acts rashly? Zhou Yu shook his head. Since he was willing to exchange with Uncle Sangba, it means he must have a way to deal with it. That guy is like a cat with 9 lives. I don't believe he would die in the Hun's camp now. Are you sure? Zhou Yu was skeptical. Yu Yin didn't answer. How could he be certain? The only thing he could do now was to put all his hope on Lin Ji. That guy must have a way to turn the situation around. All soldiers, attention. Stand ready. No one is to leave their post without permission, or they will be dealt with according to military law. Yu Yin issued the command decisively. All the soldiers responded with a fierce spirit. The only thing they could do now was to stand firm at their posts. No matter what the outcome for Lin Ji, they had no way to retreat. In the Hun's camp, get down. The prison cart holding Lin Ji stopped outside the tent. His hands were not only bound with hemp ropes, but also shackled with dozens of pounds of irons. His feet were similarly shackled. These were the normal restraints for transporting prisoners. Don't look at them as simple and unadorned. Just carrying these hundreds of pounds of iron would be enough to make one's feet blister and their ankles bleed after half a day. The whole body would be so exhausted that it could barely catch its breath. Lin Ji never expected that the first time he would experience this would be in the Hun's camp. Fortunately, he was extraordinary in strength. These hundreds of pounds of iron on his body were no different from weight training. He remained extremely calm from beginning to end. Aren't you afraid of death? Lin Ji asked meaningfully. How dare you shout at me? All right, young General Lin. We know you are skilled in martial arts, so these things are specially prepared for you. Narachi followed with a smug look, as if deliberately showing off his achievement. It's truly unexpected that the one who has caused us Huns heavy losses and is feared throughout the northern border region would now become a prisoner. Indeed, the affairs of the world are often unimaginable and unbelievable. Narachi looked Lin Ji up and down. I just want to ask you one question. Was it worth it? All lives in the world are equal. What's the point of worth or not? Lin Ji said calmly. His voice was exceptionally calm. From the moment he exchanged with Uncle Sangba, he had already guessed that he would face such a situation. So there was no need to panic. Hashtag chapter 340. How about we conquer the world together? On the contrary, Lin Ji now wanted to take this opportunity to inspect the situation within the Xiongnu camp, not only to find a chance for his escape, but also to prepare for the upcoming challenges. The northern border now faced a formidable force of 100,000 troops. Relying solely on musketeers and their weapons was clearly insufficient. The more Lin Ji understood, the greater his chances of success. Same? I really don't know how you can say such things at this point, Narachi scoffed. You are the young general guarding the entire northern border, and your life is crucial for the safety of the people there. That Sangba is just a traitor who betrayed our Xiongnu tribe. How can they be the same? Lin Ji raised his head, his voice calm. Different paths cannot cooperate. Since you think we cannot understand each other, there's no point in continuing this conversation. Narachi was amused by Lin Ji's cold attitude. He couldn't fathom how such a person could become the commander of the northern border. It was as if he had the temperament of a child. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you. Now that you're in the Xiongnu camp, just stay here. With that, he turned and left. In the chieftain's tent, the Xiongnu chieftain sat, drinking and eating while studying the terrain map. Despite the ongoing confrontation between the two armies, as the supreme leader of the Xiongnu, he had to plan how to lead his 100,000 troops to attack. Especially after sweeping through Mingxing County, determining the next direction of advance was crucial. Without prior deployment, they would become scattered and disorganized. Although the Xiongnu were nomadic tribesmen known for their recklessness, in matters of war, they were remarkably disciplined. Any order from the chieftain was to be obeyed without question, or severe punishment would follow. Unfortunately, the northern border of the Great Xia Empire was extensive, and even with 100,000 troops, the chieftain couldn't cover it all. Particularly in the northwest, close to the Tujue tribe, he feared that if he led his forces south, the Tujue might take the opportunity to rise up, leading to a two-front war against the Great Xia and Tujue. On the battlefield, there are no eternal friends or enemies, only eternal interests. The Tujue and Xiongnu were bound by mutual interests. They had once jointly attacked the northern border, But Lin Jinxiu's northern army was too formidable, holding the border like a fortress. Now, the northern border was defenseless, its forces depleted. It was like throwing a piece of meat to two starving wolves. At that moment, Narachi entered. "Chieftain, how did it go?" "We've successfully captured Linji." "Really?" The chieftain was overjoyed and immediately ordered Narachi to bring Linji in. However, Narachi hesitated. "Chieftain, this man is formidable, exceptionally skilled. I've already noticed on the way back, so I had him shackled with 100 pounds of chains." "What's there to be afraid of?" the chieftain scoffed. He didn't believe anyone burdened with 100 pounds of iron could pose a threat in broad daylight. "Bring him in quickly. I've been looking forward to seeing this old friend." Seeing the chieftain's determination, Narachi didn't argue further and ordered Linji to be brought in. Soon, Linji entered the tent, his chains clinking. The chieftain's face lit up with a smile. "Young General Lin, long time no see. I didn't expect you to become a prisoner after such a long absence." Recalling how he had been outwitted before, now capturing the young general felt immensely satisfying. "I didn't expect you to be so shameless, using your own people to threaten me," Linji replied calmly, grinning. He showed no sign of panic being alone in the enemy camp, even with shackles on his hands. This was about losing face but not spirit. Even if death was certain, one had to stand tall. Cowering and weeping wouldn't change fate. Linji understood this well, so he remained unruffled. "You're quite brave. Last time you were here, I didn't realize it. But today, you truly live up to your reputation. A worthy descendant of a noble family," the chieftain said meaningfully, his words full of praise but his eyes sharp and cold. "Since we're old acquaintances, why pretend? Do with me as you will. Now that I'm in your hands, I have nothing more to say." Linji was extremely calm. "You, this sly fox, would give up so easily?" The chieftain narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he changed the subject. "How about this? Stay in our Shonu camp from now on. In the Great Xia Empire, they only gave you the title of a young general. But here, you can become a legitimate general, even a marshal of the army." Linji was taken aback. He never expected the chieftain to consider his surrender. It was intriguing. Throughout history, the battlefield always lacked talent. Due to frequent wars, many were conscripted, and those who emerged through the trials of war were exceptional. Every nation desired a talented army. Linji had led a few thousand to defend the northern border. Others might not know, but the chieftain did. This man was no mere talker. His extraordinary abilities had left Huolua and Jiamu dispirited. Even now, such skills were unmatched. Though the possibility was slim, the chieftain wanted to try. Chapter 341. Using Linji as bait. Talents like Linji are truly rare, perhaps 1 in 100,000. If he were willing to stay by my side, he would undoubtedly become an invaluable asset, making our southward advance even more formidable. "Hun Chieftain, did I mishear? Or are you simply too naive? After all, I should have a blood feud with the soldiers in your camp, right? And now you want to recruit me? Aren't you afraid that the soldiers in your camp will hate you to the core if they find out?" Linji said meaningfully. The Hun chieftain burst out laughing upon hearing this. He then stood up. "It seems you don't understand the Huns at all. Yes, we do hate the people of the Central Plains. We also think that you, being so weak, have no right to enjoy the fertile lands and favorable environment of the Central Plains for so many years. But we Huns also respect true heroes and great warriors. In the half year or so that you, General Lin, have been at the northern frontier, the feats you've achieved are truly astonishing. It's clear to all our warriors. If you truly join the Huns, countless people will revere you." The chieftain grew more and more excited as he spoke. He even seemed to be imagining Linji fighting for his cause, unstoppable, invincible, sweeping all the way to the imperial city of the Central Plains, striking fear into the hearts of countless people there. "That sounds really nice," Linji nodded. "It's quite tempting." Suddenly, he smirked. "But some things can't be forced, can they?" "What do you mean by that?" "Although the Huns have been generous to me, I'm just not that straightforward. I'm afraid that if I stay in your camp, Someone might stab me in the back at any moment. Living in constant fear is something I can't imagine. The chieftain raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He roared, Linji, I, the chieftain, have forgiven your past offenses and want to recruit you under my command. But now you refuse to accept my goodwill and oppose me at every turn. Now that you're a prisoner, what right do you have to act so high and mighty in front of me? Linji shrugged. I'm not, but the terms you offer aren't very tempting to me. In my eyes, you're just someone who happened to become the Hun chieftain. So why can't I be my own king? Why should I serve under you? Arrogant to the extreme. The chieftain was seething with anger. No one had ever dared to challenge him like this before. Linji was the first. Guards, take him away. Execute him in a few days. Yes. The two guards at the door immediately escorted Linji out. I'm so furious. This bastard. He's too arrogant. The chieftain slammed the table in anger. His rage had not yet subsided. Chieftain, we can't kill this man just yet. Can't kill him? He looked up at Nero, his eyes filled with shock. Do you know what you're saying? If we don't get rid of this man, he'll become a serious threat to us. Even keeping him for a few more days could lead to nightmares. The chieftain had personally experienced Linji's abilities. He had infiltrated the Hun's main camp disguised, undetected. Then he had further strengthened the defenses of the northern frontier. Originally, he had only brought 2,000 soldiers with him, but now, the entire northern army was under his command, including the reinforcements from Taiping Pass. In just half a year, 2,000 men had grown to 50,000. Such a speed, even the chieftain himself didn't think he could achieve it. If he let Linji develop any further, he might become another Lin Jinxiu. He couldn't allow the same thing to happen twice. It would definitely miss the best opportunity to attack the Central Plains. Chieftain, but he is also our best chance to break through Ming County, Nero said meaningfully. What do you mean? Although we are advancing aggressively now, our logistical support is extremely inadequate, and these 100,000 troops are basically the limit of the Huns. Throughout history, many battles mentioned in the annals involved hundreds of thousands of troops. But in reality, it's not like that. For a small country like the Huns, the 100,000 troops they have now are all well-trained soldiers. They can also deploy 200,000 civilian workers and ordinary people later on. But to outsiders, they claim to have 300,000 troops. Among them, only 100,000 are truly combat-ready. The remaining 200,000 are largely used as cannon fodder. That's why the Huns can't afford to lose this war. And if they want to advance all the way to the imperial city, they also need to replenish their forces while moving south. For the Huns, reducing casualties is also very important. Chieftain, Ming County now has nearly 50,000 troops, and they are equipped with strange weapons like rifles and thunder bombs. Even without Linji's command, they still have the ability to fight if we attack Ming County. But if we use Linji, we might be able to take Ming County without a single shot. Then we can take Yuzhou and sweep through all 36 counties of the northern frontier, continuing southward. Upon hearing this, the chieftain nodded approvingly. You make a good point. You really understand the intricacies of military strategy better than Huolua and Jiamu. Those two just know how to lead troops to attack cities. Ming County is just a granary. It's a disgrace that it cost us so many troops. Then he pondered. But how can we use Linji to make all the soldiers of the northern frontier surrender? Nero smirked coldly again. Chieftain, I've already made some plans for this. Tell me? The chieftain looked curious. Linji is crucial to the northern frontier, so they will definitely do everything they can to rescue him. Then we just need to use him as bait to gradually weaken the Central Plains army. After several rounds, when their morale is completely crushed and they have no will to fight, that's when we strike and take them down. As the saying goes, war is a matter of deception. The biggest difference between Nero and other Hun generals is that he once studied under a Central Plains general. Moreover, he was a natural-born genius at warfare. Cunning, treacherous, despicable. All these traits that everyone hates are concentrated in him. Chapter 342. A single move affects the whole situation. Perhaps in daily life, encountering someone like Narachi would make one avoid them like the plague. However, on the battlefield, such individuals can unleash boundless power, especially when they are well-versed in military strategy and understand human nature. They can exploit these weaknesses to easily secure victory. The cruelty of war lies in its disregard for the process, focusing only on the outcome. Even if the battle is fought beautifully, if the final result is a loss, all previous efforts are in vain. To be a king or a bandit, a single general's success is built on the bones of 10,000 men. This is the stark and bloody reality of the battlefield. Chief, now that Lin Ji has been captured, the threat to us has diminished once again, which proves that our plan is working. Narachi said triumphantly, his gaze filled with cold cunning. And the northern border will be thrown into chaos, to the point where we won't even need to act. They will collapse on their own. The Hun's leader suddenly understood. Ha ha ha, you are indeed skilled in this. Very well, let's proceed with this. I want to see how long the northern border can hold out without Lin Ji. In Yuzhou, Minister Yang was discussing military reports and the deployment of the northern border with the Minister of War. Due to the shortage of troops, and with Yang Feng's 20,000 soldiers hastily transferred from Taiping Pass, if the northern border cannot recruit more soldiers in the future, it will remain in a passive position. Unless the entire northern border is as solid as a fortress, making the Huns and Tujue have no desire to invade, it will never be worry-free. Minister, could you please speak to the border officials and ask them to allocate some funds for military expenses? The county of Mingqing is entirely self-sufficient, but the military expenses for the northern border are pitifully low, Minister Yang lamented. Despite being a self-serving individual, he was not without conscience. The harsh conditions in the northern border's military camp were only understood by him, the prefect. Even when Lin Jinqiu was still in command, the court had already started reducing the military expenses for the northern border to control Lin Jinqiu and prevent the northern army from expanding further. With 100,000 men, if their numbers grew to 200,000 or even 300,000, overthrowing the Great Xia would be a breeze. Fortunately, the northern army was powerful enough that even with funding restrictions, they managed to find ways to make ends meet with the support of the local populace. The Lin family and the northern army lived quite comfortably. But since Lin Jinqiu's disappearance, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. With insufficient military expenses and Zhou Yu's command abilities not comparable to Lin Jinqiu's, coupled with dwindling numbers, the situation in the northern border naturally fell into a vicious cycle. If not for Lin Ji's arrival, the northern border might have already collapsed. I will do my best. Such a complex situation in the northern border should warrant heavy military presence, yet the annual military expenses allocated are the lowest among 4 regions. Frankly, if not for knowing the court's financial situation, I wouldn't have believed it, the Minister of War sighed. All documents sent to the Ministry of War passed through his hands. The fact that the northern border still has so many soldiers is nothing short of a miracle. This time, if they could use the northern border's victory to secure more benefits for the soldiers, it would be a good thing. As for the other matters regarding Lin Xiaojiang, I certainly don't know as much as you do. Please lend a hand in this regard, the Minister of War said. Naturally, the minister nodded, noting down these points. Lin Ji's biggest headache was that if he had any other identity, he would have long been heavily utilized by the court. How could he be in such a predicament where he is neither loved by his grandmother nor his uncle, like an abandoned child? The key is that he genuinely has the ability to survive. If it were them, they would have long since surrendered. By the way, Minister Yang, if you have the chance, please tell Lin Xiaojiang to keep a low profile when developing new weapons. If word gets to the court, I'm worried the Minister of War will harm him, the Minister of War said. The reason why Lin Jinqiu received such treatment was because the court's nobles feared that his triumphant return would threaten their status and interests, so they whispered in Emperor Li Jingzhen's ear. Over time, the emperor truly began to be wary of Lin Jinqiu. It's impossible to imagine that Lin Jinqiu, who guarded the northern border for 10 years, had any intention of usurping the throne. Unfortunately, those who worry are often too comfortable in their lives to understand the situation in the northern border. All right, I will contact Lin Xiaojiang and ensure he is properly settled, Minister Yang nodded. This matter not only concerned Lin Ji but also his own peace of mind. With Lin Ji safely in the northern border, he could be a hands-off prefect. Recently, he had been extremely relaxed, only dealing with trivial matters and sometimes delegating them to his subordinates, the Minister of War, and the Sima. Life was much more comfortable here than in the imperial city. Therefore, both personally and officially, Minister Yang hoped Lin Ji could remain unharmed. If the boy died, he would inevitably suffer as well. Just as the two were about to leave after their discussion, a servant rushed in. "Your Excellencies, something terrible has happened. Lin Xiaojiang has been captured." "What? Say that again. Who has been captured?" Both were bewildered, not understanding what had happened. "Your Excellencies, an urgent situation from Mingxing County. The Hun's army suddenly gathered, and for some reason, they captured Lin Xiaojiang. Now, only Generals Yu Yin, Zhou Yu, and Yang Feng are left to defend Mingxing County." "What?" Upon hearing this, the two were struck as if by a bolt of lightning. They never expected to hear such shocking news. Lin Ji captured by the Huns? Impossible. The boy was as slippery as an eel. In all his time in the northern border, no one had ever been able to capture him. How could he fail at such a critical moment? What exactly happened? Chapter 343. The northern border erupts. The sudden news was a heavy blow to both of them. The main reason was that if Lin Ji encountered any trouble at the northern border, it would cause a massive chain reaction, potentially plunging them into great trouble and difficulty. This situation had not arisen before. But how could Lin Ji, who couldn't be defeated by tens of thousands, be captured by the Huns? The messenger then recounted the events. Both men frowned. The young General Lin would put himself in danger for an unrelated Hun. This is a major taboo in leading troops into battle. Minister Yang was exasperated. He was indeed an extremely selfish person, but that doesn't mean he was always like this. Having been an official at the northern border for many years, as a prefect, Minister Yang had seen through the bureaucracy and the world. The world is bustling, all for profit. If one blindly values sentiment and righteousness, they will only be exploited in the end, especially since he was in a relatively complex circle. In the bureaucracy, it's all about fame and gain. As long as one does well, countless people come to fawn. Why are some local officials ignored? Simply because they do not possess high enough value. And the higher the rank, the more power it wields. This is not just said for show. Even someone like Minister Yang, the prefect of Yuzhou, if a royal envoy from the court, even a third or fourth rank official, could also stand equal to him. This is the bureaucracy. So now, upon learning of Lin Ji's actions, Minister Yang was baffled. How could there be such a thing? In the face of national and northern border interests. If because of an ordinary Hun citizen, countless more people die in danger, wouldn't Lin Ji become a sinner? Minister Yang always thinks from a perspective of interest. Acting on impulse will only lead to unnecessary trouble and setbacks. It's useless to say these things now. Besides, I don't think the young General Lin is that kind of person, right? The Ministry of Military Affairs Secretary said meaningfully. Upon learning of this, he was quite surprised. To risk one's life for an unrelated Hun commoner is enough to show Lin Ji's benevolent nature. Such a person cares about the safety of the world's people, but he is definitely not an outstanding general, nor a qualified court official. No wonder so many people in the court see him as a scourge. Lin Ji's insistence on justice in his heart, completely disregarding the cost, is something that cannot be accepted by others. We should think about how to remedy the situation. How can we remedy it? Even the main general has been captured by the enemy. The northern border might fall into Hun hands at any moment. Minister Yang was like an ant on a hot pan, constantly complaining. The Ministry of Military Affairs Secretary frowned slightly. Since something has happened, it should be resolved. What's most important now is to stabilize the situation. This woke Minister Yang up. But how to stabilize? Don't forget, although the young General Lin is the cornerstone of our defense of the entire northern border, even if he is captured, there are still 3 other generals, not to mention nearly 50,000 soldiers. Do you treat them as non-existent? Perhaps this is why Lin Ji took the risk. Even if he was truly captured, the northern border would not really be leaderless. Yu Yin, Zhou Yu, including Yang Feng, each had their strengths. Although they were not as good as Lin Ji, they were also good at leading troops. The situation at the northern border is much better than before. When Lin Ji first arrived, he only had 2,000 Yu family troops, and now there are 50,000. Even if they can't hold Mengqing County, withdrawing the 50,000 troops back to defend Yuzhou would be enough. In that case, we immediately spread the news. Due to the capture of the young General Lin, the northern border is in crisis. Immediately gather all military forces near the Long River to the northern border. This adds up to over 100,000 people. No way. Do you have that much authority? Minister Yang was dumbfounded. If so many people could really be gathered. Don't say the Huns. Even if the Turks joined forces, they would have enough strength to deal with them. Of course not. But now the northern border is no longer as weak as before. If this news spreads, it might delay the enemy for a while. The Ministry of Military Affairs Secretary said earnestly. As for how long it can be delayed, it depends on the enemy's reaction speed. Once these people realize, they will definitely come aggressively. In essence, he was making a desperate gamble, putting all hope on Lin Ji. Whether this guy can control the situation depends on his own ability. You're also unsure in your heart, huh? Minister Yang realized, his eyes full of shock. But thinking about it, the time left for them was indeed limited. Apart from fighting to the death, there was no other way. Well, there's no other choice at this point. Hun Camp. Lin Ji was locked in a cage, his whole body bound with shackles. The hundreds of pounds of chains, even if not moving, were extremely heavy. An ordinary person couldn't bear it. Even Lin Ji, with his dragon elephant skill, was also struggling. The passing Hun soldiers couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Their expressions complex. Is this the renowned young General Lin of the northern border? It seems no different. It's all thanks to our Narachi general. Captured him without a single soldier, indeed more capable than the Huolua and Jammu generals. I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Turns out he's just an ordinary person. Now let's see how he can be arrogant. Falling into our hands, he'll have to suffer. The soldiers discussed among themselves. Some admired Lin Ji's bravery, while others gloated. All were warriors on the battlefield, more or less had a psychology of admiring the strong. Lin Ji stabilized the entire northern border situation by himself, already a miraculous feat. Now in such a situation, it can only be blamed on the weak central court. If they had sent reinforcements earlier, the Huns would have been defeated and fled. How could it be like now? Lin Ji quietly listened to the discussions, not taking it to heart. A tiger in the plains is bullied by dogs. A dragon in shallow waters is teased by shrimps. No one has a smooth journey. He would not be embarrassed or enraged by this. Having chosen to exchange himself for Uncle Samba, he had prepared for this. Chapter 344. 100,000 men cannot hold me. The only concern now is that the Xiongnu might take the opportunity to attack Mengqing County. However, given the current state of the camp, it seems the Xiongnu leader has no immediate plans to advance. It is likely that they intend to use him to force the defenders of Mengqing County into submission. If this situation continues, Lin Ji need not worry too much. As long as he remains unharmed, the current situation is still manageable. But sitting idly by is not an option. He must find a way to escape. At that moment, a soldier approached the cage. Eat. Is this called food? Lin Ji looked at a dried-out baked cake. Hard enough to knock someone out. Wouldn't it break his teeth if he bit into it? Do you think this is Mengqing County? You're a captive now, so act like one. The soldier lectured. Still thinking you're a young general? You really don't know your place. Eat it or not. The soldier tossed the cake and walked away. Lin Ji was left speechless. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Though he had expected a tough time among the enemy, he hadn't anticipated it would be this bad. Trapped in an open-air cage in the freezing cold, and now this torment. Indeed, war knows no humanity. He picked up the cake, wiped off the dust, and tried to eat a bite, only to find it impossible to chew. Even conserving energy was out of the question. They didn't even give him a sip of water? And they still want to recruit him? The Xiongnu leader showed no sincerity at all. He closed his eyes and rested. Before he knew it, the sky darkened. The night grew colder, and Lin Ji leaned against the cage as the northern wind howled, making it hard to keep his eyes open. The soldiers in the camp began to rest one by one. Only the shadows of a few patrolling soldiers could be seen. Suddenly, Lin Ji's eyes snapped open, and he looked up at the sky. The distant moon hung high, adding a touch of tranquility to the night. Lin Ji glanced around. Seeing that the patrol had just passed, he immediately activated the dragon elephant skill within him. However, even with all his strength, he couldn't break free from the hundreds of pounds of shackles. It seemed the material was extraordinary. If tonight passed, he might never have another chance. So he had to think of a way to escape in the shortest time possible. Suddenly, Lin Ji tapped his heel, revealing a cleverly hidden spike in the sole of his shoe. This was something he had specially requested from the blacksmiths of the Lin family's trading company before coming to the northern border. He had prepared it for emergencies. After all this time, he had thought it would never be useful. But now, it seemed to be his chance. Lin Ji removed the spike from his shoe and tightly gripped it, channeling all his strength to strike. With a crisp sound, the shackles on his feet snapped. This also alerted the distant Xiongnu patrol soldiers. What's going on? Why is there the sound of a weapon? Quick, go check it out. The crowd rushed to the cage area. Lin Ji was a key target. The Xiongnu had specially adjusted the patrol route to prevent any accidents at night. Arriving at the cage, they saw Lin Ji glaring. The leading captain was furious. What are you doing awake at this hour? Trying to scare people? Lin Ji smirked. I'm thirsty. You should at least give me some water. Or do you want to leave me here to die of thirst? The patrol captain was visibly annoyed. Yet he dared not approach the cage. He had witnessed Lin Ji's prowess and knew it was extraordinary. One wrong move could cost his life. He then signaled his subordinates to approach. The soldier, unaware of the danger, confidently removed his water pouch from his waist. But just as he was about to hand it into the cage, Lin Ji suddenly sat up, grabbing his hand. What are you doing? For a moment, everyone around was terrified, jumping back in fear. Several had already drawn their weapons. In an instant, Lin Ji had taken the soldier's weapon. No need to panic. As long as you don't stop me, I won't take your lives. How dare you? The patrol captain dared not breathe heavily. He stared fixedly at Lin Ji. This is the Xiongnu camp. If you dare to make a move, you will die without a grave. You're saying that? Lin Ji smirked, his eyes showing disdain. If I dared to come, it means I'm not afraid of you people. And shackling me with hundreds of pounds, you really are inhuman. If you're so afraid, why did you capture me in the first place? Before he finished, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He broke the spear with his bare hands, kicked a soldier by the cage, and deftly cut the iron chain with the spearhead. Before anyone could react, Lin Ji had broken free from the cage and severed his hand shackles. Though still burdened with hundreds of pounds, being able to move freely with his feet had restored half of his strength. No good. He's escaping. Quick, call for help. The patrol captain knew he was no match and dared not confront him directly. The man had faced tens of thousands of Xiongnu soldiers without flinching. A few of them wouldn't be enough to fill his teeth. As the saying goes, the first meeting is the day of bloodshed. Lin Ji had been imprisoned for a day, and now that he was free, how could he let it go? Moreover, he couldn't let the camp be alerted. Otherwise, under heavy siege, escaping might not be possible. As he spoke, Lin Ji had already closed in. Truly like a tiger descending from the mountain, fierce and swift. In the blink of an eye, he had felled 2 men. The patrol captain and the other soldiers watched in horror. Yet they dared not flee. They could only shout loudly and try to contain Lin Ji. You vermins dare to stop me? You overestimate yourselves. Lin Ji felled 2 more. Then, with a leap, he headed straight for the fence behind the tents. Quick, he's escaping. Catch him. We can't let him return to the northern border. The entire camp was now in an uproar. Countless soldiers surged out like a tide. The Xiongnu leader in his tent also heard the commotion. What's happening outside? Was it an enemy raid? With Linji captured, did the Central Plains people still have the guts? Your Excellency, it's bad. Lin Hao has escaped. What? Upon hearing this, the Xiongnu leader's sleepiness vanished. You useless bunch, can't even keep one man. Think of something. Get him back, no matter what. Hashtag Chapter 345. General Lin Jinxiu of the Northern Frontier. A faint light of dawn spread over the eastern horizon. The winter in the north was bitterly cold. To occasionally see the sunrise was already a great fortune. In the snow-covered land, a figure was racing forward, disheveled and looking utterly distraught. Lin Ji's escape direction was completely opposite to Mingqing County. He had two reasons for doing this. First, to ensure he had ample time to escape. After all, anyone in such a situation would assume he might head towards Mingqing County. This way, he could quickly shake off any pursuers. Second, without him there, Yu Yin and Zhou Yu might not be able to respond promptly. They might still be thinking about how to rescue him. If he attracted a large number of Han pursuers, it would collide with the northern border troops. That would be counterproductive. Unknowingly, the sky had brightened. The bright sunlight shone on the snow, dazzlingly brilliant. Lin Ji found a tree to lean against and rest. He also needed to calm the roiling energy within him. Cold, hungry, and having run all night, even an Iron Man would struggle to endure. The key was that the Huns were like famished wolves. They relentlessly chased, showing no intention of letting go. Were it not for Lin Ji's excellent footwork, he might have been caught again. A bunch of old guys, just you wait. If I don't find a chance to take revenge, I, Lin Ji, swear I won't be human. As he spoke, distant sounds of pursuers echoed. Lin Ji sighed helplessly. He should have taken a horse when he escaped from the Hun camp. Now he was left with no choice. In desperation, Lin Ji decided not to take the main road. Though the mountain paths were slower, they were relatively safer. As long as he shook off the Hun army, he could detour back to Mingqing County. Meanwhile, in the mountains at the border between the Huns and the Turks, a man clad in animal skins hurried towards a valley. Before even entering the valley mouth, about 100 steps away, someone jumped out from a snowdrift. Password: the heavens are vast, the northern frontier is the greatest. Reply: fight to live or die, decisive battle on the northern frontier. Comrade. After exchanging passwords, the hidden sentry couldn't help but ask, you seem to have urgent military news, what is it? I heard in a distant market that the young General Lin was captured by the Huns. What? The sentry was dumbfounded. His eyes filled with disbelief. The young general captured by the Huns? This time, it looks truly dire. So I must return immediately to report to the general and see how to decide. Makes sense. Follow me into the valley at once. Few could have imagined that in this desolate area within a 50-mile radius, a hidden army lay. This army was the Northern Frontier Army, feared by countless Huns and Turks. Inside the valley, numerous houses had been built, clearly resembling a military camp. The soldiers trained with discipline, and in the center was the drill ground. At the moment, a dignified middle-aged man stood on the command platform, observing the soldiers' training, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes. Extraordinarily valiant, he was the renowned General Lin Jinxiu of the Northern Frontier. Having disappeared for years, he had never slackened and was always waiting for an opportunity to make a comeback. And the soldiers in this valley, even after such a long time, had not chosen to leave. From the day they joined the Northern Frontier Army, they had sworn blood oaths. They were born Northern Frontier soldiers, and they would die Northern Frontier soldiers. This moment, a soldier rushed to the command platform, kneeling in salute. General, urgent military news? Lin Jinxiu nodded. Return to the conference hall. Speak. Has there been another battle at the northern border? Has Lin Ji pulled off another surprise victory? Even Lin Ji couldn't have imagined that from the day he returned to the northern border, his father had been silently watching. Every skirmish with the Huns was reported by spies from the Northern Frontier Army. Lin Jinxiu initially worried that his unpromising son returning to the northern border was like a lamb to the slaughter. But never did he expect. Since his arrival, the entire situation at the northern border had undergone a dramatic change, even turning the tide single-handedly. For a moment, Lin Jinxiu found it hard to believe. A father knows his son best. That was the child he had raised since birth. How could he not know what kind of person Linji was? Now, he had transformed, even capable of standing alone. It seemed that this trip to the imperial city was not in vain. Lin Jinxiu never thought that one day, Linji would become his pride. He felt extremely gratified. It seemed he had grown up. General, this time it's sudden. The young General Lin was captured by the Huns. What? Lin Jinxiu's face changed dramatically. His gaze filled with gravity. His fist unconsciously clenched. Even in hiding in this northern valley, he had never let go of the northern border. If not for the court's excessive wariness of him, how could Lin Jinxiu have ended up in these deep mountains? Now hearing his son in peril, he almost considered leading his troops out of the valley. But doing so would inevitably cause his painstakingly laid plans to change dramatically. What exactly happened? According to news from Mingxing County, the Huns led a large army to the city's doorstep, threatening with an elderly Hun. The young general couldn't bear to see the elder die on the battlefield, so he chose to exchange himself, thus being captured by the Huns. Absurd. Lin Jinxiu slammed the table in anger. This boy is still too young. How can he be soft-hearted towards the enemy on the battlefield? But after a moment's thought, one couldn't say Linji was wrong. Having been on the battlefield for years, he had long realized the essence of war. It was nothing more than countries vying for power and profit. Unlike the court's covert struggles, they had to choose the most direct means. War has no winners. For both the victor and the vanquished, it was a huge drain. The people suffered the most in war, and they were often the most innocent. Lin Jinxiu's life of military service had seen countless people. Not all in the Central Plains were good. There were plenty of cunning and deceitful individuals. If not for those with ulterior motives in the court. As one of the 8 border generals of the Great Xia, how could he have ended up in such a state? The same applied to the Huns. Not all were extremely brutal. Among the common folk, there were still the pure-hearted. Lin Ji's actions proved he hadn't yet been devoured by the inhumanity of war. Chapter 346, An Escapist's Carefree Life. Rather than seeking invincibility, Lin Jinxiu hoped that his son would harbor kindness in his heart, for what would be the difference between him and those ruthless Huns? General, what should we do about this? Why not let me lead a team to rescue young Master Lin? The deputy general whispered beside him, his eyes filled with solemnity. Lin Ji's reputation in the Northern Border Army was originally not good. Everyone respected him as young Master Lin only because of Lin Jinxiu's face. If it were a few years ago, the deputy general would never have proposed such a suggestion. The guy was no different from a scourge. But now, things were different. Lin Ji's contributions to the northern border were evident to all. This young talent, although vastly different from the Lin Ji they remembered, was undoubtedly a good thing. It also brought honor to the Northern Border Army. No, if we move, it will alert the Huns and the Turks. Once our identity is exposed, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Lin Jinxiu frowned. The biggest difference between him and his son was that he wouldn't act on emotions. If it were him in that situation, he would never have agreed to the Huns' demands. A mere ordinary Hun civilian wanting to trade for his life? It was a pipe dream. Yet, Lin Jinxiu couldn't disregard his son's life. Leaving him in Yuzhou City was a desperate move, but there were many loyal generals protecting him. Although later he heard that Lin Ji encountered numerous dangers on his way to the capital, Shaolian had always been by his side, which made his efforts worthwhile. But General, can you really stand by and do nothing? If young Master Lin dies at the hands of the Huns, can you bear to watch? Moreover, you are currently in hiding, unable to seek peace for the people of the northern border. Young Master Lin, on the other hand, can act legitimately. Both for public and private reasons, there is no justification for inaction. the deputy general earnestly advised. At that moment, another soldier hurried in. General, news from the Huns' main camp. Young Master Lin has escaped. The Huns are now frantically searching for him. Lin Jinxiu was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Haha, that rascal. He didn't disappoint me. No wonder he didn't resist being captured. At least he didn't disgrace me. The deputy general also let out a long sigh of relief. This was better than hearing news of Lin Ji's death. However, the soldier looked troubled. But now, neither the northern border nor the Huns know where young Master Lin is. It's said that the Huns have dispatched over 1,000 men to search beyond the northern border. Lin Jinxiu's mood had improved significantly. Want to catch him? That rascal was slippery as a loach before, and now with his growing skills, it won't be easy to catch him. But General, young Master Lin is alone in these mountains, with no support. Now in this icy wilderness, it will be difficult for him to survive. If the path back to Mingxing County is blocked by the Huns, he might be in danger. Lin Jinxiu nodded in agreement and pointed at the deputy general. In that case, you lead a team, no more than 50 men, disguised as bandits or mountain thieves. Search the areas where he might appear. As long as you confirm he is safe, you don't need to show yourselves. Yes. Outside the northern border, Baiyun Mountain. The undulating mountain range was now covered in snow. This was the most famous place outside the northern border, known to all northern border and northern tribes. At the foot of Baiyun Mountain flowed the Yun River, which spanned the entire northern border. At a back slope, Lin Ji was curled up, eyes closed, as if dead. But anyone approaching would find that he still retained warmth. Since escaping from the Huns' main camp, he had been heading north. He had thought about returning to the northern border, but found that the Huns were going to extreme lengths to catch him. All roads leading to the northern border, including villages and tribes, were patrolled by Huns, even with his portrait. Even with his supreme martial skills, Lin Ji couldn't travel 1,000 miles in a day. It was impossible to sneak back to the northern border under such scrutiny. However, the current situation was a silver lining. The Huns hadn't launched a large-scale attack yet. For him, as long as he could survive the winter, he could return to Mingxing County next spring. His escape had undoubtedly disrupted the Huns' plans. They wouldn't be able to quickly occupy Mingxing County. At that moment, a noise came from a distance. Lin Ji's eyes snapped open. He then heard a soft cry. Ouch! Lin Ji sprang up and went to a trap he had set nearby, a pit dug under the snow. In this deep forest, to get food, one had to hunt. Fortunately, Lin Ji was well-versed in survival skills and knew a thing or two about hunting. This period had been neither easy nor particularly difficult. At the trap, he found a woman in a white fur-lined coat and a felt hat, sitting inside. What's this? I thought I had today's meal, but instead, I got a live person. Lin Ji couldn't help but complain. The woman in the pit looked up, her Hun features strikingly beautiful, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Unlike the women of Jiangnan and the capital, she had a raw, unforgettable beauty. Is this your trap? She asked, visibly annoyed. Isn't it obvious? Then get me out. Lin Ji was about to act but frowned at her haughty demeanor. He then had an idea. Oh, I thought I could catch a rabbit or a chicken, but instead, I caught a wild person. My body can't handle lifting you. The woman, most concerned about her weight, appearance, and virtue, grew even more furious at his veiled insult. You scoundrel! How shameless! You got yourself into this, and now you're throwing accusations at me? Lin Ji found her reaction amusing. Look, miss, can you be a bit reasonable? My trap is for hunting. You walked into it, scared off the wildlife, and now I have nothing to eat. And you're blaming me? Fine, stay in the pit if you're so upset. With that, he turned to leave. The woman was both angry and anxious. She tried to stand, but a pain in her ankle caused her to fall back into the pit. Chapter 347. The road divides, each takes their own path. Lin Ji turned around. He couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. He had never intended to truly leave the woman behind. In this icy wilderness, though sparsely populated, fierce beasts often roamed, and leaving her here would likely result in her freezing to death within a day. His actions were merely meant to deflate her arrogance. Stop acting so high and mighty. Even if she was a treasured gem in her family, in this place, she needed to learn how to survive. Weren't you quite cocky just now? How come you can't even climb out of this small pit, and you still want to fight me? Lin Ji teased as he crouched at the edge of the pit. A playful smile curved his lips. Having spent 10 days in the mountains with no one to talk to, now that he had encountered someone, it was a good opportunity to practice his conversation skills. Otherwise, if he returned to Mingxing County as a mute, it would be truly distressing. You, taking advantage of a vulnerable situation, despicable and shameless? The woman was both angry and anxious, yet helpless. It seemed she was indeed pampered in her daily life. She had never experienced such treatment before. Tears welled up in her eyes. Lin Ji felt a pang of guilt. He had only been joking and had no intention of truly teasing her. Seeing her vulnerable and helpless, he decided to stop. He extended his hand. "Come up." The woman turned her head away, still fuming. "I don't want your help." "All right, that's what you said." Lin Ji nodded. "Then stay here. It's rare to see anyone here for 10 days or half a month. By then, you'll probably be a frozen statue. And maybe you won't even last that long. There might be wild beasts passing by soon, and they've never tasted such tender prey." Hearing this, the woman couldn't help but feel fear. She quickly grabbed Lin Ji's hand. With a slight effort, he easily lifted her out. But before he could speak, she bit down hard on his hand. Ouch! Lin Ji quickly pulled away. A clear tooth mark was left on his hand. "What kind of creature are you? I saved you, and you bite me back?" Indeed, the heart of a woman is the most venomous. Lin Ji couldn't help but complain. The woman's face showed a triumphant expression. "That's the price for taking advantage of me." Lin Ji frowned. Although the woman was indeed very beautiful, she had an inexplicable confidence. Did everyone in the world have impure thoughts upon seeing a pretty girl? Besides, Lin Ji had seen beautiful women before. Princess Anning, Li Qingyue, was unparalleled in the world, with countless princes and young talents falling at her feet. Yu Luoyu, born into a noble family, had a unique beauty with an air of heroism. Even Xiao Lian, though born into humble circumstances, had the charm of a close neighbor. This woman, even if beautiful, might not surpass them. Thinking about it, Lin Ji didn't want to get entangled with her any further. He turned to leave. Seeing this, the woman quickly followed. "Where are you going?" "Miss, aren't you asking too much? We are just passing strangers. Now that you've ruined my trap, I have to set up a new one. Do you want me to starve tonight? Are you a hunter in these mountains?" The woman curiously examined him. For some reason, she felt that this man was extraordinary, especially those eyes. They were unlike any ordinary hunter. "Does it concern you?" Lin Ji replied indifferently. Then he left without further words. The woman wanted to call out, but a sharp pain in her foot caused her to fall into the snow. "Ouch! You injured my foot, and now you're just walking away? If I die in these mountains forever, don't think you're the only one who can live here. I can too." Lin Ji blinked. He was speechless. "Great. You're the one causing trouble. Now you're blaming me? It seems you've said everything. I'm suddenly the guilty one for no reason? Truly unreasonable. Sometimes, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Even the best appearance can't hide a stubborn and unreasonable nature. Like this woman, even if she's beautiful, she's so unreasonable that just talking to her gives you a headache." Lin Ji no longer wanted any more entanglement with her. He turned and left. The woman watched his distant figure, angry but unable to lower her pride. She looked around and picked up a branch. Then, limping, she walked in another direction. Lin Ji trudged through the deep snow, his eyes searching around. The trap had taken him half a day to set up. He used the dagger he had on him, which he had taken from a previous Xiongnu. Fortunately, he still had a weapon. Otherwise, he would have been no different from a primitive man. But now, digging a new trap would likely take until nightfall. By then, the mountains would be fraught with danger. Many beasts would come out at night, as it was their best time to hunt. It seemed he had to try other methods to get lucky. If there was really no food, Linji could still endure a night, as his body was far different from that of ordinary people. But at that moment, a scream suddenly echoed from the distance. Linji instinctively turned around. He recognized it as the voice of the woman from before. Is this woman up to something again? Linji frowned, but in the end, he was too soft-hearted. He worried that the woman might be in real danger. After a moment's hesitation, Linji turned and ran towards her. If something really happened, it would indeed be pitiful. After all, she was the only real person he had encountered in the mountains for so long. Chapter 348. Even a snow leopard dares to be reckless. At the same time, on a slope, a woman clad in animal skins sat on the ground in panic. Her eyes were filled with terror. She was desperately trying to back away. The branch she had used as a crutch was thrown down below. Not far from her, a snow leopard was glaring intently. Its wild eyes sent shivers down one's spine. At this moment, the snow leopard was slowly approaching the woman. Don't come closer. The woman kept backing away, but with her twisted ankle, and in the mountainous terrain, even in good health, she couldn't run fast. Her hand gripping the dagger trembled incessantly. It was her only means of self-defense, but it seemed to be of little use now. Woo! The snow leopard growled lowly. It seemed to be observing. It cautiously circled around the woman, gradually closing the distance. After a brief standoff, the snow leopard seemed to realize that the woman was powerless to resist. It made a slight probing move. The woman was already on high alert. She frantically waved her dagger. But how could her speed compare to that of the snow leopard? The beast seized an opportunity, leapt forward, finding a gap in her defense. The woman was so startled she couldn't speak, utterly defenseless. She could only watch as the snow leopard bared its sharp fangs, opened its bloody maw, and pounced on her. Was this really how she was going to die? The woman closed her eyes in despair. It seemed she was waiting for her fate to end. There was no way. In this place, no one could come to save her. But at the critical moment, suddenly, she felt someone flash past her, followed by a dull thud, and the snow leopard's painful roar. Oh, woo! Huh! The woman opened her eyes in surprise. She saw Linji had returned unexpectedly. The snow leopard was kicked so hard it flew several zhang away, leaving trails in the snow. Beast, do you think you can harm someone in front of me? You're not up to the task. The snow leopard got up again. Just a glance. It seemed to sense the immense authority in Linji. These beasts, though living in a very primitive and harsh environment, were accustomed to everything in the snow mountain. Moreover, almost all beasts had honed a sense of danger. The snow leopard clearly realized it couldn't defeat the man in front of it. It growled unwillingly, then turned and fled, disappearing into the snow. Linji didn't pursue. The snow leopard was the fastest beast in the snow mountains. Besides, there was no need to chase it. After all, its meat wasn't particularly tasty. Some leopards even had poison. Are you all right? Linji turned around and asked calmly. The woman shook her head blankly, then nodded. What are you doing? Playing riddles with me here? Linji was a bit speechless, but he didn't dwell on it. This time you were lucky to meet me in the mountains. If you encounter these beasts again, who knows what will happen? With that, he turned to leave. Third time's the charm. He had saved this woman twice, which was more than enough. There's a saying in Buddhism, killing, as long as it's not by one's own hand, is not a sin. Some Buddhist practitioners can also drink wine and eat meat, but they never eat animals killed specifically for them. The same principle. Linji could stand up for what he saw, but if he couldn't see it, then ignorance is bliss. Life or death didn't matter. He wasn't the type to preach righteousness all day. Unexpectedly, the woman didn't mock this time, nor did she leave. Instead, she got up and silently followed Linji. Her limping was quite comical. They walked for a while. Neither spoke. Linji finally couldn't help but stop. He asked, "What do you want?" The woman recalled her previous attitude. Yet the man forgave her and even repaid evil with kindness. He had saved her twice. Even if she was willful, she wasn't unreasonable. I thought you thought I was a bad guy, and that I was lusting after your beauty. If so, you shouldn't follow me. The woman was momentarily speechless. She felt her pride was hurt. Just as she was about to retort, she remembered the danger. She couldn't help but feel scared. She could only say pitifully, I can't get out of the snow mountain alone, and my foot is injured, so I want to follow you. At least I won't be in danger. Linji couldn't help but laugh. Didn't you just disdain it? Now you want to follow me? Indecisive, huh? I'm not. The woman was about to explain, but was interrupted by Linji. Anyway, we owe each other nothing. Your foot injury is indeed due to my trap, and saving your life just now counts as paying off that debt. Now, go wherever you want, just don't follow me. He was on the run. Although the Huns hadn't searched Bayun Mountain. But what if they did? If they were willing to lay a net to prevent him from returning to Mingxing County, then there was always danger. At such a time, having this woman follow him would just be a burden. But I don't know where to go. Go back where you came from. Linji found it absurd. He'd never seen such an unreasonable woman. I can't find my way home, and I don't want to go back. The woman muttered. Linji frowned. He felt inexplicably irritated. He didn't want to ask anymore. He turned and walked forward. The woman limped after him. They walked for a long time, arriving at the cave where Linji temporarily resided. Entering, the woman found it surprisingly spacious. There were stone tables and stools, and wooden bowls and chopsticks. There was even a designated living area and a simple bed made of straw. I didn't expect you to be so capable. The woman couldn't help but exclaim. What's the big deal? In the past, I participated in wilderness survival. The environment was even harsher than here. Nothing. Just these things to starve me? Linji blurted out. In his previous life as a sales manager, he had quite a rich experience. The survival training was a project a client particularly enjoyed. Linji catered to his client's interests, participated together. Later, he not only learned some basic wilderness survival skills, but also became friends with the client. The deal naturally went smoothly. Hashtag chapter 349. No one is inferior to the other. As a sales manager, Linji was actually quite dedicated and studious. Do what you love and love what you do. No matter what, only by doing your best with the tasks at hand can you gain the recognition of others. Only then can you earn money. So, during his time in the Imperial City, Linji maintained this attitude. But what he never expected was that he had underestimated the nobility. These people could flout the law and act with impunity. No matter how well he performed, it was due to his identity as the young General Lin that he was labeled. So much so that he couldn't even gain the trust of princely Jingzhen. When he was a sales manager, the boss usually had only one attitude towards his employees. As long as your performance is good, I like you. This pure relationship of interest could actually form a bond between employees and the boss. In essence, the boss finds the employee useful, and the employee finds the boss valuable. But this approach didn't work in the Great Xia dynasty. Linji was certainly valuable to the entire court, including Emperor Li Jingzhen. But Li Jingzhen believed that the Lin family might rebel. If not for this reason, how could he have ended up in such a predicament? Just thinking about it was enough to make one sigh. Survival in the wild? The woman's eyes were filled with confusion. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it. Linji was too lazy to elaborate. He didn't even want to ask. This woman was not only fickle, but also had a strange personality. Although she was beautiful, Linji didn't want to interact with her too much. She was following him just to find a temporary refuge. He understood that, but they should keep to their own paths. Who says I don't understand? Hunting, survival. I know all that. The woman said defiantly. You know all that? Linji couldn't help but smirk. Then why were you so miserable before? If you really had the skills, figure out how to get us dinner tonight. The woman pouted. She was very unwilling. Although the other person was her savior, being looked down upon like this was still a bit embarrassing. Her background didn't allow her to be underestimated. If others found out about this in the future, wouldn't they laugh at her? I'll do it. If I really find food, You have to escort me out of here. That's not possible. Linji rejected without hesitation. Just a meal? Did she really think it was worth such a big price? Besides, he had his own business and didn't have the time to accompany such a woman in the wilderness. Why? Isn't reciprocity the norm? The woman frowned. Isn't this the rule you people in the Central Plains always follow? Us? Linji caught the key point. You're not from the Central Plains? Could you be a Xiongnu? Those barbarians can't compare to me. The woman immediately showed an arrogant attitude. For some reason, for a moment, Linji even saw a noble air about her. Logically, in such a remote wilderness, one wouldn't encounter someone of noble birth. And the woman's appearance was indeed different from that of the people of the Central Plains. Could she be a noble woman from a tribe north of the border? Although the Central Plains always considered themselves the orthodox, and all other nomadic tribes were barbarians, in reality, these foreign tribes were not as backward as imagined. Some noble families lived no less luxuriously than the court of the great Xia dynasty. In essence, to see how bad a country is, you look at its common people. If the ordinary people of a country live in misery, it means the country is not doing well. Dynastic changes in the Central Plains have occurred countless times in history. Often, when a country declines, it's the common people who suffer first, not Xiongnu, Turk, Western Xia, or Tibet. Linji asked consecutively. The woman's expression was a bit awkward. Clearly, she wanted to hide her identity. Why ask so much? Besides, I just want you to take me out of here, not any other unreasonable requests. I have my own business, and I'll leave when the time is right. Our directions are different, so I really can't agree. Linji said calmly. It's fine, I can go with you. The woman was very straightforward. This sincerity even caught Linji off guard. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. You don't even know my name, yet you say you want to go with me? Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person? If you were really a scoundrel, you would have taken advantage of me in the trap. The woman's eyes rolled. They were exceptionally lively. Her face also showed the innocence and romance of a young girl. But you didn't do that. On the contrary, when I was in danger, you were willing to help, which means you're a good person. As for where you're going, I don't care, as long as it's not back home. So where's your home? Linji asked casually. Unexpectedly, the woman refused to answer. She took the opportunity to go out and find game. Running out of the cave, Linji couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't believe the girl really had the skills to catch game. If she were that capable, how could she have been trapped in his snare? Besides, she had a leg injury. But just an hour later, the woman limped back with a rabbit. She seemed to be showing off like a child. See? Don't always think you're so great, looking down on others. No one is inferior to the other. Linji couldn't help but show surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected the girl to really have some skills. She had managed to catch a rabbit in such a short time in the snow. All right, tonight we'll have a delicious meal, Linji said and started preparing. Roasting meat in the snow was actually easier. Moreover, Linji had been here for about 10 days and was very familiar with the surrounding terrain. He had even found coarse salt. This was an extremely important resource. It could also adjust the taste of food. In such a difficult environment, having such a thing was truly precious. Half an hour later, a fragrant aroma wafted from the cave entrance. The rabbit was skewered on a wooden stick, roasted to perfection, with a crispy golden skin that made one's mouth water. Linji tore off a rabbit leg, which was incredibly delicious. The woman saw this and immediately followed suit. Her face then showed a look of surprise. Wow, I never thought wild game could be roasted to such a taste. Hashtag chapter 350, Snowy Night Heart to Heart. How exactly did you manage to do that? The woman's eating manner was noticeably more refined. She tore off strips of rabbit meat one by one and slowly chewed them in her small mouth. There was a unique beauty in her actions. Beauty lies in the bone, not the skin. Some women, though not exceptionally beautiful, possess unparalleled charm that captivates countless hearts. Others, naturally beautiful, enhanced by their charm and unique qualities, are even more captivating. This woman was one such example. Though seemingly willful, her every move exuded nobility. Seeing this, Linji couldn't help but tease. You come from a wealthy family, yet you're acting so surprised over a wild rabbit with just a sprinkle of snow salt? How do you know? The woman blinked, her eyes filled with astonishment. She found it incredulous. Any smart person could see it at a glance. The woman pouted. She immediately caught the sarcasm in Linji's words. You know, I find you really unpleasant. No wonder you ended up in this deep forest. You're not bad, but you just have too many opinions. Truly annoying. Linji shrugged, unfazed. So what? I don't rely on others for food. My mouth is my own. I say and do what I want. But you, a rich young lady, running off to the deep forest? If I didn't believe in ghosts and spirits, I'd almost suspect you were a fox spirit. Do fox spirits have beauty like mine? The woman said, deliberately turning back with a smile. Unfortunately, holding a rabbit leg in her hand, her lips smeared with oil, and in such an environment, there was no beauty to be found, only absurdity. Linji couldn't help but chuckle. Where did you learn that? With your manners, only a blind person could find you attractive. You really have a sharp tongue. The woman pouted, then sighed. If only my family were like you, life would be more interesting. But all they talk to me about is marriage. So you ran away from an arranged marriage? Linji said casually, hitting the nail on the head. The woman was even more astonished. How do you know everything? Are you here because of my father? I don't even know your name. Do you think I'd be sent by your father? And if your father had that much power to hire me, he'd probably rule the world by now. You're bragging, the woman muttered. She imagined if her father heard such words, he'd probably be furious. It suddenly seemed amusing and interesting. By the way, you haven't told me your name yet. The woman asked curiously. And you haven't told me yours. Right. I'm Luo. Nice to meet you. We're friends from now on. Seeing her like this, Linji suddenly wondered if he had been too harsh when they first met. This girl seemed to have forgotten the unpleasantness of just a few hours ago, and now wanted to be friends with him. But for Linji, having someone to chat with in the snowy mountains was a welcome change. Being cut off from the world alone was quite unbearable. Most people wouldn't last long without someone to talk to. That kind of loneliness was indescribable. Linji, so you're from the Central Plains. This is the northern frontier. Why would a Central Plains person come here? Yeah, who would come here for no reason? Maybe their brain got kicked by a donkey? Linji said meaningfully. Wu Luo was stunned. It took her a moment to react. She retorted indignantly, my brain is perfectly fine. Linji found her innocence amusing. Her willfulness was indeed annoying. But apart from that, she was quite entertaining. Her conversation was interesting. They chatted aimlessly. Speaking of which, why did you run away from an arranged marriage? Surely your family found you a good match. You girls from wealthy backgrounds, never having suffered, wouldn't you be happy to live a good life? Linji said casually, genuinely curious. Wu Luo tilted her head and asked seriously, would you marry a woman you've never met? Linji blinked. He actually had married one, but mainly because her identity was of extraordinary significance to him at the time. He had been able to establish himself in the capital. A large part of it was due to Princess Li Qingyue stabilizing the situation. Otherwise, with just him and Xiaolian, they would have been killed by the treacherous officials in the court long ago. It depends. Linji thought of Li Qingyue. So all men are like that. But I wouldn't. Living with someone I don't know, no matter how great they are, what does it have to do with me? Wu Luo said disdainfully. I wouldn't agree to live with someone I don't know for the rest of my life. Linji blinked, pondering. Li Qingyue must have felt the same. For women, this was indeed too hasty. Entrusting their lifelong happiness to someone judged suitable by others. But whether the shoes fit, only the wearer knows. That's why many women in this era couldn't be happy. Later, as they got to know each other, Li Qingyue also realized that Linji was a good person. In a way, Princess Anning was also lucky. If Li Jingjin had married his daughter to Zhu Zheng, the son of the Minister of War, Zhu Biao, Li Qingyue wouldn't have been able to object, and the married life would have been, as one can imagine, quite miserable. So that's why you ran away from home? Lin Ji asked casually. Yes, but let's not talk about it, it just annoys me. Wu Luo waved her hand. As they sat by the bonfire, chatting, they had no idea. On another mountain, many people dressed in animal skins were hidden in the snow. Even if someone passed by them, they probably wouldn't be noticed. Their cloaks blended perfectly with the surroundings. Chapter 351. Secret Protection. At this moment, a figure slowly approached from the hillside behind. Finally, he arrived where the group was and also crouched down. How is it? There are no abnormalities on the Hun side. It seems they have no intention of searching the mountains but are directly blocking all exits from Baiyun Mountain. The man reporting lowered his voice. I'm afraid Lin Xiaojiang won't be able to return to the northern border before the next spring, and I don't know if he can endure it. Don't worry, we're still here, aren't we? The leader said meaningfully. He was Ding Yun, Lin Jinxiu's deputy general. But Captain, are we really going to stay here until next spring? We can't expose our identities to the Huns, nor can we to Xiaojiang. In comparison, we have it much harder. Ding Yun smiled lightly upon hearing this. What? When General Lin retreated to the valley, didn't he give you a choice? Now that we've finally got a mission, you're already full of complaints? Seeing this, the man could only swallow his words back. Ding Yun couldn't help but feel the weight of his words. He knew their mission was extremely tough, but protecting Lin Ji was non-negotiable, whether due to his identity or his importance to the northern border. It had to be done. Don't worry, we know the environment of Baiyun Mountain, and you can return anytime. Since I brought you out, I will definitely bring you back. With this statement, he gave everyone a sense of reassurance. But speaking of Xiaojiang, he really has a never-ending string of romantic entanglements. Back in Yuzhou City, there were always women around him. A soldier jokingly teased. You're right. This time when Xiaojiang returned to the northern border, he even brought along the sister of General Yu, and later the princess herself came. Now in this deep forest, he still manages to meet someone. Truly enviable. Ding Yun seemed lost in thought. He also wondered why Lin Ji encountered a foreign woman in such a remote forest. Have you investigated the background of this woman? Could she be a spy sent by the Huns? The men around him shook their heads. Since her appearance, she hasn't sent any messages, and we haven't found any markers along the way. Even if the Huns wanted to find Xiaojiang, they wouldn't resort to such means, would they? Ding Yun remained silent upon hearing this. Having lurked in the northern border for years, he had developed the habit of believing in the worst. This place was unlike the Central Plains, and they had no backup support. If anything went wrong, they had to bear the consequences themselves. So, Lin Jinxiu had ordered all commanders to be cautious. It was always better to prevent than to cure. Now, they were secretly protecting Lin Ji's safety, ensuring the danger was minimized. In that case, the three of you, follow the path this woman took into the mountains and see if you can find any clues. If you encounter the Huns, avoid direct confrontation to avoid alerting them. Ding Yun pointed to his trusted subordinates and instructed. The latter nodded and then quietly got up and ran quickly downhill. Mengxing County, the county magistrate's office. A group of generals gathered here, all with solemn expressions. Zhou Yu and Yu Yin were silent. Since Lin Ji left, they had taken on the responsibility and were constantly worried about the Hun army attacking. But strangely, it had been over half a month, and the Huns showed no signs of moving. This left the two uncertain about what to do. Worry was inevitable, but with no movement from the Huns, were they planning something else? With Lin Ji not here, they couldn't make a decision. They could only continuously send scouts to gather information from the Hun camp. Their capabilities were limited. At that moment, a soldier rushed in. Any news? Zhou Yu immediately stepped forward, eagerly asking. The soldier shook his head. However, the mission was undoubtedly aimed at capturing Lin Ji. The Huns had suffered too much under his command and sustained heavy losses. It seemed they wanted to eliminate this threat before fully attacking the northern border. As long as Lin Ji lived, He was a potential giant threat. Zhou Yu took a deep breath, his eyes showing a thoughtful expression. Xiaojiang really has the skills. One person managed to escape from a 100,000-strong camp. If it were you or me, we probably wouldn't have made it half a mile before being caught. That's right. Back then, Xiaojiang single-handedly stopped 10,000 Huns from attacking the south gate. Can you or I do that? In their admiration, they couldn't help but feel worried. Where do you think Xiaojiang is now? Is he in danger? Should we send someone to the northern border to find and escort Xiaojiang? Yu Yin returned to the table and, after a moment of silence, slowly said, I don't think we need to rush this. Don't you remember the mission Xiaojiang left us before leaving? Defend Mingxing County to the death. I think if Xiaojiang really escaped from the Hun camp but hasn't returned, his purpose is to divert the Hun's attention. Moreover, they've stationed people on all official roads. It's extremely difficult for our people to cross the line and reach the northern border. Chapter 352. Guarding Mingxing County is the only thing to do. Are we just going to ignore this? Zhou Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. If something were to happen to Lin Ji, apart from personal relationships, the entire northern border would face unprecedented danger. Yang Feng got up and walked over to them. I don't think you need to worry too much. What do you mean by that? Zhou Yu furrowed his brows. Lin Ji chose to exchange that old Hun for himself, which shows he had enough confidence to handle it. Now that he has escaped the enemy camp but hasn't returned to Mingxing County, it might be part of his plan. What if he's surrounded and no one can come to his aid? What if this is a trap set by the Huns? Zhou Yu and Yu Yin looked puzzled. What are you talking about? Yang Feng chuckled lightly. You two have fought the Huns so many times. Do you really think they are just a bunch of reckless barbarians? The Huns suffered a big loss at Mingxing County, which must have hurt their morale. And now that Lin Xiao General has been captured, the Huns haven't moved, which means they are still wary. If I were them, I would definitely spread misinformation to lure you out to search for Lin Xiao General. Once your forces are scattered, it would be easy for them to pick us off one by one. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu fell silent. On the battlefield, things change in an instant. A wrong decision could set off a chain reaction. Although these three generals were the leaders of the northern border, no one could bear the responsibility if the northern border fell. Even being executed wouldn't make up for it. Are we really just going to do nothing about this? Zhou Yu asked, his voice tinged with reluctance. Yang Feng shook his head. Since the Huns haven't attacked, it means they still have concerns, which also proves they haven't found Lin Xiao General. Someone like Lin Xiao General, with his skills and abilities, would surely find a way to survive even in the snow-covered mountains outside the northern border. What we need to do is wait patiently and keep an eye on the Huns' movements. I believe he will return soon. Do you want him to see the broken state of the northern border? We can't just sit around doing nothing during this time. Zhou Yu spread his hands, his emotions turbulent. The feeling of sitting on pins and needles was even more unbearable than facing the Hun army alone. One was utter despair, the other was hope followed by despair. The second was significantly more frustrating. Of course not. During this time, we should rest and recover, while also having the townspeople help us build various weapons and defensive equipment. Yang Feng said seriously. Being from the Divine Navy, he had some skills. At this moment, he was probably the calmest and most rational person here. Concern leads to confusion. Almost all the soldiers in Mingxing County were worried about Lin Ji's unknown fate. It seems this is the only way. I hope Lin Xiao General is blessed by heaven, and the crisis at the northern border will be resolved. White Cloud Mountain. In the cave, the bonfire that had burned all night gradually went out, leaving only a pile of embers. Yurumi woke up groggily, seeing Lin Ji busy outside the cave. He got up, limping, and came out. What are you doing? Want to be a cripple in the future? Your leg is injured, yet you still want to move around? Lin Ji didn't even look up. Yurumi was surprised and looked at his foot, feeling something different. He noticed a piece of white cloth exposed above his ankle, something he had never worn before. He took off his shoe to check and found his ankle had been bound and fixed with white cloth. When did you do this for me? Last night. I saw you sleeping uncomfortably, so I thought of a way. Linji said indifferently. So you took advantage of me again? Come on, it's just an ankle. Is your body that precious? No one can touch it. You might as well cover your face with a white cloth too, so no one else can see it. Yurumi pouted. Though of noble birth, he was different from the women of the Central Plains. Proper ladies were particular about not letting people easily touch their ankles, as it was a private part. Being touched by others could be seen as unchaste. But the nomadic people of the northern border were more straightforward in their nature. Did you take the opportunity to touch other parts of me? Yurumi asked tentatively. Linji tilted his head and suddenly smiled. Of course, I touched every inch of you. What are you going to do about it? You. Are all Central Plains people so lewd? Yurumi was furious, even more so when he found this man so despicable. I'm kidding. If I really did that, could your clothes be so intact? Besides, even if I did something to you in this deep forest, what could you do? Report me to the authorities? Yurumi was stunned, at a loss for words. He couldn't figure out this man at all. Sometimes he seemed like a gentleman, other times a gallant hero, and sometimes a little rascal. It was hard to predict. Yurumi had never met someone like this before. He was even more curious about him. Thinking this, he squatted down and watched Linji work, unable to help but ask, "Are you from the northern border? Judging by your appearance, you don't seem to be from a wealthy family. Otherwise, why would you come to this big mountain?" His incessant questioning was like a swarm of flies. Linji felt his head was about to explode. Finally, he couldn't help but say, "Are you bored? If you're really bored, sit there and rest your injury, or go out and help me hunt." He stopped halfway. "Forget it, just stay here." "What do you mean? Don't you trust me?" Yurumi stood up. "The food we ate last night was what I brought back." Perhaps from squatting too long, or maybe slipping on his feet, he lost balance and was about to fall. Linji reacted quickly, immediately catching him in his arms. They were so close they could feel each other's warm breath on their noses. Chapter 353. Solitude in the Mountains. Oluo's beautiful big eyes flickered like those of an innocent deer. Her heart pounded rapidly. She had never been this close to a man before, and it was almost too much to bear. Only now did she notice that up close, this man, though unshaven, had a certain rugged charm, especially his clear and bright eyes, unlike those of an ordinary hunter. "Can't bear to let go, huh?" Linji's voice suddenly rang out beside her ear, snapping Oluo out of her reverie. She stood up straight, her cheeks flushed. "What do you mean, can't bear to let go? You were clearly trying to take advantage of me." Linji just smiled helplessly. "Take it however you want. If you want to leave, you can go anytime. If you want to stay, that's fine too. But this place might not be that safe, so I advise you to leave sooner rather than later." Oluo thought for a moment. With her current condition, she probably wouldn't get far on her own, hobbling along. If she could make it out of the mountains and back to her tribe, that would be great. But if she ran into any wild beasts along the way, she might lose her life. Staying seemed the safest option. "Can you tell me who you really are? You're so strange." Oluo felt that this man was shrouded in mystery, making it hard to guess or see through him. She wanted to figure out his true identity. Everyone has natural curiosity, especially many women. The more mysterious someone is, the more curious they become. "Does it matter who I am?" Linji teased. "But you, always asking about this and that. You never told me who you are. Why should I tell you?" Oluo was momentarily speechless, her eyes darting around. "I'm just an ordinary person, and you've already guessed that, haven't you?" Linji waved it off. He didn't care about her background, which wasn't important to him, but he needed to understand the current situation to avoid complicating things. He also didn't want any deep involvement with this woman. Maybe they were from completely different worlds. If they could coexist here temporarily, it was best not to ask about each other's pasts, to avoid future complications. Oluo pouted and said no more. For the next few days, they lived near the cave. Linji occasionally went hunting and checked the foot of the mountain for any signs of the Huns. Living here felt like a secluded paradise, albeit primitive. In Lin Ji's eyes, the lives of ordinary people and primitive people weren't much different. One lived in houses with people to talk to, the other in the wilderness with nothing. Having seen modern cities, he adapted well to this. If not for the fear of drawing too much attention, he might have settled here and even created many interesting things. Unfortunately, he had no such opportunities now. He was also thinking about how to return to Mingqiang County next spring, which he had to do. Oluo's ankle injury gradually improved. Without any medicine, Lin Ji massaged it every night with the internal energy of the dragon elephant skill. Don't underestimate this. It was as effective as ordinary medicine for minor injuries. I see your ankle is almost healed. You should be fine from now on, Lin Ji said, removing the bandage. Oluo was overjoyed. After being lame for days, she could finally walk normally. She put on her shoes and socks, jumped up happily, her face beaming with joy. Not bad. Your skills are pretty good. You even know how to treat injuries. Over the days, their relationship had grown closer, though neither probed into the other's identity. Lin Ji didn't care, and Oluo didn't seem to want to ask. For her, living freely in the wilderness was a joy. You should probably go back now, right? You can't really stay here until next spring, can you? Lin Ji washed his hands with snow water, the most convenient resource in the mountains. It was cold, but better than nothing. If he were in the Northwest Desert, he'd be a mud man by now, unable to change or wash. I told you, I'm not going back. Oluo frowned, unhappy. Lin Ji blinked. Over time, he had come to understand her personality. Though she had an air of nobility, she was easy to talk to and could take a joke. But when it came to this topic, she showed strong aversion, leaving no room for discussion. You really don't want to go back to get married? Even if your family forces you, the other party's conditions must be better than mine, right? You'd rather suffer here than go back? Lin Ji said with a wry smile. He truly couldn't understand. That man is 20 years older than me and has a bad temper. Do you think I'd have a good life if I married him, even if I had food and clothes? Oluo fiddled with the weeds in front of her. Why don't you talk to your parents? Do they really want to push their daughter into a fire pit? You said your family arranged a marriage for you too. Why didn't you talk to your parents about it? Oluo retorted. I found out after my parents died, Lin Ji replied. She was taken aback, not expecting that answer. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's fine, that's all in the past, Lin Ji said, waving it off. But I advise you to go back. It's not right for a woman to wander outside all the time. Chapter 354. The Hun pursuers have arrived. You're not here because my father sent you, are you? Why do you keep urging me to go home? Oluo curiously examined him, his eyes filled with suspicion. Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh at his words. Who's your father, and why does he have such capabilities? Before he could speak, his expression suddenly changed. He turned his head towards the southeast direction. What's wrong? Oluo asked curiously. Lin Ji quickly rolled over and used a pile of snow to extinguish the fire in the cave. Then, he said meaningfully, I think I need to leave. Where to? Someone's after me, so I have to run. They're not good people. I advise you to come with me for your own safety. Are they bandits? Oluo blinked, his eyes full of disbelief. If bandits could find me, they'd be quite capable. These people are far more ruthless than bandits. They are Huns. Huns? Oluo was even more surprised. Lin Ji's ears twitched. Although he had been hiding in the snow mountains, he hadn't slacked off in his training. His hearing was now exceptionally sharp. In the quiet snow mountains, without wind, distant sounds could be heard. Turning his head, he saw shadowy figures moving at the foot of the mountain. There's no time, let's go. Saying this, he pulled Oluo and ran in another direction. However, the difference between two people and one person was significant. Lin Ji could usually run swiftly, but now with a woman, he couldn't move as fast as before. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they were spotted by pursuers. There. Damn, finally found him. Brothers, get him. We must capture this guy. The Huns, like a pack of wolves, charged towards Linji. The two darted through the forest, but the snow-covered mountain's only drawback now became clear. The excellent visibility made it easy to spot anyone moving among the white expanse. To their surprise, another group of Huns was waiting in the direction Lin Ji was fleeing. Did they send so many people to look for me? He wondered. He hadn't left any traces along the way, so why did the Huns suddenly appear in such numbers? But now was not the time to ponder these questions. Lin Ji changed direction again with Uluo, but soon the Huns had locked onto their position and began a frenzied pursuit. Before long, Lin Ji was surrounded. Seeing the fierce approach of the Huns, Uluo couldn't help but show fear. The leading Hun soldier sneered, "Never thought you'd find a woman to keep you company in this deep forest. Underestimated you. Will you come with us willingly, or do we have to force you?" Lin Ji grinned. "Are you joking? You couldn't catch me back then with so many of you, and now you think you can with just this bunch? Dream on." Before the words were finished, he dashed forward to attack. The surrounding Huns immediately closed in. The fight was intense, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Although Lin Ji was skilled, the overwhelming numbers and the need to protect Uluo made it difficult. If Uluo were captured, she would face unimaginable torment. He had witnessed firsthand how the Huns treated the women from the central plains in their tribe, selling them like slaves without any dignity. Soon, the Hun warriors around him were defeated, many lying on the ground groaning in pain. But then, a voice rang out from behind, "Try moving again." Lin Ji turned around to see Uluo had been captured by the Hun leader, a sharp saber pressed against her snow-white neck. "Using a woman to threaten me? How shameless! What can I do? You're too strong. Our leader said there's a big reward for capturing you. If you resist any further, I'll end her life with one slash." Lin Ji's eyes flashed with cold fury. He was filled with regret for not making the woman leave sooner. He hadn't expected the Huns to find them so quickly. In this dire situation, he couldn't just stand by. Slowly, he lowered his weapon and raised his hands. "Is this enough?" Seeing this, two Hun soldiers immediately tied Lin Ji up with ropes, kicking him a couple of times for good measure. Uluo was heartbroken. "Run! They're here to capture you. And leave you behind?" Lin Ji couldn't help but grin. Having already been caught up in this, he wouldn't abandon a woman and flee. A true man stands tall and bears what he must. Uluo was deeply moved. Although she had lived in a privileged environment, no one had ever considered her like this. Now, in this perilous situation, this man she had just met was willing to be captured for her sake. For this act of loyalty, Uluo couldn't help but be touched. "Well, it seems you'll have a woman to accompany you even in death. Your reputation as a playboy is well-deserved. Don't worry, our leader will give you a proper burial, so you two can be a pair of doomed lovers in the afterlife." The Hun leader said triumphantly, thinking of the wealth and glory he would enjoy after this. And the woman before him was quite beautiful. Maybe he could report it to the Hun leader and be rewarded with her. But as he was lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice an arrow flying from afar. With a flash, the arrow pierced the Hun leader's shoulder, followed by a scream. "Ah!" This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned and incredulous. Could there be someone else here? Lin Ji was equally surprised. But there was no time to think. Instinctively, he dodged and then swept his leg, knocking down two men behind him. At the same time, he broke free from the ropes. In a flash, he was at Uluo's side, grabbing her wrist and running down the mountain. The others were furious. "Chase them. We can't let that guy get away. Quickly notify the others. We must block all paths at the foot of the mountain." "Yes." Hashtag chapter 355. Who are you and what do you intend? Lin Ji and Wuluo traversed the mountains. But since it was daytime, no matter how excellent his physical fitness, he couldn't evade their pursuers as easily as when he was alone. Seeing that they had run halfway up the mountain, but still couldn't shake off the Huns, Lin Ji couldn't help but feel a bit impatient. "Why don't you just leave me behind? They probably won't do anything to me." Wuluo panted from behind. Raised in luxury since childhood, Although she was from the nomadic tribes outside the pass, her physical ability naturally couldn't compare to Lin Ji's. The key was that she was now a burden, continuing to run. It was unclear when it would end. You're also from outside the pass. Don't you know what kind of people the Huns are? Lin Ji frowned slightly. No matter what Wulua's background was, being captured by these people would inevitably lead to a bad end. If she was lucky, she might be taken by someone in the Hun army camp, but if unlucky, she would be sold as a slave. But either outcome was unacceptable. But we have to make a decision now. Are you willing to risk your life for me? Wulua was extremely anxious. She couldn't understand why Lin Ji insisted on running away with her. That's a different matter. If you die because of me today, it's as if I killed you. I've never killed a woman in my life, Lin Ji said expressionlessly. His voice was unwavering. If it were before, if Wulua wanted to leave, he would definitely not stop her. They had no deep connection to begin with, and after leaving the snow mountain, they would most likely go their separate ways. But now the situation was different. Lin Ji had seen these Huns before. Even their own ordinary people were not spared. What good outcome could Wulua, a beautiful woman, expect? As they spoke, shouts from Hun soldiers echoed from a distance. They had tracked the footprints and found the direction Lin Ji had fled. And there was only one path here. Lin Ji frowned tightly. For the first time, he was in an unprecedented predicament. He never dreamed that he would have such a day. But now, no matter how much he lamented, it was of no use. Either find a way to break the deadlock, or wait for death. At the critical moment, a figure suddenly emerged from behind a giant boulder. Lin Ji tensed up on the ground with branches, and then led the two around the big rock. It turned out that there was a small path here, winding down. It led to the connection between two mountains. At this moment, Lin Ji had no more doubts. First, evade the Hun pursuers, and then talk about other things. The three ran for nearly half an hour before they finally left the mountain. Now they had reached the halfway point of another mountain. From here, they could clearly see the Huns on the other mountain, frantically searching. They probably never dreamed that Lin Ji would escape in this way. Wulua patted her chest and gasped heavily. That was close. We almost got caught by those Huns. I'm really exhausted. Lin Ji finally had time to look at their current location, and there was a cave behind them. There were also a few daily necessities placed around. The man was also leaning on a tree to rest. Running in the snow mountain was completely different from in the central plains. The freezing cold, deep snow, and thin air here were extremely exhausting. Many people didn't know this principle. This was also one of the reasons why the soldiers at the northern border were always at a disadvantage in battles with the Huns. Of course, since Lin Ji arrived here, these external factors had been decreasing. So far, even if the Huns really encountered the soldiers at the northern border, the difference in physical ability between the two sides might not be too great. But at this moment, Lin Ji suddenly attacked the man. The man was caught off guard. He quickly defended himself. But how could he be a match for Lin Ji? After a few moves, he was locked in a chokehold, and a dagger was pressed against his chest. Wulua, seeing this, was filled with panic. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you doing? Tell me, who exactly are you? Why are you here?" "I'm just a hunter in this mountain," the man stammered. "I saw you two being chased by the Huns, and you don't look like Huns, so I thought I'd help you." Wulua nodded in agreement upon hearing this. "Yes, he was kinda help us. How can you do this? Isn't that repaying kindness with enmity?" Lin Ji sneered. "Do you think I would be as easily deceived as her? A hunter? Tell me, which hunter wears such long boots? And the calluses on your hands are clearly caused by practicing weapons. Don't you think I can tell the difference? Hunters who often hunt in the mountains also use weapons. But these people generally use lighter ones, like bows or hunting forks. However, soldiers in the army practice various weapons. Light ones like swords, knives, but some, like spears and hammers, are also heavy weapons, even reaching tens of pounds. Moreover, the man's running posture was clearly different from that of a mountain hunter. The traces of disciplined training were too obvious. The man looked embarrassed. I used to be a soldier, but I didn't want to fight anymore, so I escaped here. Really? Judging by your accent and appearance, you should be a Han Chinese. Do you know what the consequences are for being a deserter during the war at the northern border? Lin Ji narrowed his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. Chapter 356, 36 Strategies. Fleeing is the best. The man was momentarily speechless. Seeing Lin Ji's confident words, Wulu began to doubt in his heart. Tell me, are you still plotting something else by bringing us back? Let me tell you, he's really formidable. You alone can't be his match. But it was evident that she was still somewhat hesitant, cautiously hiding behind Lin Ji. Both of you, I truly mean no harm. Moreover, if it weren't for me, how could this lady have escaped from the threat of that Hun soldier just now? The man spread his hands, indicating he had no aggressive intentions. Lin Ji frowned slightly. Was that arrow you shot just now? After hesitating for a moment, the man nodded. Yes. Don't bullshit me. That arrow had a range of at least 100 steps. With your strength, can you really pull a bow to that distance? As he spoke, Lin Ji applied a bit of force. Tell me, who sent you here? If you persist in your delusion, don't blame me for being merciless. At that moment, a commotion suddenly arose around them. Several people appeared at the same time, all clad in animal skins. Lin Ji quickly used the man as a shield in front of him. So you have accomplices after all? Bandits? Doesn't seem like it. Huns? Probably not either. Could you be Tujue people? He kept calculating in his mind, yet felt very strange. Judging from their appearance, these people were undoubtedly from the Central Plains. However, there were many Central Plains people serving the Tujue and Huns these days. Unexpectedly, Wulu suddenly whispered in a low voice, They can't be Tujue people. Be very careful. Lin Ji's eyes flashed with surprise. The leader of the newcomers slowly stepped forward. Lin Ji, you don't need to worry. We're here to help you. We definitely won't harm you. The speaker was none other than Deputy General Ding Yun. Lin Ji's eyes showed shock once more. He never expected them to know his name. Are you from Mingxing County? Impossible. I know my soldiers very well, but I've never seen any of you. Moreover, your skills are obviously superior to theirs. This had to be acknowledged. There was indeed a gap. Just the fact that these few people were hiding in the snow-covered mountains without Lin Ji noticing was enough to show their exceptional stealth capabilities. And the man who had led him to escape the Hun pursuers was also exceptionally agile. During the confrontation, his martial prowess was indeed quite accomplished. If he were in Mingxing County, he would be at least a level above a Wu Du Wei. It's rare to receive your praise, Ding Yun said with a light smile. Then he ordered the others behind him to lay down their weapons. This should show our sincerity, right? Who sent you here? Apart from Mingxing County, there are basically no garrisons in other places along the northern border. Since you're not serving the Huns or the Tujue, who exactly is your master? Seeing this, Lin Ji also put away his dagger. The man breathed a sigh of relief and instinctively took a step back, bowing. Thank you, young master. Seeing this, Ding Ning immediately coughed. The man suddenly realized. Thank you for your mercy, sir. Lin Ji frowned. The man's actions were very familiar. It was the posture of a subordinate paying respects to a superior in the military camp. Yet, they had never met before. Even if the other party was truly extraordinary, they shouldn't be showing such a posture. Unless they knew his identity. Many people in the northern border knew his identity, but in this deep mountain, where they had never met, how could they be so clear about his background and identity? This made Lin Ji feel very strange. However, since they didn't want to say, he didn't ask further. Gentlemen, although I don't know your origins, I am truly grateful for your help today. If you have the opportunity to visit Mingxing County, I will surely treat you with great hospitality. Ding Yun smiled lightly. You are too kind, sir. As fellow Central Plains people, helping each other is only natural. However, with the Huns chasing you so closely, you must leave quickly. Otherwise, once night falls and they blockade the mountains, it may not be safe here. Lin Ji nodded in agreement. Indeed. However, It won't be easy to leave this snow mountain. Don't worry, we've already scouted the way when we came. If you follow our path, you should be able to bypass the Hun blockade and return to the northern border. Ding Yun said meaningfully. You know the way? Yes, although the Huns have strict defenses outside the northern border, they dare not intrude into the Tujue territory. There's another way through that direction. Linji thought about it and found the words reasonable. However, he was completely unfamiliar with the terrain on the Tujue side, which was why he hadn't acted rashly before. But now, with the urgent situation, he couldn't afford to hesitate. Thank you. If that's the case, why don't you all accompany me? Linji said meaningfully, which was equivalent to finding a guide for himself. Sorry, we have important matters to attend to and cannot leave now. If you wish to go, please do so at your own discretion. Saying this, Ding Yun led the others down the mountain. Linji frowned, feeling very strange. What were the origins of these people? Why did they know that the Huns controlled all the vital paths outside the northern border? Similarly, why were they here? Who were they serving? Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and leave. If the Huns catch up again, we won't be able to escape with just the two of us. Wulu urged from behind. But I don't know the way. Linji blurted out. I'm here. I'm familiar with the roads on the Tujue side. Didn't he say that following the border between Tujue and Huns will lead back to the northern border? I know the general direction. Linji was quite surprised. You actually know these things? Wulu's heart skipped a beat. Then he laughed dryly in response. My father was a merchant who traveled far and wide. When I was young, I often roamed around the northern border with him, so I know a little. All right, let's hurry up. I don't want to run for my life again. Those Huns are too terrifying. Urged by Wulu, the two headed northwest. However, what Linji didn't expect was that after they had been gone for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Ding Yun and the others returned, watching the two black dots gradually blur. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hashtag Chapter 357. The Spirit of the Northern Army. This young general really knows how to strike hard. How come we never knew he had such good skills before? The man standing next to Ding Yun was the one who had just fought with Lin Ji. He was still rubbing his arm, looking somewhat shaken. You really couldn't beat him? Ding Yun frowned, his eyes showing surprise. As a member of the Northern Army, even if they hadn't met Lin Ji, they had long heard of this young general's reputation. Carousing, a playboy. Although Lin Junxiu had taught him some martial arts, Lin Ji had no interest in practicing. From a young age, he was only at a mediocre level. For this reason, Lin Junxiu could only turn a blind eye. He knew his son's temperament too well. If he really passed on the family's secret techniques to him, it might lead to trouble outside. That's why Lin Junxiu chose to give the dragon elephant skill to Xiao Lian and instructed her to pass it on to Lin Ji only after reaching the capital. But in just a few short years, Lin Ji's strength had grown so rapidly. Truly baffling. General Ding, I really couldn't beat him. The subordinate sighed helplessly. If you had come out a moment later, I might not be alive now. If General Lin knew how skilled the young general has become, he would surely be very pleased. Indeed. Ding Yun nodded. This is what our Northern Army's young general should be. This time, his trip to the capital seems to have brought significant growth. A gratified smile appeared on his lips. I just hope the young general can return to Ming County safely this time. We're still here, aren't we? The men behind him said. Ding Yun turned around. General Ding, the Huns are taking advantage of our Northern Army not guarding the northern border to act so recklessly, even daring to try to kill the young general. We can't let this go. Someone said. Others echoed. Although Lin Ji had done many reckless things before, he was still their young general. Lin Junxiu had treated them with great kindness. Even if Lin Ji was indulging in trivial pursuits, it was the Lin family's business to discipline him, not outsiders. Plus, their grievances with the Huns. Now that enemies had met, the eyes were red with hatred. They couldn't just let it go. No, before leaving, the general instructed us not to reveal our identities. Now that we've met the young general, it was already unexpected. If we alarm the Huns, it could cause even greater trouble. General Ding, the general's order was for us not to reveal our identities, but now we're bandits. A soldier beside him said, a playful smile on his lips. What's the big deal about bandits killing a couple of Huns and taking some food? Ding Yun couldn't help but chuckle. You little rascal, you can come up with such excuses now? General Ding, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We've been enduring humiliation in the valley for years, hoping to restore the Northern Army's reputation one day. Now that these guys are invading the northern border, we're powerless. If we can't even fight here in the mountains, we really don't deserve the Northern Army's name. This immediately received the agreement of all the soldiers. Think carefully, we only have a dozen of us here, and on the other mountain, there are at least 100 Hun soldiers. They would need to send 1,000 men to capture the young general, and we might not come back. Ding Yun said meaningfully. He really didn't want to see his brothers die. Striving for victory at this time didn't have much meaning. So what? A true man should die on the battlefield. We've been living in hiding for years. But when they reached the border between the two countries, he realized there was only one road. Surrounded by mountains and rivers, the snow-covered road was very noticeable. Even the footprints of previous travelers could be seen. I see we've reached the Turks' territory. Are you really planning to follow me back to the northern border? Lin Ji chatted as he walked, keeping an eye on his surroundings. Why not? At least I don't want to go home now. Wuluwa obviously didn't want to continue this topic. Instead, she asked, by the way, who exactly are you? Why did the Huns send so many people to catch you? After spending so much time together, Wuluwa had tried to pry information out of him. But Lin Ji didn't seem to want to tell her. This time, however, she was even more curious. What kind of Central Plains person could make the Huns mobilize so many people to chase after? Could it be a member of the royal family of the Great Xia dynasty? But how could they be in the northern border? Countless thoughts flashed through Wuluwa's mind, but she couldn't find the answer. I've told you before, my situation isn't good, but you insisted on following me. Lin Ji sighed. So, you noble ladies really haven't experienced hardship and think it's quite thrilling, huh? Exactly. Although it was a bit frightening to look back, Wuluwa found it much more interesting than staying at home. You're really not afraid of death, huh? Lin Ji couldn't help but tease. Didn't you forget what just happened? I have you, don't I? You're so strong. You can definitely protect me. Wuluwa said confidently. Protect? You didn't see how hard I was struggling myself? Then why don't you escort me back to the Turks? Wuluwa's eyes twinkled as she thought up a plan. Then my father will give you a lot of money and maybe even protect you. Forget it. Even if your father is powerful, can he fight the Huns? Lin Ji didn't take it seriously. Chapter 358. The Northern Border Army hasn't disappeared. For Lin Ji, the most crucial task at hand was to return to the northern border. That was a matter concerning the lives of countless civilians. What were mere riches compared to that? In these vast mountains, even if he were a millionaire, there would be nowhere to spend his wealth. It was those people who had appeared earlier that still lingered in his mind. Well-trained, agile, familiar with the terrain of the snow-capped mountains. And yet, they were from the Central Plains? All these connections together left one bewildered. Lin Ji had been stationed at the northern border for nearly a year. Besides continuously manufacturing various weapons and improving various technologies to ensure the sustainable development of the local people, he also had his own network of informants. The purpose was to better understand the northern border. It was just too vast, extending for thousands of miles from west to east. Even stationing troops to guard it was extremely difficult, not to mention the many border towns near the Huns and the Turks. It was impossible to take care of them all. Yet, even so, Lin Ji had never heard any news that could be linked to those people. The key was that before he left, they mentioned having a mission. What kind of mission could there be in this vast snow-covered mountain? Could they be tomb raiders? This absurd thought flashed through his mind. Then he immediately dismissed it. That was too far-fetched. Suddenly, Lin Ji stopped in his tracks. His eyes revealed shock and disbelief. Could it be them? Who? Wu Luo, who had just reached Lin Ji's side, looked utterly confused. I have to go back. Hey, are you crazy? We barely escaped. How can you go back? Wu Luo's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. What was the difference between this and suicide? I need to confirm something. Lin Ji's expression was stern. There was no room for negotiation. What could be more important than your own life? Wu Luo asked incredulously. This is no small matter. If you don't want to take the risk, wait here for me. Don't worry, I'll be back before nightfall. With that, Lin Ji turned and sprinted back the way they came. Wu Luo raised his hand, wanting to call out, but the other's figure had already disappeared into the distance. Damn it! Doesn't this guy care about my opinion? Did I ever say I wouldn't go with you? Just thinking about it, he felt a bit annoyed. Then he slowly proceeded in the direction Lin Ji had left. Meanwhile, in the White Cloud Mountains, the sounds of battle echoed. Swords clashed, and blood stood out starkly against the white snow. The bodies of the Han soldiers lay scattered. Led by Ding Yun, everyone present had solemn expressions. They were panting heavily, covered in blood from head to toe. They stood back to back, surveying their surroundings. They were completely surrounded by Han soldiers. Ding Yun had originally planned to lead his brothers in a surprise attack, to slaughter the Huns without leaving a single one, then come and go as they pleased. But never did he expect. Upon discovering that Lin Ji was in the White Cloud Mountains, the Huns immediately mobilized the nearest 1,000 men. These men were originally stationed at the foot of the mountain. Hearing commotion on the hillside, they all rushed up. Now not only were all exits blocked, Ding Yun found it harder than ascending to heaven to escape. Brother, I'm sorry. Today I was too impulsive. I dragged all the brothers down. A soldier gritted his teeth and said. His eyes were red from killing. He never expected to land everyone in such a troublesome situation. Ding Yun grinned. What's there to be afraid of? Our lives should have ended years ago. Today, we've killed so many Huns, it's not a loss. At the same time, a Hun general stepped out from the crowd. Just a glance. His eyes revealed shock. It's you? You're still alive. Ding Yun was slightly taken aback. His eyes showed confusion. Impossible. He had been in hiding for so long. Could someone still recognize their identity? What? After so long, pretending not to know? The Hun general's cold smile. Then he removed his felt hat. On his head was a large scar. Even his hair was sparse. Ding Yun, others might not recognize you, but I do. 5 years ago, when we fought the Huns, it was your sword that almost took my life. The Hun general gritted his teeth. Meeting an old enemy again today truly made him see red. But then, he vaguely felt something was amiss. Wait, I remember you were a general of the Northern Border Army? How could you appear in such a place? Northern Border Army? Ding Yun sneered at the mention. It was scattered by you. For so long, General Lin's life and death are unknown. We brothers have become outlaws here, never expecting to meet you today. What bad luck. Since Lin Zhenxiu wasn't here now, as long as he refused to admit it, the Huns would never be able to find out about the Northern Border Army. The Hun general burst into laughter upon hearing this. Haha, Northern Border Army? Weren't you so mighty back then? And now, you're reduced to outlaws. I've always said, the Emperor of the Central Plains isn't worth your loyalty. Ending up like this, it's your own fault. Upon hearing the name Northern Border Army, everyone around subconsciously shuddered. Back then, the might of this army in the northern border truly struck terror into everyone's hearts. Wherever they went, it was terrifying, like a whirlwind sweeping away the remnants, crushing everything in their path. Whether it was the Huns, the Turks, or other small tribes, they had no chance to fight back. They could only wait to die. Who would have thought that with the passage of time, the once mighty Northern Border Army soldiers would now be reduced to outlaws in the mountains? Just thinking about it made one feel triumphant. Suddenly, the Hun general frowned. No, if you've become outlaws, you should have a reputation around here. As far as I know, there are no bandits in the vicinity of White Cloud Mountain. Where exactly did you come from? Is Lin Zhenxiu still alive? Ding Yun's heart skipped a beat. This Hun was even smarter than he had imagined. Wanna know? Go ask your father below. You bastard! The Hun leader was furious. If he couldn't capture Lin Ji, bringing back these old generals of the Northern Border Army would also be a great merit. Chapter 359. Live and die together, share honor and disgrace. As the surrounding enemies were about to swarm in, Ding Yun's heart sank to the bottom. He never expected to end up in such a predicament. Even more incomprehensible was that the final outcome would unfold in this manner. They were ultimately too overconfident. If they hadn't deliberately come here, perhaps there would still be a slim chance of survival. But alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. Brothers, I'm sorry. Today I've brought disaster upon you. Boss, what do you mean by that? We all took a vow to live and die together, and besides, we die without regrets today. Someone said solemnly, with eyes full of determination. The main reason they had come was to protect Lin Ji and ensure his safe retreat. If they could buy enough time here, perhaps the young general could return from the border between the Turks and the Huns to Mengching County. Then the crisis at the northern border would be resolved. Good. Ding Yun seemed to accept his fate. His face showed final determination. Brothers, let's fight to the end. We can't let these people capture us. Live as soldiers of the Northern Border Army, die as soldiers of the Northern Border Army. Charge. But even the strongest bow can only last for so long. How could Ding Yun and his dozen men withstand 1,000 enemies? Even if each could hold off 10, they couldn't handle so many. Just looking at the scene was enough to make one's heart tremble. The battle was extremely brutal and bloody. Although the Huns fell one after another, they too suffered wounds. Some brothers could no longer hold on and were on the brink of fighting to the death with the enemy. Ding Yun struggled alone. The surrounding enemies grew more numerous. He couldn't cope with them all. His chest and back had been slashed multiple times. Blood spread continuously. Overwhelming fatigue surged like waves, one after another. Ding Yun's eyes were red with rage, but he felt his eyelids unbearably heavy, as if he were about to fall asleep at any moment. You bastards! Do you even know how to write the word death? How dare you hold on here? I'll take your lives now. The leading Hun captain cursed through gritted teeth. Chasing Lin Ji had cost them dearly. There was no way around it. The man was just too skilled. But couldn't they handle these remnants of the Northern Border Army? If word got back, they would surely be mocked by their peers and held accountable by the Hun leader. Just leave them with a breath. Maim them first. The Hun captain shouted and led the charge, raising his long sword to strike at Ding Yun. Ding Yun watched the other's ferocious face, but he was already too weak to dodge. Was he really going to die here? Perhaps so. The only regret was not being able to see the northern border crisis resolved. General, thank you for your care all these years. I, Ding Yun, am powerless. If there's an afterlife, I wish to continue serving under you. I will serve the Lin family for eternity, always as a soldier of the Northern Border Army. With these thoughts in mind, he slowly lowered his sword, as if he no longer wanted to resist. Some things are just like that. After all, human strength has its limits. But just then, he suddenly heard a scream. Ah! Then he felt a cold wind brush past his face. Huh! Ding Yun slowly opened his eyes. His gaze revealed astonishment. He was even more surprised by this. The Hun captain was lying before him. A spearhead was lodged in his chest. Captain! Captain! The Hun soldiers kept shouting, but the man had already lost his life and showed no further reaction. Ding Yun turned to look in the direction the spearhead pointed. His eyes revealed disbelief. He never expected a figure to be speeding towards them from a distance. On closer look, it was the young General Lin Ji. Who dares to harm my Chinese compatriots? I will make them pay with blood. In the blink of an eye, shadows flickered. Lin Ji dashed towards the encirclement at an incredible speed. Lin Ji, catch him. Don't let him escape again. Someone from the Huns shouted. Immediately, dozens of men surrounded him. Lin Ji remained calm, snatched a weapon from one of them, and killed him with a blow. Then he wielded the weapon fiercely, attacking with great speed. He was like a god descending, unstoppable, making it impossible for anyone to resist. Why did the young general come back? The northern border army soldiers were shocked. While happy, they also felt anxious. The main reason they risked their lives was to buy enough time for Lin Ji's retreat. But who could have thought the young general would return? Isn't this walking into a trap? While they were still in shock, Lin Ji had already made several leaps to their side. Why did you come back? Haven't you seen so many enemies? Ding Yun couldn't believe it, even more so couldn't understand. Don't talk nonsense, you saved my life, so of course, I can't leave you behind. Today, we share fortune and misfortune, advance and retreat together, live and die together. Lin Ji said expressionlessly. Simultaneously, he struck again with his spear. A crescent sweep, like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, knocked down the men before him, and didn't give them any chance to catch their breath. A hint of cold before the spear, like a dragon emerging from the sea. A plain spear in his hand was like a dragon from the sea. Terrifying, unimaginable. In the continuous slaughter, he broke through the encirclement among many enemies. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave. Lin Ji shouted. Seeing this, everyone was overjoyed. They never expected there would still be a chance to escape. Then, under the protection of Ding Yun and Lin Ji, they retreated. They fought while retreating down the mountain. Seeing this, how could the Huns endure? With remnants of the northern border army and Lin Ji, capturing them would be a great merit. They would surely receive a personal commendation from the leader. Just for this, it was impossible to refuse. Brothers, follow me in charge. The Huns kept shouting. Lin Ji, though alone, had the ability to block their pursuit. This was something he had long since mastered. Young general, hurry up and leave. Chapter 360. The Northern Army is still here. Ding Yun watched as the pursuing soldiers grew in number, a dense mass behind them. Lin Ji, though capable of holding his own against 10,000 men, was not invincible. There was always the possibility of falling into grave danger, making their situation even more precarious. Under such circumstances, every action required careful consideration. Most importantly, Ding Yun could die. But Lin Ji absolutely could not. So you knew I was a general? Lin Ji turned his head and gave a mischievous smile, his eyes revealing a profound meaning. Ding Yun was momentarily stunned. He had never expected that the name he blurted out in a moment of urgency would reveal his identity. But there was no time to explain now. Seeing more enemies approaching Lin Ji from behind, Ding Yun stepped forward and cut one down with a single strike. Blood spurted out, splattering onto the snow, making it look both grotesque and dazzling. Don't worry, you can't die yet. Lin Ji swung his spear in a backhand strike, piercing two enemies. Hurry up and leave. They can't catch up to me. But there's no time for buts. Staying here will only make you a burden to me. Then neither of us can escape. Lin Ji kicked Ding Yun away with a powerful yet controlled motion, relying purely on his leg strength without using any internal energy, ensuring Ding Yun wouldn't be injured. Seeing no other option, Ding Yun had to comply and ran with the others towards a distant hill. Lin Ji, seeing them reach a safe distance, swept away the Huns with a few more powerful moves before dashing off himself. The Hun soldiers cursed loudly upon seeing this. Shoot! Quick shoot! Arrows rained down from the sky, but Lin Ji's speed was too great. He dodged left and right, disappearing over the hill in the blink of an eye. The Huns immediately gave chase, determined not to let their prey escape. This time, even their captain had died. If they couldn't capture Lin Ji, it would be a huge loss. As night fell, the snow-covered mountains returned to silence. The Huns, holding torches, continued their search, but the night was the best camouflage, and they couldn't find any trace of Lin Ji and his group. At the border between the Turks and the Huns, in a cave, Lin Ji looked outside for a long time to confirm no one was following them before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Turning around, he saw Ding Yun and the others, already heavily wounded, resting inside the cave. Oluo was also there. She had luckily encountered them on their way back and led them to this cave for shelter. How is it? Ding Yun, having recovered somewhat and tended to his wounds, came to the cave entrance. No one followed us, Lin Ji replied, and the group finally relaxed. But just as they did, Lin Ji's spear suddenly pointed at Ding Yun's throat. Everyone's faces changed at this sight. What are you doing? Didn't we just escape from the jaws of death? Why are you attacking again? Oluo looked puzzled, finding the situation too bizarre. Lin Ji wasn't usually like this, so suspicious and quick to draw weapons. Tell me, who exactly are you? Didn't we tell you? We're local bandits, following our leader's orders to come down the mountain this time. Ding Yun remained calm, though inwardly he was uneasy. The young general had changed so much that they hardly recognized him. He wasn't sure if their lie would hold up. Bandits? Bandits with the guts to fight so many Huns? You underestimate me too much, Lin Ji said coldly. And if I'm not mistaken, you called me young general. I don't believe bandits would know my background. Young general? Oluo's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never known Lin Ji's identity and had speculated many times. Hearing this now, she felt an inexplicable sense of strangeness. Could it be that man? But it didn't feel right at all. I just said it casually. Besides, you must have misheard. I didn't call you young general. I told you not to act like a general and risk your life. Ding Yun retorted, his face showing no fear. The others, however, were on edge, worried that if Lin Ji really did strike, it would be a case of fratricide, benefiting no one. Don't treat me like a 3-year-old. That excuse is too weak. Lin Ji sneered. Yes, I did save you earlier, but that was because you helped me before. I don't like owing favors. But now, I suspect you have ulterior motives. So, better come clean. After all, swords have no eyes. If I accidentally take your life, don't blame me. With that, Lin Ji's spear pressed forward another inch, the cold touch making Ding Yun's breathing quicken, hardly daring to breathe. Everyone around them stood up, alarmed. Don't make any reckless moves, Lin Ji warned coldly, or you'll only hurt yourselves. Please, young general, someone finally couldn't hold back and blurted out. Lin Ji's lips curled slightly. So, are you still going to deny it? Ding Yun glared fiercely at the person, full of helplessness. The other side. Vice General, I'm afraid the young general might really strike. In such a precarious situation, where human life was worthless, and they were all from the same unit, it would make no sense to kill each other. Vice General? Lin Ji's brow furrowed, deep in thought. Moments later, he suddenly realized. I remember now. You used to serve under my father? You're Ding Yun. In an instant, memories flooded his mind. Due to the original owner's lack of familiarity with the military camp and the passage of years, Lin Ji had forgotten Ding Yun. It was only now, with the reminder, that he recalled. Chapter 361. My old man isn't dead, right? Seeing that his identity had been exposed, Ding Yun knew that further denials would be meaningless. He could only sigh helplessly. Young general, since you already know, there's no need for me to hide it. Indeed, we are under General Lin's command. So, my old man isn't dead? Lin Ji's eyes lit up with joy. The northern border was still in a dire situation. If the northern army was indeed intact, it would be a huge help to them. But the key question was, if Lin Jinxia was truly safe, why hadn't he appeared at the northern border for years, even as the Huns and the northern border were at war? I'm sorry, young general, I can't elaborate on that, Ding Yun said with a meaningful tone. Exposing his identity didn't mean much. As long as he didn't admit it, more details wouldn't leak out. Wait, you've always said you were on a mission. Since you were my father's deputy, only he could have commanded you. Lin Ji's mind was working quickly. Everything seemed to fall into place. The puzzle unraveled itself. Not answering? So I was right? Let me think. Could it be that my old man sent you here knowing I was here? To support me? If he knew this, it means the northern border is still under his control, meaning he hid intentionally for these years? Lin Ji continued his deductions. Ding Yun remained silent, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He couldn't fathom how Lin Ji knew so much. Was this really the same young general who was once carefree and undisciplined? Now, Lin Ji had truly transformed. Ding Yun never expected that upon their reunion, The once carefree young general had grown into a true general, brilliant and skilled. In every aspect, he was comparable to Lin Jinqiu. If he kept guessing, the entire situation of the Northern Army would be revealed. Young general, please stop. I admit, okay? Lin Ji smirked. It would have been easier if you just admitted it from the start, instead of making me squeeze it out bit by bit. Ding Yun could only smile wryly. The general ordered us not to reveal our identities, but now it seems not only you know, but the Huns are also aware. Speaking of which, why did my old man hide in the deep mountains and forests and never thought of returning to the northern border? Ding Yun shook his head. That, I don't know. General Lin didn't inform us, but the brothers asked before, and the general's answer was, when the time is right, we will return to the northern border. Come on, the northern border almost fell into the Huns' hands several times. Does he really want to watch countless innocent people get hurt? Lin Ji couldn't understand. If Lin Jinqiu and the Northern Army were severely damaged, it would make sense. But from Ding Yun's answer, it seemed they had recovered long ago. They definitely had the capability to deal with the Huns. The Northern Army's reputation was well known. Even when the Huns and the Turks joined forces, they could only push them back, not annihilate them. Later, the Northern Army mysteriously disappeared. The Huns investigated for half to a year before they dared to test the northern border. Such deterrence. In the entire northern border, only Lin Jinqiu's Northern Army could achieve that. Let's talk anyway, it's just us here. No big deal. Don't you trust me? Lin Ji blinked. As for feelings, there weren't many. But he knew that his old man was like a mountain supporting him. From the capital to the northern border, Lin Ji had managed to escape danger several times, but never had a true backing. In other words, even if he was brilliant in leading troops, with just a word from the emperor, Lin Ji's military power would be stripped away. Most importantly, Lin Ji was now the highest commander at the northern border, but he had almost no real military power. The Yu family army, the northern garrison, and the Taiping Pass garrison were all under the control of Yu Yin, Zhou Yu, and Yang Feng. It was just that they happened to obey Lin Ji's orders. To put it bluntly, Lin Ji was completely working for others. In the future, when the court rewards merit, he might not even be considered. With just a sentence, "Where are the troops under your command?" it would truly leave one speechless. Young general, military orders are as heavy as a mountain. Since you also lead troops, I believe you understand. So why make it difficult for your subordinate? Even after admitting his identity, Ding Yun didn't want to reveal more. Otherwise, when he returned, he wouldn't be able to answer to Lin Jinqiu. How about this? You take me to see my old man. It's been a long time. I wonder how he's doing. Lin Ji said with a smile. This would also be a good opportunity to ask some questions. Unexpectedly, Ding Yun directly refused. I'm sorry, young general, before we left, the general instructed us only to protect your safety and ensure you return to the northern border. As for other matters, he never mentioned. In other words, even if they offended Lin Ji, they wouldn't take him to see Lin Jinqiu. Hey, don't go too far. After all, I'm the young general, maybe your future superior. Offending me now, aren't you afraid of getting into trouble later? Lin Ji crossed his arms, indignant. When did his face stop working in the northern border? Just thinking about it made him a bit angry. Young general, we mean no disrespect. Ding Yun quickly bowed. But we are under military orders and cannot compromise. If we take you back, the general won't let us off. Lin Ji pouted. The Northern Army guys were really something. In the end, they just wouldn't compromise. What's the difference between that and being stubborn? But it also showed their loyalty to Lin Jinqiu. Even to a young general like Lin Ji, who hadn't really interacted with them, they tried their best to protect, even if it meant risking their lives. Chapter 362. If you keep guessing, we're doomed. Such cohesion and unwavering execution would be remarkable even in the northern border regions. Even across the entire Central Plains, the elite forces of the Great Xia Dynasty, the Heavenly Strategy Army, the Divine Navy, and the Shangyuan army would be envious. If they truly possessed such great unity and cohesion, there would likely be few, if any, small states and tribes left around the Great Xia dynasty. How could the Tujue and Xiongnu still be rampaging here? Now that your mission is complete, shouldn't you be returning? You can't stay here forever. Linji continued to probe, even attempting to deceive the other party through this method. To his surprise, Ding Yun was exceptionally astute, immediately seeing through Linji's intentions. Young general, we all know you're swift on your feet. If we leave first today, you'll surely catch up. By the time we reach the valley, there might not be anyone to receive you. Valley? Linji raised an eyebrow. Which valley? Seeing this, Ding Yun quickly covered his mouth, his expression resolute, as if he would reveal no more. Inadvertently, the young general had once again grasped the key. Another 2 sentences, and he might reveal all his secrets. The young general's interrogation methods were truly uncanny, unpredictable, completely different from before, as if he were an entirely different person. Young general, please don't make it difficult for us. Seeing the helpless expressions in their eyes, Linji couldn't help but sigh. All right, since it's come to this, there's no need to say more. If you return and see my old man, tell him his son's life hasn't been easy these past few years. But I'm waiting for the day he brings all the brothers back to support me. Hearing this, Ding Yun's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression, feeling quite strange. Who in the northern border regions doesn't know Linji's reputation? Like a fierce tiger in the mountains or a dragon in the water, truly soaring high and wide. He has slaughtered gods and Buddhas in the northern border regions. How many Xiongnu have fallen by his hand? Mingqing County, such a small place, has managed to hold on until now. A miracle in the history of the Great Xia dynasty. So far, no general has achieved this, including Lin Zhenqiu. In the Xiongnu's main camp, the Xiongnu leader was studying the terrain by candlelight. Linji had been on the run for over half a month. The entire Xiongnu army of 100,000 had remained still to prevent any sudden changes in Mingqing County catching them off guard. Yet in these past half a month, they had searched the entire northern border regions, finding no trace. The Xiongnu leader was extremely displeased. While it was unlikely they would send 100,000 to capture one Linji, where could he possibly run? Could he really flee to the northernmost ice fields? That place is truly deadly cold and devoid of food and drink. Leader, if this continues, we may need to consider attacking Mingqing County. Nero said meaningfully by the side. Weren't you the one who suggested staying put? The Xiongnu leader's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. Indeed, but leader, I didn't expect this fellow to be on the run for over half a month and still not be captured. Nero slowly replied. They had originally intended to use Linji to threaten the soldiers of Mingqing County, to avoid bloodshed between the two sides. Achieving victory without fighting is the highest strategy in warfare. The goal of this Xiongnu army was to directly threaten the imperial city. If they could make the enemy surrender here, it would have a significant meaning for them. Then the entire northern border regions would be incorporated into the Xiongnu's territory, allowing the Xiongnu tribesfolk to move closer to the northern border regions, gaining more resources and making their military plans more meticulous. In essence, the number of Xiongnu troops was limited, and although they were a nomadic people, they were extremely lacking in resources. This winter was manageable, but if the war continued after winter, the Xiongnu would not be able to sustain it. This was why the Xiongnu leader had chosen to act in this winter, to seize the best opportunity next year. Once summer arrives, the river swells, making it extremely difficult for them to cross. As far as I know, our provisions can only last for another 3 months. If we remain stalemated with the northern border regions, we still have 3 months to buffer. Nero pondered seriously. Without Linji, their chances of victory were greater, but it didn't guarantee a sure win. The northern border regions were garrisoned by 50,000 Central Plains soldiers, including advanced weapons like rifles, thunderbolts, and cannons. If the Xiongnu were to attack forcefully, they would pay a heavy price. This was Nura's previous concern. However, the battlefield is ever-changing. Since Linji's whereabouts are still unknown, a forced attack might be an option. The Xiongnu leader nodded in approval. Do you have any recommended candidates? Hualua and Zemu generals. Them again? The Xiongnu leader frowned. He really didn't want to use those two anymore. Disappointing to the extreme. They couldn't even conquer such a small county in the northern border regions, yet they called themselves fierce generals of the Xiongnu. Leader, don't be hasty. As I understand, the repeated defeats of Generals Hualua and Zemu were mainly due to their underestimation of the young General Lin's abilities. Now is the time for us Xiongnu to use our people. These two generals have made significant contributions in the past. If they can break through the northern border regions, they will surely advance southward. I believe there are few in the Central Plains who can compare to Lin Ji. Most importantly, Hualua and Zemu have rich experience. Nura can also lead troops, but he prefers to reap the benefits. The Xiongnu leader nodded upon hearing this. You make a valid point. But at that moment, someone suddenly burst in. Leader, something terrible has happened. What is it? The Xiongnu leader frowned. News from the northern border regions. They found Lin Ji. What? The Xiongnu leader stood up from his rug, his gaze sharp. Did they catch him? Chapter 363. Time waits for no one. Deploy quickly. The soldier reporting the news subconsciously took a step back and then cautiously shook his head. They were all too familiar with the temper of the Hun's leader. If they didn't find the person, he would be furious. Even if they found the person but failed to capture them, he would still be furious. In short, this was far from a good thing, and many soldiers understood that it was likely not a kind task. Moreover, the actions involved were beyond imagination. For them, the most crucial thing was to know how to avoid trouble. Otherwise, many things couldn't proceed smoothly. This was the most important point for them. A bunch of useless fools. Sent so many people out and couldn't even bring back one person. What use are you? You are a disgrace to the Huns. As expected, the Hun leader burst into a furious tirade, his eyes filled with anger. This guy hid in the snow mountains for so many days and still had the ability to resist your pursuit. Are you telling me he's too strong? Or are you too weak? Besides, was there any other explanation? No one else would have such a situation, and this situation was clearly unreasonable. Otherwise, how could such a scenario occur? Leader, the soldiers who went to capture him reported that it wasn't due to those reasons, but an accident happened. Accident? The Hun leader frowned, his eyes showing confusion. He couldn't understand what kind of accident could lead to such a situation. Are you telling me that heavenly soldiers came to help him? So many people surrounded the snow mountain, and he still managed to escape? A bunch of useless fools. The Hun soldier took another step back. Seeing this, the Hun leader couldn't help but curse. What are you retreating for? What exactly is the reason? If it was indeed their fault that allowed Lin Ji to escape, he would certainly hold someone accountable. No matter who it was, they would have to bear the consequences. This was the rule in the Hun camp. Don't think that the Hun leader always gets along like brothers with his subordinates. That's because it's the custom in their tribe. But one thing is one thing. On this matter, there was no way to compromise so easily, nor could they allow things to develop in an unbelievable direction. And doing so would make no sense. Northern Border Army. The soldier said these three words with profound meaning, his eyes also showing a look of fear. To everyone in the Huns, including the Turks, the Northern Border Army was an extremely terrifying existence. These people possessed extraordinary abilities. They also had the most powerful means. The key issue was that they could even cause significant impact on them. That's why, even after the Northern Border Army disappeared for a long time, they were still an indelible shadow for the Turks and the Huns. Back then, they lost too miserably. They fought so many battles with the Northern Border Army but couldn't gain any advantage. In the end, they even paid a very painful price. Even though they did manage to temporarily drive the Northern Border Army out of the northern border, no one dared to let their guard down. Whether it was Lin Zhenxiu or his 100,000 soldiers, their deterrence was too great. Completely extraordinary, even beyond comprehension. What did you say? The Hun leader looked incredulous. Although the Northern Border Army did leave an indelible impression on him, but they had disappeared for so many years. How could they possibly appear outside the northern border now? Could it be that these guys couldn't catch Linji, so they made up an excuse? How could the Northern Border Army be there? Moreover, if those people really returned, the thousands of people sent to search the mountains wouldn't be able to send back any news. The Hun leader knew this very well. He was very familiar with Lin Jinxiu's methods. They could also be described as brutal and bloody. Any decision he made, as long as it was against the enemy, he wouldn't show mercy. There's always the saying, don't chase the desperate enemy. In other words, no matter how certain the victory, one should leave a way out for the enemy, so they won't struggle to the death. But Lin Jinxiu was different. Whenever he fought, he wouldn't stop until he killed all the enemies. As for other people and other matters, it didn't matter. Lin Jinxiu only did what he believed in. Leader, I absolutely dare not lie to you. The Northern Border Army really did appear. The soldier reporting the news was full of panic. He told the Hun leader the news he received in detail. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere around was extremely heavy. Even the Hun leader was silent. He never expected that, after so many years, he would still encounter the Northern Border Army, even if there were only a dozen of them. But a centipede dies but never falls down. If Lin Jinxiu and his army were still alive, it would be a huge threat to the Huns. Most importantly, even the Hun leader didn't understand. If Lin Jinxiu was really alive, why hadn't he shown up at the northern border all these years? They fought so many battles with the defenders of the Central Plains. Could it be that they really turned a blind eye? The Hun leader was at a loss, even unclear about what the reason was. But he could feel a very strong crisis. The Northern Border Army and Lin Jinxiu were like wolves hiding in the snowfield. Although they didn't seem to be attacking, once night fell, those cold, cruel eyes would stare straight at their backs. Perhaps they were waiting for an opportunity. But for the Huns, this was always a huge threat. Leader, the situation is not optimistic now. We may need to make some adjustments. New Era said thoughtfully by the side. The current situation was obviously beyond imagination, even unbelievable, and couldn't be dealt with as before. Do you mean we should confront the Northern Border Army? The Hun leader asked with profound meaning. The latter shook his head. Not exactly. Although the Northern Border Army has appeared, we don't know where they are hiding. If we want to fight them, we would have to spend a lot of manpower to find them, and we might not even win. New Era said seriously. Many years ago, when the Northern Border Army roamed the northern border, he was not yet a real general. He was just a staff officer at the time, so he hadn't personally fought against them. Chapter 364. A battle to the death, never retreating. However, the legends about Lin Jinxiu, he had heard clearly. This man couldn't fly or dive, but seemed capable of anything else. He was truly a divine general at the northern border. If not for him, the northern border would have long fallen into the hands of the Huns and Turks. How could there have been over a decade of war between the two sides? It was for this reason that Nero wanted to personally face off against the legendary figure of the northern border, to see who was stronger. But now was not the time for personal vendettas. Nero knew that the presence of the Northern Army at the northern border meant they had not been completely wiped out. Chief, I think we should attack immediately. The Hun chief suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with surprise. He found it even more inconceivable and unbelievable. Previously, it was Nura who had insisted on patience and seeking opportunities. For a moment, even he found it hard to believe. Your words were different before, weren't they? If I remember correctly, your original intention was to minimize our casualties and deliver a fatal blow to Mingxing County by exploiting Lin Ji. The Hun chief said meaningfully. Nura nodded, but his gaze was very serious. But think about the key points, Chief. If the Northern Army hadn't Since the Northern Army had not appeared and this time they even knew how to rescue Lin Ji without choosing to attack the Hun gates, it means Lin Jinxiu does not want to go to war with them now. So you mean Lin Jinxiu doesn't care about the gains and losses of the northern border? The Hun chief asked thoughtfully, his eyes showing a serious expression. Nura nodded. Yes, Chief. That's why I propose attacking Mingxing County now, mainly because Linji is not there yet and hasn't returned. We not only have one less formidable opponent, but most importantly, Lin Jinqiu won't interfere in this matter. After this analysis, the Han chief suddenly understood, and his doubts were immediately dispelled. No wonder. Although he didn't understand what Lin Jinqiu had experienced in these years, or why he was so uninterested in the affairs of the northern border and the people, as long as these people didn't interfere, their chances of victory would be higher. They wouldn't be doomed to a crushing defeat. Notify all soldiers to gather immediately. Launch a full-scale attack on Mingxing County. Also, send someone to find Linji's whereabouts and make sure to capture Mingxing County before they return. No mistakes allowed. Mingxing County. It was already late at night. Most people in the city were asleep. Yu Yin was sleeping in the county office. Zhou Yu and Yang Feng were resting in the barracks, respectively. This was to ensure that if any unexpected situation occurred, the three of them wouldn't be caught off guard. This was a necessary but unfortunate move. The current situation was even more troublesome than they had anticipated. But just as Yu Yin was drifting off to sleep, there was a sudden commotion outside. He sat up abruptly, already seeing the courtyard brightly lit. What happened? Yu Yin opened the door and walked out, his brow furrowed. Yu's army, it's bad. We've heard the Huns are sending troops to attack Mingxing County, and this time, they're going all out, with 100,000 men. What? Yu Yan's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He never expected to hear such news, especially since the Huns had shown no signs of movement before. But in such a short time, they had suddenly launched an attack. It was almost unbelievable and incomprehensible. What's going on? Why would the Huns suddenly launch such a fierce attack? We don't know either. Now, General Zhou and General Yang have gathered all the soldiers in the city and deployed them at the 4 city gates. They're ready to fight at any moment. The messenger was extremely anxious. Clearly, the situation had come too suddenly, catching everyone off guard and making it hard to believe. Yu Yan's expression was grave. He knew this was likely a fight to the death, but they had no way to retreat. Before leaving, Lin Ji had entrusted Mingxing County to the three of them. Now, they absolutely could not flee. Even if it meant fighting to the death, they had to go down with the enemy. Bring my armor and weapons. Yes. When Yu Yin arrived at the city gate, he saw the outside was already a sea of fire. The soldiers of the two armies were entangled in fierce combat. Countless fire weapons on the city wall were being hurled outward. How's the situation? Yu Yin asked, his brow furrowed and his tone serious. Seeing this, Zhou Yu immediately replied, not optimistic, but based on our current situation, we should at least be able to hold out for half a month. Notify all soldiers to retreat back into the city and defend Mingxing County to the death. Yu Yin ordered without hesitation. What? Are you planning to use the fire weapons? But our reserves aren't enough to wipe out all the Huns. Is human life more important or weapons? We have no way to retreat now. Use up all our fire weapons first. We'll figure out the rest later. Although Yu Yin had been following Lin Ji for some time, he was also a learned man and knew how to lead troops in battle. Fire weapons were their most powerful weapon. If they couldn't take advantage of this to maximize their chances of winning, what was the point? Chapter 365. Parting is for better reunion. Near the border between the Huns and the Tujue, Lin Ji and his group advanced through the heavy snow. They had now reached a fork in the road. Ding Yun and the others stopped. What's the matter? Lin Ji turned around curiously and asked, Young General, we can only escort you this far. The rest of the journey will have to be on your own. What do you mean? Lin Ji blinked, his eyes full of confusion. Young General, aren't you just asking for the sake of asking? We still have to return to report to the General. Ding Yun answered helplessly. As the Deputy General, with the young General right in front of him, he naturally should take the army's disappearance a few years ago. They are still formidable. It's hard to say who is stronger now, the Northern Border Army or Mingxing County. If what he speculated is true, then it can only mean one thing. Chapter 365. Parting is for better reunions. Near the border between the Xiongnu and Tujue tribes, Lin Ji and his group were advancing through the heavy snow. They had now reached a fork in the road. Ding Yun and the others stopped in their tracks. What's the matter? Linji turned around, curious. Young general, we can only escort you this far. The rest of the journey, you'll have to go on your own. What do you mean? Linji blinked, his eyes full of confusion. Young general, aren't you just asking for the sake of asking? We still have to return to report to the general. Ding Yun replied, somewhat helplessly. As a deputy general, it was his duty to bring the young general back to the Northern Border Army's headquarters, but orders from the general were something he had to obey. In the military camp, the general was the supreme commander, and no one could defy their orders. Military orders are as heavy as a mountain, not just a phrase. Anyone who violates military orders will be punished, the severity depending on the offense. Linji, who had been commanding troops at the northern border for the past 6 months, naturally understood this principle. Don't you plan to escort me back to fight the Xiongnu together? Young general, this is the general's order, and we have no authority to make our own decisions. As for fighting the Xiongnu, the general says the timing isn't right. What is my father thinking? Linji frowned, suddenly struck by a bold idea. Throughout the journey, he had occasionally probed for information, but Ding Yun could answer some questions but remained silent on the situation of the Northern Border Army. This suggested that despite being disbanded a few years ago, the Northern Border Army still held considerable strength, possibly even rivaling Mingxing County. If his speculation was correct, it could only mean one thing. His father, Lin Zhenxiu, no longer intends to follow the court's orders. What kind of person would do such a thing? Declaring oneself king, which is tantamount to betraying the country and staging a rebellion. But what puzzled Linji was why his father hadn't acted on this yet. If he wanted to control the entire northern border, it would be an easy task. Countless questions surfaced in his mind, but he couldn't find any answers. After some thought, Linji approached Ding Yun. Give me a straight answer. Will I need to fight to the death against the Xiongnu? Ding Yun widened his eyes in disbelief. The young general was too clever, able to deduce these questions without any hints. It was both incredible and baffling. This is not something I can advise the young general on. Besides, if the Xiongnu aim to take Mingxing County, the young general will have no choice but to fight them to the end, right? Linji nodded, understanding the implied meaning. It meant that the Northern Border Army's affairs were none of his concern. He just needed to focus on his own duties. All right, I get it. Let's part ways here. Hopefully we'll meet again soon. Definitely. Ding Yun smiled, blinking. If the general learns of the young general's actions, he will surely be very proud. With that, the two parted ways. Linji continued towards Mingxing County, but after a few steps, he sensed something was off. Turning around, he saw Olyuo standing still. What's wrong? I just don't know where to go, Olyuo replied hesitantly. Linji examined her. Since they had escaped danger, the girl had been acting strangely. He hadn't paid much attention, thinking she might be tired from the ordeal. But now, it seemed more than that. She had been unusually silent for a while. Didn't you say you wanted to go with me? But I didn't know you were the general guarding Mingxing County. Olyuo blurted out. Does that matter? Linji smiled gently. You don't think, as a general of the northern border, I would harm outsiders like you, do you? Well, Olyuo hesitated. I never consider myself a good person, but you're not a soldier, so why would I hurt you? But, Olyuo's thoughts raced. When they first met, she found the bearded man mysterious, never imagining his background was so extraordinary. Olyuo was young, but Linji was not just any soldier. He was Lin Zhenxiu's son. Their stances were completely different. If she followed him to Mingxing County, it would be akin to betraying her tribe and father. How could she face her family in the future? Linji smiled gently. I don't know what you're thinking, but if you have your concerns, I won't force you. We're not far from your home. If you want to go back, I won't stop you. If we meet again by chance, we'll treat each other as friends. He never forced anyone, believing everyone was equal. This idea was revolutionary in this era, which was why he was so beloved by the common folk in the capital, but despised by the nobility. Olyuo's eyes widened in surprise. She never expected Linji to have no intention of keeping her. Disappointed yet reluctant, she called out, "Wait. Is there something else? Are you really letting me go back alone?" Oluo stammered, finally voicing her thoughts. What kind of person would do such a thing? Declare oneself king. This is equivalent to betraying the country, no different from staging a rebellion. What Linji couldn't understand was, if his father really had this idea, why hadn't he acted on it yet? If he wanted to control the entire northern border, it would be a piece of cake. Countless doubts surfaced in his mind, but the problem was he couldn't get any answers now. After pondering, Linji approached Ding Yun. "Give me a straight answer. Do I need to fight to the death against the Huns?" Ding Yun widened his eyes, full of disbelief. This young general is too clever. He could come up with these questions without me saying anything? It's incredible and unbelievable. This is not something I can advise the young general on. Besides, if the Huns want to take Mingxing County, the young general can only fight them to the end. Isn't there any other way? Linji nodded. Although Ding Yun didn't answer directly, he had already understood the gist. The implication was that the Northern Border Army's affairs were none of his business now. Linji just needed to do what he had to do. All right, I get your point. Since that's the case, let's part ways here. I hope we can meet again soon. Absolutely. Ding Yun smiled and blinked. If the general learns of the young general's actions, he will surely be very pleased. With that, the two went their separate ways. Linji continued towards Mingxing County, but after taking a few steps, he felt something was off. Turning around, he found Oluo standing still. Linji pondered and walked up to her. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just a bit unsure of where to go." Linji looked her up and down. Since Ding Yun and the others had escaped danger, the girl had been acting strange. Linji hadn't paid much attention at the time, thinking she might just be tired. After all, anyone would be scared after experiencing such close brushes with death. But now, Linji felt it wasn't just that. She hadn't spoken for a long time. Now she was like this? It was a stark contrast to Oluo's previous attitude. After a moment of silence, Linji tentatively asked, "Didn't you say you wanted to go with me? But I didn't know you were the general guarding Mingxing County before." Oluo blurted out, "Is that important?" Linji smiled lightly. "Don't you think that as the general of the northern border, I would mercilessly kill people from outside the pass? Although I never consider myself a good person, you are not a soldier, so why would I harm you?" "But..." Oluo hesitated. Her thoughts were in turmoil. Truthfully, when they first met, she just found this bearded man very mysterious. She never thought his background would be so extraordinary. Oluo was indeed of a young and naive disposition, but the problem was, he was Lin Ji. Not only was he a soldier guarding the northern border, but also the son of Lin Zhenqiu. Their stances were completely different. If Oluo really followed him back to Mingxing County, wouldn't that be equivalent to betraying her tribe and father? How would she ever face her family again? Linji saw her hesitation and smiled lightly. "I don't know what you're thinking, maybe you do have your own concerns, but today I can be completely honest with you. As a general of the northern border, protecting my Central Plains land is my duty. If you feel there is indeed a difference in our identities, I will not force you. This place should not be too far from your way home. If you want to go back, I will not stop you. If we meet again by chance in the future, we will treat each other as friends." He never forced anyone. In his eyes, everyone was equal. Of course, such an idea was extremely rebellious in this era. That's why back in the capital, countless commoners held him in high regard, while the noble sons looked down on him with disdain. Although Linji's identity was different from theirs, after all, he was from a famous family, yet he mingled with common folk. Even calling himself brothers with the 3 classes and 9 streams? It was a disgrace to the nobles of the Great Xia. Oluo widened her eyes, full of surprise. She never expected Linji to have no intention of stopping her at all. Disappointed yet extremely reluctant. "Goodbye," Linji said, and turned to leave. "Wait." Oluo called out to him directly. "Is there something else? Are you really going to let me go back alone?" Oluo stammered for a long time before finally saying this. Chapter 366. The Bloody Battle in Mingxing County against 100,000 Xiongnu. Lin Ji blinked, his eyes filled with confusion. This statement was indeed a waste of words. Miss Wuluwa, since you know my identity, you should understand that I am not deliberately deceiving you. The northern border is currently at war with the Xiongnu, and the situation is tense. I need to return to take charge of the overall situation. This is not me shirking my responsibilities. I truly have matters to attend to. Lin Ji said earnestly. He knew that leaving Wuluwa alone in this icy wilderness was not ideal, not to mention encountering bandits or wild beasts, which could easily end her life. But he was indeed overburdened. If Wuluwa was willing to return to Mingxing County with him, he could escort her and ensure her safety along the way. However, if she wanted him to send her home, he truly lacked the means. Can you bear to leave me? Wuluwa put on a pitiful expression. She knew the vast difference in their statuses, yet she couldn't bear to part now. The reason was unclear. Lin Ji shook his head with a wry smile. There's no other way. But if you come with me, I can send you home after stabilizing the situation at the northern border. It just depends on how urgent you feel. All right. Wuluwa readily agreed. This left Lin Ji a bit bewildered. What was happening? This girl's mood swings were too rapid. What he didn't know was that Wuluwa merely needed an excuse. A reason to follow him. Whether the reason was important or not didn't matter. Wuluwa's complex emotions were not about going home but because of Lin Ji's identity. But she didn't want to return home now. All right, it's up to you. But think carefully. Returning to Mingxing County is fraught with danger. If you go back to your own home, there won't be any issues, but following me might bring many troubles. Lin Ji said calmly. It was better to address certain matters from the start. After all, transparency was key, a principle of being upfront before being virtuous. He never wanted to drag anyone down, so he would leave all decisions to others. Of course, in matters of war, there would be no room for others to decide. Unless that person had a compelling reason and enough confidence to persuade him. Are you going to let me face the dangers of the snow-capped mountains alone? Wuluwa asked with deep meaning. Seeing this, Lin Ji didn't want to say more. Then let's pick up the pace. I need to get back to Mingxing County. The Xiongnu's methods were horrifying to the people of the northern border. Many had seen their loved ones or fellow countrymen die at the hands of the enemy. The Xiongnu showed no mercy to the Central Plains people. Even those who survived would not fare well. Lin Ji frowned upon hearing this. As expected, his repeated escapes must have enraged the Xiongnu leader. And this time, the appearance of the northern border army seemed to have been noticed by the Xiongnu. Their ferocity stemmed from fear of Lin Zhenxiu leading the northern army to rise again. He then found a fast horse at a nearby inn. With Wuluwa, he galloped towards Mingxing County. Arriving outside the city, they hid on a small slope. Wuluwa, seeing the scene below, couldn't hide her shock and disbelief. She never imagined the battle would be so brutal, nor that it would come so fiercely. In the distance, countless bodies lay on the battlefield. Soldiers on both sides continued to fight savagely. The surroundings were filled with the sounds of war, the battle seemingly out of control, a relentless struggle to the death. The battle lasted nearly 10 days. The Xiongnu leader, as if mad, continuously ordered assaults on Mingxing County. Fortunately, under Lin Ji's leadership, the city's defenses were strengthened. Even under siege, they could barely hold on. With advanced weapons like rifles, thunderbolts, and cannons, they could still hold out. So far, the Xiongnu had not breached the city gates. In essence, Mingxing County was holding on by a thread. This thread allowed them to endure the current situation. It also ensured they had a relatively acceptable scenario. But if this thread snapped, the consequences of Mingxing County falling would be unimaginable. Defeat would cascade like a landslide, especially for those at the end of their strength and fighting a desperate battle. By this stage of the war, tactics were meaningless. The Xiongnu, using a human wave tactic, encircled Mingxing County and had no intention of splitting forces to attack other cities. Because the Xiongnu knew, though other cities could be easily taken, they served no significant purpose. As long as Mingxing County stood, they couldn't weaken the northern border's forces, hindering their plans to advance further south. This was one reason the Xiongnu leader was so resolute. My goodness, is your city under such dire circumstances? This scene is terrifying. Wulua couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 367. There is no right or wrong in true war. Although Uluo was born into the royal family, she had lived among the Turkic nomads since childhood. From the royal family to the common people, their understanding of war was fundamentally different from that of the people in the Central Plains. Even without witnessing it herself, she had gained a rough idea of what war was like through constant exposure. However, in all the news she had heard, the Turks almost always emerged victorious. Even when they lost, no one ever described the horrific scenes of the battlefield. But now, witnessing it firsthand, it was a completely different experience. Everything that was happening here had already exceeded her understanding and imagination. Even the royal family, who were usually so detached, were seeing the true brutality of war for the first time. It was beyond words. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the battlefield was littered with corpses. The soldiers on both sides had no concept of right or wrong, no sense of allegiance or position. From the moment they stepped onto the battlefield, their only thought was to survive. Whether they won or lost was no longer important. Only by surviving could they face everything. Only by surviving could they have a chance to accomplish what seemed impossible. Therefore, every person on the battlefield fought with all their might, either to die or to seize a slim chance of survival. Anyone would choose the latter, as no one wants to die here, nameless and leaving no trace of their bones. To put it bluntly, this had already transcended the limits of human nature. War is cruel, and there is no such thing as justice in war. War is nothing more than a clash of powers. Only the living have the right to judge, while the dead have no say whatsoever. War is inherently cruel and devoid of any sense of justice. It is all about interests. Lin Ji frowned deeply, unable to spare any attention for Uluo beside him. His entire focus was on the battlefield. Judging from the current situation, the Huns' dispatch of 100,000 troops to besiege Mingxing County had already exceeded the normal scope of warfare. Normally, a small county like Mingxing would be defended by no more than 30,000 to 50,000 troops. The walls were not high, the area was not large, and the garrison was not substantial. Of course, this was all before Lin Ji and the Yu family army arrived. Now that the Huns had gone to such extremes, it indicated that they had already regarded all the soldiers at the northern border as thorns in their eyes and flesh in their sides. But there was one question that puzzled Lin Ji. Previously, the Huns had not launched a full-scale attack, even though they had suffered setbacks in Mingxing County. There had been no exaggerated or unbelievable behavior. But this time, their attack was clearly beyond reason. Could it be that they knew he was not there? But that didn't make sense. Lin Ji's departure from Mingxing County and his escape to the northern border had taken half a month. During that time, the Huns had not attacked, yet now they suddenly acted like wild beasts. What was the problem in this sequence of events? What had caused the Huns to suddenly change their nature and attack Mingxing County at all costs? Even Lin Ji himself would not have adopted such a suicidal approach. Although they had 100,000 troops and Mingxing County was undermanned and difficult to defend, such an attack, if successful, would inevitably result in heavy losses, seriously affecting the Huns' plans to advance southward. If they failed, the consequences were even worse. From then on, the Huns would have no dignity or standing in the northern border, and the Turks might even take the opportunity to annex them. Never think that the alliance between the Turks and the Huns is unbreakable. The main reason they chose to jointly attack the northern border was because of the strength of the northern border army and Lin Zhenxiu. Times have changed. Now Lin Ji's father has disappeared, at least in public. The only reason there has been no war between the Huns and the Turks is that they have not yet conquered the northern border. Once the northern border falls into the hands of foreign tribes, whether it is the Turks or the Huns, they will inevitably fight for it. The Hun leader realized this and, when launching the attack on the Great Xia, had already prepared to advance directly to the capital. There is no turning back once the arrow is shot. Although the Hun and Turk leaders are not well read, the wisdom they cultivated in the most primitive environment is beyond the imagination of others. Lin Ji's mind flashed, and he suddenly realized the key issue. It was highly likely that Ding Yun and others' interactions with the Huns had made the Hun leader aware that the Northern Border Army and Lin Jinqiu were still alive. That's why he chose to attack so urgently. Looking at the current situation, Mingxing County's firearms were almost depleted. Once hand-to-hand combat began, Mingxing County would inevitably fall into a disadvantage. All previous advantages would be lost, making the situation the most complex and severe. Follow me. Lin Ji grabbed Luo's hand and took a detour towards the south gate of Mingxing County. Entering from the north gate was impossible. The north gate was where the Hun army was most concentrated. The south gate might be slightly weaker. Lin Ji was well aware that once he appeared, he would become the target of everyone. Even the soldiers in the city might not have time to support him. The Huns, in order to kill him, would stop at nothing, and naturally, they would do everything to prevent him from returning to Mingxing County. Under Lin Ji's lead, Luo kept moving along the edge of the battlefield. Countless weapons and soldiers from both sides passed by her. The feeling of dancing on the edge of death was beyond words. It was thrilling but incredibly heart-stopping, as if she could say goodbye to the world at any moment. Even though Luo was born in the Turkic tribes, she had never had such a first-hand experience. At this moment, she was so scared that she didn't even dare to breathe heavily, just like a wooden doll, following Lin Ji mechanically. To conceal his identity, Lin Ji tore off a piece of white cloth to cover his face and then picked up a weapon from the ground, sneaking along the base of the city wall towards the south gate. Just as they were about to reach the gate, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 368. The young general returns. A soldier from Mingxing County was about to be stabbed by a Hun when Lin Ji, quick as a flash, hurled his spear. The soldier was instantly pierced through. Turning around, he stared in astonishment. Who in Mingxing County could possess such strength? But just a glance revealed his surprise. His eyes lit up with joy as he shouted, "The young general? The young general has returned." In an instant, all the soldiers of Mingxing County were electrified, turning to confirm Lin Ji's return. Their excitement was beyond words, and their morale reached an unprecedented high. The young general is back. Great. We can fight the Huns. No one can retreat. We must hold our ground. In a flash, the situation reversed. The southern gate was already weak in defense. This was unavoidable. Mingxing County was small, with only a few tens of thousands of people. Facing the Huns' 100,000-strong army, they had to concentrate their forces. The southern gate, being the farthest, had the fewest soldiers. They had to fight to the death. Even with Yu Yin, Zhou Yu, and Yang Feng each guarding a gate, one gate remained unguarded. It was impossible not to send anyone. That would be leaving the back door open. Such tactics didn't exist in warfare. Seeing this, Lin Ji cursed inwardly. He had wanted to sneak back to Mingxing County and rally the troops to boost morale. But now that his identity was exposed, there was no choice. Bring me a squad. Yes. Nearby northern defenders quickly gathered around Lin Ji. Protect her. Any mistake and all your heads will roll. Retreat to the city immediately. The rest, follow me to repel the Huns. We must not let them near the gate. Before the words finished, Lin Ji had already mounted his horse, spear in hand, darting through the enemy ranks. The Huns, who had been slaughtering with abandon, suddenly found someone effortlessly defeating them, their speed unmatched. This unexpected turn left everyone dumbfounded, incredulous. They never imagined such a change. Most importantly, where had this white-clad young general come from, so formidable? Upon closer inspection, the figure was all too familiar. Lin Ji. It's Lin Ji. He's back. How can this guy still be alive? How is he so lucky? The Huns gritted their teeth, but there was no time for thought. They had to fight on relentlessly. Meanwhile, the deputy commander on the city wall was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The three deputy commanders were Zhou Yu, Yu Yin, and Yang Feng's trusted aides. Due to the crisis and the need to guard the four gates, These three generals had sent their deputies to guard the southern gate, hoping to hold off the enemy. They hadn't even considered a decisive victory. As long as the other three gates prevailed, the southern gate's crisis would naturally resolve. So, seeing the Hun army approaching the gate, the three deputies were frantic. Yet, their limited abilities couldn't devise a reasonable strategy in such a volatile situation. At that moment, a soldier exclaimed, "Look at that brother! Why have we never seen such a formidable man in our camp before?" The three deputies peered down from the wall, amidst the constant firing of arquebus. The white-clad young general, spear in hand, cut through the enemy ranks like a hot knife through butter. He charged and retreated, slaughtering with abandon, truly embodying the prowess of Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Whose subordinate is this? How can he be so formidable? I don't know. Our Yu family army doesn't have such a figure. If we did, he'd have been discovered long ago. Could it be a brother from Taiping Pass? Don't joke. How long has it been since Taiping Pass fought such a tough battle? Even if there were such a formidable brother, he'd have been lost in the crowd. So, where did this man come from? Everyone was baffled. The deputy commander of the Yu family army, the more he looked at the figure, the more familiar it seemed. After several glances, he pounded the wall and shouted, "It's the young general." The young general? Impossible. It must be the young general. The deputy commander of the Yu family army spoke with absolute certainty. Having followed Lin Ji for so long, how could he be mistaken? Moreover, Lin Ji's skills were unmatched among the 10,000 soldiers of Mingxing County. Chapter 369. I dedicate my blood to Xin Yuan. Perhaps it was because everyone in Mingxing County had been living in constant fear for some time, but now Lin Ji's appearance held extraordinary significance for them. He was the most crucial piece in changing the situation. Even the entire northern border could be seen as a chessboard. Everyone was a pawn. Lin Ji was the true chess player. His chess skills had reached the level of a sage, even allowing him to turn the tide against overwhelming odds, preventing the opponent from achieving a crushing victory. The two other deputy generals, after hearing this, revealed contemplative expressions in their eyes. But how exactly should we coordinate now? Should we use firearms? Someone asked with concern. Firearms were indeed the most effective means of killing enemies, but the biggest problem was that they were indiscriminate. This meant that if a firearm hit its target, whether it was an enemy or one of their own, they could both be killed. Moreover, since the southern gate had relatively weak defenses, they had fewer firearms distributed. If they ran out and couldn't repel the enemy, then the southern gate would be left wide open for the enemy to attack at will. Anyone with real combat experience would know that once the southern gate's firearms were completely exhausted, the Huns would surely inform their leader, who would then gather forces to launch a fierce assault on the southern gate. To put it bluntly, the southern gate was a vulnerability, a weak point. Anyone with a brain would want to take the shortcut rather than attack the other three gates head-on. Haven't you figured out the situation yet? The deputy general of the Yu family army couldn't help but ask. Do you really think these firearms can harm the young general? One who can resist an army of thousands and move through enemy lines like a ghost is not something ordinary people can achieve. Just this alone shows how much more formidable Xiao General is than we imagined. Under such circumstances, all we can do is give our all, because only then can we ensure the young general can return alive. Don't you understand that? By the end, the deputy general was extremely emotional. He was well aware that the current situation had exceeded expectations. If they wanted to regain control, there was only one way: by using such a method to bring about a new control over the situation. Only then could they ensure their environment wouldn't become too harsh or too awkward. The other two, upon hearing this, revealed shocked expressions. They never expected this man to be so emotional. Then they nodded repeatedly. "We'll act immediately." Almost simultaneously, all the firearms were brought up to the city walls. Without hesitation, they were all fired down at the enemy below. The scene was spectacular. Explosions everywhere, the flames were incredibly dazzling. The Hun army, due to this defense, was thrown into an unprecedented predicament. Fortunately, the situation seemed still manageable, and thus they didn't fall into too much trouble. Under such circumstances, the situation in the south could also be further alleviated and better controlled. Lin Ji, hearing the explosions behind him, realized how he should respond to the current situation. He had no more time to think and couldn't guarantee a safe retreat. But since things had come to this, he could only fight with abandon, as it was the only way to solve the problem. Brothers, charge! We cannot let a single one escape. Lin Ji led the charge, standing in front of countless enemies and shouting. His actions indeed inspired everyone, and under such circumstances, all they could do was fight. Lin Ji was no god. He couldn't control everything. The only thing he could do now was to throw everything into the fight, because only then could they ensure their situation remained under control. Moreover, the Huns also erupted with unprecedented combat power. Lin Ji's appearance made them realize the situation had become extremely urgent. If they continued like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, at the front of the Hun army, the Hun leader was stationed in the military camp. This time, the situation was extraordinary. They had to capture Mingxing County in the shortest time possible, but now they were unable to break through. Huolua and Zemu were already very brave, but the result was still the same. This made him realize that he had probably misunderstood the two before. Nuera, beside him, also frowned tightly. The defenses of Mingxing County far exceeded expectations. The weapons they possessed had astonishing killing power, so much so that several attacks had no effect. There were several times when they almost scaled the walls, but were forcefully repelled by the defenders. Such resilience, honestly, was something the Huns had only seen in one army during their long war with the Great Xia dynasty of China. That was the Northern Border Army. In just half a year, Lin Ji had transformed a group of ragtag soldiers into such a formidable force, which was beyond imagination. At that moment, someone came running hurriedly, covered in dirt, extremely disheveled. "Your Majesty, we're in trouble." "What's the panic about?" The Hun leader frowned upon seeing this. His eyes flashed with displeasure. In the heat of battle, the last thing one wants is to shake the morale of the troops, and a messenger's actions like this would surely affect the morale around them. If he couldn't give a satisfactory answer, he would surely be beheaded to maintain military discipline. "Your Majesty, Lin Ji has returned." "What?" Upon hearing this, the Hun leader's face changed dramatically, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He never expected to hear such news. Lin Ji had been with the Deputy General of the Northern Border Army before, which meant the Northern Border Army was here too. Upon thinking this, the fear of being dominated resurfaced. Among all the generals of the Great Xia dynasty, the Hun leader had the most psychological shadow cast by Lin Jinxiu. Not only was he a master tactician, but his methods were extremely ruthless. He had suffered countless losses at his hands. The loss of troops alone amounted to 150,000. If not for this, the Hun army would have at least 300,000 troops now. Chapter 370. The enemy has withdrawn, turning danger into safety. Just hearing this news alone, the leader of the Huns had already begun to consider retreat. The Northern Army, returning after many years, could be a devastating blow to the Huns. The Hun leader couldn't afford to lose. If they were to be annihilated again this time, his position as leader might be at risk. Not to mention the prospect of confronting the Great Xia dynasty. It was likely that for the next 20 years, the Huns would have no competitive edge outside the northern border, let alone be a match for other nomadic tribes. Narachi, by his side, immediately saw the Hun leader's concern. He didn't elaborate. Instead, he directly asked, "How many men did Lin Ji bring back?" "He only brought a woman." "A woman?" The Hun leader was once again astonished. His eyes revealed an incredulous expression. What exactly was Lin Ji up to? Not bringing the Northern Army, but a woman. Could this woman be more valuable than the 100,000 Northern Army troops? For a moment, the Hun leader didn't even know how to think about the countermeasures. Narachi, by his side, thoughtfully said, "Leader, since Lin Ji returned to Ming County and went to the South Gate, it means he didn't bring the Northern Army back, otherwise he could have attacked head-on. Why would he take such a risk?" The Hun leader suddenly understood. In your opinion, should we continue the assault? Given the situation, if we withdraw now, it will surely affect morale, and we won't be able to attack again within a month. Narachi slowly explained. But he hesitated to continue. The Hun leader also understood the implied meaning. If they couldn't take Ming County this time, even without the Northern Army, they would be severely weakened. The arrow is on the string, it must be shot. For the Huns, it's a do-or-die situation. No one can predict the final outcome. Narachi was clever to leave the decision to the Hun leader. Only he could decide the direction of the entire army. After a long silence, the Hun leader made an extremely difficult decision. Notify everyone to withdraw immediately. Withdraw? The officers nearby were incredulous. They couldn't believe the Hun leader would choose to retreat at this moment. For all the Huns, they had no way back. If they retreated now, the consequences would be dire. They might never have the strength to attack the northern border again. Leader, are you serious? Have you thought about the consequences of doing this? Someone couldn't help but ask. The Hun leader was furious upon hearing this. Take him out and behead him. The officer didn't even understand what had happened before he brought about his own doom. The Hun leader, of course, didn't want to continue the attack. But seeing that Ming County was hard to take, continuing like this was not a solution. Most importantly, Linji had returned to the northern border. The Northern Army's movements were unknown. If half of these 100,000 troops were lost, the Huns would be in an even more dangerous position. Rather than certain death, the Hun leader chose to cut his losses. If so many had died, there was nothing to be done. It was better than letting the entire tribe face annihilation. If necessary, they could only recuperate and wait for another opportunity next year. From now on, no one is allowed to question my orders. Withdraw immediately. Yes. Those around him responded tremblingly. No one dared to argue. The consequences of doing so were already too clear to need explanation. Soon, all the Hun forces received the order. Although the officers were incredulous, they still chose to leave. On the battlefield, military orders are like mountains, and disobeying the Hun leader's orders meant being a traitor. Such a person, no matter how great their merit, would only end up being publicly beheaded. Seeing the vast Hun army retreat, the people of Ming County finally breathed a sigh of relief. They also began to clean up the battlefield. When the war truly subsided, Zhou Yu and the others learned that Linji had returned to Ming County. They rushed to the county office. Young General, you're finally back? Where have you been all this time? Yes, we were extremely worried, sending many to gather information, but found nothing. Thankfully, the young general returned in time. Otherwise, Ming County would have fallen into the enemy's hands. Everyone sighed in relief. Only those who had experienced it firsthand would understand how dangerous the situation had been. A slight misstep could have led to disaster. Not only were the Huns on the brink, the soldiers of Ming County were in the same situation. By the end of the war, what was being tested was not tactics, but willpower. Enduring with that indomitable will. Without that will, Ming County would have long ceased to exist. I had my reasons for not being able to return to Ming County, so you all did very well, because you at least held on to Ming County. Linji said sincerely. Young General, this time the Huns went mad, attacking Ming County, and now suddenly withdrawing is too strange. We don't know what they're planning. Zhou Yu said slowly. His gaze was grave. His eyes were filled with contemplation. No need to worry. This time the Huns have withdrawn, and in the short term, they probably won't attack Ming County again, so everyone can take this time to rest. Linji said indifferently. He could guess why the Hun leader suddenly withdrew. It was nothing more than fear of the Northern Army. From the beginning, these guys had gone to great lengths to avoid the Northern Army. Naturally, they would also choose to retreat for this reason. In essence, their fear of the Northern Army was beyond imagination. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts quietly relaxed. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Young General, where have you been for the past half-month? Why did we find nothing outside the northern border? Yes, you don't know how difficult it was for us during your absence. Zhou Yu couldn't help but chime in. Truthfully, This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. They had no idea how to deal with it. Thankfully, Linji returned, otherwise, the northern border might really have been lost. The consequences of that would have been terrible. It's a long story, but what's most important now is to reorganize the military affairs of Ming County and regroup our forces. Chapter 371. The Rare Calm. With the withdrawal of the Huns, Mingxing County experienced an unusual period of peace in a short time. The citizens of the city were overjoyed and celebrated late into the night. The soldiers, likewise, were inspired and wished to join in. Zhou Yu and his companions reported this to Lin Ji, who did not reject the idea but instructed the guards at all city gates to maintain their duties and expand their patrols beyond the city walls. Soldiers who were fortunate enough to join the celebrations were not allowed to drink, a rule that Lin Ji enforced without compromise. The enemy had not yet truly withdrawn from the northern border. The Huns could return at any moment. If Mingxing County let its guard down, it would be a fatal mistake for the entire northern border, potentially rendering them unable to resist the Huns' attack. This was absolutely unforgivable. The soldiers, however, had no objections. A slight relaxation was a rare luxury after weeks of intense vigilance. In the following days, Lin Ji handled military affairs in Mingxing County and arranged for the blacksmiths to expedite the production of various firearms. With the significant consumption of firearms, their stock was insufficient. To prepare for any potential scenarios, accelerating the production of firearms was crucial. It took nearly 4 to 5 days to sort out all the affairs. One night, after everyone else had gone to sleep, Lin Ji worked late into the night, finally exhaling deeply after finishing the last document. Since returning from the northern border, everyone hoped Lin Ji could rest, but he knew the situation did not permit it. He had been working tirelessly, sleeping only 2 to 3 hours a day. Even Zhou Yu and his companions were concerned, but the situation at the northern border was dire, and they could not dissuade him. If this hard work could lead to future victories, it would not be in vain. I really don't understand what those three are usually up to, Lin Ji muttered, stretching his shoulder blades. Whether it was Yu Yin, Yang Feng, or Zhou Yu, they were all military men. Managing soldiers and leading battles were their fortes, requiring no concern from Lin Ji. However, governing Mingxing County was a mess. Since the county magistrate was removed by Lin Ji, he had taken direct control, handling both military and civil affairs. According to the rules of the Great Xia dynasty, this was improper. If a local official was dismissed or met with an accident, the matter needed to be reported to the court, which would then appoint a new official. But due to the special situation at the northern border and Lin Ji's firm grip on power upon arrival, even the Yuzhou prefectural magistrate turned a blind eye. Sending a new official would be pointless. It was better to leave everything to Lin Ji. At that moment, the door opened and Wu Luo walked in. "You're still not asleep?" Lin Ji looked up in surprise. Since returning to Mingxing County, he had been too busy to even think about Wu Luo, so he had left her in Yu Luoyu's care. Both were adults, and as long as they stayed within the city, there would be no issues. "I heard you've been very busy, so I thought I'd come and see if you're still awake," Wu Luo said slowly, her eyes tinged with melancholy. "Is something wrong? Are you not adjusting well to life here?" Lin Ji asked casually. Wu Luo was from "No, Yu Guoning has been very kind and takes care of everything for me," Wu Luo said, forcing a smile. She felt very free here, despite the city's precarious situation. She couldn't leave the city, but for her, who was always confined at home, this freedom was a blessing. Yet, she couldn't be truly happy. She knew her identity and that staying here longer would not be good for her. The most painful part was the inability to share her feelings. Humans are emotional beings, and having unresolved issues can be distressing. Wu Luo didn't know whom to confide in. Even Yu Luoyu, who was kind, couldn't understand her situation. "That's good, but why do you look so unhappy?" Lin Ji asked curiously. Wu Luo was someone he brought back and considered a friend. In a strange place, she only knew him, and he should have taken better care of her. But his workload left him with no time. "It's nothing," Wu Luo said, swallowing her words. Some things were too difficult to express. She wanted to stay because Lin Ji was here, but reason told her she shouldn't. This conflict made her feel miserable. Chapter 372. Assassins on the loose? Someone wants to harm me. Lin Ji couldn't help but chuckle lightly at the sight of Wu Luo hesitating to speak. He had never been one to force words out of people, nor did he ever impose his will on others. If you're not happy living here, you can return once the war at the northern border calms down, he said. But until then, I'm afraid you'll have to endure for a while. You've seen the situation here, and I can't leave right now. Lin Ji was well aware that if he left Mingxing County now, the Huns would undoubtedly launch an all-out assault. One thing that particularly troubled him was why the Huns had previously launched such a frenzied attack on Mingxing County. It wasn't because it was a military stronghold. On the contrary, it was originally just a granary, combined with its geographical location and the grudge he had with the Huns. So they wanted to prove a point. They wanted to take the county down, leaving the entire northern border undefended. But if the Huns' leader came to his senses after the previous battle and realized they shouldn't act on impulse, opting instead to attack other cities, even directly threatening Yuzhou City, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if the soldiers of Mingxing County tried to intervene, it would be an extremely daunting task. These past few days, Lin Ji had been pondering ways to resolve this. As a general, one must do more than just fight bravely on the battlefield. Anyone can do that. Ordinary soldiers can do it too. A true general should be proactive and in control of the entire war situation. That's the duty of a general, including figures like Yu Yin, Zhou Yu, and Yang Feng, who, although capable, couldn't handle the complex situation at the northern border. Given this context, Lin Ji had to find a way to address the potential worries. Although these scenarios hadn't happened yet, they were hypothetical possibilities. Warfare is inherently like this. It's not just about direct confrontation. How else could examples of winning with fewer troops and weaker forces arise? But no matter how Lin Ji thought about it, the only solution was to disperse the forces of Mingxing County and send part of its firearms to Yuzhou City, to enhance Yozhou's defenses. However, Yozhou's walls were already more robust, so their defenses were relatively easier than Mingxing County's. But this couldn't be underestimated. In war, one wrong step could lead to 1,000 miles of loss, with the price being the lives of countless brothers under his command. These were real and happening before their eyes. I'm not forcing you, and I know you've been busy lately, Wu Luo said meaningfully. So I just want you to take care of your health and not wear yourself out. What are you talking about? Lin Ji couldn't help but tease. Didn't you see how strong I am when we were sleeping in the cave? I was the one covering you with the animal skin while I sat beside you. Wu Luo was taken aback. Then his face turned bright red. What are you talking about? We were completely innocent. Nothing happened. Right? I was just saying I gave you the animal skin and sat beside you, Lin Ji blinked. Then he smirked. Or what did you think? Wu Luo realized he had been played. He felt both ashamed and angry. You, a general, can't even keep your mouth shut. If your subordinates see you like this, they'll laugh at you. So what? Lin Ji shrugged nonchalantly. Life was already like dancing on the edge of a knife, with his head on the line. No one knew whether tomorrow or death would come first. Was he not even allowed to say what he wanted? Moreover, he teased mainly to help Wu Luo's mood return to normal, not to always be in a gloomy state. This was a stark contrast to their first meeting. But just then, Lin Ji's sharp ears caught a sound outside the door. It wasn't someone passing by, but someone moving quickly on the eaves. Almost simultaneously, Lin Ji drew the precious sword hanging on the wall beside him, then leaped. In the courtyard, there was no one in sight. Wu Luo hurriedly followed, his eyes filled with surprise. What's wrong? Go back to your room. Something's not right, Lin Ji said expressionlessly. What's not right? It's so quiet, not a single shadow in sight. Wu Luo also looked around. The northern night was pitch black. Apart from the stars overhead, there was no other light. Many places in the courtyard were completely dark. But Lin Ji knew he couldn't be mistaken. His hearing was now extraordinary. The subtle noise just now couldn't have been small animals running across the eaves. That meant it was a person. If it was one of his own, why sneak around on the roof in the middle of the night? Evil comes in where good is absent. Those who act suspiciously have ulterior motives. While on guard, suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the night sky. Then a flash of light. Lin Ji instinctively tilted his neck, then realized Wuluwa was beside him. He pulled him into his embrace. Almost at the same time, a dull sound came from the wooden pillar beside them. A steel needle pierced into it. Wuluwa now saw it clearly and was greatly alarmed. Could it be the Huns attacking suddenly? Go back to your room. Without my order, don't come out. Shout immediately if anything happens. Without waiting for Wuluwa's agreement, he pushed him inside forcefully. Just as he closed the door, several more steel needles rained down from above. Lin Ji couldn't see the surroundings clearly, but his hearing was already exceptional. So he accurately judged the direction and speed of these needles. In an instant, he had already moved to a safe zone with a few turns. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Whoever you are, since you've come here, why not show yourself? Hiding in the dark, are you feeling guilty? Ha ha ha. No wonder the young General Lin is so extraordinary. No wonder they want us to deal with you." Lin Ji pinpointed the speaker's location by sound. But just as he was about to act, he heard another voice coming from the south. "Brother, why waste words with this guy? His head is worth 5,000 taels. If we kill him, won't it be a great reward?" "Exactly. We've come so far. We should raise the price." Chapter 373. A high bounty on Lin Ji's head. As the voice spoke, Lin Ji realized that the visitors were not alone. For people, from their conversation, it seemed these were bounty hunters from the martial world, sent to assassinate him for a reward. Even at the northern border, such incidents were unexpected. "It seems you gentlemen have traveled all the way from the Central Plains. Why not come down and meet face to face? Don't you want to see what the person you're here to kill looks like?" Lin Ji calmly inquired. "You're quite amusing, Lin Ji. To us, you're not a person but a prey that can be killed at any moment. We don't care if you live or die. We're here for the money. Your life is just a means to an end." The man who spoke first answered slowly, his voice tinged with arrogance. To him, there was no one he couldn't kill, no mission he couldn't complete. Lin Ji seemed like a trapped animal, ready to be toyed with. "Interesting. Do you really think these hidden weapons can kill me? I've survived in the northern border for a long time. If I didn't have some skills, I would have died at the hands of the Huns long ago, let alone you." Lin Ji said meaningfully. He still didn't know the identities of these men or who sent them, but he didn't care about their identities. He needed to know who wanted him dead. That was the key. "It seems you're quite confident in your abilities, Lin Ji. Let's see who comes out on top." In a flash, the four men jumped down from the roof, clad in black, their eyes the only visible part of their faces. Their weapons were varied, some never seen in the martial world. Lin Ji recognized one of them, a weapon resembling a pair of scissors or a guillotine, frightening to behold. "So you're the Chang River Four Ghosts? It's an honor that even the renowned Lin Ji of the northern border knows our names," the leader of the assassins boasted. In both the underworld and the open, these men sought fame. Why else would they take on such missions? For money, yes, but also for fame. The more famous they became, the higher their price. Eventually, they wouldn't need to seek out missions. People would come to them. This mission, for instance, was costly and troublesome. Yet the 5,000 taels of silver and the initiative of the client drew them here. "Though I'm not well versed in the martial world, I've heard of assassins of your caliber," Lin Ji said with a calm smile, tightening his grip on his sword. He first heard of the Chang River Four Ghosts from Xiaolian. Bored one day, he asked her about the martial world while they were in the capital, in a precarious situation. He wanted to know the basics in case he ever had to flee to the martial world. Otherwise, he'd be blind to the strengths of his enemies. According to Xiaolian, the Four Ghosts were notorious for their banditry on the Chang River. They later gained martial arts and became even more ruthless, eventually turning to bounty hunting. Their fame was tainted by their evil deeds, so few wanted to befriend them. To have these men sent to kill him, Lin Ji guessed it was someone who wanted him dead. Someone who could afford such a high price was no ordinary person. In the northern border, no one had reason to oppose him. The people praised him, and even the governor of Yuzhou trusted him. Generals like Yang Feng and Zhou Yu followed his orders. So, it could only be someone from the Central Plains. He'd only been to one place in the Central Plains, the capital. Many there had grudges against him, from royals to officials and soldiers. But who could afford 5,000 taels and speak so boldly? It could be the Minister of War, Zhu Biao. Though we have no past grievances, I know you're acting on someone's orders. Who wants my life? Lin Ji needed a definite answer. You're a dying man, Lin Ji. Why dwell on this? Who wants you dead doesn't matter. What matters is how you'll die. The leader waved his crane-like claw, long and razor-sharp. Such cruel weapons showed their ruthlessness. How will I die? Are you so confident? Lin Ji smirked. Chapter 374. Kill me? You're hurting your own people. Asterisk asterisk. That's a given, the leader of the group said, pulling off his mask. Chapter 374. Kill me? You're hurting your own people. Of course. The leader of the group removed his mask. Since his identity was already known, there was no need to hide anymore. Many people in the Jianghu, the world of martial artists, were like this. They hid their identities to facilitate their actions, but once exposed, they didn't care. After all, if everyone already knew, hiding would be meaningless. Lin Xiao General, although I've heard you're quite skilled in martial arts and are a formidable soldier, leading troops in battle is completely different from fighting us in the Jianghu. Exactly. People like us would be worth 100 soldiers in the army. There's no need to fear anything. Someone echoed. The man on the far left looked disdainful. Brother, why are you wasting words with him? This is a golden opportunity, and there are no others around. It's the perfect time to strike. Kill him, and if we run fast enough, we might be back at Taiping Pass before dawn. The thought of the 5,000 taels of silver reward made someone excited. They hadn't done such a big deal in a long time, and it was just for killing one person. Wu Luo was on pins and needles, only vaguely hearing the previous conversation outside and not knowing what was happening. His heart was full of worry, but he had no martial arts and couldn't help at all. All he could do was sit there anxiously, like an ant on a hot pan. In an instant, the sound of weapons clashing rang out outside. Wu Luo's heart leaped to his throat. He wanted to look but didn't dare to. The crisp and pleasant sound seemed to have a strong penetrating power, now heard even more clearly. Wu Luo was extremely anxious, but he didn't know what to do. Although he had personally seen Lin Ji's strength, this time the opponents were clearly prepared, and their methods seemed more formidable than the previous Xiongnu. After much thought, Wu Luo decided he couldn't just sit there. He had to think of some way to help, even if it was just a little bit. So he went to the door and listened to the situation outside. After confirming no one was coming to the room, he went to the window, sneaked out, and disappeared into the darkness. Meanwhile, Lin Ji was in the courtyard, fighting intensely with the 4 ghosts of the Long River. But at this moment, he was gradually gaining the upper hand. The Dragon Elephant skill, as the Lin family's martial art, was unique in the entire martial world. This skill didn't show much in a one-on-one situation. Many thought it was just ordinary. What was so different about it? After all, these skills only improved one's strength. Besides that, they had no practical use. But the Dragon Elephant skill of the Lin family was different. The ancestor of the Lin family was a soldier on the battlefield. To ensure survival, he created this unique skill. The more enemies, the stronger the skill's power. The stronger the enemies, the better one's own strength could be exerted. In short, it was strong against strong and many. In the entire Central Plains martial world, such a martial art was extremely rare. Lin Ji, at first, was unfamiliar with the 4 ghosts' strength. Plus, he couldn't fully unleash the true power of the Dragon Elephant skill. That's why it seemed like both sides were evenly matched. The 4 ghosts were increasingly shocked as they fought. They never expected Lin Ji to have such potential. When they first fought, they could feel this young general's extraordinary strength, even among the best in the Jianghu. But 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. And they had 4 people. It should be easy to deal with one. They could easily handle it with a pincer attack. But who could have thought? Linji became more and more courageous. After such a long fight, not only did his strength not decline, but his power also became heavier and heavier, so much so that they were all suppressed by the invisible aura. "Brother, what should we do now? The situation seems off." Someone couldn't help but say. Others nodded in agreement. They never expected things to develop this way, finding it incredible. "I say we should finish it quickly and not drag it out." In the blink of an eye, several hidden weapons flew towards Linji's back. Just as they were about to hit him, the person who fired the hidden weapons couldn't help but secretly rejoice. "Even if you're good, what can you do? You'll still be my defeated opponent. It's easy to dodge a clear shot, but hard to avoid a hidden arrow. I don't believe you have eyes on your back." But in the next moment, an unbelievable scene appeared. Linji actually dodged effortlessly as if he had eyes on his back. Not only that, but the steel needles flew towards the black-clad man's companions. Then a scream rang out. "Second brother." The hidden weapon user widened his eyes, full of shock and disbelief. He never expected to hurt his own people. "You bastard! What are you doing?" Seeing this, Linji couldn't help but smile slightly. "Thank you. I didn't expect you to help me. Truly commendable." "Lin Xiao General, although I've heard you're quite skilled in martial arts and a fine soldier, leading troops in battle is entirely different from facing off against us in the martial world." "Exactly. People like us could easily take on 100 in the military. There's no need to be afraid at all." Someone chimed in from the side. The man on the far left was disdainful. "Big brother, why are you wasting words with him? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No one else is around. It's the perfect time to strike. Kill him, and if we run fast enough, we might even make it back to Taiping Pass before dawn." The thought of the 5,000 taels of silver reward made someone excited. They hadn't done such a big deal in a long time, and it was just for killing one person. Truly extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, the Changhe 4 ghosts charged forward like lightning, each one fierce and extraordinary. Linji didn't hesitate either, immediately engaging them in battle. The scene was extremely intense. Although Linji could kill gods and Buddhas on the battlefield, there was a significant difference. Even if those soldiers were trained to be formidable, their techniques were nothing more than the usual military combat and assassination methods. In essence, they were meant for killing on the battlefield. It was a matter of either killing the enemy or being killed. Many on the battlefield had no concept of defense. Either they wiped out the enemy, or they suffered grievous injuries and couldn't return. In contrast, people in the Jianghu martial artist community rarely engaged in friendly sparring. Their fights were usually to the death. This was their significant advantage. Meanwhile, in the room, Wuluwa was on pins and needles. He could only vaguely hear the previous conversations outside and had no idea what was happening. His heart was filled with worry, but since he had no martial arts skills, he couldn't help at all. All he could do was sit there anxiously, like an ant on a hot pan. Suddenly, the sound of clashing weapons rang out. Wuluwa's heart leaped into his throat. He wanted to look but didn't dare. The clear, melodious sound seemed to have tremendous penetrating power, now even more distinct. Wuluwa was frantic, but didn't know what to do. Although he had witnessed Linji's strength, this time the opponents were clearly prepared, and their methods were likely more formidable than the Xiong knew from before. After much thought, Wuluwa decided he couldn't just sit there. He had to find a way to help, even if it was just a small bit. He went to the door to eavesdrop on the situation outside. After confirming no one was near the room, he ran to the window and stealthily climbed out, disappearing into the darkness. Meanwhile, Linji was in the courtyard, locked in a fierce battle with the Changhe 4 ghosts. But now, he was gradually gaining the upper hand. The Shenlong Bai Xianggong, the family martial art of the Lin family, was unique in the martial world. This technique didn't seem particularly remarkable in one-on-one combat, and many thought it was just ordinary, just enhancing one's strength without any practical use. However, the Shenlong Bai Xianggong of the Lin family was different. The founder of the Lin family was a soldier on the battlefield, who created this unique technique to ensure his survival. The more enemies there were, the more powerful the technique became. The stronger the enemies, the better one's own strength could be unleashed. In essence, it was about becoming stronger when faced with stronger opponents or larger numbers. Such martial arts techniques were extremely rare in the Central Plains. Linji initially appeared evenly matched with the Changha Four Ghosts because he was unfamiliar with their strength and couldn't fully utilize the true power of the Shenlong by Xianggong. Now, the Changha Four Ghosts were becoming increasingly alarmed. They never expected Linji to have such potential. When they first clashed, they could tell this young general was extraordinary, even among the top martial artists in the Jianghu. But they thought that with 4 against 1, they could easily overwhelm him. They planned to wear him down with a series of attacks. However, they didn't expect Linji to grow stronger as the battle continued. Not only did his strength not wane, but his power and force also increased, pressing them down with an invisible aura. "Big brother, what should we do now? The situation seems to be turning against us," one of them exclaimed. The others nodded in agreement, equally bewildered and incredulous. "We should finish this quickly. We can't drag it out any longer," someone suggested. In the blink of an eye, several concealed weapons were hurled towards Linji's back. The person who launched them couldn't help but feel a surge of triumph, thinking that no matter how skilled Linji was, he couldn't dodge a surprise attack. He didn't believe Linji had eyes in the back of his head, but in the next moment, an incredible scene unfolded. Linji deftly dodged the projectiles as if he truly had eyes in the back of his head. Not only that, but the steel needles turned back and struck one of the black-clad assailants, eliciting a scream of pain. "Second brother!" the thrower of the weapons exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. He never imagined he would accidentally harm his own comrade. "You bastard! What are you doing?" Linji, seeing this, couldn't help but smirk. "Thank you. I didn't expect you to help me out like this. Truly commendable." "Big brother, what do we do now? The situation seems off," someone exclaimed. Others nodded in agreement, equally bewildered and incredulous. "I say we should finish this quickly. We can't drag it out any longer." In the blink of an eye, several hidden weapons flew towards Linji's back. Just as they were about to hit, the person who launched them couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. No matter how skilled you are, you can't dodge a hidden arrow. He didn't believe Linji had eyes in the back of his head, but in the next moment, an incredible scene unfolded. Linji dodged effortlessly as if he really did have eyes in the back of his head, and the needles flew back towards the companions of the hidden weapon wielder. A scream followed. "Second brother!" The hidden weapon wielder's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He never imagined he would hurt his own people. "You bastard! What are you doing?" Seeing this, Linji couldn't help but smirk. "Thank you. It's rare to find someone willing to help me out like that." Chapter 375. Who was the mastermind behind the scenes? Linji's calmness and composure infuriated the remaining 3 men. Each of them was seething with anger, grinding their teeth in fury. "You scoundrel! I will use your blood to avenge our fallen brother." The leader was even more enraged, his ferocity overwhelming. His iron claws danced in the air, leaving only a blur of shadows. However, Linji was unafraid of these bizarre weapons. The Dragon Elephant Divine Art was not merely a simple internal martial arts technique. When practiced to a certain level, it not only enhanced various physical abilities, including hearing, smell, senses, speed, and strength. It also enhanced the user's understanding of the world. Martial arts, in essence, never stray from their core. No matter how bizarre or unexpected an opponent's moves are, they ultimately fall into 2 categories: offense or defense. Some feign defense but attack. Others feign attack but defend. Back and forth. Even if they change 1,000 times, grasping their essence allows one to handle them with ease. Linji originally practiced the Dragon Elephant Divine Art mainly to deal with the troublesome individuals in the imperial city. In other words, it was for self-preservation, to avoid being helpless in situations like this. But after spending so much time at the northern border, leading troops into battle and clashing with the Huns multiple times, over time, Lin Ji's understanding of the dragon-elephant divine art gradually reached a new level. It wasn't just personal cultivation. It also improved his understanding of military strategy, tactics, and various other aspects. One thing understood, 100 things become clear. Grasping one point allows one to understand related matters and make inferences. The dragon-elephant divine art became a family martial art of the Lin family because, in essence, the effectiveness of this technique depends entirely on the practitioner's own abilities. If one has enough talent and a thorough understanding, the applications are even more extensive. Even if one's talent is average, diligent practice, though not making one a formidable hero, can still ensure self-preservation. In any case, it is beneficial without harm. At this moment, only 3 of the 4 ghosts of the Long River remained, and both their formation and morale had been affected. All that was left to do was to exploit this flaw and continue the attack, to eliminate all 3 of them. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ji darted out from the gap between the 2 attackers. With a swift backhand strike, he pierced the man who had previously used the hidden weapon. A cry of pain echoed. The man fell to the ground. As the saying goes, a defeated army collapses like a landslide. For men couldn't handle Lin Ji, and now with only 2 left, they were already at their limit. In an instant, Lin Ji knocked them all to the ground. The leader was pinned beneath his foot, unable to move. You 4 thought you could kill me? Although I don't consider myself invincible, my life isn't that cheap, is it? Lin Ji said disdainfully. The leader ground his teeth in anger. But even with boundless fury in his heart, there was nowhere to vent it. Victory goes to the strong. Do what you will with me. You're quite stubborn, aren't you? Lin Ji grinned. His sword rested on the man's neck. The icy cold sensation swept through his entire body. A sudden sense of fear crept into his heart. In the Jianghu, no one can avoid getting hurt. It's just bad luck this time. Running into Lin Ji and being careless, they ended up in his hands. There's no enmity between us. You want to kill me for the hefty reward. How about this? Tell me who sent you, and I'll spare your lives. Lin Ji said, glancing at the man who had been hit by the hidden weapon. As for your brother, you must have the antidote for the poison you used. The leader laughed calmly upon hearing this. They were already fugitives, living day by day with their heads on the line. But even such people understand that some things cannot be done. Jianghu rules, never betray the client, or else even if you let us go today, we won't be able to survive in the Jianghu. Or are you 4 afraid of retribution from the client? Lin Ji teased meaningfully. Impossible. We 4 brothers have roamed the world for years. What demons and gods haven't we seen? The leader scoffed. Anyway, you won't get any useful information from us. Today we're just unlucky to fall into your hands. Lin Ji pondered. Their reaction was indeed unexpected. He didn't expect these guys to be so stubborn. However, he didn't want to end things with them just yet. If he didn't find out who was behind this, even if he killed them today, it wouldn't solve the problem. There would definitely be a second wave, a third wave of assassins. Endlessly. Lin Ji himself didn't mind. No matter how many came, he could handle them. Of everyone around him. Under such circumstances, the things he had to do were much more complicated and required more thorough consideration. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. You really won't say anything? Lin Ji asked meaningfully. The 3 men on the ground exchanged glances. Their silence was their answer. In other words, you can't pry our mouths open. Even thieves have their own code. Although these guys were ruthless killers, they also had to follow certain rules. If someone in the Jianghu didn't follow any rules, they would only be isolated by others and eventually find themselves with no way out. These were harsh realities. Chapter 376. I'll double it. Help me out. Even the Long River 4 ghosts would hesitate to cross this line. All right then. Lin Ji suddenly released his foot. He also put his weapon aside. This action left the 3 present men looking at each other. For a moment, none of them could figure out what this guy was up to. What do you mean? Killing you wouldn't benefit me in any way. I want to know who wants to kill me, but you're not willing to tell me. So, I have to think of other ways. Lin Ji said casually, as if nothing had happened, and sat down beside them. The three men felt even more puzzled, but were also secretly on guard. Could it be that he was trying to make them drop their guard? But thinking about it carefully, there was no need for that. Linji had already controlled all three of them. Killing them would be a piece of cake. There was no need to pretend to be magnanimous at this moment. Even if you let us go, we won't be grateful. The leader of the men said in a low voice, his eyes moving around Lin Hao. We will continue to come after you. Is it because I'm worth 3,000 taels of silver? Linji raised an eyebrow. The men didn't even want to answer when they heard this. Otherwise, did they really think the three of them had traveled a long way just to tour around? This remote place had nothing. Even if they really wanted to travel, they would go to Jiangnan, where there were fine wines, delicious food, and beautiful women. So, if someone offers a higher price, you can take on other tasks, right? Linji continued, a playful smile curling his lips. Upon hearing this, the leader couldn't help but frown slightly. What exactly are you trying to say? My meaning is simple. Since someone is willing to spend 3,000 taels to buy my head, then I can offer a higher price to buy his head. How much higher? Double. Linji extended 2 fingers. 6,000 taels. I want you to bring that guy's head to me. The 3 men present were momentarily at a loss for words. 6,000 taels? That was enough for the 4 of them to live a carefree life for 2 or 3 years. It was far more tempting than 3,000 taels. The Long River 4 ghosts, like them, were people who took money for tasks and had no so-called loyalty. Today someone offered them a price to kill someone, and tomorrow someone else offered a higher price. They could just as easily go after another person. For them, killing was never a hobby. It was just a way to make money. And this way of making money was much more direct and quicker than many others. Now, can you tell me who sent you? Linji asked meaningfully. The leader remained silent for a moment before stepping forward. They say the young general of the northern garrison is extraordinary, different from ordinary people. Today, seeing it for myself, it's true. He is both scholarly and martial, with exceptional wisdom, and has thought of such a way to gather information. But is a name really worth 6,000 taels? Linji shrugged. That's probably not for you to ask, is it? For you, isn't it just about making money? Whether it's worth it or not shouldn't be your concern. Moreover, the more I give, the more you earn. That being said, the Long River 4 ghosts had been in the martial world for many years. They knew that the sky wouldn't just drop a pie. Some things might seem like they were getting a great deal, but what was hidden behind them was anyone's guess. Can you really come up with 6,000 taels? The leader asked doubtfully. They didn't want to be tricked. It would be a real loss if they sold themselves out and then couldn't get the money. Of course, Linji said as he got up and walked into the room. Then he noticed that Wulua had disappeared. He couldn't help but frown. Besides the 4 of you, who else came to assassinate me this time? Linji turned around and asked. No one else. We were the first wave of assassins. Of course, if we fail, there should be a second wave. So, you didn't kidnap the woman in this house? Linji continued to ask. Of course not. What does this woman have to do with us? And she's not the target we need to assassinate. Killing one more person won't increase our income, so why bother with such a thankless task? This answer made him feel slightly relieved. Finally, he directly took out 6,000 taels of silver notes. Here are 6,000 taels. As a show of sincerity, I can give you 3,000 taels first. As for the other half, you'll have to bring the head to exchange. This was the rule in the Jianghu. There was never a case of getting paid first and then doing the job. As for getting paid after doing the job, that was also based on mutual trust. The Long River 4 ghosts couldn't help but gasp when they saw this. This young General Lin was really generous. Are you serious? Do I have to waste time playing around with you here? Linji smiled. Of course, you can also choose not to do this deal. I'm sure there will be other assassins coming later, and then it will be their turn to make this money. The 3 assassins looked at each other. To be honest, this price was far beyond the market. It was probably because Linji was desperate to find out about the mastermind behind the scenes that he offered such a price. Opportunity knocks but once. The leader directly took the 3,000 taels of silver notes. Deal. Wait, now you should tell me who gave the order, right? This is something we really can't explain in a few words. The leader showed a troubled expression. Linji didn't agree to this. I've been talking to you for so long. We've settled on the price, and then you tell me you're going to pass off a defective product as good? Who could accept that? Brother, is this how you do things in the Jianghu? But young general, you don't have to worry. Today you let me go, and I'll remember this favor. If I have the chance, I'll repay you. But about the person who hired us to kill, I really don't know. Because the initial announcement was a bounty order in the martial arts world. The leader of the assassins said meaningfully, Jianghu bounty order? Yes, someone put out a 3,000 taels high price, claiming that whoever can kill you will get this 3,000 taels. If they can bring back the head, they can get 5,000 taels. Can you find out who issued the martial arts bounty? Linji narrowed his eyes and continued to ask. His eyes flickered with a cold light. He didn't expect the other party's method this time to be so vicious. This bounty amount was neither high nor low. Hashtag chapter 377. I let them go on purpose. The 3,000 taels of silver was quite an attraction for most martial artists, as not everyone hailed from famous clans. They needed to make money to sustain their livelihoods. Thus, the martial arts bounty was one of the quickest ways for martial artists to earn money. If we want to investigate the mastermind behind this, we do have a way, but it will take more time, the leader of the men mused. What do you mean? Do you think I'm off? Neither buyers nor sellers should belittle their status. That would only make the other party think they are easy to bully. From the beginning, both sides should stand on an equal and mutually selective position. Only then can a real deal be made. Although his current partners were different from previous clients, fundamentally, there was no significant difference. The three hesitated for a moment. Finally, they nodded. All right, but young general, we hope you can give us a month. Within a month, we will definitely help you investigate who is behind this. As for the head you want, we will deliver it within 2 months. If we fail, the 3,000 taels of silver will be returned in full. The leader said solemnly. It's a deal. Linji nodded. The three then helped their injured brother, leapt onto the roof, and disappeared into the darkness. Almost at the same time, a knock sounded. Dong dong dong. Moments later, countless soldiers holding torches arrived in the courtyard. The leader was Zhou Yu. Protect the young general. Zhou Yu understood the situation at a glance. No need, they've already left. Linji waved his hand. Zhou Yu was surprised. Left? Who has such skill to escape from your hands? After Wu Luo left the room, he immediately went to the barracks to inform Zhou Yu. The latter quickly led his personal guards to rush over. To their surprise, they found nothing. What are you joking about? Linji snorted. What are you thinking? Unless he has 8 legs, he can't outrun my weapons. Then this? Zhou Yu looked around. Not even a single corpse was found. This was quite unusual. I let them go on purpose. Linji said slowly. On purpose? Why? Young general, you don't have a soft spot for them now, do you? These people are all after you. If they don't succeed this time, they will surely come again. Isn't that just inviting trouble for yourself? I'm not that stupid. I let them go because I need them to find out who sent them. Linji's gaze was deep. Originally, he wasn't like this. But after going through so many things, Linji realized his identity and position forced him to do things he had never done before. An old saying goes, if you don't act tough, you won't stand firm. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Now, as the general commanding the entire northern border, although it seemed he had no real power, he was deeply loved and respected by the people and all the soldiers in the northern border. Naturally, there were those who envied him, although he didn't yet understand the reason. It was precisely for this reason that he had to investigate it. Otherwise, even if he killed those assassins, it would be meaningless. Zhou Yu, upon understanding this, was enlightened. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Indeed, young general, you have the vision. If it were me, I would have killed them long ago. What's the use of killing one person? If it were that simple, why would we need to protect the northern border so arduously? Linji took a deep breath. Killing one person could never save the world. For example, when the Huns attacked the Central Plains, did killing the Hun leader help? It might have stopped their attack for a short time, but in the long run, it was meaningless. One Hun leader falls, another will rise. The Dragon Slayer eventually becomes the dragon. There's truth in these words. Lin Ji understood this, which was why his actions weren't superficial. Only by addressing the root of the problem could he achieve lasting results. Otherwise, nothing would ever come to a true conclusion. In that case, I'll deploy more men to protect the county magistrate's office to prevent similar incidents. Zhou Yu nodded. He also waved to his personal guards behind him. Unexpectedly, Lin Ji wasn't concerned. Do I need protection? If someone really can kill me, what can your brothers do? This wasn't looking down on Zhou Yu's soldiers. Their strength was just there. Lin Ji could come and go in the midst of 10,000 Huns. Who among these soldiers could do the same? Zhou Yu scratched his head. It seemed to be the case, but ignoring it wasn't an option. But there's something you really need to help with. Lin Ji beckoned. Select 50 elite soldiers from the army and send them to Yuzhou City immediately to ensure the safety of Princess Anning. Zhou Yu understood. He immediately arranged for it. By the time everything was settled, it was late at night. A team of men quietly left the city under the cover of night, heading towards Yuzhou. This was the only way Lin Ji could protect Li Qingyue at the moment. He couldn't leave Ming County. Although Sui Bo and Shaolian were skilled, their numbers were limited. Having more people would be better for mutual support. Chapter 378. The young general's kindness is beyond repayment. The next day, Lin Ji woke up early as usual. After finishing his morning exercises in the backyard, he was about to go for breakfast when a servant from the county office came to report. Young general, there is an old man at the gate seeking an audience. An old man? Yes, it is the old man whom the young general saved from the hands of the Huns. Uncle Samba? Lin Ji nodded, and soon after, Uncle Samba walked in. As soon as he saw Lin Ji, he knelt down, startling Lin Ji. Oh, uncle, what are you doing? Brother Lin, no, now I should call you young general. Your great kindness is beyond what I can repay. I can only express my gratitude with this grand gesture. Uncle Samba said emotionally. Lin Ji couldn't help but chuckle at this. He then helped him up. What are you talking about? We had a deal, and since it wasn't completed, I certainly couldn't let you die on the battlefield. Although you are a Hun, you are not a warrior. So you don't need to take it too much to heart. Uncle Samba was even more moved to tears upon hearing this. Ever since Lin Ji saved him, he had been constantly worried about the young general's safety. Especially after learning that Lin Ji had been captured by the Huns and taken back to their camp. Later, Lin Ji escaped from the camp and disappeared in the northern frontier. Uncle Samba had several times wanted to go and look for him. After all, he couldn't just watch his savior die under the blades. However, due to his limited abilities, he could only stay in Mingqing County. By the way, have you been comfortable living in the city these days? Did Zhou Yu and the others treat you well? Lin Ji inquired carefully. He had been back in Mingqing County for some time, but due to being too busy, he couldn't take care of him. The generals have all been very kind to me, and they even arranged a temporary residence and found me a job, so at least I won't go hungry. Uncle Samba never dreamed that in his lifetime, he would finally live a stable life thanks to the people of the northern border. To be honest, he was truly grateful. Of course, he understood more than anyone that the main reason was Lin Ji. Young general, this time I came just to say that I may not be able to continue supplying wool to the people under your command. As for the money I owe, I will definitely find a way to repay it. Lin Ji didn't expect that the reason for his visit was such a trivial matter. In fact, he had lent the man only 1,000 taels of silver. But the wool Uncle Samba provided had brought about a significant change to the entire northern border. Without the sweaters made from this wool, the soldiers of the northern border would not have been able to stand in the snow and face the enemy in such freezing weather. That 1,000 taels had been used very practically. No need, actually. I made a good profit as well. Wool is of great importance to all the people in the north. It was actually not appropriate to buy it at such a low price as I did at the time. But as a businessman, of course, I want to maximize profits, and at that time, your Hun tribe did not have the habit of using wool, so I proposed the purchase. Uncle Samba couldn't help but show admiration in his eyes upon hearing this. Young general, so it's still you who have the vision. Our Hun tribe has been dealing with sheep for generations, but we never thought wool could be made into clothes and worn. They hadn't tried it because they simply didn't know how to do it. Yet Linji could handle it with ease and even maximize the use of wool. To make money was only natural. He had the brains. He deserved to make money. No, business is still about integrity. If there is a chance in the future, the price can be appropriately raised, which can also help the livelihood of your people. Linji said with a smile. After all, he had been a sales manager. He understood very well that only by achieving a win-win situation could there be better development. Short-term benefits might indeed be very attractive, but sustainable development was the only right path. Otherwise, what was the difference from killing a chicken for its eggs? Uncle Samba couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. Alas, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to return to the Hun tribe in this lifetime. After all, in the eyes of my clansmen, I am a traitor. How can I return? As he spoke, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Perhaps only those who had truly experienced it would understand. Being pushed out by his own people in such a manner, even at the risk of losing one's life. The Hun tribe was a huge threat to the northern border of the Central Plains precisely because they were extremely united. It was also a huge backing for all the people and soldiers. But now, Uncle Samba had lost his chance. If it weren't for Lin Ji's hospitality, he would not only be homeless but also long dead in the freezing cold. Although of different identities, he was truly grateful to Lin Ji. Who knows? War cannot last forever, and one day the Huns and the Central Plains will reconcile. Lin Ji said indifferently. As for what form it would take, that remained to be discussed. After all, weapons were the only standard of truth. Only with sufficient strength did one have the right to speak. Justice was within range. Uncle Samba, for the next while, just stay in Minqing County. As for your return to the Hun tribe, I will definitely find a way. When the time is right, I believe you will be able to meet your family again. Uncle Samba nodded. He was even more grateful. He had already decided to wholeheartedly help Lin Ji. It was truly more secure to work for Lin Ji than for the Hun leader. The former relied purely on personal charm and spirit, while the latter had a bit of force and authority. For ordinary people like Uncle Samba, they naturally hoped to follow a wise leader. Only then would they have the chance to live a good life. The two chatted for a while more. Seeing that the time was not early, and fearing to delay Lin Ji's work, Uncle Samba took his leave. As he was about to leave the courtyard, he was called back. Turning around, he saw it was Wu Luo. Miss, is there something you need? Uncle Samba, it seems you are a Hun, aren't you? Wu Luo asked tentatively. Yes. Uncle Samba nodded. It shouldn't be that hard to tell. There was a big difference between him and the people of the Central Plains. But the girl in front of him didn't seem to be from the Central Plains either. Could it be she was like him? Which tribe are you from, miss? Why have I never seen you before? I am from the Turkic tribe, Wu Luo answered softly. Then she invited Uncle Samba to sit down beside her. Chapter 379. Irrelevant to race, only to Lin Ji's mind. A Turkic tribe? Uncle Samba blinked his eyes. Lin Ji was indeed extraordinary, surrounded by hidden talents. All kinds of people could be found. Although he himself was just an ordinary Hun peasant, looking at Oluo's attire and manner of speech, one could tell he was no ordinary person. Uncle Sangba, I have something I want to ask you. Go ahead, young lady. Sangba was very enthusiastic. Although they belonged to different tribes, the local customs were relatively simple and honest. Sangba himself was just an honest shepherd. You are a Hun, and now the Huns are at war with the northern border. Logically speaking, you should be enemies with Lin Ji, so why are you so willing to stay here? Oluo said, perplexed. Although she had heard a bit about it, Sangba was not restricted in his personal freedom. He could leave or stay as he pleased. Yet, he chose to remain in Mingqiang County. There must be a reason for this. Luo had been very hesitant since she learned about Lin Ji's identity and arrived in Mingqiang County. She didn't know how to make a choice. If she returned home, her elders and father would surely demand her to get married. Luo didn't want to marry now, nor did she want to marry the man her family had arranged for her. But staying here always made her feel uncomfortable. It wasn't that Lin Ji or the people here treated her poorly. It was entirely due to the difference in their identities. Young lady, it seems you have some concerns? Uncle Sangba blinked his eyes. Although he hadn't read many books, having lived for so many years, he could see some clues. Seeing Luo didn't answer, he couldn't help but sigh. Young lady, I used to think the same way. The Huns are Huns. The Central Plains people are Central Plains people. We never interacted. But since I met young General Lin, I realized I shouldn't think that way. Don't look at how ruthless he is against the Huns. He's just as ruthless against the bandits and outlaws of the Central Plains. In young General Lin's words, there are good people and bad people everywhere. The war between the Huns and the Central Plains is inevitable, but it has nothing to do with us ordinary folks. To be honest, if it weren't for young General Lin's attitude towards all of us, I wouldn't dare to stay here for so long. But for that, I think he's much better than our former Hun leader. Uncle Sangba couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Ordinary folks don't understand much. War is just about dying or making achievements. Their everyday life is what truly matters to them. Imagine, if not for Lin Ji, Uncle Sangba's son would probably be dead by now, and he himself would be in danger. To express gratitude, he truly meant it from the bottom of his heart. He even began to doubt the significance of his loyalty to the Hun tribe. People grow the most from the changes and influences brought by their experiences. Luo listened and suddenly understood. I didn't expect Lin Ji to be such a broad-minded person. Of course, young General is the most upright person I've ever met. Even if the current Hun leader stood here, I would say the same thing. Uncle Sangba said firmly. This conversation also dispelled Luo's doubts and concerns. Indeed, whether Hun, Turk, or Central Plains people, ultimately, they were all ordinary folks. The interests of nations and tribes were important, but for them, the life they truly wanted was very simple. Harmonious coexistence would be the best, because the harm of war to ordinary people was unimaginable. I understand, Uncle, thank you. Luo's face lit up with a bright smile. Why think so much? If she didn't want to go home, it was the same anywhere. She should be happy and enjoy the freedom of each day. Haha, young lady, don't praise me. The real hero is young General. It feels like anyone can learn a lot from him. Meanwhile, in the Hun tribe, the Hun leader sat grimly in the military tent. All the generals and officials stood around, each with bated breath, not daring to make a sound. They were well aware. This defeat was a significant blow to the Huns. That was the Hun leader himself leading the troops. Wasn't it indirectly saying they were no match for the Central Plains people? If this continued, the consequences would be very serious. It could even make the entire situation extremely awkward and complicated. All the Huns understood one thing. If they exhausted their own people, although there were still many Huns, forming an army wouldn't be difficult. However, its combat effectiveness would be far inferior to the current northern border. Even more so after the return of the Northern Army. It would instantly affect the entire situation. Leader, the most important thing for us now is to quickly ally with the Turks and launch another attack on the northern border, so we can ensure we still have a fighting chance. Someone suggested. In fact, Lin Ji's ability to lead troops wasn't as magical as Lin Jinqiu's, and so far, his tactical application hadn't reached its peak. One could feel it through the battles. After all, with such a big event. But the problem was the variety of weapons he had at his disposal, combined with his personal prowess, which was exceptionally outstanding. The two complemented each other, making up for the shortcomings in tactics. As a result, the Hun army couldn't gain even a little advantage. The Turks, who previously mentioned marrying into our clan, haven't brought it up again so far. The Hun leader said grimly. He also realized that the current situation was more intense than imagined. So asking the Turks for help was one of the best solutions. Bring my order. Inform the Turk leader that I need to meet him, the Hun leader said solemnly. Those around nodded. Now that the Hun tribe couldn't stand against the northern border, they could only choose to ally with the Turks and jointly attack. Only in this way could they ensure they regained the upper hand. And last time, it was precisely because of their alliance that they could deal with Lin Jinxiu. Otherwise, how could they have driven the northern army out of the northern border? So far, they haven't been seen. The Hun leader's eyes flickered with a peculiar light. He must prevent the northern army from returning, because it could cause a huge impact. Chapter 380. Unity is the only solution. From the very beginning, the leader of the Xiongnu did not believe that Mingxing County possessed such formidable combat power. Now, Lin Ji had become a thorn in his side. The primary reason for this was the formidable strength Lin Ji had demonstrated. Initially, he thought that capturing and imprisoning Lin Ji in the military camp would ensure everything was fine, but he never expected that Lin Ji would be so powerful that he could not handle him in a short period. Moreover, after multiple battles, the Xiongnu had lost at least 400,000 to 500,000 soldiers. According to his original estimate, this number of soldiers was sufficient to flatten the entire northern border and even penetrate deep into the central plains. By his calculations, he should have already reached the capital of the Great Xia dynasty, not still be stuck at the northern border. For half a year, the Xiongnu had not advanced their front line by a single step. Looking around, the Xiongnu had never fought such a brutal battle. When the northern frontier army was present, it was because Lin Junqiu commanded a force of 100,000. But now, how many soldiers are there at the northern border? Only 4,000 to 5,000, and they are a motley crew. According to the information he gathered, these troops include the surviving defenders of the northern border, the defenders of Taiping Pass, and the Yu family army. They are a hastily assembled force, yet they have managed to inflict such damage on the Xiongnu. Leader, in my opinion, we don't necessarily need to contact the Turks. If we take a detour and bypass Mingxing County, we can directly attack Yuzhou and then proceed southward, suggested a strategist. Directly attack Yuzhou? How dare you suggest such a thing when Lin Ji leads these few thousand men behind us? Do you know how risky that would be? The Xiongnu leader coldly replied. On this matter, he and Nurhasai had specifically studied it. Actually, attacking Yuzhou by detour was not a bad plan. But Nurhasai had pointed out that even if they did so, the people of Mingxing County would not sit idly by. Even if they captured Yuzhou, as long as the people of Mingxing County cut off their supply lines and impeded the advance of their troops, the Xiongnu army would have no way to proceed southward. Burning, killing, and looting? What would be the difference from breaking the cauldrons and sinking the boats? To put it bluntly, if they could successfully attack the capital, there would be no problem. But what if they encountered resistance along the way? Don't forget that there are no main forces of the Great Xia dynasty at the northern border now. The Divine Navy, the Heavenly Strategy Army, and the Shangyuan Army are the most famous armies of the Great Xia dynasty. Although they may not be as strong as the former Northern Frontier Army, the point is that these are real regular armies, far superior to the current northern border forces. Without logistical support and reinforcements, the Xiongnu army would be challenging numerous formidable forces. Isn't that seeking death? Even though the Xiongnu leader was anxious, he would never dig his own grave. All the surrounding generals were speechless after hearing this. What choices did they have left? They could only stare at each other. Seeing this, Nurhasai slowly said, "Leader, the sooner we act, the better. If the Turks learn of our situation, they might take the opportunity to demand more, putting us in an even more awkward position. Never think that the barbarians outside the northern border are good birds. In the struggle between nations, only interests are eternal." The reason the Xiongnu and the Turks cooperated was mainly because of Lin Junqiu. Now, Lin Ji has replicated his father's actions, holding the northern border, but the Turks might not believe it. They might only think that the Xiongnu are incompetent. Perhaps the Turks would even plan to attack both the Xiongnu and the northern border. This would mean the Xiongnu have one more enemy and one less ally. In terms of situation, they would be at a significant disadvantage. Nurhasai immediately arranged for someone to ride fast to the Turkic tribes and invite their leader as soon as possible.
Yes.
Meanwhile, in Mingxing County, outside the city, at a shooting range. This was in the south of Mingxing County, already surrounded by wooden fences by the soldiers of Mingxing County. It was the first shooting range established by Linji here. Previously, due to the urgent situation, although many soldiers were equipped with firearms, thunderbolts, and cannons, they had not undergone formal training. In actual combat, many ammunitions were wasted. The biggest problem with firearms is the scarcity of ammunition, which is different from cold weapons. Therefore, logistics becomes extremely important. Now, a large number of civilians in Mingxing County have participated in the production and transportation of logistics supplies, which has indeed provided a significant boost to the combat power of the northern border. The unity of the military and the people is a very crucial strategy. Linji was also quite generous with the civilians. Forcing civilians to help was certainly not an option, because this is not a good thing and can even incite public anger. The civilians here could also see the efforts made by the soldiers of the northern border for them. Time and time again, they fought to the death. Some soldiers were only 10 years old, not yet adults, but they were forced to go to the battlefield to kill. Only those who have personally experienced such scenes can deeply understand how cruel war is. Therefore, the civilians of the northern border have always hoped that there would be no war. War means death and consumption. Once war breaks out, the lives of the civilians become even worse. But now, with the young general here, the lives of the civilians are gradually improving, and even the surrounding bandits dare not cause trouble. The bandits of Erlong Mountain have even all surrendered to Mingxing County. The team is gradually growing. This is what Linji most likes to see. At this moment, the soldiers of the army's rifle squad were training at the shooting range. 3 generals supervised personally. Linji provided technical guidance. Young general, according to our latest statistics, so far, the number of civilians at the northern border willing to join our army has increased by 10,000. Zhou Yu reported the specific situation. The other 2 generals, upon hearing this, both showed joy on their faces. More people are always beneficial. To put it bluntly, war depends on people. The more people there are, the more advantages there are. Chapter 381. Staying behind is not abandonment but trust. In any era, at any time, the most fundamental element of warfare is manpower. Even if the weapons are not advanced enough, and the tactics are not outstanding, when there are enough people, there will naturally be ways to compensate. Of course, if someone like Zhao Kuo, who is a fool, leads the troops into battle, it would truly be a suicide mission. In the Battle of Chongping, Zhao lost 400,000 men. The Qin general Bai Qi led his army to massacre all the captured soldiers. In fact, from a normal perspective, even if the Zhao army was cut off from their supply lines, without food support and surrounded, 400,000 men would never just sit and wait for death. But unfortunately, Zhao Kuo was ultimately just a general who could only talk about strategy on paper. In actual combat, he did not know how to adapt and change. If it had been Lien Pur, in such a dire situation, perhaps he could have carved out a way to escape. Even if only 1 in 10 returned, at least they would not have been completely annihilated. For Linji now, the northern border is much like Chongping. Although he does not have 400,000 troops, he possesses a mind far superior to Zhao Kuo's and more flexible military strategies. These are crucial and decisive. Young general, at this rate, we might soon be able to assemble a large force at the northern border again, Zhou Yu excitedly said. The other 2 generals also chimed in. If the northern border had 100,000 troops, they would not fear the Xiongnu, nor even the Turks. No matter how formidable they are, they have made up for their numerical disadvantage, and with a military genius like the young general, would they still lose miserably? But to their surprise, Linji shook his head. Where are those 10,000 men now? They've already been stationed in the camp, Zhou Yu blinked. The Yu family army has expanded the most, from the initial 2,000 to now 5,000. The rest have been distributed to Zhou Yu and Yang Feng. Yu Yin, Order your subordinates to take all the newcomers to Yuzhou and other counties, with at least 300 stationed in each place. Large cities should have at least 1,000. What? The three were astonished. Yu Yin was the first to object. Young general, why do this? The brothers of the Yu family army have performed admirably, and in every decisive battle, they charge at the forefront. Why send them to the rear? Yes, although the Yu family army is indeed not numerous, they are indeed all valiant and spirited. I haven't seen such a force in a long time. Zhou Yu added. For a soldier, being assigned to rear duty almost negates their abilities. If they truly had strong enough skills, they would have been sent to the front lines to fight. How could they be doing such a leisurely job? Linji looked at them both with a profound gaze. Then he turned to Yang Feng. What do you think? The young general is in charge of the defense of the northern border. As a general of Taiping Pass, I am here merely to assist. How to arrange the troops is the young general's decision. Is that all the insight a deputy general of the Divine Navy has? Can't even articulate a reason now? Linji raised an eyebrow. Yang Feng couldn't stand such provocation. He values his affiliation with the Divine Navy the most. Does the young general really want me to speak? Of course, speak freely. Linji nodded. The reason young General Lin does this must be for the overall situation. Yang Feng pondered. Now, although we have repeatedly defeated the Xiongnu, our main forces are concentrated in Mengqing County, which is not a major military stronghold of the northern border. If the Xiongnu, after being repeatedly defeated by us, would certainly not continue to attack Mengqing County head-on. If it were me, I wouldn't do that either. Now, apart from Mengqing County, all other cities of the northern border are thinly garrisoned and practically defenseless. If they were to bypass us, we would have no resistance. The Yu family army, being the elite force of the northern border, should take on more important responsibilities, being dispatched to various cities to guard against surprise attacks by the enemy. Zhou Yu and Yu Yin were stunned. Linji's face showed satisfaction. You too, learn from him. Although he is just in charge of Taiping Pass and was previously a deputy general, without a few tricks, one cannot enter the Divine Navy. The two suddenly understood. So that's it. We thought the young general was planning to abandon the Yu family army. How could that be? Linji even laughed in anger. Initially, all forces were concentrated in Mengqing County because their numbers were too few. At the beginning, the northern border had tens of thousands, and Taiping Pass had 10,000. But Linji brought only 2,000 Yu family soldiers to the northern border. They faced a 100,000-strong Xiongnu army. How could they fight? Even if a deity came, 2,000 men against 100,000 would require them to have ultramodern weapons, capable of one person defeating 500, otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve such a spectacular reversal. That's why Linji chose to take a risky approach, aiming to provoke the Xiongnu and focus all their attention on Mengqing County. But now, the situation has changed. After suffering so many losses, the Xiongnu will surely wake up and seek other ways to attack the northern border. After all, war is not just one person's affair. The Xiongnu wouldn't sacrifice all their forces just to kill Linji. Since they can't take Mengqing County, they will surely look for other ways. If all the soldiers of Mengqing County were to be distributed to various cities, it would be impractical. With only a few thousand men, further dividing them would leave too few. The Xiongnu could randomly attack a few cities, catching them off guard. Therefore, the Yu family army, with their battle-hardened experience, are the best choice. They know how to predict in dire situations and quickly transmit information. This is what Linji aims to do. Now you understand? The two nodded, beaming with joy. In that case, I'll immediately inform my soldiers to carry out the mission. Chapter 382. Yang Feng's Concerns and Worries. After Yu Yin finished speaking, he hastily left. At that moment, a messenger rushed over. Young General Lin has an urgent letter for you from the Central Plains. Oh, could it be that there is news from the court? Zhou Yu said, looking eager. Linji chuckled coldly. Don't joke around. The court wouldn't contact me in such a gentle manner. Upon opening the letter, he found it was from the 4 ghosts of the Long River. The letter detailed their search for the person who issued the martial arts world's wanted order after returning to the Central Plains. To their surprise, they found the name of Zhu Zheng, the son of the Minister of War, Zhu Biao. "So it was you, you little rascal," Lin Ji said through gritted teeth, his eyes cold and sharp. Although he had already guessed the general idea, he didn't jump to conclusions without evidence, as that could be a misjudgment. Lin Ji always emphasized accuracy. Wrongs should be righted and debts paid. Even if he had a past grievance with Zhu Zheng and wanted to kill him, he couldn't blame all the faults on them. Everything must be justified. Whatever one does, one must pay the price. But what surprised him even more was that the letter mentioned another person. The 4 ghosts of the Long River didn't know who this person was. From the description, he was a middle-aged man, dressed in luxurious attire, and exuded an imposing demeanor. There weren't many people in the imperial city with a higher status than Zhu Zheng. Many princes, dukes, and nobles were among them. But he didn't have deep grudges with these people. Moreover, if there were any issues, someone should have informed him in the court. Although he had left the imperial city, the power he had built there still existed. These people might have become very low-key now, but they were loyal to Lin Ji. Yet, neither Gao Feihu nor Yun Tsongfeng had received any news. Who could this middle-aged man be? Suddenly, Lin Ji's mind flashed with an idea. There was a bold conjecture. In the entire imperial city, the highest ranking and most displeased with him was only one person. But he couldn't imagine that person colluding with Zhu Zheng and issuing a bounty in the martial world. However, there was one thing that made Lin Ji suspicious. After pondering for a moment, Yang Feng couldn't help but call out several times. Only then did he snap back to reality. "Young General, what's wrong? A letter has changed you so much?" "Nothing. I have to return to Yuzhou tonight. You guys train the soldiers well here. Remember, no one is allowed to leak even a bit of information until I return, not to disclose it. It's normal that you didn't know," Zhou Yu said as he walked down from the shooting range to guide the soldiers' training. Yang Feng, however, pondered silently. That night, in the military camp, as the deputy general led the patrol past Yang Feng's room, he noticed the bright candlelight inside. Curious, he walked in. "General Yang, why haven't you rested yet?" "Nothing, just can't sleep." Yang Feng stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the moonlight outside the window. Seeing this, the deputy general instructed his soldiers to continue patrolling. Then he also entered the room. "General, are you worried about the situation in the northern border?" Yang Feng shook his head. "That's not what I'm worried about. Young General Lin has demonstrated extraordinary abilities, bringing an unprecedented advantage to the northern border, which is truly commendable. If that's the case, what is there for the general to worry about?" The deputy general looked puzzled. He couldn't understand why his general seemed so anxious. What problems couldn't be solved? And now, the biggest trouble in the northern border was the Xiongnu and Tujue tribes. As long as they didn't have any abnormal actions, they were not to be feared. The wind is rising before the storm. What I fear is not the northern border, but any unusual movements from Lin Ji. Young General Lin? The deputy general's eyes widened in surprise. He turned to check outside, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, then asked in a low voice, "General, do you mean the young general has other intentions?" As soldiers, they shouldn't inquire about such matters, but a commander couldn't avoid connecting with court affairs. Lin Ji's identity was already special when he was in the court. Now, after returning to the northern border and gaining fame in a battle, he had also won the hearts of countless people. Of course, this would raise concern. But this wasn't something they needed to consider. Now that Yang Feng brought it up, it meant the situation was relatively serious. "Don't you think the young general's escape from the northern border was too bumpy?" The deputy general blinked. "Come on. It had been over half a month. It didn't seem smooth at all. General, aren't you overthinking it? The young general is so skilled. Escaping from the Xiongnu's camp and then making his way back from the northern border is truly commendable. You've been with me for so long. Haven't you learned anything?" Yang Feng sighed, looking disappointed. I ask you, even if the young general is highly skilled, can he compare to the tens of thousands of Xiongnu? At that time, the Xiongnu set up checkpoints at all the key passages in the northern border to catch him, making it impossible for anyone to easily enter or exit. But the young general managed to slip through such a tight defense, like a bird in the sky, and he even brought back a woman. Even if we don't know her background, can't you tell? She's definitely not from the Central Plains. Chapter 383. Collaborating with the enemy and betraying the nation cannot be tolerated. As the deputy listened, he became increasingly uneasy. Especially after Yang Feng's analysis, he felt even more that something was amiss. General, are you implying that the young general might be colluding with foreign tribes? The moment the words left his mouth, both men's expressions changed slightly. They instinctively closed the door tightly. General, this is no small matter. You must not speak carelessly about this, the deputy said fearfully. Collaborating with the enemy and betraying the nation is a grave crime. Even if Linji has countless merits at the northern border, once he is branded with this crime, it will be impossible to clear his name. He might even face unprecedented crises because of it. Although the deputy cannot tolerate such a thing either, he feels that at this critical juncture, if Linji is affected, the entire northern border will be impacted. Of course, I know that. Yang Feng furrowed his brow. The complexity of this matter has far exceeded his expectations. If Linji is not colluding with foreign tribes, that would be best. If he is, then it will become very troublesome. One possibility is that he is doing this to unite against the Xiongnu. This is somewhat understandable. After all, in war, the outcome is paramount, and there are no eternal enemies. But if it is another situation, it becomes very frightening. If Linji is colluding with the Turks and doing so to help them defeat the Xiongnu and jointly occupy the northern border, then the situation is extremely severe, and the consequences are unimaginably dire. That is why Yang Feng feels uneasy. He doesn't know what to do. Tonight, the young general returned to Yuzhou City alone, and it is said that he encountered assassins not long ago. As the deputy listened, he became more and more alarmed. These events always feel unusual. General, if this is true, then we must extricate ourselves quickly, otherwise, once we are involved, we will either be branded as traitors or end up dead. For all those who fight on the battlefield, they are not afraid of dying in battle, but of dying in these intrigues. What's more, this involves national righteousness. Now, it seems extremely difficult for us to extricate ourselves. Yang Feng said meaningfully. The young general was able to return safely. There must be someone behind the scenes helping him. But can we not deal with the young general? If he dies, how can we deal with the enemies outside the northern border? There is one more move. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with sharpness. Seize the military power. Just 3 words, like a thunderbolt. The deputy stood rooted to the spot, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. He never expected such an answer. Seizing military power? This is an unimaginably bold move. Whether successful or not, it could be a dead end for them. General, have you thought it through? Once we act, there is no turning back. Yang Feng took a deep breath. Do you think we still have a way out now? At least this way, we can ensure we continue to guard the northern border and not fall into the hands of others. Born in the Divine Navy, he simply cannot tolerate becoming a traitor. He cannot accept such a cruel reality. Enough, do not speak further. Immediately find a dozen trustworthy brothers and ambush them tonight in the Mingxing County Magistrate's office. As soon as Linji returns tomorrow, act immediately. The deputy's expression was complicated. In the end, he nodded. The next day, early morning, a swift horse entered Mingxing County. Linji, covered in dust, returned to the Mingxing County Magistrate's office. After a night of frantic rushing back and forth, he felt utterly exhausted. As soon as he entered the room and was about to rest, he suddenly noticed someone else's breathing. Who's there? At the same time, a low shout rang out. Act! In an instant, over a dozen figures descended from above. The door slammed shut. Linji frowned. Could this be the second wave of assassins? His figure flickered as he dodged the attacks. Then, just as he was about to strike back at his attackers, he unexpectedly found these figures familiar. In a flash, he retracted his weapon and kicked the leader to the ground. He tore off the other's mask. Yang Feng? What are you doing? Are you crazy? Lin Ji frowned. He never expected the other party to be a general under his command. Yang Feng's face was pale, his gaze resolute. Since you've caught me, I have nothing to say. Do with me as you please. Lin Ji was utterly confused. Then he removed the masks of the others around him. They were all soldiers from Taiping Pass. Lin Ji couldn't help but sneer. So, in the end, you were sent by him too? No wonder you were so kind as to come to the northern border to support us. So, you were waiting for this day. Who sent us? Yang Feng was taken aback. The deputy beside him said, "This is all my idea. It has nothing to do with our general." Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh at this. Can you really get your general to help you? Your lie is too clumsy. Then he placed his weapon on the table, letting the others help Yang Feng up. He poured himself a cup of water, drank it all in one go. Tell me, what's the reason for setting up an ambush in my room? Lin Ji, you traitor. Are you really willing to hand over the entire northern border to others? Yang Feng cursed with gritted teeth, his eyes still burning with anger. This statement left Lin Ji at a loss. Collaborating with the enemy and betraying the nation? Where did you hear such a ridiculous rumor? I didn't even know about it myself. Then why were you ambushed, and why could you return safely from outside the northern border? Yang Feng pressed on relentlessly. Ambushed? Do you really want to know? Lin Ji raised an eyebrow. His voice carried an air of arrogance. If you haven't done anything wrong, why are you afraid of others knowing? I'm not afraid you know, but the more you know, the worse it is for you. And if you know about this, you won't be able to return from the northern border. Lin Ji said meaningfully. Yang Feng simply didn't believe it. If the other party isn't collaborating with the enemy, then what news could prevent him, a soldier from Taiping Pass, from returning? Then you can read it yourself. Lin Ji threw the letter on the table. Yang Feng read it carefully. It was just a dispute between the son of the Minister of War and Lin Ji. What does it have to do with him? Chapter 384. Yang Feng regrets knowing the truth. Young General, is it because of this personal grudge that you are colluding with foreign tribes? Yang Feng asked incredulously. It seemed he couldn't accept that Lin Ji was such a narrow-minded person. The other party was the son of the Minister of War, indeed with extraordinary status and great power. But was it really necessary to disregard the lives of all the people at the northern border? In Yang Feng's view, a true general must be decisive in battle and also possess a compassionate heart. He should be merciful and forgiving to his fellow citizens, and ruthless to his enemies. So far, there were few people who could truly be called a general by Yang Feng. Even in the entire Great Xia dynasty with its million soldiers, those who could achieve this were few and far between. What nonsense are you spouting? When did we collude with foreign tribes? Lin Ji frowned, his eyes full of confusion. But isn't that what your previous actions were all about? Yang Feng stood up again. Otherwise, how could you have returned safely from outside the northern border, and why did the Xiongnu army retreat so quickly this time? What are you plotting? If these questions were not clarified, he would be unable to sleep or eat in peace. He would not be able to trust Lin Ji, let alone continue to follow him. Lin Ji couldn't help but chuckle at this. It had to be said that Yang Feng was a very loyal person. But sometimes, loyalty does not equate to intelligence. If one is only loyal but not smart, they often make decisions that are incomprehensible, even foolish. The reason I was able to return safely from outside the northern border is indeed due to someone's help, but I do not need to ally with any foreign tribes. However, I will not allow anyone to act recklessly against me. Lin Ji said decisively. What do you mean by that, young general? Do you remember the other middle-aged man mentioned in the letter? Lin Ji asked slowly. Yang Feng nodded. It's either Minister Zhu Biao of the Ministry of War or someone closely related to Zhu Zheng. Otherwise, how could they jointly issue a martial arts bounty? You were curious why I had to return to Yuzhou overnight last night? Let me tell you, Princess Anning, Li Qingyue, was ordered by the current emperor to come to the northern border specifically to kill me. What? Yang Feng's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He could hardly accept this news. Why does the emperor want to kill you? Yes, why does the emperor want to kill me? I only have a few thousand men under my command, and they are led by you 3 generals. To put it bluntly, I'm just a figurehead. So now the question is on your side. If it were you, would you protect the northern border or be loyal to the court? Yang Feng's mind was in turmoil. He suddenly regretted taking the initiative to bring his men here. If he hadn't, he would never have been involved in such a problem. Indeed, any general facing such a dilemma would not know what to do. Loyalty to the emperor and the court is the duty of every soldier. This has been the case since ancient times. The scholar dies in remonstrance, the warrior dies in battle. As a warrior, one should die on the battlefield, defending the homeland. However, the emperor's actions now contradicted this principle. Li Jing's ###, Chapter 385. The nation in crisis, is it still for the people? This time, it all depends on your choice. Will you still remain loyal to that emperor who only knows how to manipulate power, or will you risk everything for the entire northern border and fight to the end? Linji asked slowly. If you no longer wish to work with me, I will not force you, nor do I want to drag you down. Please leave immediately with your 10,000 soldiers from Taiping Pass. If we meet on the battlefield in the future and you die, I will burn paper at your grave every year. There was no threat in his words, only sincerity. Soldiers on the battlefield cannot afford to show any mercy. Everyone standing in front of you is an enemy. It's either you or them. The history of the Central Plains is filled with countless examples of former comrades becoming enemies. Linji did not want this either, but sometimes people have no choice. There are too many things in the world that are beyond one's control. So, you will still protect the people of the northern border, right? Yang Feng asked gravely. Of course, I am a northern frontier general, and protecting the northern border is my unshirkable duty. Linji replied slowly. So, until this matter is resolved, I will not return to the capital, and I will never obey any order from the emperor. This was practically a declaration of complete separation from the court. Good, then I will supervise you here. If you dare to withdraw your troops before the Huns and Turks are pacified, I will lead the charge myself, even if it means dying to cut off your wings. Yang Feng also reaffirmed his stance. After a moment of silence, the 2 men exchanged a smile. The surrounding soldiers also felt a sense of relief. General Yang, you are a man of great righteousness. In my opinion, it doesn't matter who the world believes in. What truly matters is who can bring the people a truly good life. Linji said earnestly. Think carefully, is the life of the common people really good today? Apart from the nobles in the court and the prominent families in the local areas, the lives of ordinary people are not necessarily comfortable. The northern border is naturally not to be mentioned, but even in the south, southwest, and northwest, it is the same. Many people, whether in high positions or far from the world, simply do not care about the affairs of the world. Yet, the bones of the frozen are left to rot, while the rich feast in their mansions. This is the current state of the Great Xia dynasty, where all the prosperity is just an illusion, a castle in the air. But, young general, can you bring true peace and prosperity to the people of the world? Yang Feng retorted. With just a few thousand men under his command? Even if more people from the northern border were willing to join the army, this hastily assembled group of irregulars could never match the elite troops. The Tianjia, Shanghai, and Shangyuan armies were all formidable and had their unique strengths. Who said it's just us? Linji smiled faintly. Is there anyone else? Yang Feng blinked, wondering if Linji had already planned to recruit troops secretly. But there was no reason for that. According to Linji's character, if he really had hidden forces, he would have used them during the crisis in Mengqing County. Yet, there had been no rumors of such before. Could it be? Yang Feng suddenly had a terrifying thought. Could it be that General Lin is still? The Northern Frontier Army is still here? I never said that, it's just your own speculation, Linji said indifferently. Anyway, now you know my intentions. You should also understand what I will do until the northern border is pacified. We are on the same boat. If you are willing to follow me, then from now on, you need to think carefully about what to say and what not to say. Yang Feng fell into a brief silence, then slowly asked, Do Generals Zhou and you know about this? They don't know as clearly as you do, but I have talked to them before, and they are quite loyal to me. Hearing this, Yang Feng couldn't help but sigh. The storm is coming, and it seems real. I just hope the common people won't suffer too much. Everything I do is for the people. If I really wanted to seize power, why would I keep doing this thankless job at the northern border? Linji said calmly. Meanwhile, in the palace, in the emperor's study, Emperor Li Jingjin sat on the throne, with Minister of War Zhu Biao standing before him. Your Majesty, the situation at the northern border is quite stable, but this Linji is really lucky to be unscathed until now. If this continues, he will surely establish himself at the northern border, and then it will be extremely difficult for us to eliminate him. Zhu Biao probed, his voice filled with enticement. Clearly, he didn't care about the lives of the people at the northern border. To put it bluntly, even if everyone there died, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. He lived a luxurious life in the capital, enjoying fine clothes and food, managing the Ministry of War, and holding the military power of the entire empire, which the emperor relied on heavily. Under such circumstances, he naturally felt invincible. Even if the northern border were breached by the Huns, what could be done? At most, send troops to reclaim the lost territories. Wars always result in deaths. With so many soldiers in the Great Xia dynasty, how could they all die? The Huns and Turks alone could never defeat the entire empire's forces. So, he didn't care at all. Hearing this, Li Jingjin couldn't help but sigh. The bounty on the Jianghu is really unreliable. After so long, there's still no news. If I had known this, I should have sent the Imperial Guards. Your Majesty, the Imperial Guards have a special status, and the princess has not yet acted at the northern border. I'm worried that Linji is so good at winning people's hearts. Should we find a way to eliminate his informants in the capital? Zhu Biao's eyes gleamed with malice, his voice tinged with ruthlessness. Anyone related to the Lin family was someone he didn't want to let go. If it weren't for Linji, how could he have been imprisoned and become a laughingstock among his peers in the capital? So, after Linji was sent to the northern border, Zhu Biao often whispered in the emperor's ear. Chapter 386, A Scheme to Devastate? Zhu Biao's plot. Does this guy still have influence within the imperial city? Li Jingjin blinked, his eyes filled with surprise and unexpectedness. Your Majesty, you may not be aware, but the Lin family has always harbored ambitions. The northern border army led by Lin Jinqiu has yet to be seen at the northern border. I even suspect that Linji's recent victories at the northern border might be due to the covert assistance of the northern border army. Moreover, some in the court may have facilitated him. What do you mean by that? As far as I know, the son of the Vice Minister of Justice, Yun Songfeng, is closely associated with him. Additionally, the Vice Director of the Grand Court of Revision, Gao Feihu, was once Lin Jinqiu's subordinate. Including the Lin Trading Company within the imperial city, which dominates a significant portion of trade. These individuals might have provided covert assistance to Linji and even financial support. War requires money. When the court sent Linji to the northern border, no troops or funds were allocated. Yet, he managed to thrive there, even driving the Huns back repeatedly. If there's no trick behind this, it's simply impossible. Even a skilled housewife can't cook without rice. Is Linji a deity who can hold the northern border without troops or provisions? If war were that easy, why would the Great Xia dynasty struggle so much against surrounding tribes? Li Jingjin frowned, his gaze serious. You make a valid point, Minister. If so, we must take action against them. Only then can we eradicate the Lin family's influence once and for all. Yes. Zhu Biao's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. He had long been displeased with these individuals. After Linji left, They became extremely discreet and disciplined, leaving no flaws to exploit. Now, with the emperor's decree, it was as if he had been granted the imperial sword. The matter had become relatively simple. However, we must not rush. The situation at the northern border cannot be ignored. For now, our focus should be on dealing with Lin Ji. Minor details can be overlooked. Li Jingjin was a shrewd man. In essence, these individuals relied on Lin Ji. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. If the core issue is resolved, everything else will fall into place effortlessly. By the way, tell your son to hire some assassins from the Jianghu to go to the northern border. If necessary, use the Imperial Guards. As the Minister of War, you should have that authority. With your Majesty's words, I am reassured. I will do my utmost to relieve your Majesty's concerns and eliminate the hidden dangers. Zhu Biao's lips curled into a cold smile. His mind was filled with curses. Lin Ji, just wait. This time, I will make you suffer and show you my means. Don't think you're the only one who can act with impunity. Opposing the court and the emperor will inevitably lead to a heavy price. Outside the northern border, at the juncture between the Huns and the Turks, both armies gathered, the atmosphere heavy. In the icy wilderness, a bloodbath seemed imminent. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the leaders of the Huns and the Turks arrived with only 2 guards each, setting up a small table in the middle. On it were roasted beef and mare's milk wine, their customary drink. Turkish leader, it has been years since we last met. Yet here we are again in this place, the Hun leader remarked calmly, his demeanor unusually composed. Years ago, it was here they had allied against the unruly, altering the northern border's landscape. Now, they gathered once more to confront Lin Jinxio's son, Lin Ji. The opponent remained the same, as did the ally. Indeed, I've had enough of this icy wasteland. Fortunately, spring is near, and warmth is on the horizon, the Turkish leader said, gazing at the thawing river, his tone profound. The northern border's climate was starkly different from the central plains. Both the Huns and the Turks lived a relatively primitive lifestyle, despite emulating the central plains by building their own imperial cities. Yet, the chieftains rarely stayed in these cities, often leading troops to battle and seize resources. Only during peaceful times could they enjoy brief, tranquil lives within the cities. In winter, they had to lead their tribes in hunting to survive the harsh cold, or face the unendurable blizzards. I hear your people have been faring well recently, the Hun leader remarked nonchalantly, his eyes fixed on the Turkish leader. Though ostensibly here to reminisce, both knew the true purpose. The Huns and Turks were from different tribes and could become enemies at any moment. What was there to reminisce about? They merely feigned harmony. When interests aligned, they could cooperate, but when they diverged, conflict was inevitable. Such was the northern border's dynamic, with constant shifts in alliances and hostilities. Hun leader, there's no need to beat around the bush. We're not strangers. What exactly do you want from me? The Turkish leader asked coldly, his voice calm. He knew what today would bring, but wanted the Hun leader to admit it. If not, he could feign ignorance. After all, it wasn't his concern. Even if the Huns were wiped out by the northern border troops, what did it matter? Chapter 387. The Unavoidable Alliance. Could it be that Lin Ji, with his mere tens of thousands of men, really intends to annex both the Huns and the Turks? Aren't all the foreign tribes north of the Great Wall just a bunch of good-for-nothings? It is precisely because of this reason that the status of the Turkish leader is exceptionally high at this moment. He is acutely aware of the situation he is facing, and under such circumstances, the decisions he can make naturally become more numerous. Since we are all straightforward people, there's no need for further talk. To be honest, the purpose of my visit this time is to seek a renewed alliance with the Turkish leader, just as we did a few years ago, to jointly confront the northern border. The Hun leader said resolutely. Upon hearing this, the Turkish leader couldn't help but laugh. Am I hearing this wrong? The Hun leader, can't you even handle the mere tens of thousands of men at the northern border? You once boasted of marching south to seize the imperial city. The Hun leader frowned slightly upon hearing this. A hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes. After all, he was also a tribal leader. How could he be so easily belittled by others? But there was no other way. Sometimes, reality is what it is. One has to face it in such a manner. Therefore, every person capable of achieving great things understands how to be flexible. If one's attitude is always too high, the outcome might not be favorable. Given this situation, the Hun leader did not lose his temper. If it were his usual self, he might have already flipped the table by now. But under the current circumstances, such behavior was clearly inappropriate and not allowed. After a brief silence, the Hun leader said meaningfully, "Turkish leader, don't you understand the principle of, when the lips are gone, the teeth feel cold? If one day we Huns are completely wiped out, even if you manage to take our land, you may not be able to contend with the entire northern border and the Great Xia dynasty. Hun leader, I don't know how you've been living these past few years, but one thing I'm very clear about is that we haven't regressed. At least dealing with the northern border is still more than enough for us." The Turkish leader said indifferently. He took a sip of mare's milk wine without a care in the world, as if the current situation wasn't particularly dangerous. Upon learning of the Huns' repeated defeats, he found it quite amusing. The Huns had previously boasted about their strength and invincibility outside the northern border. Yet they couldn't even take a mere Mingxing county. It was a huge joke. To put it bluntly, the Turks had remained inactive so far just to watch the Huns show. Watching from the sidelines while tigers fight, what could be more satisfying? Even now, the Turkish leader was being sarcastic and mocking. The Hun leader felt as if his lungs were about to explode upon hearing such words. But he couldn't afford to lose his temper, as he was here to seek help and negotiate. After a brief silence, the Hun leader decided it was better to be honest. He slowly said, "It seems you are still very confident. What if the northern border is now reinforced by the northern army?" The Turkish leader's movements noticeably stiffened. Then he slowly looked up. "The northern army? Have you fought them?" "Of course." The Hun leader's lips curled slightly. When the other party's emotions changed, it meant it was time for him to take the initiative. Don't underestimate these people, as if they haven't read many books. Their wisdom is all learned from the grasslands in the most primitive world. To some extent, they are even more adept at cunning and deceit. People from such environments are inherently willing to do whatever it takes to survive, whether it's annexing others or forming alliances. The goal is to ensure their own interests are not threatened or affected. Impossible. How could you have fought the northern army? The Turkish leader frowned, his eyes filled with disbelief. He found it quite unexpected and incomprehensible. The northern army had disappeared from the northern border for several years without a trace. Yet now, the other party claims the northern army has resurfaced. This matter itself is extraordinary and beyond understanding. I say, Turkish leader, why don't you believe me? Do you really have to wait until the northern army returns to believe? The Hun leader said meaningfully. Could it be that your repeated failures are due to the northern army's interference? The Turkish leader's aura noticeably changed. He could afford to ignore Linji, but Lin Jinxiu and the northern army are formidable enemies of the entire northern border. Back then, they had to exert all their strength to drive them back. This had brought a few years of peace, but never did they expect to hear news of their return now. If this is true, the Turkish leader couldn't remain calm, as he was well aware that once Lin Jinxiu returned, it would mean the northern border would once again be in turmoil. The 100,000-strong northern army could truly wreak havoc in the northern border. Even to this day, the Turkish leader still harbors lingering fears of their might, not to mention a full-scale invasion. Even hearing of the northern army's presence on the official roads, all Turks and Huns would be alarmed, even to the point of being paranoid. What exactly do you mean? Spit it out. So even the Turkish leader can be anxious. I thought someone like you had already achieved the state of unmoving as a mountain, calm as still water. The Hun leader's lips curled slightly. His words were full of mockery and derision. Clearly, he wanted to reclaim the upper hand. The Turkish leader had no choice but to swallow his pride and ask helplessly, "Just say what you have to say. No need to beat around the bush. What's the point of playing these games between us?" "I didn't beat around the bush. I showed you my sincerity from the start, but you didn't believe me." The Hun leader shrugged, as if he didn't take these matters to heart. He just enjoyed seeing the Turkish leader's anxious demeanor. "We're all foxes with 1,000 years of experience. What's the point of playing tricks in front of me?" Chapter 388. The joint invasion of the Turks and Huns against Lin Ji. Do you think that if it weren't for the threat of the northern border army, would the Huns come to bow to you? It's laughable. Seeing the frantic look on the face of the Turk leader, the Hun leader finally explained the entire sequence of events. This included Lin Ji being captured in the camp, then fleeing to the northern frontier, and the people they encountered. "Wait, you're saying there's a woman with Lin Ji? What does she look like?" The Turk leader felt a sudden sinking feeling in his heart. He had an ominous premonition. His daughter had run away from home and had been missing ever since. The Turk leader had sent many people to search, but there was no result. Now, Lin Ji, while seeking refuge at the northern border, had encountered a foreign woman. Could it be that the Turk princess was being held hostage by the other side? The Hun leader furrowed his brow. His eyes revealed a look of contemplation. He hadn't expected the esteemed Turk leader to be interested in a woman. However, since today's meeting was about cooperation, they should all show sufficient sincerity. "I haven't seen the woman myself, but my soldiers have. I can ask them." The Hun leader then waved his hand, and a soldier standing not far away immediately stood at attention, thinking that the negotiations had broken down and they were about to fight today. But when he learned the real situation, his eyes showed confusion. Then, he sent people to find the soldiers who had pursued Lin Ji that day, and described the woman's appearance to the Turk leader. How could he not know his own daughter? Just from the description, the Turk leader had a general idea and was so angry that he slammed the table. "Damn it! This guy actually dared to kidnap my daughter?" "What?" The Hun leader seemed to discover a new continent, revealing a meaningful smile. "No way. The Turk leader, the woman with Lin Ji is actually your daughter?" "Nonsense. I originally ordered her to be sent to the Hun tribe to marry the Hun leader, but the girl ran away halfway. We sent people to search everywhere. Never expected her to fall into Lin Ji's hands." "Wow." The Hun leader's face instantly stiffened. He looked as if he had eaten something strange, his expression extremely unsightly. No wonder the Turks hadn't continued with the previous talk of marriage. It turned out to be because of this. If he had known this earlier, he should have pursued Lin Ji no matter what to get his woman back. Bastard, not only did he kill my Hun soldiers, but now he also took my woman? This grudge cannot go unavenged. At this moment, the two, who had previously been sarcastic and each harboring their own thoughts, became unusually united, even sharing a common enemy. "Turk leader, now you understand the seriousness of the situation? Initially, none of us took Lin Ji seriously, allowing him to run rampant. Now, we absolutely cannot tolerate him any further, or he will only push his luck even more." "Indeed." The Turk leader nodded upon hearing this. "We must find a way to teach this guy a lesson, or else he will really think he's invincible at the northern border." Both sides reached an unprecedented consensus. "But Hun leader, do you have any plans to deal with this guy?" "To be honest, we suffered a big loss in Mingxin County, and it was indeed because I was too careless. But now we don't dare to bypass Mingxin County to attack Yuzhou and take over the entire northern border. So I hope the Turk leader can assist us. Once we take over Yuzhou City, all the territory and resources of the northern border, including the cities, we'll split them 50 to 50. How about it?" The Turk leader pondered. Arranging for his daughter to marry into the Huns was, in essence, just a formality. He wasn't short of children. Uluo wasn't the Turk leader's favorite daughter. Above her were 3 older brothers and 1 older sister. Compared to them, Uluo seemed more dispensable. Everything he did was just for power and his own interests. The Turks had long wanted to plan for more. But because they were situated at the northern border and surrounded by strong enemies, they couldn't act rashly. There would inevitably be a battle between them and the Huns. But now, due to special circumstances, they couldn't take action. But that didn't mean they wouldn't turn against each other in the future. The plan proposed by the Huns was indeed a good one for them. They wouldn't have to exert any effort and could still reap the benefits, something anyone could accept. But if the Huns reneged on their promise later, it could be troublesome. I wonder if the Hun leader has enough manpower. Why don't we send another team from the Turks to support you? Both were cunning old foxes, equally understanding each other's thoughts. The Hun leader smiled slightly. There's no need for the Turk leader to worry about this. Although our army did suffer heavy losses before, it's not enough to shake our foundation. Besides, you still need to find your daughter. If we really encounter the northern border army, it would be troublesome for the Turk leader to help us cut off their retreat. Otherwise, both of us might fall into unprecedented danger. This was said very subtly, but the implication was mutual exploitation. Both sides had no objections. The cooperation was successfully completed. Then they left one after another, returning to their respective camps. Nero couldn't help but ask curiously, "Leader, are you really willing to hand over our rear to the other side? If this guy suddenly plays some tricks, won't it put us in danger?" In essence, they trusted each other on the surface but didn't reveal their true intentions. "Don't worry, I have a feeling that the northern border army will make a comeback soon. By then, it's likely that the real danger won't be us but the Turks." The Hun leader's mouth curled up in a meaningful smile. He seemed happy that his cunning plan was about to succeed. What he didn't know was that, on a hill not far from where the two sides were negotiating, when both armies left, a figure suddenly emerged from the snow. As the general predicted, the day has finally come. Chapter 389. It's time to re-enter the arena. "Captain, what should we do now? Should we just keep watching here, or let the situation develop as it may?" The figure in the snow couldn't help but ask. At the same time, another silhouette appeared beside him. "We must return immediately to report to the general. Judging from the current situation, it seems that neither side has broken off negotiations, which means we might soon face a new alliance between the Huns and the Turks. We must inform the general as soon as possible." "Yes." In a valley within the northern snow-capped mountains, the northern border army was still bustling with activity. Despite being in such a frigid environment, they did not slack in their training. Moreover, all soldiers were divided into different squads each day to complete various tasks, including routine maintenance around the valley, hunting for food, and making other daily necessities. Since they were cut off from the outside world, they had to rely on themselves. Combined with the strict military discipline of the northern border army, even after so many years of isolation, there had been no issues whatsoever. No other army in the world could maintain such strict discipline. The reason is simple. Initially, when Lin Junshio led his men here, there were indeed some who tried to desert. The conditions were too harsh, and the life was ascetic, akin to that of monks in temples or Taoist priests in monasteries. Most importantly, they had to conceal their identities to ensure they were not discovered by outsiders. Some could face death on the battlefield, but they couldn't endure such a monotonous life. Over time, they naturally became restless. The consequence was desertion. They were all brothers. Lin Junshio didn't want to see his men executed, but now that things had come to this, there was no other choice. If they didn't execute deserters, it would be impossible to restore morale. Nor could they establish their authority. After a couple of years, everyone seemed to have gotten used to it. If necessary, they would go to nearby towns in civilian guise. But no one would ever reveal their whereabouts. They lived like wild men deep in the mountains. Lin Junshio looked at the occasional snowflakes falling from the sky. His eyes revealed deep contemplation. Many years had passed since then. The once valiant warriors had now become middle-aged, some even elderly. Even Lin Junshio himself was different from the past. Those who could no longer bear military duties were allowed to leave, but from then on, no one was allowed to mention the Northern Border Army. All the soldiers were surprisingly unanimous on this matter, because they all knew. The identity of the Northern Border Army was very special in the Northern Border region. The Great Xia Empire could not tolerate them. The nomadic tribes beyond the northern border could not either. Otherwise, why would they be squeezed into such a place? Just then, someone came running hurriedly. "General, scouts have reported that they have discovered the Huns and the Turks signing a joint treaty, likely planning to attack the northern border. So soon? Lin Jinxiu said thoughtfully. What strategy have they devised? The distance was too far. Our scouts couldn't hear clearly. But judging from the situation, it's highly likely that the Huns and the Turks will employ the same strategy as they did years ago. Lin Jinxiu listened expressionlessly. Suddenly, he smiled. It's quite something that this youngster, with just a few thousand rabble, could push the Huns and the Turks to this extent. He hasn't disgraced the Lin family. But General, what should we do now? If the Huns and the Turks unite, they won't just target Mengqing County, they'll surely try to take over the entire northern border. I'm afraid young General Lin might find it hard to resist. Deputy General Ding Yun said with great concern. Why do you think so? Was any of his previous battles easy? Since the moment he set foot on the northern border, there has been no turning back. To find a glimmer of hope in such adversity is already remarkable. Don't you have any confidence in him? Ding Yun was slightly taken aback by these words. Was it lack of confidence? He was worried about Lin Ji's safety. The situation in the northern border had always been complex, no matter which dynasty it was. Each successive ruler had tried various methods, but not all could succeed. Up until now, Lin Jinxiu was the only one with absolute control over the northern border. Unfortunately, his reign was too short. If only he had been given 3 more years. He could have driven the Huns and the Turks completely out of the Great Xia Empire's borders, even making them fear to invade for 20 years. If it weren't for the affairs in the court, how could things have come to this? And Lin Jinxiu's failure back then was not just due to the Huns and the Turks. The court also played a part. Under the combined attack of the 3 forces, he had no choice but to withdraw from the northern border. Now, young General Lin faced the same predicament, even more perilous. If anything went wrong, it would be too late to regret. General, you always say the timing is not right and we shouldn't reveal ourselves. But now the northern border is about to be turned upside down. It's the best opportunity for us to make a grand move. Ding Yun said earnestly, his eyes filled with determination. Over the years, others had brought up the matter before. At first, Lin Jinxiu would listen, but later, he got tired of it and ordered no one in the army to mention it again. Someone who had been drunk and spoke out of turn was given 30 strokes of the rod, almost crippling him. Since then, no one dared to bring it up. Today, Ding Yun was risking his life to propose it. He absolutely could not stand by and watch. Nor could he let Lin Ji and the northern border fall into these conspiracies. Yes, Lin Jinxiu nodded. But since the Turks and the Huns are already wary of us, we need to take them by surprise. When the war reaches a critical juncture, we can strike and take them down in one fell swoop. Hearing this, Ding Yun was immediately invigorated. He was overjoyed, and he spread the news to all the soldiers. In an instant, everyone was invigorated. After hiding in this godforsaken place for so many years, they could finally see the light of day. It was truly a rare opportunity. Chapter 390. Though small, the sparrow has all its vital organs. Mengqing County. Lin Ji was at the textile factory. At this moment, over 100 workers were busy here. With the gradual introduction of textile machines and wool into production, batches of clothes and various daily necessities were being produced. Now, Mengqing County was not just one of the granaries at the northern border. It had become an important logistics hub. Many of the daily necessities of the common people were transported from here. Although it seemed a bit troublesome, it could solve the biggest problem. Everything profitable would be monopolized by the local tyrants and gentry. If the textile factory were set up in Yuzhou City, these clothes would probably be snapped up by the tyrants and gentry before they even had a chance to be boxed. Although the world changes over time, some things remain the same in essence, especially in business. Ordinary people doing business always emphasize honesty, a fair price for a fair product, neither cheating nor harming others. Some unscrupulous merchants, however, would pass off inferior goods as good, pad out numbers, or shortchange customers. These are common issues that have been faced since the emergence of merchants. This is also one of the reasons why merchants are not well regarded in this era. The policy of prioritizing agriculture over commerce stems from the fact that merchants engage in speculative trade, buying goods here and selling them there, without any production, only circulation. For a country with low productivity, this has a very negative impact and hinders development. If everyone were to do business, who would farm the fields? Who would grow the food? There would be countless people starving to death. But things are different in Mingxing County. With the gradual improvement in production efficiency, goods accumulate, necessitating the involvement of merchants for sale. If these goods were all hoarded by the local tyrants and gentry, then marked up, it would be the common people who suffer. To avoid such a situation, Linji implemented relatively advanced management systems at the textile factory. Merchants needed to come to the factory to pick up goods, then transport them out themselves, and set corresponding prices. If anyone deliberately inflated prices in the market, it could be easily detected here. Of course, the other remote counties at the northern border were beyond his control. Young General, although the textile factory was temporarily shut down due to the recent war, it has now fully resumed operations. The clothes we produced have been transported to various places at the northern border, and the common people are very grateful. Yu Luoyu led Lin Hao on a tour of the textile factory, detailing the situation. Despite her young age and limited experience, this girl was quite steady in her work. With such a large factory, plus the Yang family grandfather and granddaughter, everything was managed in an orderly manner. The Yang family elder handled logistics and miscellaneous tasks. The Yang family girl was in charge of technology. Yu Luoyu managed the overall operations. The three of them each played their part, making the textile factory thrive. Not bad. I thought young ladies from noble families were all delicate and knew nothing but music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I didn't expect you to be quite capable. Did I make the right choice in trusting the textile factory to you? Linji's face showed satisfaction. He was even more surprised that the place was even better than he had anticipated. It now even had a canteen, dormitories, and workshops. Everything was in good order. Hee hee, young general, are you mocking me with that tone? Yu Luoyu tilted her head. No way, I'm clearly praising you. Where did you hear any mockery? Currently, the three most important areas in Mingxing County are the textile factory, the brick factory, and the blacksmith shop. They are responsible for daily necessities, basic construction materials, and daily military equipment, respectively. Do you know how the people in other regions of the northern border describe Mingxing County? Oh. Linji raised an eyebrow. He was intrigued. I'd like to hear it. Though small, the sparrow has all its vital organs. That description is quite fitting. Of course, Mingxing County has now become a logistics and transportation hub at the northern border. Many things are transported out from here. It's just that due to the war, many people in the city haven't had a chance to rebuild their houses yet. Yu Luoyu said proudly. Having lived in the imperial city before, she mistakenly thought all regions were more or less the same. It wasn't until she came to the northern border that her horizons were broadened. She also saw the hardships of the common people for the first time. When she first arrived in Mingxing County, apart from the main street, the other houses were in a state of disrepair. But later, with the construction of the brick factory and the textile factory, the lives of the common people improved. Now, every household lived in a small Western-style house built with red bricks. Not only were they aesthetically pleasing, but they also had better insulation, and the streets became more bustling. Many people from the northern border hoped to come to Mingxing County to see the world. Although it was not as large as Yuzhou City, its prosperity had long surpassed Yuzhou. If not for the war, the city would have probably expanded several times over. Many people wanted to settle here, and all this was thanks to Linji. Without him, how could such a granary have developed to this extent? I can only say that I provided the strategies. The real work was done by you all. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to complete such a massive project, Linji said with a smile. All the textile workers greeted him warmly, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. They were all very clear that it was thanks to the young general that they had the opportunity to earn wages here. Otherwise, they would only be able to do some simple rough work at home, earning meager wages. Even eating would be a problem. But now, jobs at the brick factory, textile factory, and blacksmith shop were highly sought after. Many people were scrambling to get in. The benefits were naturally good, with monthly wages comparable to those in Yuzhou City, and they were provided with 3 meals a day. This was unimaginable for ordinary people at the northern border. It was almost like eating from the imperial granary. Good, if needed, the textile factory can be expanded in the future, and branches can be established in other cities, with this place as the headquarters. Linji thoughtfully planned. The northern border, which was neglected by everyone, was now his base. Chapter 391. The Grand Plan for Grain, the Emergence of the Potato. Let's not. My capabilities are limited. If we were to open branches in every city, I would be overwhelmed, Yu Luoyu said with a gentle smile, her eyes filled with warmth. Initially, she had come to the textile factory at the behest of her older brother and the young general, hoping to keep her occupied and prevent her from causing trouble at the county magistrate's office. However, Yu Luoyu soon realized the profound significance of her work. Born into a military family, she harbored a deep concern for the welfare of the people. If she could improve the lives of the common folk, even if she couldn't fight on the battlefield like her brother, she could still contribute in her own way. The sense of accomplishment she felt was immense. Of course, the primary reason was Linji. Knowing how much the young general valued these matters, Yu Luoyu wished to alleviate his burdens and do what she could. Some people's love is profound, willing to give everything for their beloved, be it time or money. Yu Luoyu even thought that if she could spend her life by Linji's side, she would be content no matter what they did. Don't say that, you are one of the few people I trust the most. If you're unwilling to help, I don't know who else I can turn to, Linji said with a hint of jest. His sole focus now was to fortify the northern border. His forces were limited, and confronting Li Jingjun would be no easy feat, even with his father's aid. Together, they might muster only around 100,000 troops. Marching south from the northern border to the capital, encountering the vast armies of the Xia dynasty along the way, even divine intervention might not guarantee victory. Essentially, he was starting from scratch to build a power that could truly rival the nation and the Li family. Only by doing so could he alter his fate. Initially, Linji had merely wanted to engage in small business, earn a living, and live a carefree life. But he later realized that such dreams were futile. As long as he lived, there would always be those who envied and sought to harm him. The best course of action was to fight back and clear all obstacles. Only when there were no more enemies could Linji live the life he desired. He was beginning to understand why his father had led the 100,000 Beijing troops away from the northern border. If it were him, he would have done the same. Battling at the northern border while being stabbed in the back? He wasn't going to be taken advantage of. Just then, someone entered. Young General, the village heads from all the villages near Ming County have arrived and are waiting outside. Linji nodded and stepped out. The elderly men present all knelt. We pay our respects to the young general. Please rise, elders. You're going to shorten my life, Linji said, unsure whom to help up first. Young general, Ming County was saved thanks to your timely return. If not for you, once Ming County fell, we common folk would have suffered greatly, the leading elder said emotionally. He had seen many dire situations in his lifetime. The northern border had once been ravaged by war, with many villages massacred by foreign tribes, leaving no survivors. Coupled with the harsh geographical conditions, the area had become sparsely populated. When Linji returned to the northern border, many places were desolate. Under the call of the Yuzhou prefectural governor Yang, many people had returned to reclaim their lands. In the past half year, nearly 30 to 40% had come back, half of whom were the elderly, infirm, and those unable to travel far. Elder village head, how have the harvests been in the villages over the past half year? Linji asked directly. The elder village head shook his head. Ah, young general, it's best not to mention it. The northern border is not suitable for farming, and with years of war, even this year's harvest barely suffices for families to get by. Eating to one's fill is a luxury. Historically, the northwest and north were prone to droughts, with people often dying of starvation. The dry land yielded low crop yields, and occasional taxes further burdened the people. Those with good fortune managed tight budgets, while others truly struggled to get by. At the mention of this, everyone looked downcast, filled with helplessness. Elders, today I have called you here to discuss this matter. Young general, are you planning to levy grain taxes? The elder village head asked subconsciously, his face filled with fear. Most who remained were the elderly, infirm, and those with little labor. Their grain barely sufficed to survive the winter. Any additional levies could mean death for many. Do I look like that kind of person? Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh bitterly, realizing the dire conditions of the northern borders people. He had no intention of scraping by on their meager sustenance. Today, I have called you here to show you something. Lin Ji led them to the back courtyard of the county magistrate's office. Along the way, everyone was curious, wondering what the young general had in store. Upon reaching the courtyard and seeing a few green sprouts, they began to grasp the situation. You can take this back to plant. It has a high yield, a short growth cycle, and the fruits can be stored for a long time, Lin Ji said earnestly. It's winter, and this thing is sprouting? Truly unbelievable. The onlookers murmured, their eyes filled with doubt. Young general, what is this called? It's called a potato. The villagers looked puzzled, having never heard of it. Lin Ji wasn't surprised. Potatoes were not native to the Central Plains, and during his time here, he had never seen anyone consuming them. It was during his escape to the northern frontier that he had unexpectedly discovered wild potatoes deep in the Bayun Mountains. This discovery had been a significant boon, capable of alleviating the grain crisis in the northern border and holding immense importance. Chapter 392, Mass Production Astonishing, can solve the problem of food scarcity in the north. Is this thing really as miraculous as you say, young general? A villager asked incredulously. In the northern frontier, they had tried planting various crops before, including some from Jiangnan and the Central Plains, but unfortunately, due to the special geographical environment of the northern frontier and the annual severe blizzards, conventional crops could not grow here. They often died halfway through their growth, and even if they did bloom and bear fruit, the harvest was not good. Therefore, the people of the northern frontier often did not rely on farming to find food. Under normal circumstances, they would choose to hunt. This is also one of the reasons why there are many nomadic ethnic groups in the northern frontier. But now, due to the outbreak of war, the movement of the people in the northern frontier has been hindered. If they want to find enough food, they can only resort to relatively primitive farming. For this reason, this is not only a major headache for the common people, but also for the local garrison. Everyone, you must not underestimate this potato. If you plant it properly, you can achieve a yield of up to 100 per mu. What? Upon hearing this, everyone present showed expressions of shock and disbelief. They also felt extremely surprised. Impossible, young general. We've never seen this thing in the northern frontier. It must be a product from the Central Plains or Jiangnan. Planted here in the northern frontier, it's good enough if it can bloom and bear fruit. How could it have such a high yield? The villagers were skeptical. They all showed disbelief, not because they didn't believe in Lin Ji, but because this place had suffered for far too long. In winter, they had nothing. Even drinking water sometimes had to be melted from snow and then boiled, because everything was frozen. Now, there could be such a high-yielding crop. Just thinking about it was incredible and unbelievable. Today, I specially invited you here. Do I have any reason to deceive you? Lin Ji said solemnly. This thing originally grew in the Bayun Mountains outside the northern frontier, but due to its relatively primitive variety, the production effect might not be that good. But during this period, he also carried out some grafting and improvement. Most importantly, the growth method of potatoes is different from many crops. This is the reason for the astonishing yield of potatoes. So far, no one in the entire Great Xia dynasty has used potatoes. This thing has never appeared in the Central Plains. Even the nomadic ethnic groups outside the northern frontier probably never thought this thing could be eaten and have such a good effect. In this way, whether you believe it or not, as long as you take this thing back and plant it, I believe that in a few months, you should be able to see the results, and then you will know whether what I said is true." Linji said solemnly. "Hearing is believing. Seeing is believing. The people of the northern frontier have only this much time, and their vigilance is understandable. So only by letting them see for themselves how powerful this thing is can these villagers be willing to plant it. Building a base of their own in the entire northern frontier is by no means an easy task, especially when it comes to developing from an agrarian era. This further illustrates that the current situation will be very complicated. Linji has prepared for a protracted war. You dog emperor, you don't want to send troops to support me, huh? Then I'll fight the enemy to the death in the northern frontier. No matter what the result is, I won't regret it anyway." Linji has now made full preparations. If the Huns and Turks really want to attack the northern frontier, he will definitely fight to the death, and no matter what means the enemy uses, he can cope with it. Even if the Huns really want to sneak attack Yuzhou City, he can also find a way to deal with it. But once the Huns leave the northern frontier, it's none of his business. Anyway, whether in terms of position or personally, Linji has no reason to interfere anymore, because he has already left his station. The village heads looked at each other upon hearing this, and finally agreed. Whether this strange potato can have such a high yield or not, they should at least give the young general face. If it weren't for the young general, their villages would have probably been flattened by the Huns. Not even a place to live. "All right, young general, we'll take it back and try it out, but where are the seeds?" the old village head asked curiously. Linji directly took out a potato that had grown to the size of a fist and cut it into several pieces with a knife. "These are the seeds." "What?" The surrounding crowd looked at each other. Their eyes showed surprise. "What's going on?" "Young general, aren't you joking? Even if you say that the potato itself is a seed, but now you've cut it up, how can it be used?" "In essence, all grains are fruits. Since they are fruits, they naturally have the opportunity to be sown. However, some grains are relatively troublesome to sow. But at least they should be kept intact. Being cut up directly, how can they sprout and bear fruit? This is the uniqueness of this crop. These things can be both seeds and fruits. As long as you want to eat, you can pull them off at any time. But I'll give you a heads up first. Don't eat potatoes that have sprouted or turned green. It will really kill you." Linji said solemnly. This was not something he just heard, but something he had seen with his own eyes. When he was a sales manager, Linji had a client's daughter who ate uncooked sprouted potatoes and directly developed a high fever, being poisoned into a 3-year-old's intelligence, never growing up again. Anyone who heard this story would feel a bit of a sigh in their heart. If it was due to other reasons, it might be a bit more bearable. But who would have thought that the girl ate uncooked potatoes? Just thinking about it feels unfair. The village heads nodded one by one. Each took a few pieces of potato and left the county government, although they didn't quite believe it. But this had to be done. Before leaving, Linji also gave each person a small notebook. "Young general, you're too kind to us. We haven't read much, and I can't understand what's written in this book at all." Chapter 393. The strong military plan is imperative. The book describes methods for growing potatoes and some precautions. It uses common characters. Don't you recognize them? Linji blinked, his eyes full of surprise. What he admired most about Li Jingjin wasn't his high-ranking position, but his efforts to promote education throughout the Great Xia Empire. To attract countless talented individuals, Li Jingjin had gone to great lengths, arranging for private tutors to teach in various regions. Of course, some were just there to pass the time, indifferent to whether the common folk learned anything. Others were more dedicated. In the northern border regions, under the command of his father Lin Jintian, many locals believed that reading was less valuable than joining the northern border army to continue fighting. At least they had food to eat. If they went to school, they might not even have that. So, the literacy level among the common folk in the northern border regions was indeed low. What Linji hadn't expected was that even basic literacy was so difficult for them. "Young general, you overestimate us." The village head shook his head repeatedly. "We common folk are just ordinary villagers. We never had the chance to go to school. Only the wealthy families in Yuzhou City could afford that." Linji frowned at this. But didn't Li Jingjin once issue an edict to build private schools and sponsor literacy education for the common folk? That may be so, but we've never received such benefits, a villager lamented. The northern border regions were already backward, and the court's management here naturally couldn't compare to that in the Central Plains. Lin Ji could guess the real key reason. It boiled down to his own Lin family. If it weren't for them, Li Jingjin, even if just for show, would have to consider the northern border regions. Alright, since that's the case, I'll briefly explain it to you. If you have any questions in the future, you can come to me. Lin Ji said seriously, then proceeded to explain all the relevant precautions for planting potatoes to the villagers. The process of planting potatoes wasn't complicated. With its strong adaptability, it could easily handle various complex environments. It was an excellent crop. After listening several times, the village heads finally grasped the basics and took the potatoes home. After seeing them off, Lin Ji returned to his study to organize his plans. From the moment he determined that Li Jingjin and the Minister of War were plotting against him, he had started preparing. To develop in the northern border regions, there were three key aspects. The first was food. This was why he had given potato seeds to the local villagers to plant. Only if the villagers could eat well would the soldiers in the barracks be well fed. Soldiers couldn't spend all their time growing crops, so they might still need to obtain food from the villagers when necessary. The other aspects were naturally technology and military strength. To establish a foothold in the northern border regions and deter the Xiongnu, Tujue, and even the Great Xia Empire, the most direct way was to have a sufficiently large and strong army. If he had 10,000 men, enemies would dare to challenge him. With 50,000, enemies would be wary. With 100,000, no one would dare act rashly in front of him. With 200,000, he could go anywhere unstoppable. That was Lin Ji's current thinking. Why was the court so ruthless towards him? It was because the Lin family had been too powerful. But if one thought about it, Lin Ji and Lin Zhenxiu had never done anything excessive, even remaining loyal to the court. Setting aside personal conduct, Lin Ji had never been a traitor. Yet, the court still couldn't tolerate them and repeatedly used underhanded methods against Lin Ji. This debt had to be settled. This grudge had to be avenged. Mobilizing troops was closely related to the previous food issue. Only with sufficient food would soldiers not go hungry in the barracks. Otherwise, with insufficient food, who would come to enlist? That would be truly suffering. The most direct way was to let the common folk see the benefits of following him. If they only endured hardship, even lifelong brothers might not stick it out to the end. Of course, Lin Ji wasn't naive. With his current strength, assembling 200,000 troops in the northern border regions was impossible. Unless more than half of the Xiongnu and Tujue captives and surrendered officials were willing to submit to him, otherwise, going head-to-head with the Great Xia Empire's million-strong army would be suicidal. But Lin Ji had a significant advantage, knowledge of technology that the entire Great Xia Empire lacked. Any military strategist comparing the current situation in the northern border regions with the Great Xia Empire, Tujue, and Xiongnu would find that the biggest problem in the northern border regions was insufficient military strength. Currently, Lin Ji's soldiers were equipped with very advanced weapons and excellent logistical support, with each soldier having a woolen sweater. If this situation were extrapolated, when the military strength in the northern border regions reached 100,000 or 200,000, the Xiongnu and Tujue would not stand a chance. Even the Great Xia Empire would have to consider who could truly survive in this war. So, for Lin Ji, he hoped to develop technology as soon as possible, both militarily and civilly, to enhance the strength of the northern border regions. Rest and prepare. Lin Ji now understood why his father's 100,000-strong northern border army had hidden in the deep mountains. His aim was to avoid conflict. If the northern border army had continued fighting in the northern border regions, they would have surely lost. With strong enemies in front and no reinforcements behind, the northern border regions had become a dead end. Even if Lin Zhenxiu could repel the Xiongnu and Tujue, he would have no way back to the court and would implicate all his brothers. In this hopeless situation, this might have been the best solution. Chapter 394. Lies don't hurt, truth is the sharpest blade. As Lin Ji was organizing his plans in the study and listing the most urgent tasks at hand, Yang Feng entered briskly. Young General, what is it? I have already dispatched men secretly back to Taiping Pass and brought over the remaining brothers. However, to avoid suspicion, they had to disguise themselves as ordinary civilians and arrive in small groups. So it might take some time, Yang Feng said earnestly. After Lin Ji's previous guidance, he had thought about it for a long time. Although he had agreed to the young general on the surface, he also had to weigh the pros and cons. The Divine Navy was originally founded by the founding emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, making it one of the oldest armies. The soldiers were very spirited and extremely steadfast in their goals, to protect the homeland, maintain world peace, and be loyal to the nation. These values were deeply ingrained in their bones. Lin Ji's actions were difficult to judge as right or wrong. From the perspective of the common people, he was indeed safeguarding the safety of the border residents and protecting the land of the Great Xia. But from the perspective of the court, this was called self-serving with military power and not being loyal to the emperor, akin to a feudal lord rebelling. However, it was also due to the emperor's actions that forced him to do so. Yang Feng was indeed a loyal general who had always believed in serving the nation. But, as Lin Ji had said, if the nation is not a nation, it means the ruler is not qualified. If so, such a person should not govern the world. A more capable person should step forward to govern for the people and the country. But no matter what, this was still considered rebellion. Yang Feng was constantly convincing himself. During this period, he had indeed seen Lin Ji busy every day for the people and the northern border. Perhaps it didn't matter who the ruler was. As long as they could bring happiness to the people and allow everyone to live in peace, that person could be a good ruler. General Yang, this is indeed hard on you. I didn't expect you to bring over the remaining brothers from Taiping Pass. Lin Ji said sincerely, feeling very touched. After all, having someone support him meant he was not truly alone. Young General, you flatter me. Since I chose to follow you, I should do my utmost. The remaining brothers at Taiping Pass can be fully trusted, so you don't have to worry about them leaking information. Yang Feng replied earnestly. Lin Ji shook his head upon hearing this. I'm not worried about that. Whether they leak information or not makes no difference to me. Young General, you're being too bold. You are still the general guarding the northern border. If the court confirms your rebellious intentions, they will surely send troops to suppress us. Then the northern border will be caught in a pincer. Lin Ji smiled slightly, standing up with his hands behind his back. Yang Feng, it seems you rarely interact with the officials in the court. Haven't you heard? A false charge is easy to make? Just like when you were forced to leave the Divine Navy. What do you mean? Yang Feng frowned. I heard you were dismissed from the Divine Navy, and it was said to be because of my father. So later, I asked someone in the capital to investigate the matter for me. This is the truth at the time. Lin Ji handed a letter to Yang Feng. In reality, everything was just a pretext. Lin Jinxiu and the officials in the court, as well as many generals, were not on good terms. If all the blame was pushed onto Lin Jinxiu, no one would delve into the details. After all, everyone thought he was a villain. So who would care about the truth? Back then, you strictly enforced military discipline and dealt with a major's son from the court, but you didn't care. So later, they used underhanded tactics to get you out of the Divine Navy. Yang Feng widened his eyes, full of disbelief. He had always believed the Divine Navy had strict discipline and no corruption. But he never expected that he was dismissed because someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. The higher-ups in the Divine Navy must have known about it. Otherwise, how could they allow such misconduct? For a moment, Yang Feng suddenly felt that all his years of dedication were in vain. How ridiculous! Even the current Divine Navy follows the court's ways. Yang Feng, I tell you this not to absolve my family of any blame, but since you chose to follow me, I also hope you can properly say goodbye to the past. That's why I want to help you. If my family wronged you, I am willing to repay you for my father. I didn't expect that your departure had nothing to do with my father. All these years you've been guarding Taiping Pass in such desolation. It's all the work of those with ulterior motives. Yang Feng sighed, his smile bitter and sorrowful. Indeed, He had originally thought that guarding Taiping Pass could also fulfill his ambitions. As a general, he should play his role wherever he was. Since Lin Jinxiu couldn't protect the northern border, he had to protect everything here. But he never expected that all his efforts were a joke in others' eyes. After all, he was the biggest fool. Yang Feng, I'm not doing this to win your loyalty. I just want you to see what the court is really like and whether it's worth serving them. This letter became the final straw that severed Yang Feng's ties with the court. The straw didn't crush the camel. It was all the previous events that had already determined the outcome. Young general, from now on, I will follow you. I have no more ties with the court. You can rest assured, I will never betray you. I'm not worried about that, Lin Ji said with a smile. You are a true talent, and you should have a better stage. Unfortunately, some people don't know how to use you and put you in Taiping Pass. Chapter 395. The Game Changer, Asphalt. At this very moment, Yang Feng finally understood why the people of the northern borderlands held Lin Ji in such high regard. The Yu family's army and the tens of thousands of northern garrisons under Zhou Yu's command were equally loyal and deeply admired him. It was because this man possessed a purity that was absent from the court. Everything he did was for the people and for himself, and all his actions were visible to all. Such a person was born extraordinary and was destined to achieve great things. Yang Feng truly understood the charm Lin Ji possessed. For a man of his iron will, it was irresistibly attractive. From now on, the northern borderlands will be our home. And if one day we return to the central plains, it will be as ourselves, not as subjects of the great Xia. Yang Feng nodded, his heart brimming with passion. Suddenly, he remembered something. Oh, right, young general, I almost forgot the main task. The asphalt you asked us to search for has been found. Really? Lin Ji was ecstatic. He never expected Yang Feng to bring him two pieces of good news. Since confirming his current stance, Lin Ji had already started preparing. Why had the northern borderlands always been so weak in the face of the Huns and the Turks? The main reason was the extremely backward transportation here. Whether it was the military or the grain transport, the time it took was far too long. Just traveling from Mengxing County to the farthest edge of the northern borderlands would take at least half a month. The vast and sparsely populated northern borderlands made it easy prey for the Huns and the Turks, leading to the local people suffering greatly. Even if Governor Yang of Yuzhou wanted to manage the northern borderlands, he was powerless to do so. If the Huns or the Turks attacked the most remote areas, it would take at least 5 days for the news to reach them, and by the time they sent reinforcements, a month would have passed. Even the dumbest of the Huns or the Turks could easily attack a remote town. When they raided Mengxing County, they only sent 1,000 men. So transportation was the most critical issue. But with the current technology, Lin Ji couldn't afford to build highways throughout the northern borderlands. Asphalt was the most direct and effective solution he could think of. Asphalt roads could significantly improve transportation efficiency and connect the entire northern borderlands. Whether by carriage or horseback, it would be much faster to reach destinations. For this reason, he had sent people to search for it, and he hadn't expected news to come so soon. Young general, we've never seen what you described, so we had to search based on your drawings and descriptions. There seems to be an asphalt pool in a forest 200 miles northwest of Mengxing County. 200 miles? Lin Ji pondered. It was indeed far, but if necessary, they could build a base there and develop around it. As long as they could build the main roads connecting the northern borderlands, even if the Huns tried to attack from behind, he wouldn't have to worry. Mengxing County could quickly dispatch troops. This way, select 500 soldiers from your command and go to Yuzhou City to ask Governor Yang to select 2,000 civilians to go to that forest and mine the asphalt as quickly as possible. Yang Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Young general, at such a critical time, why would you spend so many resources to mine asphalt in that forest? Is it really that important to us? Of course. Lin Ji smiled meaningfully. Asphalt can be burned and used as a defensive weapon if necessary. Moreover, if we use asphalt to build roads, it will be much more convenient than the current dirt roads and will make our travel much faster. The northern borderlands are currently passive against the Huns and the Turks, and you understand the reasons behind it. Although military strength was indeed a factor, if transportation improved and the entire northern borderlands could be better connected, there would be no need to worry. If they received early warnings, it might only take a day and night for the army to travel from Mingxing County to Yuzhou City. In the past, it would have taken at least 3 days. If the Huns suddenly attacked Yuzhou, they would have already breached the city gates in 3 days, leaving no time for reinforcement. Yang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Young General, can this substance really increase our travel speed? What do you think? Lin Ji said meaningfully. The old saying goes, to get rich, first build roads. This applies not only to his world, but also to the present. The northern borderlands have dozens of cities and towns. Due to their vast expanse, even if official roads were built, these cities and towns would still be isolated. If attacked, they could only suffer. Even sending messengers to Yuzhou City for help would be too late. This had happened more than once or twice. Even when his father Lin Jinqiu was guarding the northern borderlands, it was the same. It was only because of the awe-inspiring power of the Northern Frontier Army that the Huns and the Turks dared not provoke them easily. Otherwise, those border towns would also be the favorite targets of the enemy. Yang Feng was thrilled. Young General, if this is true, perhaps we really can change the situation in the northern borderlands. Maybe the Huns and the Turks won't be able to act with impunity here anymore, and even if the court sends troops, we won't have to worry. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but show admiration. It was said that the eldest son of the Lin family was a playboy who indulged in debauchery and lacked any real skills. But now, his knowledge was astonishing. Asphalt had never been heard of, yet the young general said it could be used to build roads. If that were true, the changes it would bring were unimaginable. No wonder the young general could hold out in the northern borderlands for so long, even growing from 2,000 troops to tens of thousands. Without some real skills, that would be impossible. All right, go quickly. The forest is 200 miles away from us. Be careful, and if you encounter enemies, run first, don't engage in a direct confrontation. Lin Ji earnestly advised. Hashtag Chapter 396, Playing Dumb While Knowing the Truth. After receiving the order, Yang Feng returned to the barracks overnight to select troops. As he and his men approached the city gate, they found someone already waiting for them. Are you General Yang? Yang Feng nodded, his eyes showing a hint of caution. Who are you, and why are you waiting for me here? General Yang, we are here under the orders of Yang the Envoy to assist you in your mission. Yang the Envoy has instructed us to fully cooperate and obey your commands without question. The man revealed his identity, which surprised Yang Feng. He was a staff officer from Yuzhou. Yang Feng was momentarily taken aback. Strange, I haven't even sought out Yang the Envoy yet. Why did you come to me first? General Yang, there's no need for concern. Young General Lin had already contacted our superior before you did. Upon learning of the matter's importance to the northern border security, our superior had me arrange everything in advance and rush to Mingxing County. The staff officer spoke politely. Yang Feng understood at once. So it was young General Lin who had already arranged everything beforehand? It seemed that Lin Ji truly trusted him immensely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have prepared everything in advance. But how did Lin Ji know he would definitely find the bitumen pool? Lin Ji's foresight was truly remarkable, something even Yang Feng had to admit he was not on par with. At the same time, Yang Feng felt more confident. Following someone like this, how could things go wrong? The other party would certainly strive to complete all tasks, which would undoubtedly benefit the entire northern border. But where are the men under your command? Yang Feng looked around curiously, noticing only a dozen or so men behind the staff officer. He had been told there were 2,000 men. What could these dozen do? General Yang, rest assured. The rest are resting 10 miles outside the city. The staff officer lowered his voice, knowing their operation involved a significant number of people, which could attract unwanted attention. If the Huns and Turks got wind of it, it might complicate matters. This was why Yang Feng had decided to act under the cover of night. Seeing everything was in order, Yang Feng didn't waste any more time. He nodded and led his troops out of Mingxing County, following the staff officer. Over the following days, Not just Mingqing County, but the entire northern border seemed to be undergoing changes. With the Yu family army continuously reaching each city, they brought much encouragement to the local populace, who learned that young General Lin had not given up. Many civilians even offered food and lodging to the soldiers, a rare and commendable act during these chaotic times. In Yuzhou City, at the prefectural residence, the Minister of Military Affairs and Yang the envoy were enjoying tea in the back courtyard. With the Huns' retreat, the weight on their hearts had lifted, allowing them a rare moment of leisure. "Minister, how do you find this tea?" Yang the envoy asked with a smile, looking quite pleased. The victory over the Huns in the northern border was of great significance to him, allowing him to continue his comfortable life as a regional official and enjoy wealth and luxury. Most importantly, if the court questioned him, he had a solid defense. They had won the battle, and the court couldn't punish the victorious. "Indeed, it's quite good. What's it called?" "It's called Return." "Return? What a fine name. I've never heard of it in the capital. This tea is from beyond the northern border, and it's extremely difficult to harvest, making it very expensive. Even many wealthy people in the Central Plains might not afford it." Yang the envoy said proudly. "Of course, here in the northern border, I have some influence. It's not too difficult for me to procure such tea." As they spoke, a servant of the Minister of Military Affairs hurried over. "Your Excellency." "Just say it. We're all on the same side," the Minister of Military Affairs said casually, noticing the servant's hesitation. After recent events, his relationship with Yang the envoy had grown closer. Essentially, they were now aligned in their interests and should be as open as possible. "Your Excellency, there's another message from the capital. Minister Zhu of the Ministry of War requests your return." "Didn't I say it already? My work here in the northern border isn't finished yet. I can't return now." The Minister of Military Affairs frowned. For over a month, he had been receiving dispatches from the capital every 10 days, all asking why he hadn't made any progress. He had been merely Fuyanlao, knowing exactly what Minister Zhu's intentions were. To frame Lin Ji? Impossible. Regardless of their personal relationship, Lin Ji was a revered general in the northern border, never losing ground in his clashes with the Huns. Without him, the northern border would likely have become a sea of fire and hell. How could he have the chance to sit here, basking in the sun and sipping tea with Yang the envoy? Later, it seemed Minister Zhu realized his words had no effect. After all, the capital was far away, and the Minister of Military Affairs could do as he pleased in the northern border. The initial task given by Minister Zhu was to eliminate Lin Ji, and since that hadn't been accomplished, he had a legitimate reason to stay. "Your Excellency, this time might be different." The servant hesitated, looking unsure. After a moment, he cautiously said, "It seems the Emperor has also issued an edict, ordering you to return to the capital to report." "The Emperor?" The Minister of Military Affairs was surprised and puzzled. How could such a minor matter involve the Emperor? Could it be that Minister Zhu had fabricated stories to the Emperor to force his return? This thought made him uneasy. Chapter 397. The Imperial Command is irresistible. There's one more thing before I leave. Where is the letter? Let me see it, the Ministry of War's chief secretary said impassively. The servant immediately presented it with both hands. Upon opening the letter, his expression changed instantly. In addition to the letter, there was also a Ministry of War token. This was only used in special circumstances to recall generals. Seeing the token was like seeing the Emperor himself. Even Yang the Great couldn't help but be shocked. "Chief Secretary, it seems the Minister of War is determined to have you return. This time, you may find it hard to refuse." Although he had long resided in Yuzhou, Yang the Great had heard some news from the court. However, he had always avoided getting involved in the political struggles of the capital. After all, being far from the Emperor and the capital, what did those court intrigues have to do with him? Besides, if he were to offend some royal relative, he would be the one to suffer. This was why Yang the Great preferred not to return to the imperial city. Although his status as a third-rank official was somewhat underwhelming, he enjoyed a comfortable life at the northern frontier. 3 years as a beggar is better than being a king. This saying held some truth. Those who beg, if born in a wealthy region, might live quite comfortably. Despite their disheveled appearance, they have food and drink. If they happen to encounter a generous benefactor, they might even have some savings. This is more comfortable than the life of an ordinary citizen. The key is, no one can control them. They do as they please, and who would bother with a bunch of beggars? Even if the authorities were to clean them up, they would at most just chase them away. Yang the Great, at the northern frontier, was a man of great influence. What he said, others dared not contradict, unless they didn't want to stay at the northern frontier. Seeing the chief secretary being forcibly recalled to the capital, Yang the Great could only sigh. It didn't concern him much. However, this time at the northern frontier, their great victory was also due to the chief secretary's significant efforts. In the entire court, there were very few who genuinely supported Lin Ji. If he were to leave, the administrative power at the northern frontier would be further weakened. Yang the Great was concerned about this. Of course, there was also their personal friendship, having shared hardships together. He wasn't truly heartless. If I return to the capital, both the emperor and the minister of war will surely hold me accountable, the chief secretary sighed. It seemed his days of feigning ignorance might be over. Everyone knew that Minister Zhu Biao of the Ministry of War hadn't torn down the veil because they were too far apart. If he were to be punished, it would only be after his return to the capital. This was akin to how Yu Fei was fighting at the frontier while the court, from the emperor to officials like Qin Hui, wished for peace. They were very displeased with Yu Fei. But since he was fighting at the frontier, what could they do? They could only recall him to the capital and deal with him. The official letters might be polite, but once they turned hostile, all emotions would be vented. Chief Secretary, why not just not return? The account at the northern frontier isn't settled yet. Just tell them you have unfinished business and can't leave. Yang the Great offered advice. Having a Ministry of War official at the northern frontier had a morale-boosting effect on both the people and the soldiers. If he left, Yang the Great wouldn't have anyone to consult if the court were to challenge the northern frontier. I wish I could, but this time it's hard to refuse, the chief secretary said with a wry smile. Even the Ministry of War token had been brought out. If he didn't comply, he would be charged with treason, equivalent to rebelling. Although he wished to protect the northern frontier, he didn't want to become a traitor or a disgrace to his family. These considerations were unavoidable. Seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, Yang the Great could only sigh. All right, since you've made up your mind, I won't say more. Tonight, I'll host a farewell dinner for you. Not so fast, the chief secretary said meaningfully. Before leaving, he had one last task to complete, concerning the entire northern frontier. I want to see young General Lin. Really? Yang the Great widened his eyes. He had long guessed the true purpose of the chief secretary's visit to the northern frontier. Knowing that a war was ongoing and the frontier of the Great Xia dynasty was in peril with insufficient troops, the Ministry of War had delayed reinforcements and secretly sent a chief secretary. What was the intention? Even Yang the Great, who rarely interacted with the court, understood the ulterior motive. It was said to be overseeing the northern frontier, but the real target was Lin Ji. However, after the chief secretary showed his sincerity and desire to defend the northern frontier, Yang the Great accepted him as one of his own. Now, with the Ministry of War issuing the token specifically for his recall, he wanted to see Lin Ji at this critical moment. If the news leaked, the chief secretary would surely be condemned. It was like jumping into a fire pit. Chief Secretary, if you have something important to convey to young General Lin, I can help. Going to see him now would only complicate matters. I didn't expect you to care about my safety, Yang the Great, the chief secretary said with a smile. Yang the Great waved his hand. I admit I'm not a good official. I've taken bribes. But I believe I've been good to the people. When young General Lin came to the northern frontier, I didn't have much hope. He was just a playboy, despite his father's fame. But then he repeatedly created miracles. Several times I thought the northern frontier would fall, but he held on. It was these experiences that gradually changed Yang the Great. The northern frontier could only be truly defended with collective effort. He could enjoy, But he also had to work for the people in Linji. The principle of, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold, was something he understood very well. Chapter 398. No one is idle. This improvement is truly not easy. Thank you for your kind intentions, Lord Yang, but there are some things that I must do myself. The Minister of War said earnestly. I believe that as long as you remain the prefect of the northern border, and with the aid of General Lin, you will be able to defend this place. At this point, the conversation had reached a dead end. There was no way to continue. After a moment of silence, Lord Yang raised his teacup. In that case, I'll toast you with tea and wish you a safe journey. Thank you. Mingxing County. Linji was busy in the blacksmith's workshop. He was simultaneously directing the blacksmiths in improving firearms. While the fire rifles had indeed performed admirably on the battlefield, their drawbacks were also glaringly obvious. Poor accuracy, slow reloading speed, and high failure rates. These were the most direct issues with the first-generation fire rifles. There was no way around it, as the current conditions limited all the corresponding parts of the fire rifles to be manually forged by blacksmiths. If molds were used, it would be much easier. Although the Xiongnu had temporarily retreated, Linji believed they would return. Therefore, he had to seize this time to make various deployments as quickly as possible, so that they could have stronger combat capabilities in the shortest time. Because next time, when the Xiongnu attacked, it would mean they had the confidence to win. They might even bring out their secret weapons. Young General, your requirements are too high. We blacksmiths simply can't make it. The blacksmiths were full of helplessness. It wasn't that they didn't want to help. As blacksmiths, naturally, they should be forging ironware. When General Shao came before, the blueprints he gave them were unheard of, unseen. But they still managed to make them. Because the craftsmanship wasn't particularly complex, there was still some room for operation. But now, the blueprint the young general brought was incomprehensible. Many descriptions were even baffling when put together, like triggers, rifling. What kind of nonsense is this? Linji looked at the sample the blacksmiths had forged under his guidance. The general shape was indeed similar, but in many details, it was relatively rough. He didn't make things difficult for the blacksmiths. After all, fire rifles were different from all other weapons. They weren't about making broad strokes, but about paying attention to details. If they couldn't make it, it would only affect the follow-up combat effectiveness of the fire rifle squad. If they could make it, the impact would be extraordinary. It seemed he had to make some molds himself, otherwise, this matter couldn't continue. Do you have molds? Molds? What are those? The blacksmiths looked at each other. Their eyes revealed puzzled expressions. With the current technology limited, so any weapon was hammered out by blacksmiths one strike at a time. Even if it was a defective product, it would usually be bought. After all, having a weapon was good enough these days. To want to wield a sword or a sharp knife like those generals, it was a pipe dream, and these things were all controlled by people of status. Ordinary people had no chance to get them. Simply put, if this thing is made, it will make forging parts more convenient. Then you just need to pour molten iron into the mold, and after it solidifies, take it out. The basic shape will already be formed. Linji explained. In his observation, he found that some people had already started using mold technology. Of course, most of them were in the imperial city. The conditions in the northern border were limited, usually forging either weapons or larger farm tools. Plus, the blacksmith's price was expensive. Ordinary people didn't use them much. So the technology was relatively backward compared to the imperial city. Linji hadn't really noticed it before, but now he understood why backwardness means getting beaten. Because whether in terms of efficiency or strength, there would be a huge gap. For example, before using the fire rifle squad and some explosive weapons like the Thunder Crash, the threat from the Xiongnu had obviously decreased. But with the use of these fire rifles and the resulting wear and tear, over time, problems would arise. If not solved, in the future, all fire rifles might wear out faster than they could be forged. Young General, I understand your point a bit. So we need to melt the material into molten iron first? An old craftsman, who looked to be in his early 40s, asked curiously. Without molds, what's the use of melting iron blocks into molten iron? Linji was speechless. It seemed these people still didn't understand what he was saying. Although he had been in the northern border for so long, the things he had done were relatively more, and the people here were relatively more honest. But the biggest problem was that the education here was extremely backward, leading to many things he said people seemed to understand but didn't quite get. But this was within reason. As long as he was there, Linji was sure he could help solve the situation in the northern border. He looked around, then picked up 2 pieces of pig iron. First, make this into a square, and then according to my blueprint, dig 2 pits in it. With the actual objects for comparison, the blacksmiths all suddenly understood. So that's how it is, young general, we're sorry, we didn't quite understand before. The blacksmiths wiped the sweat from their foreheads, full of embarrassment. This couldn't be blamed on them. Since Linji had them start producing fire rifles, the blacksmiths had become more important than before. The impact naturally led to more busyness. But since they were too unfamiliar with these things, plus their technology was relatively backward, there were indeed many problems during the production process. If it were in the past, the blacksmiths didn't know how bad their fate would be. Working for the government, yet not being able to do the job well, what kind of consequences would that be? The blacksmiths present hadn't been spared. In the past, the northern border had indeed had people also ask them to do these things, and there was even a period when they were forcibly conscripted by the Xiongnu. Everyone was just ordinary people, although having a skill meant not starving, but under the Xiongnu, it was really a life worse than death. Being a blacksmith was already a heavy job. One had to eat well to have strength, but the Xiongnu only gave them the most basic food. If they didn't do well, they were beaten or scolded. Even the previous magistrate of Mingxing County treated them extremely badly. Hashtag chapter 399. It's time to improve the technology. However, since working under Lin Ji, these blacksmiths, though often making mistakes, have never been mistreated by the young general. Some items are even purchased at their original price. This has, in a way, improved the livelihoods of all blacksmiths in the vicinity. Therefore, they are filled with gratitude towards Lin Ji. It's all right. It's normal to encounter problems. No one's work can go smoothly all the time. I had my share of difficulties in the Imperial City, so don't be afraid or worried when you face issues. Just speak up. By speaking up now, we can address the problems in advance. If we make mistakes, the consequences can be very troublesome. I hope everyone can think about this carefully, Linji said earnestly. He was never one to flaunt his authority, and his past experiences were not much better than those of the common folk. Now that he has control over the northern border, he naturally hopes to improve the lives of the people there. Not expecting much, just a basic level of security. This alone is far better than many other things. But young general, although the Huns have retreated, some of our mining areas are inaccessible now. Besides, you mentioned that this pig iron is not suitable for making firearms. We can't change that now. The blacksmiths opened up, their words flowing more freely and offering suggestions to Linji. Linji had thought about the issue of iron or before. Weapons made from pig iron are only suitable for ordinary cold weapons. Due to its insufficient toughness, blacksmiths often mix in some copper to enhance the weapon's flexibility. If a weapon is too brittle, it can easily break, so adjustments are necessary during use. Lin Hao had noticed this problem when training the musket squad. Firearms made from pig iron are prone to exploding, and many soldiers in the camp have been injured. Fortunately, the damage caused by using the muskets is not severe, and Linji has been very protective during training. However, this problem cannot be left unresolved. Currently, it's just training. If this issue persists and a sharpshooter he trained gets injured by an explosion during a future battle with the Huns or the Turks, it would be a huge loss. It seems we need to improve our iron smelting technology, Linji mused. How do we improve it? The blacksmiths looked at each other. First, follow my instructions to research this. I'll come up with a solution and get back to you, Linji said. Thank you, young general. They expressed their gratitude once more, their eyes filled with relief. Meeting someone like Lin Hao is a blessing for them, not only helping them earn money but also ensuring their safety. The northern border has not seen such a leader in a long time, and the common folk praise him highly. Linji then discussed some recent items and materials that need to be made before leaving the blacksmith's workshop. As he stepped out, a constable ran over. "Young General, someone is here to visit." "Who? And why did you come all the way to inform me?" Linji dusted off his clothes. The blacksmith's workshop is indeed a place for rough men. Just a short visit left his clothes dirty. He didn't mind, but it seemed he needed to change into work clothes next time. It's too much trouble otherwise. The visitor seems to be the Minister of Military Affairs. What? Linji froze for a moment, his eyes flashing with anger. Did they just run here to find me? How ignorant. Everyone in Mingxing County knows the deep-seated enmity between the young general of the northern border and the Ministry of War. Even General Yu holds a deep grudge against the Ministry of War. It's incredible that someone from the Ministry of War would dare to come here. How many are they? Linji asked, rolling his neck, ready to take action. Just one person. One person? Linji blinked, deep in thought. He knew a bit about the Minister of Military Affairs. Yang Feng came to Mingxing County partly due to his efforts. However, from the time the minister arrived at the northern border until now, he had never met with Linji. Linji initially thought the minister avoided him due to his relationship with the Minister of War. Today's visit, especially alone, seems intriguing. After pondering for a moment, Linji nodded. Go buy some good wine and meat from the market. Since he's come all this way, we should host him, lest we be looked down upon. Yes, the constable nodded and left. Linji headed towards the county office. In the main hall, the Minister of Military Affairs was already waiting. Upon seeing Linji, he immediately stood up and bowed. Minister Wen Bin greets the young general. You are too polite, Minister Wen. If we go by rank, you are above me. I was merely a 6th rank official in the imperial city, Linji said calmly. Young general, you come from a military family, and I am from the Ministry of War. We should follow military customs. Comparing ranks is a practice of civil officials, Wen Bin said with a composed smile. This man, though scholarly, has a sharpness that civil officials lack, likely due to his frequent interactions with military officers. After some casual conversation, Linji got straight to the point. Minister Wen, I hear you came here specifically to see me. What brings you here? Frankly, I know about the conflict between you and our Minister of War, and I deeply regret it. Oh, do you regret it for me or for him? Linji raised an eyebrow. Naturally for you, young general, Wen Bin replied slowly. This is why he had not met with Linji before. The conflict between the Ministry of War and Linji, as well as the entire northern border, is too deep-seated. Not only Linji, but all the generals in the northern border are dissatisfied with the Ministry of War. Chapter 400. Vision Determines Pattern. The Minister of War's chief secretary was well aware of his own limitations. He knew that at this critical juncture, he absolutely could not affect the morale of the northern border troops, as the consequences would be extraordinary. It could even make the entire situation unprecedentedly tense. He had never visited Mingxing County. Wen Bin knew that if he could hold the northern border and drive back the Huns and Turks this time, it wouldn't matter if he then paid a visit to Linji. He might even have a way to report to the Minister of War. He could also protect himself. In essence, this was a perfect plan. But who could have foreseen? The orders from the court became increasingly urgent, reaching a point of no return. He had no opportunity to think of an excuse to decline. So before returning to the imperial city, he had to meet Linji. No matter what, some things had to be made clear. Only in this way could they ensure that their actions would not be used against them. It could also ensure that they would not affect the pattern of the northern border. In the imperial city, the two had met once before. Now, meeting again in Mingxing County, it felt like an eternity. Young General Lin, I never expected that after more than half a year, you have become more and more like a general. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would find it hard to imagine that you were that young and impetuous young master who first arrived in the imperial city. Linji smiled faintly. There's no need to bring up the past. I was indeed a bit reckless back then, causing unnecessary trouble in the imperial city. In fact, if one thought about it carefully, Lin Ji hadn't done anything particularly wrong in the imperial city. Many conflicts were inexplicably directed at him. The only mistake he made might have been his youthful impetuosity, unable to swallow his pride. But even if he were to do it all over again, he would never allow those people to act recklessly over his head. Isn't it said that people live their whole lives just to fight for a breath? Lin Ji didn't want to suffer those grievances. Even now, in his current predicament, he had no complaints. The northern border, though more dangerous, brought him a few more moments of freedom. Unlike the imperial city, where he had to constantly watch out for others plotting against him, this was extremely valuable. In Mingxing County, at least he had a group of loyal brothers and soldiers. They could protect his back, allowing him to rest easy. And these were extremely valuable. To be honest, I still don't know the purpose of this visit by Minister 1. Lin Ji asked directly. He didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. Although from previous actions, it was evident that the other party had indeed helped him resolve considerable crises. In Lin Ji's view, this person might not be entirely trustworthy. He had very few opportunities to interact with the other party in the court. He didn't know what kind of background this guy had. What if Xu Biao sent him over to play the role of a mole? There weren't many people in the Ministry of War that could be trusted. The Deputy Minister of War was one of them. But with such a large Ministry of War, there was only the officials in the court. They all wish you dead on the northern border. Wenbin said solemnly. When I first arrived at the northern border, I could already sense that the situation here was not as imagined. That's why I feel this matter is very important. Lin Ji's eyes showed surprise. He never expected that the other party had come to talk to him about this. It seemed that the other party indeed had some sincerity. And this was also a good thing for him. At least he had one less enemy. Whether he had gained a friend was another matter. So, what exactly does Minister 1 mean? Lin Ji probed. To understand the other party's intentions, he could better ensure that he wouldn't be in a relatively disadvantageous position. Young general, although your reputation was not good before, after what you did in the imperial city and your return to the northern border, I believe you are a trustworthy general, loyal to the Central Plains. So no matter what orders the court gives you to return to the imperial city, I hope you will never agree. Wenbin said earnestly. This statement was actually quite seditious. Encouraging someone to resist the court? Who in the world could do such a thing? And it was clearly irresponsible. Even Lin Ji showed surprise. He even felt more and more incredulous. What exactly was this old guy's intention? If it were someone else, even the Huns or Turks, he could give them a chance to be trusted. But people from the Ministry of War really had to be cautious. These people were inherently on the opposite side. They were always in a position of extreme danger. Lin Ji had long lost any reverence for the court. As for the so-called Emperor Li Jingzhen, he could call him Your Majesty if he felt like it, or Dog Emperor if he didn't. After all, the other party wanted to kill him. Rebellion was inevitable. As the old saying goes, the government forces the people to rebel, and the people have no choice but to rebel. Lin Ji used to think this was nonsense. How could officials force the people to rebel? But now it seemed he was in this critical period. However, historically, all peasant uprisings rarely reach the end. Lin Ji certainly understood the reasons for their failure. The biggest difference between him and those so-called peasant leaders was that he had people behind him with a longer-term vision. Chapter 401. Same standpoint, trustworthy. These were the assets Lin Ji had accumulated over time. Waging war and doing business are quite similar. Without capital, even if you possess great skills, you won't have the opportunity to showcase them. Could a lone commander really hope to face off against an enemy's thousands of troops? I want to compare the current war to his past business ventures. I currently qualify as a manager. Li Jingzhen is akin to the largest company CEO. The Tujue and Xiongnu are like foreign upstart bosses. Although what do you people matter to us? So, after making up his mind, Lin Ji showed no hesitation. He had even prepared to cut ties with everyone in the imperial city. But he never expected that Wenbin would approach him with such words. Not that he distrusted the other man, but because his identity was somewhat special. If this person were truly a confidant of Xu Biao, and came here to play a double agent. If he mistakenly trusted him and revealed all his plans, Li Jingjin and Zhu Biao would surely send troops to besiege him. Lin Ji didn't care much. Having spent almost a year at the northern border, he was already well acquainted with the place. Even if the court sent troops to besiege him, he could just retreat into the deep forests beyond the northern border, like his father. Could you find me then? Unless you have clairvoyance. The problem is, by then, everything he's built at the northern border, including all the brothers and soldiers under his command, would face unprecedented danger. The court wouldn't show them mercy. They would even wipe them out completely. These were the practical issues Lin Ji had to face. He had many things to do, so he dared not slacken. Of course, there was another possibility. Wenbin genuinely came to warn him. But one must be wary of others, though not harbor malicious intent. Lin Ji couldn't be sure, so he had to wait and see. Minister 1, your words are quite dangerous. Aren't you afraid that the people in the court will find out and label you a traitor? Not only will you lose your official position, but your entire family could be implicated. Rebellion is a capital offense. Everyone involved would be unable to escape unscathed. Even if Wenbin is the Minister of War, what can he do? The ones targeting him are the Crown Prince and the Minister of War. Either one is formidable. Just this fact is enough to instill fear. Hearing his tone, Wenbin isn't a fool. After spending a few months at the northern border, doesn't he know what Lin Ji is planning? Especially after seeing the situation at the northern border, Wenbin's thoughts have become even more certain. The northern border is rapidly developing. Every aspect is undergoing high-speed change. Whether among the common folk or in the barracks, everyone is orderly. It's as if a new nation is about to rise. Wenbin, deep down, doesn't want this to happen. If Lin Ji declares himself king at the northern border, it means there will inevitably be a conflict with the Central Plains. By then, the common people will suffer. As the Minister of War, though responsible for the entire military of the Great Xia dynasty, a country needs an army, needs generals, to protect the homeland and maintain stability. Ultimately, Wenbin wants the Great Xia dynasty to continue to prosper. He also wants the entire world to be under the control of the Great Xia dynasty. That's why he doesn't want internal strife. But some things cannot be prevented. Lin Ji's ability to hold the northern border means he is outstanding. No matter what, he is a good general in the eyes of the people of the Central Plains. But what the people think is good is different from what the court thinks is good. Whether it's the Crown Prince or the Minister of War Zhu Biao, what they need is not an outstanding person, but a loyal dog willing to die for them. Having been in the officialdom for so long, Wenbin has seen through this. And what truly made him say these words is the indifference of the Crown Prince Li Jingjin and the Minister of War to the situation at the northern border. For the sake of power struggles, they disregard the people. For the sake of position, they are even willing to sacrifice the lives of so many people at the northern border and the dignity of the nation. This is Wenbin's bottom line. If Lin Ji were to ally with the Xiongnu or Tujue, he would undoubtedly report it to the court. He would also dispatch troops from the Ministry of Right and Honorable Official. This truly impresses me greatly, Lin Ji nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. Everyone in this world has their own different positions. This is undoubtedly true. Perhaps some positions are not as they appear to us. Or perhaps everyone has their own indispensable reasons for what they do. Lin Ji has undergone significant changes from his past self. Back then, he was indeed a young, impetuous, and arrogant person, with the knowledge that no one else in the world possesses. Even if his own father were in trouble, it wouldn't matter. Reviving the Lin family to its former glory would be extremely easy. But after so many vicissitudes and twists and turns, Lin Ji gradually understood that sometimes people cannot be as they wish. Many things are far more complex than they seem. For instance, when he first arrived in the imperial city, he initially thought that these people only treated him with such inexplicable behavior because he was the young general of the Lin family. In simple terms, it was a form of exclusion. It was as if the young heir of a branch company had come to the headquarters for an internship. The employees and bosses of the headquarters would give face and address him as the young master. If they didn't give face, They would treat him as an ordinary employee and make things difficult. This is why. Linji understood his initial situation. But it wasn't until later that he realized. Actually, who he was didn't matter. What he did didn't matter. Or rather, the better he did, the more disdain and jealousy he would receive. The reason was none other than the fact that he was the son of the branch company's boss. The people at the headquarters always felt he had ulterior motives and even tried to influence the overall structure. How could they let him be in peace? Not only that, even now that this young master has returned to the branch company, the people at the headquarters still won't let him off. They even sent a special envoy to cause trouble for him. It was this special envoy who cared about the future of the entire group. Otherwise, how could he have told him these things? Minister 1, this time when you return to the capital, you will undoubtedly be troubled by the Minister of War and the Junzi. Instead of that, you might as well not go back, Linji sincerely said. He could roughly guess. The task given to the Minister of War when he came to the northern border was definitely not a good one. What good could come out of the mouths of the Minister of War, Zhu Biao, and the Junzi, Li Jingjin? Even his own daughter was sent as a tool to assassinate Linji. Did Li Jingjin never think about what would happen to his daughter if the mission failed? Even if it's ruthless, isn't this going too far? Even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs, let alone the exalted royal family. Perhaps in the eyes of these people, there is no such thing as family affection, and even friendship and trust are rare. What can move them is probably only one thing. That is interest. For interest, they can resort to any means. Various tricks and schemes emerge endlessly. Linji, who was once a street bully in the northern border, also knew some hooligans. Compared to the manipulators in the court, these guys are simply incomparable. This is a huge joke. When Bin heard this, he couldn't help but sigh. I know, but the imperial decree is on my shoulders, and I must obey. If I refuse to return this time, I might be charged with rebellion. Killing a Minister of War is as easy as pie for the Minister of War, Zhu Biao, and the Junzi, Li Jingjin. And there are countless people waiting for the position of Minister of War. As soon as he gets into trouble, within 2 months, someone will definitely take his place. He is one of the few people he has seen in the capital who does not covet wealth. Minister 1, it seems you have already prepared your mind? I never expected you to have such high awareness. Linji couldn't help but sigh. Yet he still didn't quite understand. Why would Bin return knowing it was a dead end? Young general, what I hope is that the people of the northern border will not be displaced and will not become slaves of the Huns. So as long as the northern border is safe, even if I, as a civil official, lose my life, it doesn't matter. And I will do my best to contact you. Bin said, although my position is low and I can't make decisions on many things, I can still do my best to help you. After all, what we do has extraordinary significance for all of us. If it were someone else in the court, he might still have some reservations, because these people might produce a completely different result due to their special identities. But Linji is different. The reason he was so successful in the northern border was not only because of his identity, but also because he actually had no way out in the capital. Bin was deeply grateful upon hearing this. So that's how it is. It seems he underestimated the other party's influence. I never expected that the young general actually has people to rely on in the capital. That's natural, but now this relationship has become a burden for them. So many things can only be done to the best of their abilities. Chapter 403. Successful attempt on asphalt road. In a forest 200 li away from Mengqing County. At this moment, Yang Feng led several hundred soldiers and over 1,000 civilians to set up a temporary camp. Not only that, everyone was busy working with a single goal in mind, to dig up asphalt and build a road back to Mengqing County. General Yang, can this stuff really be used to build roads? It doesn't seem feasible to me. Someone couldn't help but ask. The unprocessed state of asphalt didn't look like something that could be turned into a road. In fact, even Yang Feng's heart was in turmoil. This material seemed unreliable. Moreover, such things were not uncommon in the northern border, but no one had ever paid attention to them. To put it bluntly, these were merely optional. Never had they expected that the young general would specifically send them to search for this during such a critical moment. Fortunately, Linji had already instructed Yang Feng on all the construction details before they set out. Although the current method was relatively primitive and inefficient, there was no other choice. Technologically, they couldn't achieve mechanized production of asphalt roads. Stop complaining and get to work. Whether it works or not, we'll know once we try it, Yang Feng calmly said. He had asked Linji the same question before, and the answer was the same. Talking and thinking 1,000 times was not as effective as a hands-on attempt. This way, they could clearly understand the situation. Since no one had done it before, there was no way to give an accurate answer now. Hearing this, everyone nodded and continued working. After several rounds of effort, the first batch of asphalt was finally produced. The thick, black, and pungent substance made many people retreat in disgust. What on earth was this? The smell was unbearable. Yang Feng also approached curiously, his eyes showing surprise. This was even more bizarre than he had imagined. He also couldn't be sure if it would work as the young general had said. General Yang, did we succeed or fail? The deputy commander couldn't help but ask curiously, his complex emotions hard to describe. Yang Feng didn't know how to answer. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly said, "Let's just follow the method and spread it on the road. Whether it succeeds or not, we'll know once it dries and we can walk on it." This was still an experimental phase. Linji had given them ample time. Such things couldn't be achieved in one go. Many things required trial and error. Yang Feng also had a good attitude. Everyone nodded and began constructing the road according to Linji's instructions. By the time they finished, it was already dark. Yang Feng had the area they built surrounded and then went back to rest. The next morning, he was awakened by the commotion outside. What's going on? Can a person get a good night's sleep? Yang Feng frowned, very unhappy. But when he stepped out of the tent, he found everyone gathered around the area they had built the previous day. He approached curiously and saw everyone excited. "General Yang, it seems we really succeeded. This place is actually walkable." "Really?" Yang Feng's eyes showed surprise. He then stepped forward and carefully walked on it, feeling a very solid and firm surface, quite different from dirt roads. This road was also very flat and convenient to walk on. "Not bad. It seems our luck is good, succeeding on the first try," Yang Feng said, showing surprise and joy. "General Yang, the young general is so amazing to know this stuff can be made into a road. I've lived in the northern border for so many years and never thought this could be used as road material." Yes, the young general is truly knowledgeable. If this road can connect all the major cities in the northern border, it will be much more convenient for us to travel in the future. And the travel time might also be faster. Everyone discussed enthusiastically, their eyes filled with joy. The current situation was undoubtedly a great piece of news for them. If it could proceed smoothly, the northern border might become more developed than the imperial capital. The imperial capital attracted talents mainly because the court was there. But the true measure of a place's development and speed was whether it had sufficient transportation convenience. The northern border was very backward mainly because of its harsh environment and remote location. It took at least 10 days to a couple of months to travel from the imperial capital to here. This time frame was too long, while it could take as little as 7 days to travel from the imperial capital to the south by river. This was a staggering number that was unimaginable in the northern border. Seeing everyone's excitement, Yang Feng also felt very happy. But perhaps because he was a general, he was relatively cautious. "Don't be in a hurry. Let's see if it works as we thought. Bring my horse." His subordinates immediately acted. Soon, Yang Feng's steed was brought over, and it walked on the asphalt road with ease. Yang Feng could also feel that walking on this road was much more relaxing than on other roads. No wonder Linji had gone to such lengths to have them search for this material. It turned out to be for this reason. This proved that their previous efforts had not been in vain. "Brothers, we need to work faster. If this can really be built to Mengxing County, it will undoubtedly bring comprehensive changes to the northern border. Then we won't be some remote and backward place anymore," Yang Feng said confidently, relieved that he hadn't disappointed Linji. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to explain it back. Hearing this, everyone immediately got to work without hesitation. Chapter 404. Reusing blacksmiths. While Yang Feng was leading the group in full swing to build the asphalt road, in Mingqing County, Linji gathered all the blacksmiths together. Everyone expressed sufficient surprise and curiosity. What arrangement does General Xiao have in mind this time? Who knows? But I think it must be something very good for us. In the eyes of the people of Mingqing County, and even all the people of the northern border, Linji might indeed have had blemishes in the past. After all, the things he did were well known and couldn't be erased. However, upon returning to the northern border this time, Linji had undergone a complete transformation. Moreover, everything he did was for the good of the people of the northern border, which indeed surprised everyone. The most important point, Xiao General had become reliable. During the time when General Lin was away, no one could shoulder the responsibility of the northern border. But now, Linji could, which couldn't be more indicative of his unique abilities. At least for many people, this was an extremely rare thing. Not only that, it could also test many people. While everyone was discussing, Linji arrived with Zhou Yu. Due to the shortage of military talents in Mingqing County, Yang Feng was in charge of building the asphalt railway, and although Yu Yin was in Mingqing County, the Yu family's army had been dispatched to various places in the northern border. So he had a lot of responsibilities, mainly collecting information. In war, information held an undeniable importance. If they could get information earlier, it had extraordinary significance for them, and it might even change the course of the battle. So now, the only available general was Zhou Yu. Linji was even considering promoting some more people as deputy generals, but the problem was that truly capable individuals were few and far between. Is everyone here?
Yes.
All the blacksmiths nodded, their eyes filled with fervent admiration. Although they were rough men, they also understood that the changes Linji brought to them were enormous. Before, these people were basically just doing rough work. Even in the northern border, they had no status. Blacksmiths were no different from butchers and woodcutters. They were all at the bottom of society. Since ancient times, the idea that all professions are inferior, only reading is superior, has deeply rooted in people's minds. So many people felt that being able to read was a blessing. Of course, in this era, it was also extremely luxurious. So most people chose a profession that could support them, and just being able to survive was already very difficult for them, let alone other things. If that's the case, then follow me. Linji waved his hand, and everyone followed without hesitation, curious along the way. What is General Xiao looking for us for today? So mysterious. Who knows? Do you think you can guess General Xiao's thoughts? That's laughable. I think so too. General Xiao does many things that are hard to understand, and many things we've never seen before from his hands, and they work very well. Maybe General Xiao has some strange ideas today, so he called us all here. Soon, everyone arrived at the southeast corner of Mingqing County. This was a barren land, now surrounded by wooden stakes. Since the real outbreak of war with the Xiongnu, many people had left. Mingqing County was no exception. Originally a small county with only 100,000 people, now it had less than 50,000, many of whom were elderly, women, and children. For a small county, it didn't have a significant impact, except making it look more desolate and reducing productivity. However, due to Linji's presence in Mingqing County, it attracted some young labor back. But there was no doubt that Mingqing County was very short of people. The blacksmiths in the city came from all over the northern border, thanks to the order of the Governor Yang. Otherwise, with just these dozen blacksmiths in Mingqing County, they would have been exhausted long ago. Everyone, from now on, you will work here. Here. Everyone looked at the scene with surprised eyes, finding it even more inconceivable. This was just an empty plot of land, with nothing. Working here was fine, but moving tools and furnaces back and forth was quite troublesome. General Xiao, the blacksmith shops are fine, and if we move our stuff here, it will waste a lot of time. The blacksmith shops in the city were all very busy. Many people could only rest for a few days a month, but they had no complaints. They were all ordinary people living in the northern border, knowing the current situation well. The Xiongnu might retreat temporarily but could return at any time. If they didn't speed up producing military equipment, if they lost the battle, everyone would be buried here, with no chance to escape. Sharpening the axe doesn't delay chopping wood. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Linji said meaningfully. Besides, the blacksmith shops in the city are so few, the space is small, and there are not many tools, the efficiency is extremely low. Moving here can integrate all resources and also expand the scale of the steel factory. What factory? Everyone blinked, their eyes filled with confusion. The concept of factories was something they only knew a few months ago. With the emergence of brick factories and later textile factories specializing in producing clothes, since deciding to part ways with the court, Linji had been making comprehensive plans. With the Huns temporarily demoralized and retreating to their base, the northern border could breathe a sigh of relief. Seizing this opportunity, Linji aimed to truly develop the northern border. When the economy, military, and transportation sectors all developed to unprecedented levels of prosperity, even the barren northern lands could exhibit vibrant vitality and formidable combat power. Even if the Great Xia dynasty had a million-strong army, doubling that number might not be enough to withstand the northern border. While textile mills and brick factories primarily catered to the needs of the common folk, the steel factory was different. If steel smelting succeeded, they would have a leading edge in equipment. Moreover, the northern border required advanced weapons, necessitating a large amount of steel and iron ore, which had to be produced. Even if the steel factory could be established, it would also bring significant benefits to the northern border. Technological monopolies were far more formidable than mere military power or political maneuvers. "Young general, we don't understand how to smelt steel at all," exclaimed a bewildered blacksmith. Simply put, it involves removing impurities from the metal to enhance its toughness and strength. The resulting metal is called steel, Linji explained succinctly. The method of steelmaking in his world dated back over 1,000 years. Although primitive, the steel produced was relatively mature and highly effective. Over time, steelmaking techniques had continuously improved, and steel products had visibly increased in quality. In this world, however, Linji found that metal smelting was extremely backward. Even the weapons produced had not yet reached the level of steel. The frequent malfunctions of the previously produced muskets were due to this reason. If steelmaking could be improved, it would have extraordinary significance, potentially altering the northern border's current status. The blacksmiths listened with a mix of understanding and confusion. Seeing their bewilderment, Linji sighed, realizing the need to raise the basic cultural literacy of the northern border's residents. Otherwise, they would be no different from the barbarian tribes outside the border. Unable to explain with a few words, Linji had Zhou gather soldiers and bring out a large steel furnace. The blacksmiths were astonished by the size of the furnace. "My goodness, it's several times larger than our iron furnaces." So the young general came prepared, already having a plan in mind. "I really want to see how this steel differs from what we imagine." The soldiers, under Linji's guidance, began the steelmaking process. Though not professionals, they managed with Linji's patient instruction. After about 2 hours of work, the first batch of molten iron was successfully produced. The intense heat made the blacksmiths retreat. As the molten iron solidified, the forging process began. Since this was just a preliminary test, Linji didn't demand meticulous craftsmanship. After shaping the metal into a sword, Linji stopped the process. "That's enough," he said, then turned to the blacksmiths. "Do you have any weapons you've previously made?" They shook their heads, unaware that the young general had called them to demonstrate steelmaking. No one carried their work around. Fortunately, many soldiers had weapons from the blacksmiths. Linji randomly chose a halberd and had 2 soldiers demonstrate, using all their strength. The clash of weapons produced sparks, and the halberd was sliced in half. Everyone was stunned. "My word, is this really made from iron ore?" "Impossible. The weapon the young general just made isn't even sharpened, yet it cut through a soldier's weapon. The strength is unbelievable." While laymen saw the spectacle, professionals saw the essence. The blacksmiths, despite their low status, recognized the superior toughness and hardness of steel weapons compared to their wrought iron ones. The blacksmithing process also involved removing impurities, but its effectiveness paled in comparison to steelmaking. Linji was satisfied. Indeed, technological advancements enhanced weaponry. He then said profoundly, "Everyone, you see, it's not just alarmist talk. This method truly makes our weapons more durable." Linji didn't delve into the physics and chemistry involved, knowing no one would understand. Instead, he used straightforward explanations. Wrought iron weapons break easily due to their brittle nature, but steel has greater flexibility. In a clash, steel has an absolute advantage. Similarly, using this material for armor would give our soldiers better defense, allowing them to handle enemy attacks more effectively. In terms of weight, steel might even be lighter than wrought iron. Moreover, as steelmaking technology improved, its applications would expand, and new materials could be developed. Chapter 406, Gao Feihu is suspended. This holds tremendous significance for the northern border. In the past, a soldier's combat effectiveness might have allowed him to fight against 2 to 3 opponents. But with weapons or armor forged from steel, they now possess the ability to fight against 5 to 6 people. Their strength has doubled. If this were to spread, how many people could tens of thousands of soldiers contend with? Combined with advanced weapons, the most refined tactics, and well-trained individual soldiers, the Xiongnu are nothing. Even if the Xiongnu and the Turks join forces, even if the soldiers of the Great Xia dynasty attack simultaneously, Lin Ji would still have no fear. Within his range, might is right. Anyone who dares to step onto his territory will face rivers of blood. The blacksmiths were thrilled. Only now did they understand why the young general had specially designated a plot of land to build a steel mill. The significance of this endeavor was far too great. Even the surrounding soldiers were equally excited. If we can really equip ourselves with such weapons in the future, we will truly be unstoppable. To be honest, even the most elite army of the entire Xiang dynasty probably wouldn't be equipped with this. Our combat effectiveness far exceeds theirs. Exactly. If we ever get the chance to face off against the Divine Navy, Shangyuan Army, and Tian's army, we'll show them our true strength. Zhou Yu couldn't help but step forward to ask, "Young general, where did you learn such extraordinary knowledge to create such powerful things? I am utterly in awe." Linji heard this and smiled lightly. There are golden houses and beautiful women in books. Reading more is always good, and you never know when it might come in handy. Throughout history, countless real-life examples have proven the truth that one regrets not having read enough when needed. Many are lessons paid for in blood. The main reason Lin Ji can defend the northern border is due to his extraordinary knowledge and unique knowledge system that others lack. Not to mention, even if he were just an ordinary citizen, living a life of comfort and ease would be effortless. All thanks to the unique knowledge in his mind. "I am enlightened." Zhou Yu nodded, completely convinced. In the past, he looked down on those pedantic scholars the most. They only knew how to spout incomprehensible words, and they had an inexplicable sense of superiority, as if generals were just a bunch of uncouth warriors compared to them. But could these scholars really accomplish much? It was a joke. It was these warriors who truly protected the country and led troops into battle. "Masters, regarding the construction of the steel mill, I have already notified the relevant personnel. They will begin the simplest construction in the shortest time. During this period, you can also try the steelmaking process and methods. Once the steel mill truly starts operating, I hope everyone will do their utmost. Steel is of extraordinary importance to us, and it is one of the most critical resources to protect the northern border." The blacksmiths nodded, their faces filled with pride. The young general trusted them so much that he entrusted such an important task to them. Who could possibly disappoint the young general's expectations? Meanwhile, in the imperial city, an inexplicable gloom seemed to hang over the court. Many officials sensed an impending storm, but no one spoke out. They all knew that if chaos were to truly erupt, they had the chance to protect themselves and withdraw unscathed. So at such times, it was best not to speak out of turn, to avoid cutting off their own retreat, ending up not knowing how they died. In the Grand Court of Judicial Review, all officials were busy. Lord of the Grand Court, these cases cannot be processed. Should we not inquire about Vice Lord Gao? An official held a stack of documents, his face full of helplessness. For some reason, cases had been erupting recently. It seemed that discontent was stirring among the people, with unrest brewing everywhere. Panic was spreading. The Lord of the Grand Court sighed helplessly. How do we find him? Do you think it was this official who ordered him to stay home? 7 days ago, the emperor suddenly issued an edict. All those related to the Lin family must be strictly investigated. The reason given was that Linji was suspected of treason. This news spread, and many in the court were gleeful. They had long disliked Linji, and now there was a legitimate reason to deal with him. But those with clear eyes could see that Linji hadn't done anything like that. The emperor's order was just an excuse. If it were truly treason, there would be no need to investigate the party in the court. All involved would have been arrested already. Emperor Li Jingjin was merely telling all officials to choose sides, to decide who to support and who to pledge allegiance to. Some paths, once taken, cannot be retraced. This scene had occurred years ago. It was because General Lin Zhenxiu, the protector of the north, had repeatedly achieved remarkable feats defending the northern border, and his northern army was loyal. So many officials who knew the situation chose to side with the emperor. He was the supreme ruler of the great Xia dynasty. You couldn't afford to offend him. And today, the past unfolded before their eyes. The Lord of the Grand Court was originally only responsible for cases within the dynasty and had no interest in these matters. But unexpectedly, this time it involved the Grand Court of Judicial Review. Even Vice Lord Gao Feihu had to be temporarily suspended and wait for investigation at home. Lord of the Grand Court, why don't you go to the emperor and speak up for Vice Lord Gao? How could he have done anything against the court? This matter must be baseless. An official tentatively asked below, his eyes full of helplessness. Although Gao Feihu was only the Vice Lord of the Grand Court, his investigative abilities and impartial attitude were praised by everyone and free of any criticism. In contrast, the current Lord of the Grand Court, who had long been in charge of administrative affairs and left many cases to Gao Feihu, naturally couldn't compare to his former abilities. It's useless. If Minister Zhu Biao of the Ministry of War wants to harm Vice Lord Gao, with the power of our Grand Court, we might still be able to negotiate. The Lord of the Grand Court shook his head. There was no way. Some things truly left no choice. Chapter 407. News from the northern border. The one truly intent on dealing with Gao Feihu now is none other than Li Jingjin. We absolutely cannot do this. If the emperor is indeed holding a grudge against Gao Feihu due to his relationship with Lin Ji, then helping him now would only harm him further, lamented the Grand Minister of the Court of Judicial Review. Being immersed in the political arena, even a pure white lotus would inevitably be tainted with a myriad of colors, or even a subdued black. The Grand Minister understood the situation at the northern border. From a personal perspective, he felt there was no need for such actions. War, after all, must have a resolution. It's absurd to suspect others of ulterior motives if you win, or question their abilities if you lose. That would make the job too difficult. Unfortunately, the Court of Judicial Review itself does not involve itself in such matters, so naturally, he had no say in these affairs. The key issue was that Li Jingjin was absolutely unwilling to listen to such words now. What should we do then? Are we really just going to watch as Senior Assistant Minister Gao is confined at home? Asked the official delivering the documents incredulously. The Grand Minister sighed and shook his head. Whether Gao Feihu can survive this crisis depends on his own luck. As for us, it's best to stay out of it. He was well aware that Li Jingjin had been keeping a close eye on the Court of Judicial Review. Any unusual actions here could be construed as collusion with Gao Feihu. That would be a grave charge indeed. Even if the Grand Minister didn't consider others, he had to think of his own family. With elderly parents and young children, if he were caught by the court, the entire family would be doomed. Try to avoid visiting Gao Feihu during this time. Just keep your distance from him. It's better for both him and us, the Grand Minister advised. The official nodded reluctantly. Meanwhile, at the Gao residence, Gao Feihu sat in the garden, bored and drinking in a sullen mood. He hadn't expected to be suspended from his duties for no reason, with such a ridiculous excuse. The charge of treason against the young general? Such a charge couldn't possibly hold up, even for someone with the slightest bit of sense. If Linji had truly done so, the northern border would have long since fallen. Why would he need to fight the Huns to the death? Your Majesty, the people once thought of you as a wise ruler. How could you now do something so absurd? Gao Feihu muttered to himself, feeling increasingly disillusioned with the court. For years, he had remained in his position as senior assistant minister of the Court of Judicial Review, not because he was unwilling to let go of his power, but because he felt he should do more for the common folk. This was the creed of the Northern Border Army, to protect the homeland and be loyal and brave. Yet, despite their loyalty, the Northern Border Army still couldn't earn the trust of the royal family. Now, upon hearing of repeated victories at the northern border, Li Jingjin seemed to be entertaining ill thoughts again. Was he really trying to push the entire Great Xia dynasty to the brink? There were capable people, and they were exceptionally skilled in battle. Yet, he insisted on branding them with a crime. Did he really want the northern border to fall into enemy hands? It was incomprehensible. Gao Feihu truly couldn't fathom how a ruler could act on impulse, bringing personal grudges into court affairs. It was beyond imagination. While the ruler held the greatest power in the land, he also bore immense responsibility. Such reckless behavior, was it really meaningful? At that moment, a servant hurried over. Your Excellency, there's someone here to see you. Not seeing anyone, Gao Feihu replied, in a foul mood and unwilling to meet anyone. The person says they are from the Lin Trading Company. The Lin Trading Company? Gao Feihu's eyes widened in surprise. This was unexpected. Since young General Lin Ji left the capital, they had tacitly agreed not to contact each other. The main reason was that everyone knew Lin Ji's identity in the court was very sensitive. If their actions became too noticeable, they would surely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives in the court, possibly bringing trouble. During this period, the Lin Trading Company had also been very low-key, keeping their business activities as inconspicuous as possible. They were essentially trying to protect themselves. Before Linji left, he had instructed them that if they encountered major trouble, they could seek help from Yun Tsongfeng or Gao Feihu. However, no one had done so. To do so would undoubtedly drag others into the mire. Who would do such a heartless, immoral thing? Now that Gao Feihu had been suspended without reason, what did the Lin Trading Company's visit mean? After pondering for a moment, he finally nodded. Invite them to the drawing room. No, bring them to the study. Shortly after, in the study, the representative from the Lin Trading Company was brought in. Greetings, Your Excellency Gao. No need for formalities, Gao Feihu said, examining the visitor. He recognized Husan from the Lin Trading Company, with whom he had met once before, so he relaxed his guard. I wonder what brings you here today. If the Lin Trading Company is in trouble, I'm afraid I can't help you now, as I'm already in a precarious position myself, Gao Feihu said with a wry smile, his eyes filled with regret. As a senior assistant minister, he couldn't do anything, which would seem unbelievable to anyone. Your Excellency, we are not here to seek your help. On the contrary, we hope you can leave the capital as soon as possible. What? Gao Feihu's eyes widened in surprise, finding this request quite unexpected. Why? Your Excellency, you must be more aware than us of the court's stance. Moreover, the court's scrutiny of our Lin Trading Company has been growing stricter, forcing many of our operations to halt, Husan said in a hushed tone. The matter was of great importance, and he dared not let it slip. So, upon receiving the news, he had come to the Gao residence immediately. News from the northern border says that the young general wishes us all to temporarily withdraw. He is about to take a significant action and does not want to involve us. Though Husan was just a small businessman, he had seen a lot in his year with the Lin Trading Company. He naturally understood what Linji meant. A significant action? Do you mean? Gao Feihu was shocked, but also felt it was within expectations. Chapter 408. Mysterious Master, Master Tsiyun? Husan made a shushing gesture. Master Gao, I'm just the one delivering the message. Please don't implicate me. Come on, you're even willing to work for the young general. Do you really fear these troubles? Gao Feihu said with a profound meaning. The man was from the Lin Trading Company. In the imperial city, everyone might be dissatisfied with Lin Ji, but it was impossible for anyone within the trading company. They were all handpicked by Lin Ji, including street vendors, laborers, and lowly clerks in the imperial city. The inspection of the dock was the most convincing evidence. After Lin Ji was transferred to the northern border, all the officials at the dock resigned collectively. Originally, they were just minor roles, so the Ministry of Personnel didn't care. But who would have thought they were all from the same department? After they left, the dock was left unguarded, and even princely Jingzhen questioned the matter. The Ministry of Personnel had no choice but to take the blame. A group of people was hastily transferred to handle the matter. No exaggeration. Although Lin Ji now completely ignored the affairs of the Lin Trading Company, this was his hidden force in the imperial city. If needed, these people would stand out without hesitation. The grace of providing sustenance should be repaid with a gushing spring. If it weren't for Lin Ji giving them an opportunity, these people wouldn't have been able to rise. They might still be suppressed by the 4 major trading companies in the imperial city. You can't say it like that, Master Gao. We all have families to support. Even if we really need to do something big, we have to resolve the issues at hand first, don't we? Hussein said with profound meaning. He was originally a commoner. As the old saying goes, the wrath of a prince can lead to 1,000,000 corpses. The wrath of a commoner can lead to bloodshed within 5 steps. As ordinary people, limited abilities are not something to be ashamed of. After all, if someone really had great abilities, they would have long since risen above the status of ordinary people. How could they still be like them, mere small merchants? Gao Feihu nodded upon hearing this. That does make sense, but are you really referring to something as big as we think? That was his greatest concern. Gao Feihu's position as the assistant minister of the Grand Court of Revision was now merely nominal. Li Jingzhen had said he could rest at home, but no time frame was given. Once someone else could smoothly take over his duties, Gao Feihu wouldn't even need to appear. This is what is called being sidelined, and it's a tactic the prince is most accustomed to using. However, it's not easy to sideline the rights of ministers like the 6 ministries' ministers. Li Jingzhen now heavily relies on the Minister of War, Zhu Biao. Even the matter of Zhu Zheng flirting with Princess Anning was let go. One can see how powerful his influence is. Master Gao, I think you've seen more of the world than us and should be wiser. Hussein shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. You should be more aware of the court's attitude towards the young general. Following this development, there will only be one outcome. That is, Lin Ji will have to do something shocking. Even a small figure like Hussein can see it. How could Gao Feihu not know? But he still doesn't want to bear the name of a traitor. However, if the Lin family needs it, Gao Feihu will agree without hesitation. I understand. Don't worry, I'll find a way to leave the imperial city. Do it quickly, Hussein said seriously, his eyes full of severity. The court's situation is changing rapidly. It won't be long before someone makes a move against the Lin Trading Company. We've already started planning to withdraw all assets from the imperial city. Gao Feihu widened his eyes. Just a bunch of ordinary businessmen and short-sighted officials could think so far ahead? How is that possible? Did the young general already have a plan? Hussein shook his head. It's not like that. Oh? Then what's the matter? Actually, not long after the young general left the imperial city and returned to the northern border, someone in our trading company met a master from the outside world. We don't know his real name, but his title is Master Tsiyun. Master Tsiyun? Gao Feihu frowned slightly. His eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. As he worked in the Grand Court of Revision, he was quite familiar with strange stories. Sometimes, some murder cases occurred in the imperial city. Chapter 408. Mysterious Master, Ci-Yun Taoist? Hussein made a gesture to be quiet. Master Gao, I'm just the one delivering the letter. You mustn't implicate me. Come on, you're even willing to work for the young general. Would you really be afraid of these troubles? Gao Feihu said meaningfully. The other party was from the Lin Trading Company. In the imperial capital, Everyone might have grievances against Linji. Only the people in this trading company would not. They were all handpicked by Linji, including street vendors, laborers, and some lowly constables in the capital. The most convincing evidence was when they guarded the ferry. After Linji was transferred to the northern border, all the officials at the ferry collectively resigned. Originally, they were just insignificant characters, so the Ministry of Personnel didn't care. But who would have thought they were all from the same department? After they left, there was no one to guard the ferry, and even princely Jingzhen questioned this matter. The Ministry of Personnel had no choice but to take the blame. They hastily transferred a group of people to handle the matter. No exaggeration. Although Linji no longer managed the affairs of the Lin Trading Company, it was his latent power in the capital. If needed, these people would stand up without hesitation. The grace of providing food should be repaid with a gushing spring. If not for Linji giving them an opportunity, these people would not have been able to rise. They would probably still be suppressed by the 4 major trading companies in the capital. That's not entirely true, Master Gao. We all have families to support. Even if we really need to do something big, we also need to resolve the issues behind us, right? Husan said meaningfully. He was originally a commoner. As the old saying goes, the wrath of a prince can result in the death of 1,000,000, and the wrath of a commoner can result in bloodshed within 5 steps. As ordinary people, limited ability is not a shameful thing. After all, if they really had great abilities, they would have long since risen above the status of ordinary people and would not still be small merchants like them. Gao Feihu nodded after hearing this. This makes sense, but are you really referring to something as big as we imagine? This was what he was most worried about. Now, Gao Feihu's position as the assistant minister of the Grand Court of Revision was merely nominal. Li Jingzhen had said that he could rest at home, but he didn't specify a time. After someone else could fully take over his duties, Gao Feihu wouldn't even need to show up. This is what is called being sidelined, and it's a tactic the prince is most accustomed to using. However, it's not easy to sideline the power of ministers like the 6 ministers of the 6 ministries. Li Jingzhen now heavily relies on Minister Zhu Biao of the Ministry of War. Even the incident where Zhu Zhang harassed Princess Anning was let go. One can see how powerful his authority is. Master Gao, I think you've seen more of the world than us and should be smarter than us. Husan shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. You should be more aware of the current attitude of the court towards the young general. If things continue to develop like this, there will only be one result. That is, Linji will have to do something shocking. Even a small character like Husan can see this. How could Gao Feihu not know? But he just doesn't want to be labeled a traitor. But if the Lin family needs it, Gao Feihu would agree without hesitation. I understand. Don't worry. I'll find a way to leave the capital. Do it as soon as possible. Husan said solemnly, his eyes full of seriousness. The current court situation is changing rapidly. It won't be long before someone will target the Lin Trading Company. We've already started to plan to withdraw all our assets from the capital. Gao Feihu widened his eyes. Just a bunch of ordinary civilians doing business, and those short-sighted constables could think so far ahead? How is that possible? Could it be that the young general has already made plans? Husan shook his head. It's not like that. Oh? Then what's the matter? Actually, not long after the young general left the capital and returned to the northern border, someone in our trading company met a master from the outside world. We don't know his real name, but his Taoist name is Ci-Yun Taoist. Ci-Yun Taoist? Gao Feihu frowned slightly. His eyes showed a thoughtful expression. Because he worked in the Grand Court of Revision, he was quite familiar with strange stories. Sometimes, some murder cases occurred in the capital. Gao Feihu had heard of many strange people in the rivers and lakes, but this Ci-Yun Taoist was unheard of. Although they had never met, the fact that he had predicted the development of the situation half a year ago, reaching this point and even preparing everyone in the Lin Trading Company in advance, showed how broad his vision was. It was far beyond that of ordinary people. Could he really be a master from the outside world? Master Gao, don't doubt it. This Ci-Yun Taoist really has some abilities. Since he came to the Lin Trading Company, he has managed it in an orderly manner. You know, we are loyal and grateful to the young general. We also know how to do business, but managing a trading company well is not an easy task. At first, the Lin Trading Company flourished, and everyone who joined made money. So no one felt anything. But as the reputation of the Lin Trading Company grew, and connections with the regions of Jiangnan and the Northwest became more frequent, naturally, many problems arose. It happened that Lin Ji had already left, and the court's opposition. Many people thought the Lin Trading Company might collapse. Even some people saw the situation was not good and planned to retreat. But at that time, Ci Taoist appeared and took over most of the affairs of the trading company. In just 1 month, everything returned to normal and was managed in an orderly manner. So now everyone in the trading company respects Ci Taoist very much. He is not only their benefactor, but also the benefactor of the young general. Now that things have developed to this point, everyone in the Lin Trading Company feels they cannot stay in the capital. One reason is naturally the court's various opposition and even attempts to kill the young general. Another reason, the Lin Trading Company was established by Lin Ji. If they stay, the consequences will be unimaginable. But this Master Tsiyun was unheard of, although they had never met. The fact that he predicted the development of events half a year ago, reaching this point and even preparing everyone in the Lin Trading Company in advance, already shows how broad his vision is. It's not something ordinary people can compare to. Could he really be a master from the outside world? Master Gao, don't doubt it. This Master Tsiyun really has some skills. Since he came to the Lin Trading Company, he has managed it in an orderly manner. You know, although we are loyal and grateful to the young general, we also know how to do business. But managing a trading company is not that easy. At first, the Lin Trading Company flourished, and everyone who joined made money. So no one felt anything. But as the company's reputation grew and connections with the South and Northwest became more frequent, naturally, many problems arose. Just as Lin Ji had left, and the court's targeting intensified, many people thought the Lin Trading Company might collapse. Even some saw the situation and planned to retreat. But at that moment, Master Tsiyun appeared and took over most of the company's affairs. In just 1 month, everything returned to normal, and the management was orderly. So now everyone in the company respects Master Tsiyun immensely. He is not only their benefactor, but also the young general's benefactor. Now that the situation has developed to this point, everyone in the Lin Trading Company feels they cannot stay in the imperial city. One reason is naturally the court's various targeting and even attempts to kill the young general. Another reason, the Lin Trading Company was established by Lin Ji. If they stay, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chapter 409. Matters of Brotherhood absolutely cannot be ignored. This is interesting. Gao Feihu said with profound meaning. It seems there will be an opportunity to meet this Master Tsiyun of the Cloud Path, truly a benefactor in the young general's fate. For such an extraordinary individual who suddenly appeared, Gao Feihu was not merely happy about it. On the contrary, he felt an inexplicable unease. A person who could see through the fate of the Lin Trading Company and the young general so clearly. If such crucial information were leaked to the court, then perhaps everything would come more suddenly. In recent years, although the court has indeed caused much dissatisfaction among the populace, but never think that the court has no thunderous means. Once truly angered, the price to pay would be unimaginable. Not everyone can handle such a terrifying situation, and the vast majority of people usually pay an extremely heavy price. By the way, no matter how formidable this Taoist priest is, you must be extremely careful in your actions recently. I have a premonition that there may be a major change in the court. Gao Feihu said earnestly. Husan nodded. Don't worry, sir. The court has not noticed any movement from the trading company. You underestimate the court too much. Gao Feihu couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Do you really think the spies trained by the emperor are for nothing? There could be their eyes and ears in every corner of the capital. How could they not notice such a large target as the Lin Trading Company? Hee, Husan grinned mysteriously, glancing around before leaning in close to Gao Feihu's ear. Don't worry about it, sir. The Taoist priest has already thought of a countermeasure. What? Gao Feihu's eyes revealed his surprise. He found it even more incomprehensible. This Taoist priest's background is truly worth pondering. Could he really predict the future? But how could the Lin Trading Company attract someone with such wisdom? Could it be arranged by the young general? Yet, the situation at the northern border and the capital is like heaven and earth. Mysterious and unpredictable. If there really were such a formidable person, they would have been sent to the northern border to deal with the conflict with the Huns long ago. For a moment, even Gao Feihu couldn't figure out the mystery. But going himself would at least help Linji scrutinize the matter. If it were some sinister character, he couldn't let them mix in. The deeper such a person interacts with them, the more severe the consequences and influence would be. All right, let's just handle our own affairs for now, and we'll meet again if there's anything important. Gao Feihu nodded. Husan left soon after. Meanwhile, at the Yun residence, the sound of smashing objects was incessant. The Minister of Justice was furious, pointing at his unruly son, Yun Tsongfeng, and cursing. What do you think you're doing? Do you want to turn the world upside down? Is the capital not enough for you? Do you have to go to the northern border, that remote and desolate place? Just moments ago, he had learned a shocking piece of news. His son, Yun Xianhu, had disobeyed his arrangement for a position in the capital and was determined to return to the northern border. Despite this chubby boy's seemingly simple appearance, he came from a good family and had grown up with Linji. Later, due to various reasons, they had parted ways, but Yun Tsongfeng had always remembered Linji's kindness over the years. No matter how others criticized Linji, no matter how the court condemned and denounced this young general of the northern border, in Yun Tsongfeng's eyes, Linji was always the same. The distinction between right and wrong in this world is hard to define. If everyone in the world says a person is bad, but this person has been extremely kind to you, from your personal perspective, is he a bad person? He can betray the world but not you. And if you betray him for the so-called righteousness of the world, you are also a traitor. So many things cannot be simply quantified. What is right and wrong? What is justice and evil? Yun Tsongfeng doesn't care about these. Father, all these years in the capital, you've always wanted me to study more, to understand propriety, integrity, and shame, to be loyal to the court and the world, and to be a righteous man. But now, you want me to betray my best friend? Is there anything wrong with me going to find him now? The Minister of Justice was furious. Didn't he know? The court's attitude towards Linji had reached a critical point. Although the official campaign had not yet begun, it was almost out in the open. The irreconcilable conflict between Minister of War Zhu Biao and Lin Ji, the unbridgeable suspicion between Li Jingjin and the Lin family. The consequences of these layers of reasons stacking up were unimaginable. In this highly sensitive situation, countless people are trying to distance themselves from the northern border. Yet here you are, wanting to go back? Use your pig brain, will you? You're the only heir of our Yun family. The northern border could be breached at any time. Do you really think it's that easy to hold out? The Minister of Justice kept poking his son's head. With your abilities, do you really think you could survive over there? He knew he couldn't tell Yun Tsongfeng about the relationship between Linji and the court. Once he did, his simple-minded son would undoubtedly choose to go to the northern border without hesitation. If it were just that, it would be fine. But if Yun Tsongfeng couldn't stand the court's actions against Linji and stood up to protest, the consequences would be unimaginable. Perhaps even his own official position would be at risk. Father, I'm an adult. I should live my own life. Can't I live under your protection forever? Some dangers need to be experienced by myself so that I can grow. Otherwise, how can I take over the family in the future? Yun Tsongfeng argued firmly. His gaze was extremely resolute. Many officials' children in the capital looked down on him, not because Yun Tsongfeng's birth was inferior to theirs. It's like someone who has been working outside suddenly returning home, not exactly a rich return. Naturally, they would be ostracized by others in the village. There's no need for too many questions or reasons. Chapter 410. The Wise and Unerring Abbot Siyun? The Ministry of Justice Vice Minister looked at his son's appearance with a mixture of emotions. To be honest, seeing Yun Tsongfeng grow up was enough to make him feel gratified. But who would have thought it would happen in such a situation? And Xing was not a wolf, nor did he show any intention of backing down. What a joke. This was a matter of life and death. How could he just back down? The price to pay would be unbearable for ordinary people. I don't care what past you have with Linji, nor how deep your feelings are. As long as you are still my son, you must listen to me. The Ministry of Justice Vice Minister didn't want to waste more time on reasoning, because there was none. From today onwards, you are not allowed to take a single step out. Reflect on your actions at home. Guards, take the young master back to his room and keep a strict watch on him. No one is allowed to enter or leave without my permission. Everyone was an old hand in the political arena and could sense that the entire court was on the brink of a storm. Any moment could bring about drastic changes. At such a critical juncture, Yun Songfeng still wanted to go to the northern border, which was undoubtedly a one-way trip. The Ministry of Justice Vice Minister had to consider his family and did not want to lose the wealth and power he had gained. Father? Yun Songfeng struggled desperately. Despite his imposing physique, his strength was not particularly outstanding, mostly fat over muscle. He was no match for the household guards. Locked in his room, Yun Songfeng's face was filled with resentment. He pounded on the windows and doors for hours until his voice was hoarse before finally calming down. Why is it like this? He couldn't understand why all the teachings insisted on being loyal and filial. Yun Songfeng believed he was filial to his father and family and never caused trouble. But loyalty and perseverance to his brothers were virtues a man should have. Was it truly manly to abandon each other in times of trouble? Yun Songfeng couldn't comprehend how his father, who had taught him life lessons and urged him to read more, could be so unreasonable now, not even willing to listen to his reasons. What was this? Under authoritarian rule, there was no room for rebuttal. Just as Yun Songfeng was mentally exhausted, a faint noise came from above his head. He didn't pay much attention. A moment later, a knock sounded at the window. Is this Master Yun's residence? Who are you? Yun Songfeng frowned, his eyes filled with curiosity. In the dead of night, someone asking his name clearly wasn't from the Yun household. So who had sneaked in here? I am a brother from the Lin Trading Company. I heard Master Yun is in trouble, so I came to help. Yun Songfeng felt immense gratitude upon hearing this. It seemed his brothers were indeed reliable. After Lin Ji left, Yun Songfeng would visit the Lin Trading Company often, partly to let the local hooligans know that this place was under his protection, and partly to ensure the company's growth, as it was Lin Ji's legacy. Unfortunately, his status only allowed him to deal with ordinary hooligans. Those in the court wouldn't give him a second glance. Even the Ministry of Justice Vice Minister wasn't worth their attention. What was a mere son of his? It was only because the trading company hadn't completely fallen out with the court. Otherwise, how could Lin Ji's remaining connections in the capital protect it? We heard Master Yun is in trouble, so we came to assist. The visitor spoke politely. Yun Songfeng's eyes lit up with surprise and joy. That's great. Meanwhile, in the northern frontier, the Huns' camp was filled with people, their expressions grave. After several defeats by Lin Ji at the northern border, the situation had become unprecedentedly awkward for them. Now they were neither advancing nor retreating, unsure of what to do next. This was the most troublesome issue at hand. Chief, are we really going to stay here? Spring is just around the corner, and it will be difficult to attack the northern border then. Nero said with deep concern. The current situation was far more complicated than imagined. Winter was the best season for their attacks, not because they were adept at fighting in the snow, but because in winter, the Huns had little else to do. Once spring arrived, they would be busy with other tasks, affecting their military strength. This was why the Huns chose to invade in winter. But now, spring was approaching. If the herders didn't prepare, they would have nothing in summer. Even their livestock would starve, leading to a severe survival crisis in the second half of the year. But what can we do now? The chief frowned, equally anxious. He knew the situation better than anyone. The key was that after negotiating with the Turks, those bastards had no intention of sending reinforcements. They were just waiting for a free lunch. The Hun chief was dissatisfied. He knew exactly what the Turks were plotting, but he couldn't afford to act out now. If the Huns and Turks went to war, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chief, since the Turks won't send reinforcements, we should seize the opportunity to strike Yuzhou directly. Nero said decisively, without hesitation. Are you sure? The chief looked surprised. Chapter 411. The Huns are desperate, going all in. In theory, they should have already taken Yuzhou City by now given their current situation. The main reason they haven't made a move yet is because the situation they are in is not optimistic. The most direct reason is the lack of movement from the Turks. The biggest threat to the Huns attacking Yuzhou City lies in their rear. They need to bypass Mingxing County. If the soldiers of Mingxing County intercept their reinforcements and supply troops during the process, all Yuzhou City needs to do is hold out until the soldiers of Mingxing County arrive for reinforcements. The situation will basically be under control, and no further actions will be necessary. At that time, the Huns will be in unprecedented danger. Their 100,000-strong army might be annihilated. It's evident how terrifying the huge disparity is. Well, the leader has left us with little time, Nirachi nodded. If we wait any longer, spring will surely come in half a month. By then, it will be almost impossible for us to regain the initiative. In fact, he had no choice but to do this. If there was any other way, Nirachi wouldn't have taken such a risky approach, nor would he have pushed the situation to a point where it couldn't be resolved. There simply wasn't any other way to improve the situation. This is the main reason for the great difficulties they are currently facing. The Hun leader's gaze was solemn, as he also looked at the surrounding snow-capped mountains and rivers that were beginning to melt. Soon, spring colors will spread across the northern border. Green will appear here as well. But by then, not many Huns will be willing to continue fighting. How do we deal with Mingxing County? Leader, we have no other choice but to go all in. We're betting that the Turks are waiting for us to make a move. What? The Hun leader frowned, his eyes showing confusion. Betting they're waiting for us to move? Isn't that what we're definitely going to do? Nirachi shook his head. Leader, haven't you seen? The reason these people haven't made any moves yet is because they've been watching. The northern border army hasn't appeared, and neither have we. The Turks might also suspect that we've joined forces with the northern border's garrison to deal with them. Nonsense. How could I be as shameless as they are? The Hun leader was furious, grinding his teeth. If it weren't for the special circumstances, he wouldn't have chosen this method. There's no reason to push the situation to a point where it can't be resolved. But Nirachi does have a point. After much thought, the Hun leader finally nodded. I never thought that after the northern border army left, we would face a do-or-die situation as well. The Lin family is truly terrifying. He couldn't help but sigh. With Lin Jinxiu gone, another Lin Ji has appeared. Like father, like son? The Hun leader never believed in such sayings before. But now, he has to admit it. Both generals from the Lin family have their exceptional qualities. What's more, Lin Ji has literally pulled the northern border back from the brink of death. When he first arrived at the northern border, he only had 2,000 men. In just over half a year, he has expanded to nearly 70,000. If it continues like this, the consequences will be unimaginable. If only we had sent a large army to wipe him out back then. How did we end up in this situation today? The Hun leader cursed angrily, his eyes full of rage. Leader, how could we have known this guy had such capabilities back then? Nirachi couldn't help but sigh. The consecutive failures of Huoluo and Jiamu didn't even make them realize the seriousness of the problem. This eventually gave Lin Ji a chance to breathe. Underestimating the enemy always costs oneself. Yes, who could have thought it would end up like this? The Hun leader said meaningfully. Then his gaze became resolute, filled with unprecedented determination and killing intent. Inform all the Hun warriors to immediately tighten military discipline and prepare to set out for Yuzhou City at any moment. Yes. Yuzhou City. At this moment, Magistrate Yang was enjoying wine and music in the backyard. Several singing girls danced gracefully in front of him, their seductive melodies pleasing to the ear. He himself was swaying his head, thoroughly enjoying himself. Just then, someone rushed in a hurry. Magistrate Yang, something terrible has happened. What is it? Can't you see I'm enjoying myself here? Can't it wait until later? Magistrate Yang was very impatient. In life, One can only eat, drink, and enjoy. Especially since he is the top official in the northern border, he can do whatever he wants here. As long as the northern border doesn't fall into the hands of the Huns, Magistrate Yang's power is limitless. He hasn't been doing anything outrageous, just enjoying some earthly pleasures. What's wrong with that? Magistrate Yang, scouts outside the city have reported that 100,000 Hun troops are gathering and heading towards Yuzhou City. What? Magistrate Yang jumped up in disbelief. How could this be? He couldn't believe what he was about to face. It doesn't make sense. Weren't the Huns and the soldiers of Mingxing County fighting each other before? Why did they suddenly turn their attention to attacking Yuzhou City? There are only over 1,000 soldiers here to defend the city, responsible for daily security maintenance. How can 1,000 soldiers face off against 100,000 Hun troops? What a terrifying number. Even with the city walls, they can't withstand the fierce attack. The gates can be easily breached. I don't know either. What should we do now? The messenger was panicking. When he received the news, he was already in a state of disarray. Without hesitation, he rushed to report to Magistrate Yang. What about Mingxing County? Did they send troops? Magistrate Yang asked anxiously. I really don't know. The Hun army bypassed Mingxing County and didn't attack it. Seriously? Magistrate Yang's face showed despair. It seems they really intend to completely wipe him out. Chapter 412. Let the people go first. Minister Yang had never felt so helpless before. With the massive army pressing down, the city of Yuzhou had no defenders. That 1,000-odd men could do nothing. More critically, there wasn't even a commander capable of holding the fort. If Mingxing County had also not anticipated the Huns' actions, the result would be Yuzhou City falling without a fight. Not even a chance to retaliate. In an instant, Minister Yang felt like an ant on a hot pan. Quick, hurry, and send a message to Mingxing County. We must inform them of this news no matter what. Also, have the citizens of the city try to evacuate first. But sir, even if these citizens flee, they likely won't survive. 200 miles south of Yuzhou City, the official road is barren. Can the civilians fleeing south outpace the Huns' advancing army? Chances are it would turn into another massacre. Everyone knows the cruelty of the Huns, especially after losing battles for half a year. Finally finding a vent, how could they not slaughter mercilessly? Run as far as you can, Minister Yang said weakly. If he weren't the governor of Yuzhou, he'd have run away too. But Minister Yang was clear that even if he could escape, with all the citizens here dead, he'd be left with nothing, maybe even hunted by the court. So now he had to think of a way to save both. Yuzhou City was lost, but if he could save the citizens, his official position might still turn around. Otherwise, he'd only end up a fugitive for life. Yes. Soon, the news spread throughout the city. In an instant, countless citizens fled in panic, some not even having time to pack their belongings. If they encountered the Huns, where would their lives be? For ordinary citizens, money is crucial. Could it be more important than life? General's mansion. The old steward rushed in. Xiaolian. What's wrong, Uncle Lin? Xiaolian came out, puzzled. She heard the commotion outside. The northern general's mansion is a secluded estate, yet here it could be heard, indicating chaos outside. Hurry and find a way to escape. The Huns are coming. What? Xiaolian's face changed dramatically. Her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How is that possible? Young Master has always been defending Mingxing County. The Huns didn't take Mingxing County. How did they bypass to get to Yuzhou City? Unless there's only one possibility, that Mingxing County was breached. Otherwise, there's no explanation. But how could that be? Xiaolian knew very well the capabilities of the young master. Back then, with only 2,000 men, they could stop the Huns' invasion. Now, with tens of thousands of troops in Mingxing County, they couldn't stop them? This is impossible. Uncle Lin, is this news reliable? Xiaolian asked urgently. I don't know, but it's spreading wildly outside, and many people have started packing and fleeing. It's said to be news from Minister Yang. The old steward was helpless. When he heard this news, he was equally shocked. He rushed home as quickly as possible. Xiaolian, why don't you pack and go with Uncle Sui to protect the princess first? No, Uncle Lin, you go with him first. I'm going to Mingqing County, Xiaolian said without hesitation. What? We don't even know the situation there. If the Huns really took it, going alone is suicide. The old steward's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He couldn't imagine it. The general entrusted the young master to me. I absolutely cannot abandon him, unless the general returns, Xiaolian said decisively. Her voice showed no hesitation. As they were talking, Princess Li Qingyue also walked out of her room. If you're going, I'll go with you. Princess, you are of noble birth. The situation in Mingqing County is unclear. How can you get involved there? Xiaolian frowned. Before leaving, Lin Ji had specifically instructed her to protect the safety of Princess Li Qingyue. So now, she would take the risk herself, if Li Qingyue were involved. If anything happened, Xiaolian would feel guilty forever. I am no longer a princess of the great Xia dynasty. Why should I care about this danger and hardship? Li Qingyue couldn't help but smile bitterly. When she was at her wit's end, it was Lin Ji who chose to forgive her, even knowing her purpose in coming to the northern border was to kill him. Now, Li Qingyue knew she couldn't return to the imperial city. It wasn't like a married daughter being water thrown out. In her view, her biological father, Emperor Li Jingzhen, as the ruler of the nation, didn't care about her life. He was even less concerned than the young General Lin Ji, who was guarding the northern border. Some say the nurturing grace is greater than the sky. But Li Qingyue believes that in the past 10+ years, Li Jingzhen's so-called nurturing grace was just leaving her in the harem. Sometimes she even doubts she was just a stray cat occasionally fed and sheltered here. She could never truly integrate into the royal family. And usually, royal children understand that if they are daughters, they will be sacrificed for political power. The monarch, in order to better grasp power, usually doesn't ask the daughter's opinion, but marries them off to powerful ministers in court, including even sending them as envoys to the western border, or the barbarians outside the northern border. As long as certain interests are obtained, in their view, abandoning their daughters is not impossible. That's why when Li Jingzhen learned that Li Qingyue was the most powerful candidate to kill Lin Ji, he sent her to the northern border without hesitation. Even knowing that his daughter might not return, he still made that resolute choice. So-called tigers don't eat their own cubs. This incident completely broke Li Qingyue's heart. Returning to the imperial city, what then? Even if there are luxuries and wealth she could never enjoy in her lifetime, she would still be restricted in every way. If that's the case, Li Qingyue would never, in such a critical moment, leave Lin Ji to fend for himself. Uncle Sui, hurry and persuade the princess. If she really acts rashly at this time, it might implicate all of us, Xiaolian said helplessly. But she really didn't need Li Qingyue to go with her. Chapter 413. Princess, I entrust you to her. Xiaolian was acutely aware of the current situation at the northern border. Regardless of whether her young master could hold the city of Ming, one thing was certain. The Huns had to be confronted. That is, there was a high likelihood that the Huns would launch an unprecedentedly fierce attack on Yuzhou City for various reasons. In such a scenario, she couldn't guarantee she could ensure Li Qingyue's safety. Lin Ji, although he treated Xiaolian very well, there was still a distinction between master and servant. Certain things were just as they were. Under such circumstances, all she could do was to do her utmost to ensure Li Qingyue's safety. Only in this way could she live up to Lin Ji's trust and not betray the Lin family's nurturing over the years. Uncle Sui, please persuade Princess to reconsider. Going to Ming is extremely dangerous. Xiaolian, I understand your intentions, but the situation is urgent, and our princess is genuinely concerned about the young general's safety. I can understand that. But as the princess's personal guard, I naturally must obey her orders. Xiaolian almost choked with anger upon hearing this. Was this really the time to talk about loyalty? If you genuinely cared for your mistress, you should take her away, not continue to make a scene here. But at that moment, Uncle Sui suddenly raised his hand and struck Li Qingyue with a palm strike, knocking her unconscious. Uncle Sui, What are you doing? Xiaolian immediately stepped forward to support her, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. What are you doing? The situation at the northern border is something you know well. Neither you nor the princess should stay here any longer. The only suitable person to return to Ming is me, Uncle Sui said meaningfully. But, Miss Xiaolian, I know you are skilled and loyal to your young master. But fighting on the battlefield is different from protecting your master. I have enough experience to know how to handle this. Now, I entrust the princess and the old steward to your care. Leave Yuzhou City and head south. Do not return for any reason. Rest assured, I will ensure the young general's safety, Uncle Sui said earnestly. Xiaolian hesitated but knew this was the most effective solution. There was no other way to deal with the situation. She nodded. Please be very careful. Don't worry, with my skills, it won't be easy for those Huns to kill me. Uncle Sui's lips curled slightly. He then picked up his sword and leaped onto the roof, heading towards Ming. The old steward couldn't help but sigh at the sight. I never expected such high-level fighters to be hidden among us. I don't know whether to be happy or sad. All right, Uncle Lin, let's hurry and leave, Xiaolian said earnestly. In the Turkic tribe, a messenger rushed into the tent. Chief, the Huns have begun their move, and their target is Yuzhou City. Should we send troops to support them? The Turkic chief's eyes widened in surprise. He was quite taken aback. Although they had formed an alliance, the Huns had been inactive for the past 10 days. Even the Turks were puzzled. Had the Huns changed their minds? The Turkic chief was a wise man. He knew the situation at the northern border was very complex. Not to mention Lin Ji's northern garrison. Even the Turks and Huns had their own agendas, each wanting to reap the benefits of the other's efforts. Under such circumstances, no one would act rashly, preferring to observe the other's actions. Who knew if someone might pull a trick from behind? But now that the Huns had marched towards Yuzhou City, it meant they had made up their minds. Chief, since the Huns have set out, I think we should prepare immediately. If Ming cuts off the Huns' retreat, it will severely damage them. By then, it will be even more difficult for us to attack the northern border. The officials and generals around chimed in. Indeed, when the Huns and the northern garrison are both exhausted, that will be our best opportunity. We might even benefit from the situation. If that's your intention, then we shouldn't act now. But you should be aware of the previous clashes between the Huns and the northern border. That's not something to be trifled with. It could bring us great trouble. The group argued, unable to reach a consensus. The Turkic chief was growing increasingly frustrated. Enough, silence. He then looked at a young man beside him. The man was much younger than everyone else, but standing by the Turkic chief's side was proof of his extraordinary abilities and status. What do you think? Father, I believe we should assist the Huns in dealing with the northern border of the Great Xia dynasty. How so? Recently, the combat power of the Great Xia's northern border has been increasing daily. The Huns have repeatedly suffered setbacks. Although we don't know what changes have occurred at the northern border, we are very familiar with the Huns' combat power. They had been neighbors for decades, fighting each other for centuries. They knew each other's strengths and weaknesses. Hearing that the Huns hadn't gained any advantage in the past half-year was both incredible and unbelievable. If not for the Hun chief's confirmation, they would have thought it was a rumor spread by the Huns to confuse other forces. Your Highness, aren't you afraid that we might get bogged down and be unable to protect ourselves? A general asked in astonishment, clearly skeptical of this approach. The young man shook his head. Chapter 414. The Turks begin their move. You underestimate the Xiongnu leader too much. He is an extremely arrogant man. The main reason for our previous cooperation was due to the appearance of Lin Zhenxiu and his 100,000 northern border army at the northern frontier. The total combined forces of the Xiongnu and the Turks, including even the ordinary civilians transporting supplies, amounted to no more than 600,000 troops. And a significant portion of these were young and strong men conscripted at the last minute. Their experience on the battlefield, self-protection abilities, and combat skills were vastly inferior to those of the Xiongnu warriors and Turkic fierce fighters who trained daily in the barracks. The Northern Border Army, which was once at the height of its power, had a full 100,000 troops. truly a force that could kill gods and Buddhas at the northern frontier. No one could stand against them. This incident had once become a shadow in the hearts of the Turks and the Xiongnu. They had fought the great Xia dynasty for so many years, but had never encountered such a terrifying opponent. Their tactics were ever-changing, and each time, they could achieve victory in unexpected ways. That's why the Xiongnu was uncontrollable. Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought, their eyes revealing contemplative expressions. The prince's words do make sense. Indeed, the opportunities left to us may not be many. Whether for any consideration, I don't think we should give up what we should have or strive for at this moment. Those around them expressed their attitudes, clearly agreeing with this consideration, which they believed to be the best solution at present. The young prince turned to look at his father. The Xiongnu leader remained silent for a long time before nodding slowly. We must find a way to deal with the defenders of Meng County at the northern frontier, and this is something we must do now. Inform the Turkic warriors to start packing immediately. We will set off tonight. This time, we must decisively solve the problem.
Yes.
Outside the northern border, in the valley, the wind howled and snow flurried. Lin Jinxiu stood on the hillside, gazing thoughtfully in the direction of the northern frontier. Having been in this northern border area for a few years, he had thought about the day he could return, but never had he expected that he would not find an opportunity. And even less had he expected that things would develop to this point. For him, it was not a good thing, and it might even lead to huge changes in everything that would happen next. What is trouble? What is the disaster we need to face now? Lin Jinxiu's judgment of the situation at the northern frontier and even the entire Central Plains was very accurate. The reason he chose to escape to the northern border with his brothers was because he knew that staying there would inevitably lead to disaster. Even if he himself were to really encounter misfortune, it would be of no concern, as he was not the kind of person who feared death. But the problem was that he could not implicate the nearly 100,000 brothers under his command. General, Ding Yun climbed up amidst the snowstorm. It's windy here. Why don't you go back inside to rest? No matter how strong the wind is, isn't it still the wind from the northern frontier? Lin Jinxiu said meaningfully. Only those who had truly experienced it would understand how strong the longing for home was. But they knew that their homeland could no longer accommodate them, and some things had to be done. Because only in this way could they eventually give a relatively reasonable answer and allow the situation to move towards a seemingly reasonable direction. I wonder when the northern frontier will finally find peace. Ding Yun also saw through Lin Jinxiu's thoughts. He asked thoughtfully, I don't know. Maybe in another 10 or 8 years. Lin Jinxiu said slowly, do you think I shouldn't continue my previous persistence? Maybe I should let all the brothers go back, which would be good for everyone. In these years, some of the soldiers could only retire one after another and return to live ordinary lives under assumed names. To be honest, Lin Jinxiu really felt a bit sorry for these people. They had fought for the country, shedding blood and sweat, but in the end, they had to hide. And they had no glory to speak of. This was a humiliation for any warrior who went to battle. And for them, it had no meaning at all. General, what are you saying? Since the formation of the Northern Border Army, we vowed to live and die together. We swear to follow the general. How could we possibly be discouraged by such a small setback? And we certainly wouldn't have any disloyal thoughts. Ding Yun said resolutely. The cohesion of the Northern Border Army was unprecedented, living and dying together. To ordinary people, it might just be a phrase, but to them, it was something that had truly happened. And the deep bond formed, as well as the trust to unconditionally entrust their backs to their comrades, was something outsiders could never compare to. This was also the main reason why the Northern Border Army could hide here for many years, but the soldiers could persevere. Chapter 415. The Northern Army prepares to strike. Ding Yun paused. General, in truth, none of U.S. brothers are afraid. Even if we are to be disbanded, why not let us do something earth-shattering before we die? Since the court has such great grievances against us, how can we just end our lives in bitterness? Rather than letting them act recklessly, it's better for us to rise up and fight back. The implication was already crystal clear. The court had been so harsh on the Northern Army in the past. Their actions had been downright shameless. This had forced them to retreat into the deep mountains and old forests beyond the northern border. Now, with the passage of time, the same scenario had reappeared at the northern border. How could a soldier endure this? The Northern Army had been lying low for years, but was it really the time to continue enduring? I understand, but once this is done, there will be no turning back. And we must ensure we have the capability to deal with the entire situation at the northern border, right? Lin Jinxiu said meaningfully. He wasn't afraid of the Huns, the Turks, or the central court. What he feared was being left without support. Once he declared himself king at the northern border, it would mean facing wolves in front and tigers behind. He would be caught in a very troublesome situation. Lin Jinxiu was a man of great integrity. He knew that if he did this, the Huns or the Turks would surely come to recruit him. But he could never submit to these barbarians. He would inevitably be attacked from both fronts. But if this continues, even the young general will be dragged down. Look at how the court treats the northern border, half a year without sending a single soldier or even a grain transport. If it weren't for the young general's own abilities to procure food and recruit soldiers, we would have been defeated by the Huns long ago. Ding Yun said earnestly, his eyes filled with regret. To be honest, when he saw Linji in the mountains beyond the northern border, he was genuinely saddened. After all, the young general was a respected general of the northern border. To end up in such a state, living like a wild man in the deep forests. However, Lin Ji later proved his capabilities, earning Ding Yun's admiration. Young, talented, and chivalrous. This is what the young general of the Northern Army should be. As the two were discussing, a soldier rushed in hurriedly. General, bad news. The northern border reports that the Huns have led their army to attack Yuzhou City. Not only that, but the Turks have also mobilized their troops. What about Mingxin County? Lin Jinxiu frowned. It's unclear for now, but it seems the enemy has no plans to target Mingxin County. What should we do now, General? Ding Yun held his breath, very tense. This was a crucial moment that truly determined the entire situation at the northern border. Every decision could have serious consequences and might cause significant impact. So they had to be cautious. Notify all soldiers to prepare for departure from the valley at any moment. Lin Jinxiu's gaze became unwaveringly resolute. His hand rested on the sword at his waist. He looked towards the northern border. A strong aura surged within him. Perhaps it was indeed time to return. Time to let the world know that the northern general and the northern army had not. Old Lien Pu can still eat. Don't really think they were too old to wield their swords. These people in the martial world could not act recklessly. Mingxin County. Young general, something big has happened. A servant stumbled into the back courtyard of the county government office. Zhou Yu and Lin Ji frowned. Just moments before, they had received the latest news. The Huns had sent troops, and they had bypassed Mingxin County, not intending to attack it. This time, their target was clearly Yuzhou City. Young general, what should we do? Although we have tens of thousands of troops in Mingxin County, resolving this situation is by no means easy. Zhou Yu felt his head spin the moment he heard this news, because he never dreamed that the Huns would eventually choose the scenario they feared the most. That is, instead of attacking Mingxin County, they would target Yuzhou City. No matter how well Mingxin County developed, it was not the most critical place in the northern border. Yuzhou City, located at a strategic pass, connected the central plains with the northern border. Most importantly, once Yuzhou City was taken, the entire northern border would fall into an unprecedented awkward situation. It would also cut off all connections between the troops of the northern border. This was the most crucial matter now. Should we immediately send troops to support? Major battle. Speed is crucial in war. If the Huns had decided to completely take over Yuzhou, they would certainly choose to march out overnight. But this time, they were so blatant, seemingly not fearing the tens of thousands of defenders in Mingxin County. There must be a reason for that. It couldn't be just for no reason that they could act so boldly. So Lin Ji believed that the Huns' army must have another plan. If we send troops to support Yuzhou City now, the Turks might immediately attack. This is the first possibility. The second is that when we send troops out of the city, the Huns might suddenly change direction and attack Mingqiang County, leaving us in a dilemma. The more Zhou Yu listened, the more uneasy he felt, finding it even more unbelievable. If it were as he described, then weren't they already in a dead end? There was no way to break it. Chapter 416. I will go to support Yuzhou alone. Young general, are we really just going to accept defeat in this situation? Zhou Yu said unwillingly. In the past, when he commanded the northern garrisons, he endured endless humiliation at the northern border. But there was no other choice. He couldn't just lead his brothers and flee. Even if the court didn't care, Zhou Yu shouldered the responsibility of being the northern commander. So he could only do his best to defend the northern border. Whether they could win or not was one thing, but whether they fought or not was another. In those years at the northern border, he truly lived a life worse than death, watching his brothers being gradually devoured by the Huns. He also knew that countless northern border civilians were pointing fingers at him behind his back. There was nothing he could do about it. But ever since Lin Ji arrived at the northern border, the entire northern garrison had swept away the gloom. Not only could they hold their heads high, but they also achieved victory after victory, making the northern border garrison renowned beyond the northern passes. That was something they had dreamed of, but never thought possible. But now, just as everything seemed to be heading in a favorable direction, the situation had turned like this. It seemed that their previous victories had given them a false sense of security, making them truly believe they could easily defend the northern border. How could we just accept defeat? Lin Ji mused. This once again proved how right his decision was to send the Yu family army to garrison each city at the northern border. If not for that, they wouldn't have been able to get the news so quickly. Now, Yang Feng was still in charge of building the asphalt road, reporting progress to Ming County every 3 days. This was the most critical juncture for the asphalt road to reach Ming County. It was impossible to urgently recall Yang Feng and his soldiers. Yu Yin had also been stationed elsewhere, responsible for gathering intelligence from the northern border. Now, only Lin Ji and Zhou Yu remained in Ming County. Lin Ji could risk everything, but he was worried that if he left Ming County, it might lead to Zhou Yu making mistakes in command, with consequences no one could bear. It could plunge the entire situation into unprecedented awkwardness and terror. After much thought, Lin Ji suddenly had a bold idea. Have you heard of the empty city strategy? The empty city strategy? Zhou Yu looked puzzled. In this world, there were countless military books, but one was missing: the 36 stratagems and the art of war. So the generals here were not familiar with the 36 stratagems. Although they might have unconsciously used the tactics explained in the art of war and the 36 stratagems, they were unaware of their names. Yes, there was once a very talented strategist who, despite being in a situation where the enemy vastly outnumbered him and defeat seemed inevitable, used the empty city strategy to make the enemy withdraw and resolve the crisis. Zhou Yu's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't help but ask curiously, who was this person? Why have I never heard of such an incident despite reading many military books? His name was Zhuge Liang, also known as the Sleeping Dragon, with the courtesy name Kongming. He was a great figure who changed an era, Lin Ji said meaningfully. According to military strategy, the success of a plan depends on timing, geography, and human factors. Why could Zhuge Liang truly intimidate Sima Yi with just 2 pages and a zither? If it were anyone else, it wouldn't have worked. But because Sima Yi had suffered too many losses at Zhuge Liang's hands, when he saw such a leisurely posture, he began to doubt. He felt that Zhuge Liang wouldn't just sit and wait for death. The same logic applies here. The Turks, who have not suffered losses from us, won't be affected by this strategy. But the Huns are different. They are already terrified of the name of the northern commander Lin Ji. That's why they hesitated to attack Yuzhou City. They were worried that Lin Ji had some trick or trap waiting for them. Zhou Yu, immediately lead all the soldiers in Ming County and prepare for battle. Remember, don't reveal our actual numbers. Ah. Zhou Yu looked puzzled. Young general, are we really not going to send troops to support Yuzhou? If Yuzhou City falls, the situation at the northern border will deteriorate rapidly. Then, defending Ming County will be meaningless. The Hun army will bypass and march south, reaching the capital in no time. Even if the entire Xia dynasty has over 1 million strong soldiers, they may not be able to withdraw in time. Most importantly, Ming County will be caught in a pincer movement. Whether the capital is attacked is no longer my concern, Lin Ji said meaningfully. All I need to do is defend the northern border. In other words, the Huns must not encroach on a single inch of the northern border. But if they attack the capital, he would not intervene. Therefore, Yuzhou City must be defended. Yuzhou City is like the backbone of the northern border. If a person's backbone is broken, they lose all mobility and can only be at the mercy of others. I will go to support Yuzhou City alone. What? Zhou Yu's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Indeed, he had once seen Lin Ji single-handedly defeat tens of thousands. But that was different. Back then, Lin Ji had the support of tens of thousands of soldiers in Ming County. If the Huns had tried to attack forcefully, they would have paid a heavy price, possibly leading to mutual destruction. But this time was different. Yuzhou City's defenses were extremely weak. Although it was built according to military standards, it had never been breached in the past 20 years. Especially during the 10 years when Lin Jinxiu commanded the Northern Army, the Huns and Turks couldn't even think of attacking Yuzhou City, let alone crossing the entire northern border. As a result, Yuzhou City hadn't been reinforced in the past 20 years. To be blunt, even Ming County's defenses were slightly better than Yuzhou's. Given the inferiority in military strength and city defenses, how could Lin Ji shoulder the burden alone? Chapter 417. A Man's Promise. Young General, isn't this a suicide mission for you to go there like this? Zhou Yu's eyes were filled with worry. He couldn't bear to see Lin Ji sinking into a quagmire. He was the hope of the entire northern border and the hero revered by all the common folk. Such a person couldn't die. If he did, the morale of the entire northern border would crumble. And at that time, no one could be sure that all the subsequent events would remain within the tolerable range. This was the most troublesome and painful aspect. If someone must be sacrificed, I am willing to take your place, young general, Zhou Yu said resolutely, his gaze unwavering. In the current situation, he had already put his life and death aside. Everyone has a destined end, and no one knows what the future holds. But when the time comes, there will always be those who step forward in critical moments and those who lead by example, willing to give their lives for the people of the world. To save the world with one's own life. Their lives may be short, but undoubtedly, they will reach heights and grandeur that others cannot match. Leaving a name in history is not always a lofty ambition, but a choice made out of myriad helplessness. Imagine, who wouldn't want to live to build a great legacy? Leaving a name after death holds no real meaning for many. Even bringing honor to one's ancestors is not necessarily something to boast about. What are you joking about? You are the legitimate Northern General. Although I have a title and am the young general of the Northern Lin, the court would never acknowledge me as a general, Lin Ji said with a light laugh, self-deprecating. Young general, how can you say that? In our eyes and in the eyes of all the people of the northern border, you are no different from General Lin. Both are heroes we respect and the guardians of the common folk. You really do put me on a pedestal. If that's the case, then I should take on this dangerous mission even more. Lin Ji's smile gradually faded, replaced by an unwavering determination. Since you see me as the highest commander of the northern border, then what I say is an order. On the battlefield, do you dare to disobey an order? This, Zhou Yu was rendered speechless. Seeing that Lin Ji had made up his mind, there was no way to change it. This was the most helpless and unavoidable situation. All right, young general, but what are we supposed to do here in Mingxing County? Aren't the Huns already planning to seize Yuzhou City? Staying here is meaningless now. Don't you understand? The Huns dare to attack Yuzhou so brazenly because someone is backing them up. Lin Ji said decisively. What kind of person could give them such confidence? Except for the Turks, he couldn't think of a second possibility. Moreover, there had long been rumors that the Turks and the Huns had allied. Based on this reason, Lin Ji could almost be certain that the enemy was advancing on two fronts to put him in a dilemma. If he wanted to protect Yuzhou City, he would have to abandon Mingxing County. If he wanted to hold on to the efforts made in the northern border, he would inevitably have to pay the corresponding price. This was the Hun's strategy and their determination to fight to the death. Otherwise, they wouldn't attack in such a manner. The Turks haven't experienced our artillery, so holding Mingxing County shouldn't be difficult for you, Lin Ji said seriously. I will lead 30,000 men out of Mingxing County, and immediately after, have someone lead them back to reinforce the county. We must not let the enemy know how many men we have left in Mingxing County. Yes. After everything was arranged, Lin Ji prepared to set off. He selected 30,000 soldiers with the best stamina from the camp. This way, they could quickly return to Mingxing County without being noticed. Speed is the essence of war, and surprise is the key to victory. Only by combining various real-world situations and formulating flexible strategies can one ensure an unbeatable position. Those who only read dead books should not become generals, as that would truly harm both themselves and others. Zhao Kuo is a typical example. Lin Ji's understanding of military strategy is different from that of current generals because he is a businessman. Business is like war. In business, one must be more flexible, and what they face are all human beings. Human hearts are unpredictable and the most complex. Who can ensure that what they face can be effectively resolved? Just as preparations were underway, suddenly Suebua appeared before Lin Ji. Young general, it's so good to see you. Why are you here? Lin Ji frowned, his eyes revealing a puzzled and slightly uneasy expression. Suebua, as the princess's personal guard, was the most powerful force protecting Li Qingyue. But now this person was in Mingxing County. Could it be that Yuzhou City had already been captured in advance? If so, he really had to revise all his plans and solve the current problem as soon as possible. Young general, there's no need to worry. The princess is safe, but she insists on coming to Mingxing County, and to ensure her safety, we had to take her away from Yuzhou City first. Suebua said seriously. I was ordered to come to Mingxing County to see if the young general was safe. Lin Ji's lips curled into a meaningful smile. No wonder he was a palace guard. This way of handling things was indeed to his liking. Now that you've seen that I'm fine, you can go back and tell them to leave quickly. Whether it was Li Qingyue, Shaolian, or the old steward of the northern Lin's residence, Lin Ji hoped they could live safely. No matter what the future of the northern border would be, some people must not be implicated too deeply because of him, possibly leading to an unspeakable development. Young general, I cannot agree to this. Why? Chapter 418. For the people will also support. Because everyone hopes that I can come to Mingxing County this time to help the young general, said Suebai with profound meaning. This was not just the intention of others, but also his own. Initially, they came to the northern border because of Lin Ji's care. Without the young general, they would not have been so at ease and able to deal with everything calmly. Moreover, in the capital, although Lin Ji and the princess were politically married and each other's fiancés, Suebai knew that Lin Ji truly treated the princess wholeheartedly. Otherwise, how could he have won Li Qingyue's heart? This, he understood better than anyone. Now, with Lin Ji in danger, Suebai would not stand idly by. To live and die together is the vow of comrades in arms. I know I am unworthy of being called a brother by General Shao, but with the northern border in imminent danger, as a soldier of the great Xia dynasty, I absolutely cannot turn a blind eye. Have you really thought this through? Even I cannot guarantee my own safety in this battle. If you join, I cannot assure your safe return either. Lin Ji narrowed his eyes. He believed in Suebai's sincerity, but war is cruel, and no one likes it. The terror it brings affects even the strongest. That's why even a hero like my father, Lin Jinqiu, had to retreat to the northern frontier amidst war and power struggles. Whether to subdue or for other reasons, Lin Jinqiu clearly wanted to end such a situation and not let it continue. What Lin Ji is doing now is the same. In the past 6 months, he has experienced countless life and death situations, seen countless human hearts. Although the people of the northern border regard him as a deity, Lin Ji knows that as long as the war continues, there will be deaths, and the tragedies that have occurred will continue to appear in the annals of history. To change this situation, there is only one permanent solution: to stand up himself and change this matter, to make those who should not exist disappear forever. I'm old, and I've seen everything. If I could die on the battlefield one day, it would be a good thing for me. I'd rather die there than in the power struggles of the court, Suibai said calmly. As a palace guard, he once had great military exploits. But these years, following the princess, even in the capital, he has seen the vicissitudes of human relationships. The so-called royal family and court are just a succession of power. When there is no use value, no one will stand up to help. Li Qingyue is a prime example. Because Li Jingjun believes that his daughter's only use is to kill someone threatening him, he completely disregards her life. Even the most vicious parents in the world would not do such a thing. Yet some people simply do not care about family ties. For them, benefits are the ultimate goal. Young general, I have been with the princess for 10 years. I know her thoughts very well. In my heart, she is already like my own younger generation. The princess does not want the northern border to fall into the hands of villains, nor does she want the young general to be someone else's prey. Since my task is to protect the princess, I should also protect the young general. Lin Ji's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. To be honest, he hadn't expected Suibai to suddenly appear, but this man could indeed help him gain an unprecedented advantage in this unprecedented battle. All right, Suibai, since we are both men, I won't be polite with you. If you've made your decision, I'm willing to go to the battlefield with you. From today on, we trust each other. At least before the disaster comes, I will not take any action against you. This was a man's promise, simple but of extraordinary significance. Good, Suibai couldn't help but smile lightly. Then the two led their troops away from Mingxing County, heading towards Yuzhou City. However, they didn't know that as they left, a figure on the city wall was watching Lin Ji's back thoughtfully. Miss Wuluwa, why are you still here? The deputy general, patrolling the city wall, happened to see her and was surprised. General, what is the young general's purpose in going this time? The deputy general sighed. With the current tense situation in the northern border, I think the young general had no choice but to take the risk. But whether it will turn out as we expect, no one can be sure. Is that so? Wuluwa pondered. No one understood the current situation better than her. Indeed, the changes in the northern border were extraordinary, happening at an astonishing speed. But there was someone who could break the deadlock, herself. The joint forces of the Huns and the Turks were the biggest variable for Mingxing County. To destroy the Huns was easy. Just cut off their supply lines and food, and their army would collapse. But if troops were sent out, Mingxing County would be left vulnerable, and the Turks could take advantage. So, to change the situation in the northern border, there was only one way. To persuade her father not to attack Mingxing County. But it was easier said than done. When it came to actually doing it, Wuluwa's heart was in turmoil. As a Turk, she should consider her tribe. Everything was based on her tribe. But Wuluwa couldn't forget the time she spent with Lin Ji in Baiyun Mountain. This man, though his words were harsh, had a soft heart and was extremely considerate and caring towards her. Even at home, Wuluwa had never felt such warmth. Although she had a high status in the Turk tribe, it was only because of her father. Without that connection, few would truly respect her. All she wanted was ordinary care. Chapter 419. Identity Exposed, the Tujue Princess. Ordinary people in this world envy the wealthy, because they have no worries about food and clothing. The wealthy envy the powerful families, because they hold great power and stand above others. The powerful families envy the royal and noble families, because these people are at the top of the pyramid. They possess extraordinary privileges and a status that everyone looks up to, truly born with a golden spoon in their mouths. This is something that can be encountered but not sought after. Who can force themselves to have the opportunity to enter the royal family? However, only those who are in it understand that what they truly yearn for at times is the simplicity of ordinary people's lives. Having someone to share 3 meals a day. Having no worries throughout the 4 seasons. Although seemingly trivial matters of life, this is truly the essence of life, isn't it? Compared to constantly scheming in the court. Even their own marriage cannot be decided. From birth, it seems that fate has already written the script for their lives, and no one can change it. Oluo also understands that her life may have been destined. But until her father sent her to the Xiongnu tribe for marriage, Oluo wanted to try the taste of freedom one last time, which is why she chose to escape. It was this escape that led her to meet the man who she would never forget for the rest of her life. To her, freedom was far more important than a worry-free life and an honorable status. But now, for a man, did she really have to give up the happiness that was within her grasp? Standing on the city wall for a long time, Oluo finally made up her mind. "General, could you help me with something?" "Miss, please instruct us. We will do our best." "All right, then please send me to the Tujue tribe." "What?" Upon hearing this, even the deputy general, who had seen many storms, was shocked. "Miss, what are you doing?" "The Tujue are fierce and brutal. Sending you there would be like sending a lamb to the tiger's mouth. And the young general has ordered us to ensure your safety. How could we possibly send you into the hands of the enemy?" "Who are you calling fierce and brutal?" Oluo, already troubled, couldn't help but blurt out, "Am I also one of those fierce and brutal people?" "What?" The deputy general was slightly stunned and suddenly recalled. Oluo was indeed not a Han woman. Her appearance was very obvious, but they had not guessed her identity. After all, even the young general didn't inquire, so how could they casually ask? Hearing her words now, the deputy general almost confirmed that she was a Tujue. But military orders are like mountains. Since the young general has given the order, he would not dare to offend Oluo in any way. After a moment of silence, the deputy general slowly said, "Miss Oluo, with the war imminent, if we were to send you back to your homeland, it wouldn't be impossible, but could it wait until after this war? If you don't want to be involved, I will send someone to take you to a safe city until the storm passes, and then send you back. By the time the war is over, it will be too late. I am not trying to avoid it. I am not trying to distance myself from you. I am trying to help you." The deputy general looked puzzled. He was getting more and more confused. Oluo was just a weak woman. What could she possibly do to help them by returning to the Tujue tribe? "Do you really think I am just an ordinary Tujue woman?" Oluo knew that if she didn't reveal her identity now, it might be too late. "To be honest with you, I am the third daughter of the Tujue leader, the third princess of the Tujue tribe." "What?" The deputy general was stunned, completely unable to believe what he had just heard. The kind and gentle girl they had always thought her to be was actually the famous Tujue princess. How could this be? "You are the Tujue princess?" "Why not? Before this, I didn't know Lin Hao was the renowned young general of the northern border either." Oluo couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Perhaps this was a joke fate had played on her. Maybe if she hadn't run away from the wedding, she would never have met these people. Similarly, she wouldn't have found herself in such a difficult situation. But it was precisely at that time that she longed for freedom, hoping to enjoy the taste of freedom before being completely trapped. It seemed like fate had played a huge joke on her. Both of them had spent such a long time together without knowing each other's identities and had formed a deep bond. The deputy general felt his brain was overloaded at this moment. This was too terrifying. All the information came at once. Who could bear it? The key was that he had no way to make a decision now. Such a major matter, as a deputy general, if he dared to make a decision so easily, wasn't that deliberately courting death? After much thought, the deputy general's face was extremely serious. "Miss, I may not be able to agree to your request." "Are you kidding me? I'm doing this for Lin Ji. Do you want to watch Mingqing fall? Do you want to watch Lin Hao die at the northern border?" Oluo was furious. She had risked her life to expose her identity, hoping to make these people understand the situation and also do her best to help Lin Ji. It was also a way to repay the kindness he had shown her during this period. But she never expected this deputy general to refuse. "Do you know what you're saying?" "Miss, precisely because of your relationship with the young general, we cannot make decisions on our own," the deputy general said solemnly. "Although I don't know why you came from the Tujue tribe to our northern border, but your relationship with the young general, we all see it. This time, if you return to the Tujue tribe to plead for the young general, the Tujue will not let you go." Chapter 419. Identity Exposed. the Tujue princess. Ordinary people in this world envy the wealthy, because they have no worries about food and clothing. The wealthy envy the powerful, because they wield great authority and stand above others. The powerful envy the royal family and nobility, because these are the pinnacle of the pyramid. They possess extraordinary privileges and a status that everyone looks up to. Truly, they are born with golden spoons in their mouths. This is something that cannot be sought after. Who can demand the opportunity to enter the royal family? However, only those within understand that what they truly yearn for at times is the simplicity of ordinary. What? Upon hearing this, even the deputy general, who had seen many storms, was stunned. Miss, what are you doing? The Tujue are fierce and brutal. Sending you there would be like sending a lamb to the wolves. And the young general has ordered us to protect your safety. How could we possibly send you into the hands of the enemy? Who are you calling fierce and brutal? Oluo, already troubled, blurted out, Am I also fierce and brutal? What? The deputy general was slightly stunned, suddenly recalling. Oluo was indeed not a Han woman. Her appearance was very obvious, but they did not guess her identity. After all, even the young general did not inquire. How could they casually ask? Hearing her words now, the deputy general almost confirmed she was Tujue. But orders are orders. Since the young general had given the command, he would not dare to make any disrespectful moves towards Oluo. After a moment of silence, the deputy general slowly said, Miss Oluo, with the impending war, if we were to send you back to your hometown, it might not be impossible, but could it wait until this war is over? If you do not wish to be involved, I will have someone escort you to a safe city, and after the storm has passed, we will surely send you back. Waiting until the war is over is too late. I am not trying to avoid it. I am not trying to distance myself from you. I am trying to help you. The deputy general, hearing this, showed a puzzled expression. The more he listened, the more he did not understand. Oluo was just a weak woman. Even if she returned to the Tujue tribe, what could she do to help them? Do you really think I am just an ordinary Tujue woman? Oluo knew that if she did not reveal her identity now, everything might be too late. To tell you the truth, I am the third daughter of the Tujue leader, the Tujue tribe's third princess. What? The deputy general was shocked, unable to believe what he had just heard, that the kind and gentle lady they had always thought of was actually the famous Tujue princess. How could this be? You are the Tujue princess? Why not? Before this, I didn't know Lin Hao was the renowned young general of the northern border. Oluo couldn't help but smile bitterly. Perhaps fate was playing a joke on her. Maybe if she hadn't run away from her marriage, she would never have met these people, and likewise, she would not have found herself in such a difficult situation. But it was precisely at that time that she longed for freedom, hoping to enjoy the taste of freedom before being completely trapped. It seemed like the heavens had played a huge joke on her. Both of them spent such a long time together without knowing each other's identities and developed a deep bond. And the deputy general at this moment felt his brain overload. This was too terrifying. All this information came at once. Who could handle it? The key was that he had no way to make a decision now. Such a significant matter, as a deputy general, could he dare to make a decision easily? Wasn't that deliberately courting death? After much thought, the deputy general's face was extremely serious. Miss, I may not be able to agree to your request. Are you mistaken? I am doing this for Lin Hao. Do you want to watch Mingxing fall? Do you want to watch Lin Hao die at the northern border? Oluo was furious. The reason she took the risk of revealing her identity was to make these people understand the situation, and also to do her best to help Lin Hao. It was also to repay him for taking care of her during this time. But she never expected this deputy general to refuse. Did you know what you were saying? Miss, precisely because of your relationship with the young general, we cannot make decisions on our own. The deputy general said seriously. Although I don't know why you came from the Tujue tribe to our northern border, your relationship with the young general is also something we have seen. If you return to the Tujue tribe to plead for the young general, the Tujue people may not let you go. If something happens to you, we cannot explain to the young general. Oluo was almost speechless with anger. Was it necessary to consider these things at a time like this? Could they not tell what was more important? I have made it very clear. Are you really going to watch Lin Hao die? Miss, if I agree to you, it would be disobeying orders. Even if the young general returns alive, I would still be held accountable. So if you really want to go back, it must be decided by General Zhou. Chapter 420. It is my duty to ensure your safety. In the military camp, Zhou Yu frowned deeply. Lin Ji had just left, and now there were many arrangements to be made in the Mingxing County military camp. But never had he expected that at such a critical moment, a major trouble would emerge. Lady Wuluo, are you truly the third princess of the Tujue tribe? Do I have any reason to joke with you at such a time? Wuluo's heart was in turmoil, but being born into a noble family, she had the composure to handle it. General Zhou, no matter how great a talent young general may be, this situation is extremely urgent. The Huns and Tujue are joining forces, and among the northern border defenses, only Mingxing County has the power to resist. I believe General Zhou, who has been leading troops for years, understands what it means to be caught between two fires. And to break the deadlock and save young general, there is only one person who can do it. That is me. Zhou Yu pondered for a long time, not daring to make a hasty decision. The matter was of great importance. Everyone knew Lin Ji's character. Back then, to save Sangba, he even ventured deep into enemy territory and stayed outside the northern border for as long as half a month. Now, if it meant sacrificing Wuluo to ensure the safety of the northern border, he might not agree. Lady Wuluo, it's not that I have a prejudice against the Tujue, but the Tujue leader is a man I believe you know better than I do. In matters of state, he would never consider personal feelings. Even if you have prepared to use yourself to ease the situation for young general, it may not necessarily work. Wuluo frowned. She had never expected Zhou Yu to say such things to her. Was there anyone more understanding of her father than herself? Although what he said made sense, Wuluo didn't believe her father could be so ruthless as to completely disregard her situation. General Zhou, are you deliberately sowing discord? Absolutely not. Zhou Yu stood up, unable to help but smile bitterly. From this response, he knew that although she was born into the Tujue royal family, she had probably lived under protection for the past 10+ years. She had never experienced the hardships of the world or the wickedness of human nature. Not to mention distant matters, even in the great Xia dynasty, Li Jingxin, in order to solidify his power, even planned to sacrifice his own daughter Li Qingyue, casting her aside in the northern border, regardless of her life or death. Was this the behavior of a father? The same logic applied to the Tujue leader. In matters of national importance, he might not be any less ruthless. If this battle were won, the North would be powerless to resist. The Huns and Tujue could easily march south, and countless fertile lands and resources in the Central Plains would inevitably fall into the hands of the nomadic tribes. A mere princess could not compare to such great gains. Zhou Yu knew that no matter what he said now, Wuluo would not listen. She always believed that in her father's eyes, she was the most important. But for the royal family, the significance of these offspring was inherently light or heavy, and they could at any time become sacrifices for interests. Zhou Yu remembered a saying of Lin Ji's. In this world, there are no deals that cannot be made. If there are, it's merely because the stakes are not high enough. And if Wuluo wanted to return and persuade her father, she had nothing but herself as a bargaining chip. Lady Wuluo, this matter is extraordinary, and I dare not make a decision on my own. Why don't you wait patiently for young general to return? What? Wuluo widened her eyes, thinking she had misheard. Wait for Lin Ji to return? What a joke. By then, the war might have already ended, and everything would be settled. Although she understood Zhou Yu's good intentions, Wuluo still did not want to see her beloved step into the abyss. If this life was destined to be without a future, she hoped to do one last thing for him before the end. General Zhou, no matter whether you agree or not today, I must go. Wuluo said resolutely, her tone unwavering, her gaze as firm as a Tujue warrior's. Born into a nomadic tribe and living in the northern border for a long time, she naturally carried a unique temperament and wildness. Is that so? Zhou Yu's expression also turned cold. This is Mingxing County, and I am the highest commander here. Everyone must obey my orders. So I don't care if you are truly the Tujue princess. No one is allowed to enter or leave Mingxing County without permission. Guards, escort Lady Wulua back to her room. Ensure she does not wander around. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable. Yes. 2 guards armed with weapons stepped forward. Before leaving, Wulua was indignant. Zhou Yu, you dare to imprison me. Lady Wulua, since you have revealed your identity, I cannot help but suspect that you might be returning to inform the enemy. Therefore, I absolutely cannot let you leave. Zhou Yu remained unflinching. Take her away. Let go of me. Until the 3 figures disappeared outside the door, the county magistrate's office finally regained its calm. The deputy general approached and whispered, General, why not send her back? If she can persuade the Tujue to retreat, it would be a great boon for our northern border. Zhou Yu gave him a cold glance. You think too simply. If you didn't know her identity, the Tujue's 3rd princess, and especially at this time, you don't know how sensitive it is. Setting aside Wulua's safety, if this matter were publicized, how would outsiders view Mingxing County? Before the battle, having close contact with the Tujue princess? If they won, others would say it was a premeditated scheme between the northern border and the foreign tribes. If they lost, the charge of treason would be inescapable. Besides, Wulua's return would also be fraught with danger. Even if Zhou Yu believed in her character, there was always the risk of leaking military secrets. If the Tujue leader, for the sake of interests, could truly turn a blind eye and even torture Wulua, it would end up harming both parties. The deputy general, upon hearing this, suddenly understood. His eyes filled with admiration. General, I didn't expect you to be so meticulous in thought, able to deduce so many possibilities from these clues. Come on, do you really think I have that ability? Zhou Yu said meaningfully. Everything was just arranged in advance by young general. What? The deputy widened his eyes, unable to believe what he heard. Do you mean young general could foresee the future, or did he already know Lady Wulua's identity? The information was too shocking, leaving the deputy unprepared. Hashtag Chapter 421. Mingxing County prepares for battle, ready to face the challenge head-on. The situation at the northern border. What the deputy general cannot fathom is that before leaving, the young general left Zhou Yu a sealed scroll. He is even more puzzled as to how it was possible to foresee the current situation. General Zhou, has the young general's cultivation reached the point where he can predict the future? If so, doesn't that mean we are guaranteed victory in this battle? Zhou Yu couldn't help but smile wryly at the question. Where in this world are there people with divine foresight? Moreover, even if there were prophecies, without our own efforts, we could never achieve the final result. If the young general had foreseen all the opportunities, why would our situation at the northern border be so difficult? So, what exactly is going on? Or did the young general know about Wu Luo's identity from the start and deliberately brought her back to use at a critical moment? The deputy general's confusion grew with each question, finding the whole situation incredulous. The young general has always been upright. Back then, he wouldn't even use an ordinary Han civilian like Uncle Sangba, so how could he possibly deceive an innocent girl? Zhou Yu said with deep meaning, sighing involuntarily. As the saying goes, one who is too compassionate cannot lead an army, and one who is too righteous cannot be a merchant. The young general's biggest problem as a commander is that he is too emotional. Despite Lin Ji's seemingly carefree and frivolous demeanor, those who daily interact with him, like Zhou Yu and Yu Yin, know that there is a line in Lin Ji's heart. Above this line, no matter how you play or joke, he will not hold it against you. But once you cross this line, there will be no leniency, only unyielding and ruthless resolve. Similarly, before leaving, Lin Ji had specifically instructed Zhou Yu to protect Yu Luoyu and Wu Luo. One is the sister of a comrade in arms, the other a friend through thick and thin. Yet, neither of them has any martial skills. Even if they have learned a few moves from the soldiers, it won't be of any use on the battlefield. They are in constant danger of losing their lives. The incident with Li Qingyue served as a wake-up call. Lin Ji can accept falling into the abyss himself, believing that as long as he survives, he will surely rise again. But others are different. Yu Luoyu and Wu Luo share the common trait of having never seen the wickedness of human nature or the cruelty of the battlefield. In such a critical moment, they are prone to impulsive actions, the consequences of which are unimaginable. So no matter what identity Wu Luo has, we must protect these two ladies. This is an order from the young general. The deputy general finally understood. So that's how it is. All right, no more time to waste. The young general and his men have already left. Now Mingxing County is the main event. Notify all soldiers to prepare immediately, on standby 24/7. Also, set up 50, 100, and 200 scouts at 5, 10, and 20 miles respectively in all 4 directions outside the city. Moreover, station all musketeers in the city's outposts, ensuring they do not leave for any reason, even for food or rest. Zhou Yu stood up, issuing the orders decisively. At this moment, he seemed like the young hero of years past, commanding with vigor. For a disheartened general who had suffered humiliation at the northern border for years to regain his dignity and confidence, it is none other than the young general of the northern border, Lin Ji. Remember, the city stands as long as we do, and falls with our demise. This was the last order Lin Ji left them. Even if it costs everything, Zhou Yu must defend Mingxing County. This is a matter of dignity for everyone.
Yes.
The deputy general stood straight, answering with a resounding voice. Their eyes were filled with determination. In the northern forest trail, 2 swift horses galloped. Sui Bo and Lin Ji rode ahead towards Yuzhou. The mounts they rode were the best war horses of the northern border, said to be ridden only by generals. Legend has it that these horses, leaders among beasts, can travel 1,000 miles in a day. Lin Ji's horse was a fine war horse found for him by Uncle Sangba, named Fei Hong. At this moment, the difference between the 2 horses became apparent. After 3 hours of continuous galloping, Sui Bo's mount showed signs of fatigue, while Lin Ji's horse moved as effortlessly as if strolling on the grasslands. Hurry, we must reach Yuzhou City as soon as possible, Lin Ji urged. Young general, are you really planning to defend Yuzhou without a single soldier? Sui Bo had originally thought that Lin Ji would go ahead, with the main army following later. But to his surprise, Lin Ji made no stops along the way, and there was no sign of any army behind them. This made him curious. As a royal guard born in the military, Sui Bo knew all too well that defending the country required the price of blood. Even the most elite troops of the great Xia dynasty could not achieve 0 casualties in battle. So numbers held extreme importance. Yet, who would have thought that Lin Ji intended to defend Yuzhou with just the 2 of them? The young general had indeed once managed to hold off the Huns alone. But times have changed, and now they have no reinforcements. The chances of victory in this battle are virtually 0. Now is not the time for idle talk. Even if I sent reinforcements, they wouldn't be able to outpace the Huns. Lin Ji's gaze remained fixed forward, unwavering. He knew all too well that this was a path to certain death. But there was no other option. Even if 3,000 light cavalry were to follow him to Yuzhou, there wouldn't be enough time to arrange the troops. Moreover, 3,000 light cavalry would have to face 100,000 enemies, akin to lambs to the slaughter. So he could only gamble his life. As the saying goes, man proposes, heaven disposes. Whether his empty city strategy would work depended entirely on when the battle at Mingxing County would end. As the military saying goes, attacking the mind is superior to attacking the battle. In a situation with no other choice, one can only take the risk. Sui Bo, hurry. We must reach Yuzhou before sunset. Chapter 422. The pillar of support is here. Are we saved? Yuzhou City. At this moment, most of the citizens have already evacuated from the city. Many families, with their belongings in tow, are constantly heading south. In the governor's mansion, Governor Yang is pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. Now, he doesn't know whether to stay or leave. If he continues to stay here, he will undoubtedly be implicated. and once the Huns invade the city, the highest official in the northern border region will certainly not have a good outcome. He might even be captured and subjected to all sorts of tortures. Governor Yang is definitely not an official with high moral integrity. He is more of a slippery opportunist. When it comes to personal gain, everything else pales in comparison. However, Governor Yang has been an official for many years. He knows that if he leaves Yuzhou City on his own, he will have no place to go. But now not all the citizens have evacuated yet. If he runs away first, once this matter reaches the imperial court, he will probably never be able to enter the civil service again in his lifetime. Even if he has connections in the imperial capital that he can rely on, the problem is, if the Ministry of Personnel doesn't approve, his so-called great background is just a joke. How many citizens in the city haven't left yet? Governor Yang keeps asking the adjutant and the chief secretary beside him. We don't know, Your Excellency. With hundreds of thousands of citizens in the city, it's certainly not something that can be evacuated in a short time. The two assisting officials are also facing difficulties. With hundreds of thousands of people, it would probably take several days at least. Now that the Huns are about to arrive, it seems they won't be able to escape. No way. I originally thought that the northern border could still find a way to resolve the situation. Now it seems we're really doomed this time. Governor Yang slumps into his armchair, his eyes vacant. His heart is filled with infinite despair. The northern border, it's good in a way. Far from the emperor's reach, even the ruler in the imperial capital would have to consult him, the local governor. But it's also bad, precisely because the place is so remote. So many things can't be dealt with in time. If this were the imperial capital, in such a situation, the four directions reinforcements would have already arrived. But who could have expected that this time the Turks are going all out, so ruthless? It seems they are really determined to fight to the death. Your Excellency, why don't we just run away? What does the life or death of the citizens have to do with us? There's no need to risk our own lives for them. The adjutant says in a low voice beside him. He had already sent his whole family to Taiping Pass long ago. That place is also relatively peaceful. So now the adjutant is thinking about how to save himself. He certainly doesn't want to stay here like those generals, swearing to defend Yuzhou City to the death. Even if they stay, it won't be of any use. With an enemy force of 100,000 coming, what can a weak civilian official do against them? No, if we run away first, we will surely be despised by the surrounding citizens. Even if Yuzhou City is saved in the end, we won't have a place to go. If we go to the imperial capital, our carefree days will be over. The chief secretary says gravely. As the old saying goes, once a beggar, never a king. Why did Governor Yang stay in the northern border for so long, even refusing multiple invitations from the court to serve in the imperial capital? To put it plainly, it's for the sake of a carefree life. Here, he can eat and drink whenever he wants. As long as he doesn't go too far, no one will question him. Even if the common people know that he has secretly hoarded a lot of silver, at least he still does his job fairly. Taking money to do things for the common people, this is already a breath of fresh air in today's bureaucracy, even considered a good official. There's no other choice. You have to pick the tallest among the short. Once in the imperial capital, it will involve the struggle of various factions. With Governor Yang's character, he will probably become cannon fodder soon. He hasn't had enough of his good days yet, and he doesn't want to die so inexplicably. At this moment, Governor Yang's heart is in great torment. Staying here is waiting for death. Running away doesn't guarantee survival either. Isn't this a dead end? What's even more unimaginable is that it feels like the northern border has changed overnight. Isn't this a joke? Is it destined that he will not die well? Just then, a servant stumbles in from outside. Your Excellency, I'm not dead yet. What are you crying for? Governor Yang is already in a bad mood, and now he's even more irritated. No, Your Excellency, the young general is back. What? Governor Yang jumps up from his chair upon hearing this. His spirit is instantly boosted. How many troops did the young general bring? It seems we finally have a way to avert the crisis this time in Yuzhou City. That's right. At the critical moment, we still have to rely on the young general. The few of them are overjoyed, although they are not on good terms with each other. In Governor Yang's eyes, Lin Ji is truly a guardian deity. Although their positions are different, it cannot be denied that with this guy protecting the city, Governor Yang's days have been very comfortable. Moreover, the other party is more carefree than Lin Jinqiu and does not interfere with Yozhou's affairs. Even when the northern general was still around, Governor Yang never did anything harmful to the citizens. Although Lin Jinqiu sometimes criticized him for his style of work, it never involved issues of interest, so they respected each other's territory. Unexpectedly, the servant hesitates. Governor Yang feels an ominous premonition. Just say it. What are you hiding? Your Excellency, the young general came back alone. Suibo had gone to Mingxing County to deliver news. He doesn't count as someone who came back with the young general. What? Governor Yang feels his sky darkening again. One person? Are you kidding? Even if a god descended, one person couldn't withstand the 100,000 Huns, could they? What is the young general thinking? How could he do something so ridiculous? As he speaks, Lin Ji and Suibo rush in. Before Governor Yang can even speak, Lin Ji asks first, "What's going on outside? Why are all the citizens fleeing in panic?" Governor Yang finally finds someone to vent his grievances to and looks utterly helpless. "Young general, I don't want it this way either, but the situation is completely out of control. Do we want those common people to die with us?" Chapter 423. I will take charge of the chaos in Yuzhou. Were those civilians released by you? Lin Ji's eyebrows furrowed slightly. His gaze revealed a hint of confusion. He truly hadn't expected this. Suibo had arrived in Mingxing County without providing too many details about the situation in Yuzhou City, only informing them that Li Qingyue and the others had safely left. Of course, others might not know, but shouldn't you, the young general, be aware of the situation in Yuzhou City? We only have 1,000 soldiers here. What can we do against the 100,000 Huns? It's better to let these civilians escape first. At least some can survive. Otherwise, when the Huns massacre the city, even more will die. Yang the Elder never considered himself a good official, but he also never believed himself to be a beast. He had never truly been blinded by the so-called interests. Honestly speaking, if one were to consider only from the perspective of interests, keeping all the civilians in Yuzhou City could definitely buy him enough time to escape. But Yang the Elder had been a high-ranking official at the northern frontier for over 10 years. Didn't he know how ruthless the Huns were towards the people of the Central Plains? Whenever they captured a city, they would surely commit arson, murder, looting, and all manner of atrocities. Men would be taken back as slaves. Women would be treated even worse, directly turned into trading goods. So, basically, over the past few decades, the entire northern frontier had been in a state of constant turmoil. The civilians could barely catch a breath before the nomadic tribes from beyond the border would raid again. It was only during the time when General Lin Jinqiu of the northern garrison and the northern army were stationed here that they enjoyed a few years of peace. But after the northern army left, the northern frontier was subjected to the Huns' frenzied retaliation, especially the towns near the Huns and Tujue tribes. They had been massacred several times. At first, Yang the Elder would arrange for civilians from other places to move there, but later, he couldn't even persuade them. Those civilians had already resigned themselves to their fate. They knew that going there meant death. It was better for Yang the Elder to just kill them. At least they wouldn't suffer. It was because of all these past experiences that Yang the Elder didn't want all the civilians to be destroyed in the inferno. The fiery hell on earth. He had truly witnessed it with his own eyes. That's why, despite his usual indulgence in food and drink, he still did some things. After all, he was the highest official in the northern frontier. If even he turned a blind eye and did nothing, the civilians' lives would be even more miserable than they are now. But do you know that this action will cause even more civilians in the northern frontier to die? Lin Ji's brows were tightly knitted. Yang the Elder was stunned upon hearing this. He truly didn't understand military strategy. I let these civilians escape out of kindness, and I even stayed here myself. How can you say I'm harming them? As long as it wasn't his fault, he wouldn't take the blame. That was Yang the Elder's bottom line. But if this news reaches the Huns, they will surely think that Yuzhou City is already in disarray. Otherwise, why would the entire city flee? The current situation is already close to a dead end. If you let such news spread to the Huns, wouldn't that boost their morale and weaken our own? By then, the fleeing civilians along the way will likely all be doomed. Yang the Elder's heart sank to the bottom upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that his good intentions would now turn into a disaster. Wait. Suddenly, he keenly noticed a crucial point in what Linji had said. Close to? Young General, do you think there's still a chance to save Yuzhou City? After all, the local officials, had already given up. Those local gentry had already gotten wind of the situation and packed their belongings, fleeing south overnight in their carriages. If it were in the past, Yang the Elder would have at least tried to stop them. But in his view, Yuzhou City was doomed, so he let the civilians escape. Now, Linji had come alone, and from his tone, it didn't seem like he was here to die. Could it be that he had come prepared? Linji couldn't help but laugh at this. Yang the Elder, if I say you're a good official, your usual behavior is no different from that of a prodigal son like me. If I say you're a corrupt official, you still know to consider the civilians at critical moments. My dear Lin, stop beating around the bush. Now that the situation is dire, do you still have the mood to tease me? After we resolve this crisis, you can say whatever you want, and I will never refute it. No wonder he was a high-ranking official at the northern frontier. These 10+ years in the officialdom hadn't been in vain. Yang the Elder had already picked up on the hidden meaning in Linji's words. I do have a way, but I can't guarantee a 10 out of 10 chance. And from now on, everyone must follow my orders. If anything goes wrong, we will all die here, including me. Linji put away his smile. The others nodded one after another. They had already placed all their hopes on Linji. Now that there was a leader, naturally, there would be no more objections. From now on, seal the eastern, western, and northern city gates, and only open the southern gate. What? The few of them were astonished. Even Suibo beside them was shocked. Indeed, Yang the Elder's intention was good, and from the current situation, opening all 4 city gates would indeed allow all the civilians in the city to leave the fastest. Closing the city gates directly, what does that mean? Isn't that making everyone a sitting duck? Only opening the southern gate. By the time the civilians in the city have all fled, the Huns would have probably already reached Taiping Pass. Young General, this might not be appropriate, right? Everyone knows that the Huns' army is approaching, and there are indeed few soldiers in the city. If we close 3 city gates, it might incite public anger, and even lead to a mutiny. Mutiny is the most taboo in the military. Although these civilians are not as disciplined as the soldiers, they are numerous. Especially when these civilians are driven by anger and lose their heads. They won't care about anything. At that time, it will only result in unnecessary bloodshed and casualties. Didn't I say that everything should be under my command? Linji said decisively, without any room for doubt. Immediately dispatch 500 soldiers to guard the 3 city gates. If the civilians are dissatisfied, tell them it's my order, and only let them evacuate from the southern gate. Everyone must do so in an orderly manner. If anyone causes chaos, they will be dealt with according to military law. The situation was urgent. He couldn't afford to take care of the civilians' emotions anymore. Only by maintaining order could they be effectively evacuated. Otherwise, if everyone crowded at the city gates, it would definitely cause congestion, and that would affect efficiency. But Yang the Elder and the others looked at each other. They were all civil officials. How could they give orders? Chapter 424. The key to victory lies with the Yuzhou governor. The situation at the northern border has always been extremely complex, and ever since the northern frontier army disappeared, many generals either chose to be dispatched by the Ministry of War to garrison other places, or stayed in many of the important towns at the northern border. But in essence, in recent years, most of the generals at the northern border have perished, with only a few remaining, mostly following Zhou Yu, but with a streamlined command structure. Although there have always been many soldiers stationed in Yuzhou City, the highest-ranking military officer here is only a Due, and now they are facing tens of thousands of civilians in the city. The orders have been issued. Without much resolve, it is impossible to maintain order. Moreover, Yang and the others are already feeling guilty. How can they persuade the civilians? Seeing no one stepping forward, Suibo took the initiative. Young General, shall I represent the government and inform the civilians? Good. Linji didn't think to be polite. At this moment, it's a race against time. Being able to complete the deployment one step faster gives a higher chance of success. To be honest, even he is not sure if he can protect the civilians in the city. Now, these officials themselves are like clay bodhisattvas crossing the river. Being able to inform the civilians in advance and let them escape to the south to avoid disaster is already doing their utmost. Suibo nodded, then left. Linji turned to look at the other officials around him. Yang, I need your help. Young General, please speak without hesitation. The safety of the entire northern border now rests on you alone. We will definitely give our full support. Yang said resolutely. There was no hesitation in his tone, because he very clearly understood that if he didn't trust young General Linji now, it wouldn't just be one person who died. Perhaps they would all be buried with him. Self-preservation is the first law of nature. The more selfish Yang was, the more he understood that at this moment, there can't be any distinction between you and me. I need you to lead the remaining soldiers in the city, as well as all the officials, to set up a banquet on the city wall, enjoying food and drink. What? Yang widened his eyes. He had rarely made a decision to fight to the death for the entire Yuzhou civilians. But unexpectedly, Linji assigned him such a task. Is it difficult? Probably many people would be overjoyed to hear it. But Yang didn't understand. Now that the situation is critical, why is there still time to eat, drink, and make merry? To be honest, even someone like him, who enjoys a hedonistic lifestyle, can't do it now. You must appear extremely relaxed and joyful, with a hint of arrogance and pride. Linji spoke on his own, while also constantly thinking about what else needed to be fixed and maintained in his plan. Yang was completely confused. His eyes were filled with disbelief. I say, young general, what exactly are you trying to do? It's already this late. How can I still enjoy food and drink with peace of mind? Yang said with a wry face. Since yesterday, he had only drunk a few sips of water, eaten a few bites of food. The gourmet delicacies and fine wines he usually loved now tasted like sawdust. Last drink on the city wall. Linji couldn't help but laugh at this, but he didn't explain further. Trust me, all you need to do is sing and drink, pretending that our Yuzhou city has hundreds of thousands of mighty soldiers. Yang seemed to understand a bit. Are you trying to bluff the Huns? But we don't have anything to bluff with, do we? Don't worry. Linji's eyes also revealed confidence. Even if he himself wasn't entirely sure, at this moment, he absolutely couldn't show any fear. In essence, he is the only spiritual pillar of Yuzhou City now. If even he feels hopeless, it will undoubtedly disperse the morale of everyone. The situation is already critical. If it further affects the morale, there's no need to fight. They have no chance of winning. All right. Yang no longer hesitated and immediately notified his subordinates, Sima and Changshe, to prepare. That night, the entire Yuzhou city was bustling. Not only were the officials busy, but so were the civilians. After the 3 city gates were closed, only one gate remained open for entry and exit. At first, everyone was worried, feeling that this was meant to keep them all here to die. Until they heard that the southern gate was still open, they all rushed over. In a short time, chaos ensued. Countless people were stuck at the gate, unable to enter or exit. It caused massive panic in a short time. In the night, Suibo led several soldiers to maintain order here. At the same time, he informed the civilians that the young general had returned to Yuzhou. It was Linji's name that immediately calmed the crowd. It was already late at night. The civilians left the southern gate in an orderly manner. Yang also followed Linji's instructions, opening the Yuzhou city granary, and every civilian leaving could receive a supply for use on the road. This rare generosity also made all the civilians sigh. Yang was indeed stingy. This was well known. As watching the people gradually leaving, many of them had expressions of reluctance. After all, this was a place where they had lived for many years. If not for the war, why would they leave their homes? At that moment, a commotion broke out in the distance. Suibo frowned tightly. He immediately ordered the soldiers beside him to investigate. Soon, his subordinates brought over two people. "What's the matter?" "Sir, these two were trying to cause chaos and were arrested by us." "Is that so?" Suibo narrowed his eyes. Like a stern judge, he scrutinized the two men carefully. To his surprise, they were quite defiant. Even with their hands bound, they still shouted and yelled. "That's right. Why lock the other 3 city gates? I think you just want to let us die here on purpose. And you use the young general as an excuse? Shameless. Despicable." His companion beside him also kept echoing. The two of them acted in tandem, causing many surrounding civilians to turn their heads to look. Seeing this, Suibo waved his hand. "Release them." "But sir..." Several soldiers were dumbfounded. These two were spreading rumors and sowing discord among the troops. If this happened in the barracks, they would at least be punished severely. If the situation was too serious, they might even be executed directly. Now, although it wasn't in the barracks, it was a special period. How could they let these two run wild? Seeing Suibo nod again, the two soldiers had no choice but to comply. Reluctantly, they loosened their grip. "That's more like it. We are ordinary people. Won't you feel guilty treating us like this?" Suibo's face showed an unperturbed expression. He slowly said, "It seems my subordinates were too rash. How about this? Please come inside and rest for a while, and then we'll discuss how to compensate you." The two men exchanged glances. Immediately, they resumed their arrogant demeanor. They strutted into the temporary sentry post beside them. In essence, it was just a small pavilion set up. But because there were too many people outside, Suibo didn't want to cause too much of a commotion. Several soldiers were dumbfounded. They never expected Suibo to actually talk about compensating them. Didn't maintaining order in the city originally come from the young general's orders? Now, why has it turned into this? Suibo gave them a meaningful look and then walked towards the sentry post. Just around the corner. The other party couldn't wait to ask. "Today, you have to give me an explanation. If these soldiers are so reckless, if it's not resolved, we won't leave." "Is that so?" Suibo's mouth curled up into a profound smile. "I don't think you ever intended to leave, did you?" "What do you mean?" The other man frowned. His eyes showed confusion. "If I'm not mistaken, you two are spies sent by the Huns. Why pretend here?" As soon as these words came out, the two men's faces changed dramatically. Their hearts sank inexplicably. They exchanged glances secretly. How did this guy know? They never expected their identities to be exposed so quickly. Seeing this, Suibo didn't rush. Instead, he slowly paced back and forth. "You really think you can deceive everyone, don't you?" Seeing that their cover was blown, the two men didn't say much more and immediately moved to act. One on the left and one on the right, they attacked Suibo. But how could such a petty trick scare a seasoned palace guard? Suibo dodged swiftly. He immediately grabbed one person. At the same time, he kicked the other one to the ground. "Ungrateful, even at death's door. You dare to fight me? Who do you think you are? Bastard."